Upon awakening in a time of calamity, Wen Xin found herself compelled to abandon her home merely a day later. She mused that in her previous life, she must have committed some unforgivable sin, for how else could her current existence be so tragically bleak? Fortunately, she possessed the boon of spatial pocket, or else she might have contemplated ending her life to escape this cruel fate. On the path of fleeing from disaster, an impoverished youth proclaimed his royal lineage, which struck her as ludicrous. She might as well claim her father was the emperor. To her astonishment, he truly was a prince. Yet, Wen Xin, yearning for a tranquil rural life, resolutely refused to consider marriage into the royal household. While I shall not consent to marry, I could certainly consider taking a husband, he smirked ominously. As the early winter sun rose, casting a pale light over Shaoyang village, the landscape lay shrouded in a blanket of white, with biting winds occasionally sweeping through. Though it was still early winter, an unprecedented snowstorm and drought plagued the year. This cursed weather, does the heavens wish us no respite? Lu Ying lamented as she laboriously cleared the snow from the yard, tears mingling with her efforts. With dwindling food supplies and 2 family members fallen ill, the prospect of survival seemed grim. Would this winter see them buried beneath the snow? Overwhelmed by despair, Lu Ying wiped her tears and retreated indoors. The severe snowfall had left their firewood nearly depleted, and the mountains were rife with hungry tigers, instilling fear in the villagers, who dared not venture into the woods for sustenance. Wen Xin, how is she faring? She has been burning with fever for 3 days now, Lu Ying inquired of the small girl lying on the cot. Mother, I fear she may not survive. Chun Tao wept, recalling her elder daughter, Wen Yu, who was also ill. The thought deepened her despair, leading her to sob uncontrollably, filling the Wen household with sorrow. What can we do? The heavens have granted us no mercy, Lu Ying lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. As their food supplies dwindled, it seemed there was no escape from their plight. Amidst their grief, Wen Xin stirred, her fingers twitching before she slowly opened her eyes. The sight that greeted her was of aged beams and crumbling tiles. Confused by the appearance of this so-called underworld, she felt a profound disappointment. It was not as she had imagined. Yet, the cries around her resonated with a deep sense of despair. Gradually, she sensed an unsettling anomaly. Could one truly feel after death? A gnawing hunger plagued her, and she was struck by the peculiar appearance of the 2 women before her, garbed in antiquated attire, an elderly woman and a middle-aged one. What was this strange realm? Wen Xin, you've awakened. How do you feel? It seems your fever has subsided considerably, Chun Tao exclaimed, noticing the movement in Wen Xin's eyes. She hurriedly ceased her weeping and sat beside her, checking her forehead, relieved to find the fever had indeed diminished. However, Lu Ying's cries grew louder. My poor granddaughter, what sins did I commit in my past life? Lu Ying lamented, perceiving Wen Xin's symptoms as a fleeting reprieve. Wen Xin was once again engulfed in confusion. What was happening? She had succumbed to leukemia. How could she now feel alive? Was this a mere dream? Yet, how could a dream invoke such tangible hunger? Beneath the tattered quilt, Wen Xin pinched herself, feeling genuine pain. She was indeed alive. Lu Ying's sobs eventually subsided, likely due to her tears running dry. Second daughter-in-law. Stay here with her. I shall prepare for what lies ahead. Though we have nothing left, I want her to depart in peace, Lu Ying declared, recalling a straw mat in her room to wrap Wen Xin's corpse. After Lu Ying left, Chun Tao gazed at Wen Xin, increasingly convinced that the girl was recovering, rather than merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Wen girl, why do you look at me so? Is something troubling you? Chun Tao asked, reminded of her ailing daughter, Wen Yu. Second daughter-in-law? Her grandfather had only fathered 1 son. Where could this second daughter-in-law possibly come from? Wen Xin opened her mouth yet remained silent, captivated by her own small, darkened hands that seemed so foreign, and suddenly let out a piercing scream. This could not be her hand. She was 25 years old, yet these were the hands of a child. What on earth had transpired? Was her awakening flawed? Wen Xin fainted, overcome by hunger. Having never endured starvation in her 25 years, it was humiliating to succumb to such weakness. The following day, Wen Xin awakened again to the bustling sounds of the courtyard. Struggling to rise from her weakened state, she stepped outside to behold the lively scene. Quickly, load the quilts onto the cart. The village chief is about to depart. We must hurry. As she opened the door, a chill wind swept down her neck. She spotted an elderly man clad in cotton clothing and many villagers busily preparing for their departure. After fainting from hunger Fragments of her new memories surfaced, memories belonging to this body. "Grandfather, are we leaving our home?" Wen Xin inquired, tightening her threadbare garments. Her grandfather favored sons over daughters, as did her parents. Only her grandmother and second uncle and aunt treated her with kindness. Reflecting upon these memories, Wen Xin sighed. If she was to traverse this realm, why could she not have been reborn as the daughter of her second aunt? When Dushing cast a glance at Wen Xin, silently lamenting her resilient spirit, she had endured such illness yet remained unharmed. "Prepare yourself, the village chief has decided to lead us to the capital to escape disaster. Pack your belongings, we must join the journey," he said, initially reluctant to take her along, but upon seeing her recovery, he could not bear to leave her behind. When she nodded and walked back to her room. Since falling ill, her grandmother had kept her isolated to prevent the spread of her sickness to others. The one family still possessed some wealth, but in this year of disaster, even silver could scarcely procure food. In her room, Wen Xin gathered the few meager belongings of the original owner, along with 10 copper coins. Gazing at her meager bundle, she realized it encapsulated her entire fortune. "Father, I beg you to take her with us. If we leave her here, she will surely perish. Please, I implore you." As Wen Xin hoisted her bundle on her back, she heard her second aunt's cries, recalling that her eldest daughter, Wen Yu, was also ill. Touched by her second aunt's selflessness in caring for her despite her own daughter's sickness, Wen Xin hastened from her room. "Shifeng, please persuade your wife." Given Yu's condition, taking her along would only be a burden. It's best to leave her here, Wen Dushing urged, unable to bear the sight of Chun Tao's despair as he pushed the cart toward the yard. Though he favored sons, he recognized the value of life. "Darling, we cannot leave Yuer behind. It's unthinkable," Chun Tao shouted, disregarding all else as she rushed toward Wen Yu's room. She would not allow her daughter to remain alone. "Grandfather, let sister come with us. I am ill, yet I'm still here. Surely sister can recover too," Wen Xin interjected, stepping forward to block Wen Disheng's path. "Yes, father, let her come with us. I will carry her along the way," Shifeng chimed in, his affection for his daughter evident. "Second brother, you speak foolishly. We have so many belongings to carry. Why waste strength on a girl who is near death? The journey to the capital is long," a harsh voice interjected, just as Wen Dushing wavered in his resolve. Wen Xin furrowed her brow at this remark. It was her biological mother, Zhang Hong, who had tormented her for being female, ensuring she went cold and hungry while bearing the burden of labor. The illness of the original body was indeed caused by her mother. Had it not been for Zhang Hong's insistence that Wen Xin rise in the middle of the night to wash clothes, the original body would not have caught a chill. After contracting the illness, she was not even given medicine to boil. It could be said that she was effectively harmed to death by her own mother. Inside the house, Chun Tao was weeping bitterly while holding Wen Yu, and upon hearing Zhang Hong's words, she stormed out of the room like a gust of wind. "Elder sister-in-law, please choose your words carefully. What do you mean by the girl destined to die? Yuer will surely recover. Isn't Xinya's condition worse than Yuer's? Yet she has recovered. How can you say such things? Yuer is your own niece." Chun Tao shouted at Zhang Hong, wishing to tear her hair out if only the men of the family were not present. Startled by the sudden outburst, Zhang Hong jumped up, her demeanor as a shrew deeply displeasing to Jian Qing, who frowned in disapproval. After all, she was her mother. It was quite embarrassing. However, it was worth noting that this woman was the original Botus mother, and her life bore no relation to Jian Qing's own. She was not a white lotus. Kindness was reserved for those who treated her well, and for a person like the original Botus mother, it was best to feign ignorance. "Sister-in-law, are you blaming me? Am I wrong in my words? The journey to the capital is long. Would it not be better to die at home than to perish on the road? At least one would die in peace." Listening to Zhang Hong curse Wen Yu, Chun Tao could no longer contain her anger. Spotting a broom by the door, she seized it and charged toward Zhang Hong, swinging it while hurling insults. "You wicked-hearted woman, for cursing my daughter, you deserve to be beaten. Heaven truly lacks vision. Why has it not taken you away to spare us your malevolence?" The courtyard erupted into chaos. Wen Xingfu saw his wife being struck by his sister-in-law and felt utterly embarrassed, preparing to intervene, but was restrained by Wen Shifeng. "Elder brother, it is sister-in-law who has gone too far." Wen Shifeng held on to Wen Xingfu tightly, preventing him from moving, while Zhang Hong and Chun Tao continued their fierce exchange. Standing at the door, Wen Xin felt utterly exasperated. The legendary shrewish fight indeed relied heavily on hair-pulling techniques. "Enough. We are about to flee the calamity. What are you doing? With this energy, you should be gathering more supplies." Wen Xin glared at the bickering daughters-in-law, trembling with anger. They were truly wasteful. Seeing Wen Disheng's fury, both Zhang Hong and Chun Tao ceased their fighting. Father, if we do not take your, then I shall not leave either. You must take good care of the children on the road, Chun Tao said, wiping her tears. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to stay with Wen Yu. Leaving her alone weighed heavily on her conscience. Upon hearing Chun Tao's decision to remain, Zhang Hong became smug once more. What could staying at home achieve but waiting for death? Prepare to set off. Shifeng, carry wearer, and let's get moving, Wen Disheng instructed, not even glancing at Chun Tao. Were it not for the special circumstances, he would have long since had Shifeng divorce this disobedient daughter-in-law. Shortly, every member of the Wen family was burdened with a pack, gazing at the courtyard where they had lived for most of their lives. Lu Ying began to weep. Wen Xin, too, carried a bundle, trailing closely behind her second aunt, who was laden with numerous items, including heavy pots and dishes. In stark contrast, the original Bodis mother bore only a few lightweight belongings, appearing substantial but weighing less than a third of her aunt's load. Witnessing this, Wen Xin's disdain for her mother deepened. Aunt, allow me to help you with some of your burdens, Wen Xin offered, removing some bowls and chopstick from her aunt's load. Zhang Hong, observing Wen Xin's actions, immediately grew displeased. I have wasted 10 years raising you. Come, help your mother with something. Zhang Hong called out loudly from behind, causing Wen Xin to frown in distaste. Why should I carry anything for you when your belongings are so light? How about you swap with Aunt, and I will help her instead? Wen Xin replied, curtly. The onlookers in the courtyard were left speechless, astonished that Wen Xin dared to speak back to her mother, knowing that Zhang Hong's loud voice usually frightened her into tears. Wen Xin felt pity for the original body, however. She did not agree with her mother's submissive ways. Zhang Hong's increasing audacity was a direct result of the original Bodis indulgence. Dear child, go assist your mother. Aunt's load is not heavy, Chun Tao hastily suggested, fearing for Wen Xin's safety as Zhang Hong appeared ready to explode. Undeterred, Wen Xin walked ahead, ignoring her aunt's words and rejecting the quilt offered by her mother. In her heart, she silently vowed not to indulge her mother's faults. Seeing Wen Xin's disregard for her, Zhang Hong was infuriated, and just as she was about to erupt, Lu Ying interjected, Dear child has only just recovered from her illness. What can she possibly carry? I truly do not understand why we brought you into our home if all you do is seek comfort. With that, Lu Ying cast a disapproving glare at Zhang Hong. This eldest daughter-in-law, who usually shirked her duties, was now trying to dodge responsibilities during such a critical time. Zhang Hong opened her mouth but swallowed her anger, casting a venomous glare at Wen Xin. Her family did not regard her with any fondness should she be sent back home. Her life would truly be in peril. Zhang Hong had borne 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Wen Sheng the second son, Wen Shu the eldest daughter, Wen Xian and the youngest daughter, Wen Lo. She held little affection for the latter, as her strength in the household stemmed from her 2 sons. Chun Tao had 3 children. The eldest daughter, Wen Yu the second daughter, Wen Di, and the youngest, a boy named Wen Yuan. Because the first 2 were girls, Chun Tao often found herself subservient to both Zhang Hong and her mother-in-law. It was only after her youngest son started working the fields that she found her voice. When girl, you seem to have gained some courage now that you are well, but your mother is truly unworthy. She has passed all her dishes on to your second aunt, and still complains about their weight. The speaker was Wen Xin's younger aunt, Wen Huaifu, the last child of Wen Disheng, who was only 14 and still unmarried due to her straightforward nature. From the original Bodis memories, Wen Huaifu was blunt, lacking in guile, and the elders of the family had little control over her. Besides her second aunt, she was the one most inclined to stand up for the original body, though each time she did, the original body would often be met with a harsh punishment. Aunt, is your load heavy? Allow me to assist you, Wen Xin offered, refraining from engaging directly with her aunt, fully aware that her aunt would not relent and might even resort to physical confrontation if provoked. Hearing Wen Xin's words, Wen Huaifu smiled shyly. Her mother was protective of her, and thus she only carried a few lightweight belongings. How could they be heavy? Aunt does not have much to carry, so there is no need for your help. But Wen Xin, what has made you so bold? Are you not afraid of your mother's wrath? Wen Huaifu inquired, genuinely curious about the transformation of the once timid Wen Xin. Faced with her aunt's inquisitive gaze and the attentive ears of her second aunt and others nearby, Wen Xin smiled mysteriously and responded, If my mother were to strike me, I would simply run away. These are times of disaster. Everything is different now. If I do not change, I fear I may not survive. Chapter 3. The benefits of time travel upon hearing Wen Xin's words. Wen Weifu was nearly moved to leap up and applaud. She had previously attempted to encourage Wen Xin, yet at that time, Wen Xin had always kept her head down, and it was uncertain whether her words had resonated. Chun Tao, observing from the side, felt that Wen Xin was somewhat unfilial, but chose to remain silent. Zhang Hong's treatment of Wen Xin bore little resemblance to that of a mother towards her daughter, and it was understandable that Wen Xin harbored such thoughts. Trailing behind, Zhang Hong had not caught Wen Xin's words. Had she done so, her ire would have been ignited. As they trudged through the expansive blanket of snow, they reached the village entrance in just over 10 minutes. There, a gathering of a dozen households awaited them, most accompanied by the elderly and children. Upon noticing the arrival of the one family, many approached to offer greetings. Wen Xin, staring down at her numbed feet, lamented the inadequacies of ancient footwear, which had soaked through in no time. With the journey to the capital still ahead, she doubted whether her feet could carry her that far. Everyone had heard her say that during this exodus, mutual assistance was imperative, as the path was fraught with unknown dangers. Thus, the young men from each household were to walk on the periphery, armed with sticks or knives, and were reminded to avoid trouble, adhere to commands, and refrain from acting independently. Otherwise, reaching the capital would prove exceedingly difficult. The speaker was the village chief, a man of around 50, clad in a somewhat new cotton jacket, accompanied by his family. Wen Xin observed the situation and noted that each household appeared almost identical, all pushing carts that had been used for harvest in the autumn, now repurposed as tools for their flight from famine. The chief then tallied the able-bodied men from each family and gathered information about their food supplies before leading the way beyond the village. Thus, the journey of escape commenced. Wen Xin felt that her previous life had not equipped her adequately. Having just recovered from a severe illness, her body was not yet restored. Yet here she was, already on the move. Most troubling was the fact that since yesterday, she had consumed only 2 potatoes, and after traveling for half a day, she wondered when she might eat again. Her stomach grumbled once more, and this time, she discerned several similar sounds around her. Let's take a moment to rest. The snowy path is arduous. Please eat something and drink some warm water before we continue, the chief announced before conferring with several elderly villagers about the route ahead. Wen Xin felt a surge of joy at the chief's words and eagerly glanced at her grandmother, hoping for a more substantial meal today. Recalling the television dramas and novels she had watched, she felt a wave of frustration. Did the benefits of time travel truly exist only in fiction? Just as she pondered this, a sudden, mysterious memory surfaced in her mind, causing her to feel slightly dizzy as she leaned against her family's cart. Everyone was aware of her recent illness and refrained from assigning her any tasks. Zhang Hong considered calling her, but was stopped by Lu Ying. Upon grasping the nature of the sudden memory, Wen Xin trembled with excitement, internally exclaiming the praises of television dramas. Indeed, the benefits of time travel were quite real. This newfound memory pertained to a spatial dimension she now possessed, encompassing 100 square meters, featuring a spring in the center surrounded by dark earth, under a pure white sky veiled in mist. With mere thought, one could enter this space, and Wen Xin struggled to contain her exhilaration, eagerly wishing to explore it. Wen Xin, it's time to eat. Where are you off to? Jian Huaifu called out, noticing Wen Xin's hurried demeanor. Given the scarcity of food, missing mealtime would be dire. I'm just stepping away for a moment. I'll return before the meal, Wen Xin replied, darting off like a rabbit and disappearing in an instant. Jian Huaifu, assuming Wen Xin was in urgent need, resolved that if she did not return in time, she would seize Wen Xin's rations. Unlike before, she could not allow the little food. They had to be taken by her 2 brothers. Wen Xin reached a sloped area, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was near before contemplating entering her space. Upon opening her eyes, she was overwhelmed with joy. Realizing she truly possessed this spatial realm, was she truly not dreaming? She pinched herself hard, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. This was no dream. With her own space, she would never go hungry again. Once settled, she envisioned living like a prosperous landowner of old, wandering freely and enjoying the company of handsome men from the past. Such a life would surely be enviable. However, as she reveled in her newfound space, disappointment crept in. Although she knew that crops would grow quickly within it, she currently lacked even a single seed. Not even a wild vegetable could be found. She strolled towards the spring at the center of her space, remembering that it was infused with spiritual energy, capable of strengthening the health of those who consumed its waters. Considering her frail condition, Wen Xin bent down and drank deeply from the spring. Aside from its sweetness, she felt no other discernible effects. Her body displayed no immediate changes, unlike the miraculous transformations often depicted in dramas. Yet, Wen Xin did not feel disheartened. The existence of this space promised hope for the future. Though she lacked seeds at present, merely being in this space invigorated her spirit. Hope lay ahead, and good days were on the horizon. She silently reassured herself. The temperature within her space hovered around 20 degrees Celsius, and clad in a tattered cotton jacket, Wen Xin soon felt warm. With the space to protect her from the cold, she anticipated a more comfortable life once she acquired seeds to cultivate within it. Yet, her stomach growled even more insistently now. Emerging from her space, Wen Xin hurried back, coincidentally encountering her grandmother distributing potatoes. "Come here, dear. Eat up and rest for a bit. We want to eat again until evening," Luing said, handing Wen Xin 2 of the boiled potatoes. Joyfully accepting the potatoes, Wen Xin watched as Luing turned, only for them to be snatched away by her elder brother, Wen Sheng, who frequently pilfered food from her. In the past, Wen Xin would have merely swallowed her tears and accepted the loss. But today, she was not the same. Seizing the moment while Wen Sheng was unprepared, Wen Xin swiftly reclaimed her potatoes. Seeing her audacity, Wen Sheng glared at her menacingly. "You little brat, hand over the potatoes or I'll make you regret it." Casting him a dismissive glance, Wen Xin boldly replied, "If you think you can frighten me, go ahead. But don't expect me to be the same timid girl as before. Even if I can't overpower you, I'll make sure to take a piece of you with me. Just try me." Wen Xin's defiance startled Wen Sheng. He was typically a bully who preyed on the weak, and having been bullied himself, he often found solace in tormenting Wen Xin. Chapter 4. Returning to the village, Wen Sheng was 15, Wen Shu was 13, while Wen Xin was merely 10. Generally, the two brothers had little regard for her, and even their parents would commend their discipline, reasoning that it was simply the fate of a girl. Wen Lu stood a short distance away, observing her once familiar sister, trembling as she approached Wen Sheng. "Brother, please take my potato and don't hurt sister," she implored, extending the small potato towards him. Seeing this, Wen Xin quickly pulled Wen Lu back, as Wen Sheng's hand hung in the air, unable to grasp the potato. At that moment, Wen Lu felt anxious, fearing that her brother might strike Wen Xin. "Listen, that potato was given to you by grandmother. You should eat it yourself. If brother tries to take our food, we will tell grandmother," Wen Xin reassured her, casting a pointed look at Wen Sheng. Realizing he could not obtain the food, Wen Sheng, although frustrated, retreated. Typically, he would pilfer food from the two girls without consequence. But this time was different. Just moments ago, their grandmother had warned him against taking from his sister. Wen Shu, noticing his brother returning empty-handed, tightened his grip on the potato in his hands. Seizing the opportunity while Wen Sheng was distracted, he quickly consumed the potato, hoping to save his own for when hunger struck later, uncertain if his brother would retaliate for his earlier failure. As Wen Lu gazed upon his sister, who had successfully intimidated their elder brother, his eyes brimmed with admiration for Wen Xin. Within the recesses of the original body's memories, it was this sister, sharing in the same plight, that tugged at his heartstrings the most. In their daily life, Zhang Hong had never allowed Wen Lu's tender age to exempt her from labor. Instead, she assigned her every task, with Wen Xin often rushing to aid Wen Lu in completing them. Wen Lu was deeply reliant on the original body, who, in turn, cherished her sister dearly. Reflecting upon her occupancy of another's body, Wen Xin silently vowed to care for Wen Lu with utmost devotion. As for the others, she had no inclination to play the role of a saint, nurturing serpents in her midst while hoping for their redemption. Wen Xin lacked such lofty aspirations to transform the original family's dynamics. Human nature remained immutable. She would assist where she could, offering guidance where possible. But she would not sacrifice herself for their sake, for she did not possess a heart of boundless compassion. Sitting beside Wen Lu, she munched on potatoes while observing Wen Yu, who lay slumbering heavily in the cart. A sense of urgency stirred within her to take action. "Second uncle, we cannot let my sister remain this way. She needs to sweat it out. I recovered from a severe illness after sweating profusely." Wen Xin contemplated Wen Yu's condition with a heavy heart. A mere cold in modern times could prove fatal in the ancient world, a sobering thought that underscored the fragility of human life. Upon hearing Wen Xin's words, Wen Shifeng hurriedly rummaged through their bundles for clothing, dressing Wen Yu despite uncertainty about its fit. Wen Xin fetched a bowl to request hot water from their grandmother, adding a measure of spiritual spring water to it. Second uncle, let her drink this. It may induce some perspiration. As she handed him the bowl, she scrutinized Wen Yu, who was not gravely ill but rather malnourished, which had rendered her susceptible to sickness. When Shifeng took the bowl and offered Wen Yu some water, followed by potato, silently praying for her recovery. He had never held her gender against her. As the second child in the family, she toiled the most yet received the least sustenance. Yet he never complained. His father's preference for sons had led to his daughters being underfed and poorly clothed, igniting within Wen Shifeng a profound resentment for such biases. It was essential to recognize that both genders were gifts from the heavens, deserving of equal joy and acceptance. Unbeknownst to Wen Shifeng's thoughts mirrored a progressive mindset rarely seen, especially in a time when many still favored sons over daughters. After consuming the potatoes, they rested briefly before the village chief rallied everyone to continue their journey. They had traveled for a considerable distance, now far from their village. Xiaoyang village lay many leagues from the capital, requiring nearly a month of walking to reach it, with snow falling heavily and food scarce. The duration of their journey remained uncertain. Alas, what a torment this is! This year's harvest has failed, and we face a once-in-a-decade snow disaster. Staying in the village means certain death, yet venturing out seems equally perilous. Is the heavens truly denying us a chance at survival? Throughout the journey, Wen Xin heard many lamentations, her stomach growling in hunger, and she sighed deeply, wondering when her fortunes would change. The snow piled up rapidly, threatening to engulf their calves, and panic began to spread among them. Some began to voice their grievances against the village chief, questioning his judgment in leading them into such treacherous conditions without firewood or food. At that moment, those voicing discontent seemed to forget that remaining in the village was a death sentence, while venturing forth still held a glimmer of hope. Voices of dissent echoed against the complaints, and the village chief, hearing their grumblings, felt a surge of frustration. He gathered everyone and addressed them. If anyone is dissatisfied with me and does not wish to proceed to the capital, now is the time to return to the village. With that, he turned away, leaving the crowd to ponder his words, a sense of disappointment weighing upon him. After the chief's declaration, whispers circulated among the villagers, revealing that nearly half wished to return home. They had initially followed the chief due to his strong influence in the village, trusting in his leadership without foreseeing the hardships ahead. Perhaps we should wait for the snow to cease and then return home. Continuing this way, we might not wake up tomorrow. Back in the village, we only need to survive until spring, suggested one voice. Zhang Hong, listening to the dissent, felt her resolve waver. Luing glanced at Wen Disheng, sharing the sentiment of returning, yet she questioned what future awaited them back home. It may be better to take our chances, she sighed. Though their current existence was fraught with difficulties, at least their lives remained intact. Returning to the village presented the dual threat of starvation and marauders driven by desperation. The surrounding trees had already been stripped bare due to the lack of food. The bark was not meant for human consumption, but rather boiled for the pigs. Wen Disheng cast a cold glance at Zhang Hong, admonishing, no one is to speak of returning to the village. What purpose would that serve, if not to await death? Zhang Hong opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent, her heart heavy with discontent. The struggles of their journey weighed heavily upon her, and despite her reluctance to follow the chief, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing the consequences of returning alone. As they traversed the mountain path, news soon arrived of a nearby cave. The village chief went to inspect the cave and, finding it suitable for shelter, beckoned everyone to enter. Wen Xin followed suit, discovering a spacious cavern with some dry grass, likely the den of an animal. The chief instructed the able-bodied men to venture out for firewood, cautioning them to remain close. Let us rest here for the night, and tomorrow we will reach the county town, where we can exchange our silver for food. Those with family there may choose to stay. At that moment, Wen Xin realized that not all were intent on following the chief into the wilderness. A small number sought to reunite with relatives in the county town. Chapter 5. The Frozen Rabbit. In truth, the village chief did not insist on heading to the capital, but rather aimed toward its vicinity, where the chances of survival were greater. Observing the fire burning in the cave's center, Wen Xin felt a flicker of concern regarding carbon monoxide poisoning, but soon reassured herself as the cave's entrance was wide, allowing for ventilation, and the fire was modest. Wen Qingfu and Wen Xifeng had ventured out to gather firewood, initially intending to bring Wen Sheng and Wen Shu along, but were deterred by Wen Duxing's objections. Wen Xin kept watch over Wen Le and the ailing Wen Yu, while Wen Di busied herself with their grandmother, constantly preparing water and cooking potatoes without a moment's respite. The heavy snow soaked their shoes, prompting Wen Xin to remove her own and Wen Le's, placing her bare feet by the fire to dry them. In the absence of strict decorum among the villagers, many children approached her, holding their damp shoes. And due to the scarcity of firewood, they huddled together for warmth. Soon, a foul odor wafted through the air, emanating from the shoes, nearly causing Wen Xin to lose her last meal. The stench was unbearable, reminiscent of a toxic gas bomb, prompting her to retreat swiftly with her half-dried footwear. After 2 hours, those gathering firewood returned to the cave, and Wen Xifeng brought back a large, plump rabbit, eliciting envy from the others. Observing the rabbit, Wen Xin marveled at her uncle's good fortune. In this winter, where grass was scarce, such a fat rabbit was a rare find. She pondered what the rabbit had been eating and how it had succumbed to the cold. My younger brother is truly lucky to have stumbled upon this rabbit. We shall feast well tonight. Zhang Hong's mouth watered at the sight of the rabbit, which would undoubtedly be prepared under Wen Xifeng's direction. The second daughter-in-law should boil water to scald the rabbit, Wen Duxing instructed, settling back into a commanding posture. Hearing this, Chen Tao and Wen Xifeng hesitated, and Wen Duxing felt his authority at home diminishing. Why the delay? Must I do it myself? Having gone so long without meat during the years of hardship, Wen Duxing now felt a deep craving for it. Wen Xifeng glanced at her daughter lying on the cart, and for the first time, she declined her father's request. Father, my sister is still unwell. I intend to take the rabbit to the county to exchange it for some medicine. I will honor you with another rabbit when I find one next time. After speaking, Wen Xifeng handed the frozen rabbit to Chen Tao, asking her to tie it up and bring it to the county the next day. Embarrassed in front of so many people, Wen Duxing's beard trembled with anger as he loudly accused Wen Xifeng of being unfilial. Meanwhile, Wen Xifeng, listening to the harsh words of Wen Duxing, felt a chill in her heart akin to the cold weather outside. Zhang Hong, noticing that they would not be having rabbit that night, deliberately spoke loudly, "Brother, you truly are unfilial. Father has said we must eat the rabbit. How can you disregard his words?" The onlookers fell silent, aware that Xifeng had already declared her intention to sell the rabbit for medicine. Yet Zhang Hong persisted, drawing disdain from the crowd. Besides, the rabbit was not something Zhang Hong had found herself. Using their father as a shield, she merely revealed her own desire to eat. Wen Duxing did not insist on having rabbit meat out of necessity. His ire stemmed from Wen Xifeng's audacity to defy him. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Wen Duxing's face turned crimson, as if he were merely a glutton who cared little for his granddaughter's well-being. "Be silent. With so much to say, you may as well skip dinner. You have plenty of energy to fuss about." Wen Duxing scolded Zhang Hong with a dark expression. Zhang Hong, chastised, stood there meekly, afraid to retort. At that moment, Wen Duxing resembled a volcano on the verge of erupting. No one dared to provoke him further. Indeed, for dinner, the potatoes were served without Zhang Hong's portion. Observing Wen Xian eating her fill, Zhang Hong's resentment flared. This ungrateful girl, after all these years of raising her. "Mother, why do you glare at me like that? I'm still young. Your fierce gaze frightens me, and I fear I won't sleep tonight." Wen Xian, having finished her potatoes, smacked her lips and spoke loudly, intentionally vexing Zhang Hong. Although she could not exact vengeance upon Zhang Hong, expressing her frustration felt satisfying. Zhang, her face flushed with anger from Wen Xian's words, swiftly raised her hand. With a resounding slap, a deep 5-finger imprint appeared on Wen Xian's cheek. "You wasteful woman, why are you hitting the child?" Lu Ying, seeing Wen Xian struck, became furious and took off her still damp shoes to strike Zhang Hong. As Zhang Hong cried out and dodged, Wen Qingfu simply watched, occasionally remarking that his mother was justified in punishing her. No one came to Zhang Hong's aid, revealing her lack of popularity in the village. Zhang Hong, often gossiping and stirring trouble, had offended many, and the villagers knew to avoid her. Thus, assistance was out of the question. Wen Xian covered her stinging face, gritting her teeth in anger. She had not been struck in 25 years, and the humiliation today ignited her fury. Watching Lu Ying strike Zhang Hong, when Xin felt no satisfaction, the shoes could not possibly hurt as much as a stick would. Dear girl, does your face ache? Quickly go outside and apply some snow, or it will swell even more. Chun Tao, usually very protective of her daughter, felt a pang of sympathy for Wen Xin. Though they had yet to divide the household, there was no one who could prevent Zhang Hong from hitting Wen Xin aside from her parents. Wen Dixing was indifferent to minor injuries unless they were severe, while her mother, despite her good intentions, could not always be by Wen Xion's side. Exhausted from her exertions, Lu Ying scolded Zhang Hong as she put her shoes back on. Usually, she merely reprimanded Zhang Hong when she saw her strike Wen Xian. Rarely did she resort to physical punishment as she had today. The stress of fleeing from disaster, compounded by Zhang Hong's earlier slander against Wen Dixing, had fueled Lu Ying's anger. With Lu Ying ceasing her assault, Zhang Hong sat beside Wen Qingfu, her face devoid of shame, as if being struck were entirely normal. As the eldest child, Wen Qingfu received the best treatment at home, doing the least work and enjoying the most favor. If he had supported Zhang Hong, she surely would not have faced punishment. However, in his heart, he deemed Zhang Hong, a middle-aged woman, unworthy of his assistance. After all, she had embarrassed him in the village and often provoked their parents' ire at home. He knew that without their protection, he would not have such a comfortable life. Although Wen Qingfu was selfish, he was keenly aware of the family dynamics. When Xin went outside to gather some snow, to soothe her cheek, soon feeling the pain subside. Not dressed warmly and wearing a tattered cotton jacket, she longed to escape into a warm space. Observing the frostbite emerging on her hands and feet, she felt despairing. What sins had she committed in her past life to endure such suffering upon her rebirth? Returning to the cave, Wen Xin nestled beside Wen Yu. Although she yearned to confront Zhang Hong, she wished to avoid further punishment. Zhang Hong was the original's mother and now hers as well. Should she retaliate, she would be accused of unfilial behavior, a severe charge in this era. If Zhang Hong brought her before the authorities, Wen Xin had no doubt she would face harsh consequences, possibly even death. Chapter 6. The Underground Cave. Wen Xin did not wish to be ostracized by society. Her only option was to avoid provoking Zhang Hong, hoping she would refrain from bothering her. Otherwise, she would not endure in silence again. She would seek subtle revenge. As a person of the 21st century, having watched countless palace intrigue dramas, surely she could outsmart a mere peasant woman. Gazing at the rabbit hanging from the cart, Wen Xin found it perplexing that such a plump rabbit could exist in a year of disaster and heavy snowfall. Second uncle, where did you find this rabbit? Wen Xin asked as her second uncle approached, her curiosity getting the better of her. Hearing her inquiry, Wen Shifeng assumed she was yearning for meat. Ruffling her hair, he replied, "My dear girl, are you longing for meat? When I find another rabbit, I'll cook it for you." After speaking, Wen Shifeng glanced at his second daughter, who was coveting the rabbit with hungry eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. In better times, they could afford meat every few days. Yet he had never seen it in his daughter's bowl. Throughout the year, she could only savor meat during the New Year festivities, and the more he pondered, the more he felt he had failed her. Sighing at his second uncle's expression of guilt and helplessness, Wen Xin lamented the poverty that plagued them. To be fair, she was genuinely curious about where he had found the rabbit and had no intention of eating it. Although she craved meat, she would not sacrifice Wen Yu's medicine for it. That night, no one dared to sleep deeply, taking turns watching the cave entrance as the heavy snow continued to fall. The village chief decided to wait for half a day until the snow melted somewhat before departing in the afternoon. Fortunately, by the late night, the snow ceased, and the next morning the sun emerged, though not strongly, casting a warm glow on those beneath it. Second uncle, I will accompany you to gather firewood. Seeing her uncle preparing to go out, Wen Xin stepped forward, eager to join him. She wished to discover the location where he had found the rabbit, feeling something was amiss about it. Wen Shifeng immediately refused. It's very cold outside, and the forest is fraught with danger. I know you wish to help, but you are still young. Just wait here for me to return. He considered Wen Xin very sensible and, glancing at Wen Sheng and Wen Shu sitting idly nearby, reflected on the stark differences among children born of the same mother. Hearing her uncle's refusal, Wen Xin felt a twinge of anxiety. Before she could respond, Wen Qingfu spoke up. Let her go if she wants to follow. She has worked hard at home and is no longer a child at 10. Wen Qingfu had no desire to venture out to gather firewood, fearing the cold and the wild beasts of the forest. Although, when Shifeng wished to counter Wen Qingfu's suggestion, seeing Wen Xian's joyful expression, he silently resolved to take extra care of her and hoped nothing would go awry. "Father, I felt dizzy after gathering firewood yesterday. May I stay behind today?" Wen Qingfu feigned a look of profound distress, as if he were truly afflicted by a grave illness. The firewood collected yesterday was intended for the cave, requiring contributions from each household. However, today's collection was for personal use on the road, rendering his participation unnecessary. Upon hearing that Wen Qingfu appeared to be unwell, both Wen Desheng and Lu Ying bore expressions of concern and sympathy. Not far away, Wen Xian observed her father's flushed face and sighed inwardly at his remarkable acting skills, rivaling those of contemporary professional performers. Ultimately, Wen Desheng acquiesced to Wen Qingfu's request, promising to summon a doctor in the county to attend to him. Considering the gravity of the situation, Wen Yu felt a twinge of injustice towards their grandfather. Observing Wen Qingfu nodding vigorously, Wen Xian felt her frustration boiling over. It was absurd to consume medicine when one was not ill. Did they not realize that Wen Yu could be at death's door? Such callousness and insensitivity were infuriating. In her heart, Wen Xian vehemently chastised Wen Qingfu, while nearby, Wen Shifu felt equally unsettled. Her daughter was on the brink of death. Yet her husband had not even suggested spending money to procure a remedy for the child, instead opting to waste it on his pretentious elder brother. How could he remain so unfeeling? When Shifu, wielding a machete, exited the cave with a grim demeanor, followed closely by Wen Xian. Wen Lu and Wen Di had initially intended to accompany Wen Xian, but were persuaded to return under the pretext that Wen Yu required care. After breaking a sweat, Wen Yu's condition improved significantly, and with Wen Xian occasionally providing him with water from the spatial spring, his health showed marked improvement, at least to the point of no longer being in peril. Wen Xian noticed her second uncle walking slowly ahead, clearly waiting for her. This made her feel as if she were holding him back. Nevertheless, in her pursuit of the truth regarding the rabbit, she resolved to endure the delay. "Uncle, do not be disheartened. Sister, you will recover swiftly, and after the disaster year, our family will also prosper." In truth, Wen Xian longed to express that once they divided the family, everything would improve. Currently, the household was predominantly dictated by Wen Desheng, who held all economic control. When Shifu's wages from her labor were managed by him, leaving her without a single coin to call her own, often relying on her dowry. Listening to Wen Xian, when Shifu nodded, her expression earnest. "Indeed, everything will turn out well. Uncle, may we visit the place where you found the rabbit today to gather firewood? We might even find another rabbit, and then Sister U's medicine will be covered," Wen Xian said with a smile, as if she had already encountered a rabbit. When Shifu inwardly sighed at Wen Xian's childish optimism. Finding a rabbit the previous day was an extraordinary stroke of luck, as they were not common as stones. Given that there was still ample firewood at the rabbit's location, Wen Shifu nodded in agreement with Wen Xian's suggestion. Upon receiving her uncle's consent, Wen Xian felt a surge of excitement, convinced that today would yield fruitful results. Upon arriving at the site where her uncle had found the rabbit, Wen Xian observed for quite some time, perplexed that it appeared no different from other locations. Could it be that her assumptions were misguided? Was it possible that the rabbit possessed a constitution that caused it to gain weight merely by drinking water? Noticing Wen Xian wandering aimlessly without gathering firewood, Wen Shifu thought her daughter merely wished to play. Thus, she climbed a large tree alone, wielding her machete. Each swing caused snow to cascade down, and from a distance, Wen Xian watched her pant legs become soaked, pondering if they would return empty-handed. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, Wen Xian resumed her search, venturing farther than before, and indeed stumbled upon an intriguing place. "Uncle, come quickly. There's a cave here," she shouted, feeling a strong instinct that this cave was extraordinary. From her perch in the tree, when Shifu shouted down without descending, "I saw that cave yesterday. It's nothing special. Such caves are quite common in the woods." With that, she resumed her task, showing no intention of climbing down to investigate. Wen Xian felt skeptical of her mother's assertion. Could it truly be so? Were such caves indeed so prevalent? Chapter 7. The hot spring. When Xian observed her uncle intently chopping wood, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction toward the cave. Since she was already there, she was determined to explore its depths. What if it contained treasures? She gathered several stones and tossed them into the cave. Immediately hearing an echo, After a significant pause without further sound, she resolved to crawl into the cave and investigate. Her initial stone throwing was a precaution against potential wild beasts, such as boars, but the silence that followed indicated no such creatures lurked within. Cautiously, Wen Xin crawled into the cave, knowing that if she did not take a peek, she would surely regret it later that night. Initially, the darkness enveloped her, but soon her eyes adjusted, revealing the cave's interior. The entrance spanned approximately 3 meters, and within, it was not overly wide, about 6 or 7 meters, with a height nearing 2 meters. Rising to her feet, Wen Xin felt a pang of disappointment upon discovering the cave was barren. Was she truly destined to leave empty-handed? In frustration, she complained aloud, surveying the cave once more, convinced it harbored nothing of value. Just as she turned to leave, she pivoted back and ventured deeper into the cave, captivated by the walls. How can grass grow here in such cold weather? She pondered, touching the wall only to retract her hand as if jolted. Could she be mistaken? The wall was surprisingly warm. Testing again, she confirmed the warmth. I knew it. This cave must hold something special. Thank goodness for my keen observation, or I would have missed out on the treasure. Ecstatic at her discovery, Wen Xin jumped and shouted. However, she faced a dilemma. What did the warmth of the wall signify? She picked up a stone from the ground and struck it against the wall, resolving that if any danger arose, she would retreat into her spatial realm for safety. A few gentle taps yielded no response, and, taking a deep breath, she raised the stone high and struck the wall with force. With a resounding thud, a new opening appeared in the once warm wall. Could the treasure be hidden behind this wall? Wen Xin mused, hesitant to approach, fearful of what might emerge if she did. She hurled many clods of earth into the opening, waiting about 5 minutes for any change, but the entrance remained unchanged. Gaining courage, she approached the opening, immediately feeling a rush of warm air. More perplexed than ever, she noticed the passage leading downward. After careful consideration, she decided to explore, thinking she must not squander the opportunity fate had presented her. Rubbing her hands together for warmth, she reassured herself, I have my spatial realm. I fear nothing. Even if there are tigers or wolves below, I can simply retreat into my space. After another careful examination of the entrance, she identified a wider spot and slowly began her descent. After several minutes of climbing, she finally reached the bottom. The expansive area before her left her awestruck. This underground chamber must span several hundred square meters, with tender green grass carpeting the ground. As she ventured further inside, she noticed rays of sunlight streaming down from above, illuminating the scene within the cave. Before long, she spotted several plump rabbits. What a fortune! These rabbits are a delightful addition to my meal, she exclaimed, her stomach growling in response to the sight of the lively creatures. In addition to the rabbits, Wen Xin discovered a hot spring, explaining the warmth of the walls. The lush grass thrived thanks to the spring's presence. Though the cave was compact, Wen Xin had anticipated difficulty capturing the rabbits alone. Surprisingly, the rabbits remained in place, munching on grass, seemingly unaware of any looming danger. Unbeknownst to Wen Xin, her possession of spatial realm emitted a subtle aura, naturally attracting small animals that felt a sense of safety in her presence, making them reluctant to flee. With a whimsical charm reminiscent of dreams, Wen Xin gathered all the rabbits into her space, totaling over 20 adult rabbits and a handful of young ones. She harbored no fears of their extinction. If the rabbits here could venture out, then those outside could certainly find their way in. Aware that the rabbits had no food within the confines of her space, Wen Xin decided to uproot wild grasses from the cave and plant them there. In the process, she also discovered several types of wild vegetables, which she promptly harvested and added to her space. Once her tasks were complete, she contemplated indulging in a soothing bath. However, as she approached the hot spring, she was pleasantly surprised by the sight of fish darting gracefully through the water. The cave truly was a treasure trove. With a swift motion, she shed her clothing and dove into the warm embrace of the spring, swimming and catching fish effortlessly, just as the rabbits did. The fish offered no resistance, allowing her to catch them with ease. These fish were unfamiliar to her, a reminder of the pristine, untainted environment of ancient times, where one might encounter creatures absent from the modern world. She dug a small pit not far from the spring's source to collect the water, intending to keep the fish there, mindful that she needed the spring water for drinking. Concerned that her second uncle might come looking for her, Wen Xin hastily exited the spring, gathering more wild grasses to replenish her space, ensuring the rabbits had ample food for the coming days. In her realm, Wen Xin was akin to a deity. She sowed the grass in a designated area, ensuring it flourished without encroaching upon others. She had initially considered roasting a fish for her meal before departing, but the absence of firewood in the cave deterred her. As she exited, she retrieved a rabbit from her space, planning to claim she had caught it beneath a tree. Knowing that for her sister, one rabbit would surely be insufficient for her medicinal needs. Worried about her second uncle searching for her, she was pleasantly surprised to find him still busy chopping wood. "Uncle, look what I've caught," Wen Xin called out, brandishing the rabbit triumphantly. Hearing her voice, Wen Xin glanced up and immediately spotted the lively rabbit in her grasp. Considering the pile of firewood he had already gathered, he realized he could not carry any more. So he slid down from the tree. Wen Xin rushed to him. "Uncle, I caught this rabbit over there, after quite a chase. My clothes are all muddy." She gestured to her dirt-streaked attire. The rabbit, held firmly in her hands, showed no signs of struggle. Wen Xin felt a surge of joy for Wen Xin's success. Yet he was also reminded of the family's circumstances, realizing that Wen Xin might not get to enjoy a substantial portion of it. "Uncle, let us say this rabbit is from you, so you can have enough medicine." "One rabbit alone, one tea suffice," she insisted, oblivious to Wen Xin's concerns about her not having enough to eat. She handed the rabbit to him. Feeling a touch of shame for accepting the gift, Wen Xin responded gratefully. "My dear child, I want to say more about being courteous. Your sister truly needs this rabbit, and I will remember your kindness." Surprised by Wen Xin's generosity, he felt both joy and embarrassment. He was grateful for the rabbit while lamenting that he, an elder, had to rely on her. Chapter 8. Uncle Gets Bitten. A single rabbit could fetch dozens of coins, hardly enough to cover medical expenses. Initially, he had planned to go to the county town to ask for money from his father for U.S. treatment, but now, with 2 rabbits in hand, he believed the funds for her medicine would be sufficient. Reflecting on the multitude of rabbits in Wen Xin's space, she couldn't help but smile shyly, contemplating the fish still left in the hot spring, and suddenly a thought struck her. "Uncle, I believe that rabbit must have escaped from that cave. Let us go take a look. Perhaps there are more rabbits inside," she suggested, pointing toward the distant cave. After a brief consideration, Wen Xin decided to enter the cave, but intended to go alone, fearing for Wen Xin's safety should any danger arise. "You wait here, dear. I'll be out shortly," he instructed, handing the rabbit back to her. Wen Xin nodded, planning to follow him into the cave, worried that he might overlook the underground chamber, rendering her goodwill futile. Watching her hefty uncle squeeze into the small opening, she internally mused about his determination in pursuit of the rabbits. Once inside, Wen Xin felt the space open up around him, and he quickly spotted another cave on the wall. After 5 minutes of waiting, Wen Xin, clutching the rabbit, ventured into the cave. "Uncle, where are you?" she called out. Wen Xin, inspecting the wall cave, was taken aback by Wen Xin's audacity in following him. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What there's danger?" he admonished her. Wen Xin merely smiled sheepishly, acknowledging her misstep. Soon, Wen Xin's attention shifted back to the cave, wondering about the intense heat emanating from below. "Should we go down to investigate?" Wen Xin inquired, anxious that he might refuse. Little did she know her worries were unfounded. Wen Xin had already made up his mind to explore further. After a few reminders to ensure Wen Xin stayed put, he descended, intent on uncovering the mystery of the rabbit's escape. Wen Xin sat at the cave's edge, longing to enter her space for warmth, but refrained, fearing her uncle would return unexpectedly. At that moment, Wen Xin felt his heart skip a beat as he gazed into the dark abyss, uncertain of what lay ahead. Thoughts of the ailing youth spurred him on. Regardless of the dangers that might lurk, he was determined to find rabbits. With a mix of trepidation and resolve, he finally reached the end of the tunnel, where a patch of grass came into view, momentarily stunned. Having confirmed it was safe, Wen Xin emerged from the cave. Noticing the grass had been disturbed, leading to a hot spring at the far end. Despite searching thoroughly, he found no rabbits. Yet he was convinced they must have once inhabited this place, now claimed by others. Rabbit droppings littered the ground, some still warm. Puzzled, he wondered who had entered the cave and captured all the rabbits. After another fruitless search, he began to return, just as Wen Xin anxiously approached. "Uncle, what did you find? Were there any rabbits?" Wen Xin was well aware there were no rabbits, only the fish in the hot spring. Seeing Wen Xin's enthusiasm, Wen Xifeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The rabbits had vanished, their capture a mystery. Wen Xin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Surely there was more to be discovered in the absence of rabbits. She looked at her uncle, puzzled. Wasn't he there a hot spring? Didn't he notice? Wen Xifeng brushed off the dirt from his clothes, casually replying, there was a patch of grass and a hot spring. Wen Xin felt a surge of urgency for him to recognize the potential. Uncle, was there anything in a hot spring? Were there fish? At her words, a light flickered in Wen Xifeng's mind. Yes, there could very well be fish in the hot spring. Come on, let us go check again, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. After all, fish were even more valuable than rabbits, and having extra coins for their journey would be advantageous. Confident that the underground cave posed no threat, Wen Xifeng invited Wen Xin to accompany him as they descended once more, both eager to explore the depths of the cave together. Wen Xifeng and Wen Xin made their way directly to the hot springs. Upon catching sight of the fish that occasionally swam about, a radiant smile spread across Wen Xifeng's face. He instructed Wen Xin to wait by the edge of the springs, as she was unable to swim. Oblivious to the fact that Wen Xin was no longer the same person she once was. Diving into the warm waters, Wen Xifeng, accustomed to catching fish in the river, soon managed to snare a 3-pound fish, tossing it at Wen Xion's feet with a stern reminder to keep an eye on it to prevent its escape back into the springs. His pace in catching fish was considerably slower than before, as he managed only 5 within an hour, yet they were all hefty specimens weighing 3 to 4 pounds. The fish in the springs had been largely fished out by Wen Xin, leaving only a few small ones, which Wen Xifeng could not catch, rendering him helpless. Observing several large fish at the edge of the springs, but only small, elusive ones in the water, he decided to emerge from the springs. Just as he was about to exit, a sudden, searing pain shot through his calf. With a sharp gasp, he scrambled ashore, discovering 2 tiny puncture wounds oozing dark blood. Wen Xin, witnessing the injury on her uncle's leg, realized he had been bitten by a venomous snake. In ancient times, there were no antivenoms. One could only apply herbal remedies, and finding such herbs in this season of wild growth was nearly impossible. Uncle, how are you? Though she had not seen the snake that bit him, the dark blood flowing from his wound filled her with dread. Soon his calf began to swell. For Wen Xin, who had only encountered snakes in the safety of the city zoo, the thought of handling a wound was daunting, leaving her in a state of anxious uncertainty. Girl, quickly fetch the hatchet, Wen Xifeng strained to say, tying a piece of cloth around the upper part of the wound. He had brought the hatchet down with him, fearing wild beasts might lurk in the cave. Hearing her uncle's request, Wen Xin hurried to retrieve the hatchet and rushed back to his side, unsure of its intended use. As Wen Xifeng took the hatchet, he made a swift incision near the wound, then applied pressure. Dark blood flowed out, followed by a stream of bright red blood. Chapter 9. To the county town Wen Xin, steeling herself, filled a container with water from the hot springs to cleanse Wen Xifeng's wound. The mere thought of the venomous snake lurking in the waters sent chills down her spine. Quietly summoning the spiritual water from her space, she used it to wash the injury. Girl, go outside and call for grandfather. Your uncle must remain still, or the venom will spread throughout his body. Wen Xifeng leaned against the rock wall, his voice weak. Wen Xin nodded repeatedly, reminding herself to remain composed, for her uncle's life rested in her hands. Uncle, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Fearing the snake might emerge from the springs, she supported Wen Xifeng, moving him farther from the water before setting off. Climbing out of the cave with urgency, Wen Xin raced toward the resting cave. The deep snow made her journey perilous, and she lost count of how many times she stumbled. By the time she reached the cave, her legs were numbed by the cold. Just as she approached the entrance, villagers spotted her, and soon inquiries about her distress followed. My uncle has been bitten by a venomous snake. I need to inform grandfather, Wen Xin gasped, utterly exhausted. Upon hearing of Wen Xifeng's plight, the villagers grew anxious. Historically, 8 out of 10 individuals bitten by snakes in the village had perished. Word spread within the cave, and shortly after, Wen Dashing emerged with several young men, urgently questioning Wen Xin about the location of the bite. Unfamiliar with the cave, she mentioned, Wen Dashing had no choice but to ask Wen Qingfu to carry Wen Xin along. Wen Qingfu understood the gravity of the situation. Wen Xifeng had taken on the bulk of the family's labor, and if something were to happen to him, their good days would come to an end. Without hesitation, Wen Xin climbed onto Wen Qingfu's back and directed him toward the cave. Upon learning of Wen Shifeng's snake bite and the uncertainty surrounding his condition, Chen Tao's eyes filled with tears, while Wen Yu and Wen Di felt engulfed by darkness. They had never been favored in the household, and now, with their father in peril, they feared for their future. Wen Yu recalled the village girls without fathers, many of whom had been sold to traffickers. After guiding them for a while, they arrived at the place where Wen Shifeng had been cutting wood. Discovering that he was in the underground cave, Wen Dasheng and the villagers swiftly entered, with Wen Xin following closely behind. Upon entering the empty cave, Wen Dasheng's anxiety surged. Spotting Wen Xin, he quickly inquired about Wen Shifeng's whereabouts. "He is in this underground cave. Come with me," Wen Xin urged, leading the way inside. Upon reaching the underground chamber, they immediately saw Wen Shifeng resting against the wall. The villagers and Wen Dasheng were taken aback by the sight. The moment they noticed the rabbit tied beside Wen Shifeng, their eyes brightened. "Uncle, how are you? I've called for grandfather." "You will be fine," Wen Xin said, her heart aching as she noticed the swelling darkening his calf. Wen Dasheng and Wen Qingfu hurried to examine the wound. Fortunately, they had drained the venom in time, but to cleanse it completely, he needed to be taken to the county town to see a doctor. Wen Dasheng, having seen many snakebite victims, knew that most fared worse than Wen Shifeng. Hearing his words, Wen Xin felt a wave of relief. At least her uncle's life was no longer in immediate danger. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for Wen Shifeng's condition not worsening was the cleansing effects of her spiritual water. Meanwhile, the villagers discovered the presence of fish in the hot springs, and some were preparing to enter the water to catch them. Alarmed, Wen Xin shouted, "There are venomous snakes in the springs. Do not go in. My uncle was bitten there." Upon hearing her warning, the villagers exchanged glances between the springs and the injured Wen Shifeng, ultimately deciding against entering the water. Due to the narrow cave entrance, Wen Dasheng fashioned a makeshift stretcher to secure Wen Shifeng, with a strong uncle pulling the ropes. After much effort, they finally managed to extract him from the cave. Aware that Wen Shifeng's injury could not afford delay, they bypassed the cave to head directly toward the county town. The remaining two villagers accompanied Wen Xin back to the cave to spread the word. At this time, Wen Xin clutched the rabbit and the fish her uncle had caught. Gazing at the lifeless fish, she was flooded with regret, realizing that had it not been for her, he would not have ventured into the underground cave and faced the snake bite. Upon returning to the cave, her feet were sore and bloodied. But no one paid her any mind. Everyone was busy gathering supplies to journey to the county town. Observing her aunt's swollen eyes from crying, Wen Xin offered comfort and, "Do not be too sorrowful. Grandfather assured me that uncle's wound is not severe, and he will surely recover once we reach the county town and see a doctor." Though uncertainty lingered in Wen Xion's heart regarding her uncle's fate, she could not bear to see her aunt in distress, so she spoke those words. She believed that heaven would not be so cruel. Her uncle was such a good man. How could he simply perish? Upon hearing Wen Xion's words, Chen Tao wiped her tears, reminding herself that this was not the time for sorrow. She had 2 daughters and a young son to care for, and she was certain her husband would be all right. Luing urged everyone to make haste toward the county town. Wen Xian, enduring the pain in her feet, set out with a considerable load. The cave was not far from the town, and after 2 hours, they arrived at the county gates, where a throng of refugees had gathered. Word had spread that the county magistrate distributed a bowl of hot porridge each day, and everyone awaited at the entrance. Perhaps fearing unrest among the refugees, the gates were tightly shut. As Wen Xian approached the county town, she spotted her grandfather speaking with the soldiers guarding the entrance. "Sir, I implore you, please open the gates and let us in. My son has been bitten by a snake, and if we do not find a doctor soon, he may lose his life." Wen Dasheng pleaded anxiously, almost on the verge of kneeling before the guards. The elderly man had been reminded numerous times that without orders from above, the city gates could not be opened at will. While he sympathized with the plight of the young man as son, compassion alone could not compel him to disobey the magistrate's commands. Unless someone from within the city could vouch for them, they would remain outside, even until darkness fell. The soldiers guarding the gates shook their heads at Wen Shifeng's situation. Without orders, the gates could not be breached, and it appeared that this individual would not survive the ordeal. The soldiers had long since hardened their hearts, as each day during this year of disaster People perished from hunger and cold at the city gates, requiring them to clear away the deceased each evening. Regardless of Wen Xing's pleas, the soldiers remained resolute, ultimately finding him a nuisance and summoning someone to pull him away, forbidding him from speaking further. Nearby, Chun Tao and Lu Ying observed the scene, their hearts breaking as they sank to the ground in tears. They had no family or friends residing in the county. The onlookers turned away, for in these times, one's own family was paramount, and few had the luxury to concern themselves with the troubles of others. Chapter 10. Blame on Wen Xin with the gates barred. The Wen family could only stand anxiously in place. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Wen Yu and Wen Di rushed forward, kneeling before the gatekeeper, weeping as they implored him to open the gates. "Kind sir, please allow us entry. My father is in dire need of a physician." Wen Yu's health had only just begun to improve, and his pallor resembled the snow upon the ground. Wen Xin, fearing a relapse, hurried to support her brother. Glancing at the cart laden with several large fish, she dashed forward, presenting the fish to the soldier. "Esteemed sir, would you assist us? We do not need to enter the city. Could you perhaps summon a doctor to come out? We implore you." As she hurriedly pressed the fish into the soldier's hands, Wen Xin inwardly lamented her predicament. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never before begged so humbly. Yet, for the sake of her uncle, she had no choice. The soldier scrutinized the fish in his grasp, and then regarded the understanding Wen Xin. "I can only relay your message. Whether the doctor will come is beyond my guarantee." Wen Xing nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing his gratitude. Although he mourned the loss of the fish, it paled in comparison to the well-being of his son. Typically, he might have shown favoritism, but how could he idly watch his own child languish? At that moment, when Shifeng was lifted and laid upon the cart, observing his father's worry brought him a sense of joy, affirming that his father cared for him. After a brief interval, news arrived from the city that many were afflicted with ailments, and the doctor was too occupied to attend to them. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you," the soldier explained. "I have sent word to several medical establishments, but none are available." He waved off the messenger, who was merely a child of 7 or 8 years, leaving Wen Xin to ponder whether the message had been conveyed clearly or if the doctor dismissed him due to his youth and tattered clothing. Having spent 2 copper coins, the soldier had sent a small beggar from the city to deliver the message. With no doctor forthcoming and the fish gone, Wen Xin resigned herself to misfortune. Believing that the spring water might still hold some efficacy, she frequently tended to Wen Shifeng's wounds. Returning to the cart, Wen Xing shot a furious glare at Wen Xin, his face contorted with resentment. "You foolish girl, look at what you've done. You've squandered several fine fish. Do you understand the intricacies of human relationships, or are you merely a hindrance? It seems your parents failed to teach you any better." In his anger over the loss of the fish, Wen Xing failed to recall that he had initially supported Wen Xin's actions. Hearing his words, Wen Xin rolled her eyes in exasperation, her mind brimming with retorts. Zhang Hong, already displeased with Wen Xin's earlier actions, seized her ear, twisting it painfully while hurling insults. "It has only been a day since I last disciplined you, and you've already forgotten your lessons. Do you comprehend the worth of those fish? You are a disgrace." As she berated Wen Xin, Zhang Hong's frustration turned towards Wen Shifeng, her annoyance at Wen Xin's perceived favoritism evident. It was infuriating that her own daughter would turn against her, and she could hardly contain her ire. Just when Wen Xin thought she had escaped Zhang Hong's grasp, the old woman's wrath was rekindled. Those fish had been caught by her uncle. Even if they were discarded, he would not reproach her. She was acutely aware of those who treated her kindly, despite Zhang Hong being her mother. Wen Xin could not abide her unjust treatment. She had clearly sought the soldier's approval when presenting the fish, and, if he had disapproved, he would have intervened. Now, to blame her was utterly shameless. Wen Xin's defiance incited Zhang Hong's anger further, drawing Wen Xing into the fray. She, a product of the 21st century, understood that while respecting elders is virtuous, exploiting that respect became intolerable, especially when her words held truth. Wen Xing, nearly apoplectic with rage, trembled as he pointed to Wen Xin, repeatedly accusing her of being unfilial. Meanwhile, Wen Qingfu, witnessing Wen Xin's audacity, brandished a stout stick, preparing to strike her. In an instant, Wen Xin dashed behind Wen Shifeng for protection. "Uncle, I have done nothing wrong. Should such a situation arise again, I would still offer the fish. I do not wish for you to come to harm." With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed defiantly at her father. The sight of her parents, ready to strike her over a few fish, severed any lingering hope she had for familial affection. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Her parents were irredeemably entrenched in their ways. When Shifeng, understanding his daughter's concern, took a deep breath and addressed his father. Father, Xin is merely worried for me. Fish can be caught again. No sooner had he spoken than Wen Xin erupted in anger. Catch them? With what? The springs are home to poisonous snakes. Who would dare? His voice softened upon seeing Wen Shifeng's deteriorating condition, clearly protective of Wen Xin. When Shifeng's stance left Wen Xin speechless, and the matter concerning the fish was left unresolved. Only when Xin recognized that her grandfather harbored resentment towards her. As she contemplated her predicament, she resolved that if circumstances grew intolerable, she would distance herself from this place. She could not believe that she could not survive without relying on the space she had. She began to devise a plan to quietly sell some fish and rabbits within the city, acquiring provisions and seeds to store away. Before long, the village chief arrived with a group of villagers. Upon hearing Wen Xin recount the situation, those with relatives in the county readily offered to vouch for the Wen family. They approached the soldiers, and after some persuasion, the soldiers agreed to allow them entry into the city, albeit with the condition that they must exit by nightfall. Those without relatives in the county were strictly forbidden from loitering in the streets, for to be discovered would spell certain doom. The soldiers made it clear that they had given fair warning. The soldier's demeanor was icy, having witnessed the earlier scene of Wen Xin chastising Wen Xin. The fish had been her own choice to offer. It was not as if he had coerced her. What was the fuss over a handful of fish? Realizing he had offended the soldier, Wen Xin lowered his head and hurried his family through the gates. In his mind, he believed that a farmer must never clash with officials. Having lived a sheltered life, the memories of the original Wen Xin were confined to the small courtyard and arable land. She had never ventured beyond the village. The 10 copper coins she possessed were a gift from her grandmother during the new year, saved over many years. Despite the biting cold of winter, the streets bustled with life. Shoppers thronged the markets, and vendors shouted their wares. Led by Wen Xin, the Wen family pushed their cart directly to a medical establishment, observing the moderately busy clinic. Wen Xin instructed Wen Qingfu to carry Wen Shifeng inside, while he asked Lu Ying and the others to guard their belongings outside. Chapter 11. The secret purchase of seeds. Wen Xin cautiously glanced around, noting that adjacent to the medical clinic was a grain shop. Inside, various grains were sold, but she was uncertain if seeds were available. With only 10 copper coins to her name, and unable to leave to sell rabbits and fish, it seemed her only option was to buy a few seeds to plant in her space and reserve for future use. Grandmother, I wish to take a look inside the grain shop. Wen Xin feigned curiosity, pointing at the shop as she spoke to Lu Ying. Observing Wen Xin's inquisitive demeanor and recalling that Wen Xifeng could not emerge immediately, Lu Ying hesitated but then nodded in agreement. Do not wander too far. If I call for you, return at once, and do not cause any trouble, she cautioned, her concern evident. Wen Xin was aware of her grandmother's kind heart, her inherent gentleness. Yet, since her marriage, she often had to heed the words of her husband, lacking a strong voice of her own. Lu Ying usually acquiesced to whatever her husband suggested. Wen Xin nodded earnestly and dashed into the grain shop like a gust of wind. The shop was rather desolate, lined with jars of various sizes, and only one attendant stood behind the counter. Upon hearing footsteps, the attendant looked up, spotting a child, and likely assumed she was merely a hungry beggar seeking food. You should leave. We do not offer charity here. If you wish to eat, wait at the city gate. He waved dismissively at Wen Xin. The attendant seemed to be around 17, an age when one was considered an adult in ancient times, capable of bearing familial responsibilities. Wen Xin smiled sweetly at him. Though her clothes were tattered, she hardly resembled a beggar. It was perhaps her pallid complexion that misled him. Starvation at home, coupled with hard labor, had left her looking gaunt, with yellowing skin and hair as dry as withered grass, hence the misunderstanding. Unfazed by being mistaken for a beggar, Wen Xin addressed the attendant. Excuse me, I would like to purchase some seeds. Do you have any available? Internally, she hoped fervently that they did, for her space needed to be filled with food. The attendant paused, taken aback by her request, his skepticism apparent as he doubted her means. How many seeds do you wish to buy? We have wheat seeds, vegetable seeds, and even flower seeds. Pride crept into his voice as he mentioned the flower seeds, for their shop had been the largest seed store in the county before the calamity, with many nobles procuring flower seeds from them for cultivation. Relieved to hear there were seeds available, Wen Xin's brow furrowed in concentration. She retrieved her scant 10 copper coins and inquired, "Could you spare me a few of each?" As long as she could keep them alive in her space. The quantity was irrelevant. The crucial aspect was simply to obtain seeds, even if it was only a single one. The attendant, seeing her 10 copper coins, mused that even a mosquito, no matter how small, was still meat. He then gathered a variety of seeds and even added a few extra flower seeds as a bonus. These flower seeds had been gathered by the previous owner from the mountains, and no one knew what they were, which was precisely why they could not fetch a good price. Never had he encountered someone purchasing seeds in such a manner, leading him to believe Wen Xin was merely engaging in a pastime. After handing over the coins, Wen Xin clutched the seeds with excitement, discovering that several possessed a hint of spiritual energy. She quickly tucked them into her bosom, actually placing them into her space. Having secured her seeds, Wen Xin exited the grain shop, where she noticed someone standing at the entrance. "Wendy, what are you doing here? Did grandmother send you to call for me?" Wendy, who had accompanied Wen Xin, hesitated upon seeing the seeds in Wen Xin's hands, unsure if she should inform the adults. Xin, why did you buy seeds?" "Our family is fleeing from the famine. We cannot plant anything." In Wendy's eyes, spending money on seeds seemed far less prudent than purchasing a few steamed buns. Yet, she was curious about the origin of Wen Xin's money. Was it possibly stolen? "No, when we reach the capital, we will have land to cultivate, and then we can plant the seeds," Wen Xin explained, not hiding the truth. She had used her own savings to buy the seeds rather than taking from the family's funds. Returning to the cart, Wen Xin felt exhilarated at having acquired seeds, while Wendy rushed to whisper to Wen Yue about Wen Xin's purchase. "Sister, do you think the money in Wen Xin's hands was given by mother? She has always favored Wen Xin, and now she even gives her money, while we receive none." Wendy expressed with envy. Wen Yue, upon hearing this, cast a skeptical glance at the jubilant Wen Xin before whispering back, "Do not speak recklessly without evidence. If mother were to give money, it would be to us, not Wen Xin." Wendy disagreed vehemently, asserting, if it wasn't Team Mother, then who else would give Wen Xin money? Grandmother wouldn't and Aunt wouldn't either. Perhaps it fell from the sky. In Wendy's mind, the money was undoubtedly from Chuntao. Wen Yue's suspicions deepened at Wendy's words. Could it truly be that Mother, feeling pity for Wen Xin, had given her money? The thought nagged at her. Chuntao seldom gave them money, yet she had bestowed 10 copper coins upon Wen Xin, enough for 10 large steamed buns. This seemed profoundly unjust. Just as Wen Yue was preparing to confront Wen Xin about the source of her funds, Wen Qingfu emerged from the clinic, carrying Wen Xifeng. The doctor had redressed the wounds and prescribed herbal medicine, and Wen Xifeng was no longer in critical condition. Upon seeing him, Wen Yue and Wendy's concerns shifted entirely to Wen Xifeng, temporarily forgetting about Wen Xin's money. Wendy Sheng checked the time and instructed Wen Qingfu to go into the city for supplies, telling Lu Ying to take Wen Xifeng to wait for them at the city gate. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu accompanied Wendy Sheng, claiming they would help carry items, while 7-year-old Wen Yuan wished to join them. Without a word, Wendy Sheng left, leaving Wen Yuan to cry until Chun Tao comforted him. At the city gates, the soldiers conducted a head count and noticed 4 individuals were missing. "We're still short 4. If they don't return by nightfall, they could get caught and thrown into jail where food is scarce," one soldier remarked. Hearing this, Lu Ying hurried to clarify that Wendy Sheng was merely buying supplies and had no intention of lingering in the city. The soldiers then allowed Lu Ying and her group to exit. Once outside, noticing the day was still early, Wen Xin used the excuse of needing to relieve herself to slip into a nearby grove. Finding no one around, she swiftly entered her space. Inside, she eagerly poured out the seeds and began to dig holes in the ground with a stick, grumbling to herself. "If I had known, I would have swiped a hoe from home. Who knew farming would be so arduous?" Having grown up in modernity, Wen Xin was unfamiliar with the rigors of agriculture. The knowledge she possessed about farming stemmed from the memories of her previous self, yet she had never experienced it firsthand. Only now, as she endeavored to cultivate, did she grasp the true hardships involved. Though the seeds were few, she managed to plant them all and felt a strain in her back. Nevertheless, the thought of her space eventually being filled with grains and vegetables alleviated her discomfort. She had planted the few seeds that radiated spiritual energy together, intrigued by their nature. Little did she know that the attendant had mistaken her for a pitiful child and had given her some unsellable flower seeds. Afterward, she fetched some spiritual spring water to nourish the seeds, observing the wild grasses nearby beginning to sprout. A smile crept across her face as she thought, "This space is remarkable. In just half a day, the growth is already so promising. In a few days, the wild grasses will flourish abundantly." Chapter 12. Where did the money come from? Time within the space flowed concurrently with the outside world. Fearing her grandmother might come looking for her, Wen Xin washed her hands at the spring and exited the space, making her way toward the city gate. Upon spotting Wen Xin, Wen Huai Fu dashed up to her, exclaiming, "Where have you been? I look for you everywhere. Hurry back, mother is angry." Confused by her grandmother's anger, Wen Xin approached, her mind swirling with questions. Why was her grandmother summoning her? Did she think Wen Xin could extinguish her anger? Upon seeing Wen Xin, Lu Ying waved her over, and Wen Xin approached, still uncertain of the reason for her summons. "Grandmother, did you call for me?" she inquired as she reached Lu Ying, who wore a serious expression. "Grandma often taught you not to take what isn't yours, nor to casually handle things around the house." Lu Ying found it hard to believe that Wen Xin would steal money from home. After all, the household finances were tightly guarded by the old man. It was impossible for Wen Xin, or even herself, to come across a single coin. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Wen Xin was utterly confused, replying, "I understand, Grandma. I haven't taken anything from home." She had barely arrived in this world when she had to flee for survival, leaving no time for mischief. And the timid original owner would never dare to take anything. Seeing Wen Xin's perplexed expression only deepened Lu Ying's confusion. Wen Di had spoken with clarity. Yet Lu Ying pondered where Wen Xin had acquired the money for seeds. 10 copper coins could only be exchanged for 10 eggs. Could it be that Wen Xin had stolen eggs to sell? That didn't seem plausible, as she was well aware of how many eggs each hen laid. And she would certainly know who had taken them. As Lu Ying's mind wandered with wild speculation, Wen Xin was also deep in thought. She was certain she hadn't taken anything from home, and her grandmother's inquiry must have stemmed from some reason. Glancing around, she noticed Wen Di's envious expression. It dawned on her. Was Grandma questioning where the money for seeds came from? It was the red envelope money given to her by her grandmother every spring festival, which she had been saving diligently. After speaking, Wen Xin felt that her life had become excessively scrutinized, unable to comprehend why Wen Di would divulge this matter to their grandmother. Nearby, Zhang Hong was poised to reprimand Wen Xin, but upon learning that the money had come from her own mother, she suddenly shouted at Wen Xin, "You disobedient little wretch. Why didn't you hand over the money your grandmother gave you? It seems you become quite cheeky today." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike Wen Xin. Upon learning the truth, Lu Ying intervened to prevent Zhang Hong from hitting Wen Xin, casting a reproachful glance at Wen Di. Although Lu Ying had intervened, Zhang Hong remained relentless, demanding that Wen Xin hand over the money. "I used it all to buy seeds. It's gone," Wen Xin replied, feeling a deep-seated aversion towards Zhang Hong's behavior, wishing a meteor would fall and crush her. Wen Xin's aloofness was perceived by Zhang Hong as arrogance, which only made her shout louder, now demanding the seeds Wen Xin had purchased. The seeds had long been planted in the space. How could they be retrieved? Even if it were possible, Wen Xin refused, for they were her assurance for a joyful future. Chun Tao, unable to bear the injustice, interjected, "This child has worked hard to save a little money, forgoing her own meals to buy seeds, and you, as a mother, should commend her instead of demanding her things. Sister-in-law, Wen Xin buying seeds is for her future. Besides, how many seeds can you buy with 10 copper coins? Not enough to even fill your teeth." Chun Tao understood Zhang Hong well. Zhang Hong's desire for Wen Xin seeds was simply a craving for food. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's intentions, Lu Ying's anger flared. It was unacceptable to waste grain, especially seeds that should never be consumed. She removed her shoes, soaked from the snow, and began to strike Zhang Hong while berating her. "You wasteful woman. Who wants to eat seeds? Let us see if I don't beat you to a pulp. You troublemaker." As Zhang Hong endured the blows, she glared at Chun Tao, feeling resentment. If it weren't for Chun Tao's cunning, she wouldn't be in this predicament. She had wanted to eat the seeds, but hadn't uttered a word. How could Chun Tao know? In truth, Chun Tao was merely trying to trap her. This incident only deepened Zhang Hong's animosity towards Chun Tao. Grandma beat Zhang Hong until she was gasping for breath, and Zhang Hong no longer dared to demand seeds from Wen Xin. The matter concluded with Zhang Hong's punishment, knowing that Wen Xin's money came from her grandmother. Wen Yu shot a glare at Wen Di when Wen Xin wasn't looking, blaming her for the unfounded suspicions that led to this ordeal. She had always thought that their mother would never give Wen Xin money. If she did, it would be for her. Yet, Wen Yu couldn't help but envy Wen Xin. Despite her mother's coldness, her grandmother truly cared for her. Unlike her own grandmother, who had always despised her for being a girl and had even contemplated drowning her and her sister at birth. It was only due to their parents' fierce protection that they had survived. As the sun began to set, Lu Ying grew anxious when she noticed Wen Dusheng had not yet appeared at the city gate. Just as she contemplated asking a soldier for news, she spotted Wen Dusheng and Wen Qingfu approaching the gate, burdened with goods. Wen Xin was taken aback by the sight of their bruised faces. "Father, what has happened? Who has beaten you all?" Seeing the injuries on Wen Dusheng's face, Lu Ying was furious. Zhang Hong, upon noticing Wen Qingfu's wounds, merely cast a dismissive glance. But when she saw her two sons' injuries, it was as if a volcano erupted within her. "Who dares to harm my sons? Is there no justice left in this world?" She collapsed onto the ground, wailing, drawing the attention of those around her. Witnessing Zhang Hong's disgraceful display, Wen Qingfu's face darkened. This woman seemed intent on making life difficult for him, as if her embarrassment wasn't enough. Setting down the rice from his back, he stepped forward and kicked Zhang Hong in the stomach. "I'm still alive. What right do you have to cry?" Wen Qingfu was already simmering with anger and cast a resentful glance at his father. If it weren't for him being unreasonable, they wouldn't have been beaten and would have secured food without trouble. "Mother, it's all Grandpa's fault." He insisted the grain shop owner was unscrupulous and refused to pay, leading to our beating, and we almost couldn't buy rice. Wen Sheng, filled with grievances, had remained silent throughout, yet he had been punished. It was all Grandpa's fault. Upon hearing Wen Sheng's complaint, Wen Dusheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he bellowed. "When did I say I wouldn't pay? The grain was much more expensive than usual. Does he expect to be justified?" At that moment, Wen Xin, who had been quietly listening, felt compelled to defend the grain shop owner. It was a year of disaster, and prices were bound to rise. The shopkeeper had inflated them excessively, yet they accused him of lacking conscience. Anyone in such circumstances would feel anger. Wen Xin thought, if she were the grain shop owner, dealing with a stubborn and foul-mouthed man like her grandfather, she might have lost her temper and resorted to violence. Zhang Hong discreetly tugged at Wen Sheng's sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks. If they angered their father further, he would surely unleash his wrath upon them. Although Wen Sheng felt a sense of injustice, he wasn't foolish enough to voice his thoughts, recognizing that family matters were dictated by his grandfather. Stubbornly, he placed the rice on the cart and walked away in silence. Zhang Hong, clutching her aching stomach from Wen Qingfu's kick, stood up, no longer daring to cry. Chapter 13. Black Wind Ridge. Most people remained in the county town, and only 4 families, along with the village chief, came out, making a total of 6 families, including the Wen family. They gathered at the city gate, deciding to spend the night there before heading towards the capital at dawn. That night, each person received a bowl of porridge, but it was truly just porridge. Wen Xin didn't see a single grain of rice in her bowl, merely treating it as hot water to soothe herself. The city gate was crowded with people, and as night fell, the gate suddenly swung open. Soldiers in official attire began pushing out carts filled with corpses. The leading soldier pointed at the bodies, addressing the crowd. "Behold, these are the fates of those who dared to seek a livelihood in the city. You must all leave by tomorrow morning. If I return and find you here, you will meet the same fate." He gestured to the cold, lifeless bodies. This was Wen Xin's first encounter with death, and the sheer number of corpses left her trembling with fear. Initially thinking she was the only one affected, she turned to find that most people were equally terrified. With Wen Shu so frightened, he wet himself. No one dared to argue with the leading soldier. They were mere farmers, and the soldiers were officials protected by higher powers. In a year of disaster, lives were worth little. Although she had anticipated the disregard for human life in ancient times, Wen Xin truly grasped the terror upon witnessing it. That night, as she closed her eyes to sleep, the images of those pierced by long spears haunted her mind, keeping her awake until dawn. At first, Wen Xin harbored doubts about the village chief's decision to head to the capital. However, it now seems that leaving is the only viable option, and she hopes that upon reaching the capital, they might find some semblance of stability. The magistrates of each county are reluctant to allow large numbers of refugees into their towns, but they cannot simply ignore the plight either. Thus, most relief comes in the form of rice porridge, but they do not permit long-term stays. There have been several instances of refugees committing acts of violence, including robbery and murder for food, and a number of magistrates have met their demise at the hands of desperate refugees. Understanding the magistrates' fear, Wen Xin set off with the village chief, laden with their belongings, alongside others at the city gate. Though none were familiar with one another, each wary of the other. Those who knew each other banded together, while the isolated individuals were quickly preyed upon for their supplies. Some attempted to seize the goods on Wen's cart, but the village chief rallied the others to deter them. Wendy, in a reckless state, declared that if their food were stolen, they would truly be without hope. With their dwindling silver, they were entirely reliant on the provisions stored on the cart. Village chief, will we truly find stability in the capital? After 7 days of travel from the county seat, they had encountered many refugees, most of whom appeared listless and pale. Wen Xin feared that even upon reaching the capital, they might still find no refuge, which prompted her to seize a moment to question the village chief. To be honest, I am uncertain, he replied. However, historically, those who fled to the capital during disasters have survived the most, and many have even returned home. If one must escape, why not choose the capital? The village chief did not regard Wen Xin's tender age of 10 as a hindrance. He believed her to be more discerning and respectful than his 15-year-old son, Wen Xin. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Wen Xin felt a flicker of hope, wishing for a chance to settle in the capital. She glanced down at her worn shoes, revealing 2 toes, and sighed. They were her only footwear, and she wondered if they could endure the journey to the capital. Fortunately, her former self had developed considerable strength from years of labor. Otherwise, carrying such a burden over such a distance would have surely exhausted her. Surviving on just a few potatoes or sweet potatoes each day, she feared that without her frequent sips of the spiritual water from her space, she would have succumbed to illness long ago. In recent days, Wen Xing's illness had recurred, and Wen Di had fallen ill as well, while Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were also unwell. The only children in the family who had not fallen ill were Wen Le and Wen Xin. Stealthily entering her space to check, she found that wild grass had proliferated, and wild rabbits had made their homes there. Gazing at the plump rabbits, Wen Xin could only swallow her saliva in silence, feeling powerless to act. Over the past few days, she had gathered a considerable amount of firewood in her space, but sadly realized that she lacked the skill to kill rabbits, having never done so before. Thus unsure of how to process them, Wen Xin had contemplated that once she had enough firewood accumulated, she would kill a rabbit and roast it, disregarding the entrails. After all, no obstacle should deter her from enjoying meat. She discovered that time in her space flowed at the same pace as outside, though crops grew 10 times faster within. Ahead lay Black Wind Ridge, and the villagers gathered closely, urged by the village chief not to act recklessly. Upon reaching a forest's edge, the village chief suddenly halted and addressed the crowd. Black Wind Ridge was a perilous stronghold, difficult to defend yet easy to attack, prior to the disaster. It had been a den for bandits, and the arrival of the calamity had only increased their numbers. Listening to the hushed murmurs around her, Wen Xin felt puzzled. If Black Wind Ridge was so dangerous, why not take a detour? Soon, she heard the answer. If it weren't for the other official road being blocked by heavy snow, why would we take the risk of crossing Black Wind Ridge? Indeed, it was the wretched weather that had led them to this predicament, and they could only hope that the bandits would remain huddled in their caves, fearing the cold. Although they knew such a scenario was nearly impossible, the group clung to this fantasy. Almost every household had sick elders and children, and now, regardless of their previous acquaintances, they had reached a consensus. Their common enemy was the bandits. In a clearing before the woods, several hundred people had gathered, most of whom were too weak from hunger to be of any fighting capability. Such individuals would likely succumb to a single blow from bandits. Observing the food supplies on the cart, Wen Xin lamented inwardly. Crossing Black Wind Ridge would likely strip them bare. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to fill her own belly. Everyone was reluctant to allow the bandits to take advantage, and a few respected elders within the crowd spent a considerable amount of time deliberating before arriving at a decision. To traverse Black Wind Ridge, they would all need to contribute some provisions. Only then would the bandits allow them passage. Before the village chief could finish speaking, the crowd erupted in commotion. How can we give food to the bandits? How can we survive after that? With the weather so brutal, They were already relying on their scant supplies. Losing their food would mean death. Despite the protests, the village chief, leading the strongest among them, sighed and said, "Do you think I wish to relinquish our provisions? If I could think of any alternative, I would not ask you to give up our food. If we do not surrender our supplies, we cannot cross Black Wind Ridge. Here, we will starve, and if we return to the county seat, we will face the soldiers' wrath, though they would lose a portion of their provisions. If they could cross Black Wind Ridge, they would reach the next county town within a day's journey, where they could devise further plans. This was certainly preferable to the alternatives of being killed or starving to death." The village chief's heartfelt entreaty began to sway some in the crowd. Yet, how could they ensure that the bandits would only take a portion of their food? If the bandits took their supplies and refused to let them pass, what then? Wen Xin, quick-witted, raised these crucial concerns. The village chief and several older men turned to Wen Xin, recognizing the significance of his questions. "Listen to me," Wen Xin urged. "If the bandits take a portion of our food and still do not relent, then we must fight back. Returning means death, and staying here also means death. If we must perish, we will at least take a piece of them with us." The village chief, his eyes reddening, shouted, "Every person desires to live. But if there is truly no way out, we will drag a few of them down with us." The villagers stirred with excitement at his words. And even Wen Xin felt a surge of indignation. This world was already so harsh, and if the bandits denied them a way to survive, they might as well fight. Sensing the collective resolve of the crowd, the village chief felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as the bandits were rational, they would surely make the right choice. At noon, the village chief instructed everyone to cook and eat as much as possible, for they had no idea what awaited them ahead. Lu Ying, too, ceased to lament the loss of food, reasoning that it was better for their own people to eat more than to let the bandits take it. Each person was given 5 large potatoes, making this the most filling meal Wen Xin had enjoyed since arriving. The ailing children in Wen's family also managed to eat their fill, with Wenla stuffing himself until Wen Xin worried he might overeat and become ill. After the meal, spirits lifted amongst the group, and the village chief, along with the leaders of other factions, discussed how each household would contribute food based on their numbers. Those without provisions were encouraged to borrow, as it was unavoidable. Soon, a pile of food appeared in the clearing. However, some individuals could not find food to borrow, nor did they have any of their own. And the village chief arranged for these people to walk at the front of the crowd. Everyone knew that those at the forefront were most at risk. If bandits descended from the mountain, they would undoubtedly target the first in line. The village chief, along with the other leaders, decided to send strong young men to push the food that everyone had contributed. "Keep moving forward. Do not fear. Once we reach the capital, we will find a way to survive," they encouraged one another. Wen Xin and Wenla struggled to push the cart, which had previously been assisted by Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, but now they were too ill to help. The only ones left to push the cart were Wen Xin and Wenla. Wen Xin and Wenyi both carried burdens on their backs, which, while not heavy, they were reluctant to share. Wen Xin, in particular, berated Wen Xin for her lack of strength, venting his frustrations on her throughout the journey. Unaccustomed to hard labor, Wen Xin found the ordeal of fleeing to be quite taxing, and with pent-up anger, he often scolded Wen Xin and Wenla. With his 2 sons protected by their father, he felt free to vent his ire on the 2 burdens. If it weren't for the fear of damaging Wen Xin and Wenla by making them carry burdens, he would have long since taken action. After traversing for about half an hour, Wen Xin finally arrived at the infamous Haifeng Ridge, which instilled dread in all who heard its name. Before her lay a treacherous gorge, its formidable terrain indeed, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Once one entered the gorge, one's life was essentially surrendered to those atop the mountain. It was no wonder that previous government attempts to quell the bandits had never succeeded. As the crowd gazed at the gorge, whispers began to circulate. Would the bandits allow us to pass? What if they rolled stones down from above? The village chief and several leaders halted at the entrance, equally fearful of a sudden attack from the bandits. Just as the crowd settled, voices echoed from within the gorge. Within 10 minutes, dozens of men wielding swords and knives appeared, dressed in worn-out cotton jackets, their faces flushed, indicating they had neither suffered from the cold nor from hunger. Upon sighting these armed men, the crowd fell silent. Even their breaths became cautious, lest they provoke the adversaries. The village chief and the leaders approached nervously, their minds racing with strategies for negotiation, but upon encountering the bandits, The rehearsed words evaporated from their lips. "Are you the leader of this group? Can you make decisions for them?" asked a towering man, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, weighing over 200 pounds. His dark skin and a vicious scar across his left cheek made it clear he was formidable. The village chief and the others stammered their responses. But the scarred man displayed no impatience. After listening, a handsome bandit behind him spoke up. "Your calculations are overly optimistic. If we kill you, we gain all your provisions, while we grant you a chance at survival. Let us not forget we are bandits, not benevolent souls." Hearing this, despair washed over the crowd, and Wen Xin, clutching one la, prepared to retreat into her spatial realm. With their slight frames, they could easily find a hidden spot should the bandits descend. Survival was paramount. As for the others, she could not extend her aid, for she was no saint. Just as everyone braced for a fight to the death, the scarred man suddenly turned and slapped the handsome bandit violently. Then he addressed the village chief and his companions. "Leave the provisions behind, and you may go." The scarred man had once been a humble farmer, his grandfather a scholar. It was the harshness of life that had driven him to this path. He harbored resentment towards corrupt officials, not towards these unfortunate souls. The handsome bandit attempted to persuade further, arguing that the provisions they carried were substantial. This venture would yield great rewards, and casualties were inevitable in grand endeavors. What did a few fallen comrades matter when so much food would be lost? The scarred man ordered his men to retrieve the provisions, leaving the crowd in disbelief. Not only did the bandits spare their lives, but they also demanded no additional supplies, allowing them to depart unscathed. Was there a hidden trap ahead? It was only after crossing Hafing Ridge that they truly believed the bandits honored their word. Despite the heavy snowfall, Wen Xin was drenched in sweat, having feared the bandits would ambush them for their supplies. Relieved to have crossed the ridge, the crowd occasionally erupted in incredulous exclamations. Many still could not fathom that they had passed through Hafing Ridge unharmed. Wen Xin cursed the village chief under his breath, holding him accountable for their predicament. He believed the chief had been negligent by allowing them to surrender so much food. Had they offered less, the bandits would still have let them cross. In Wen Xing's mind, all the lost provisions were the chief's fault, without his insistence. They would not have had to relinquish so much. Once they surpassed Hafing Ridge, a sensation of rebirth washed over them, and despite their hunger, they hurried onward. None knew whether the bandits would regret their decision and pursue them later. Along the way, some, too ill to continue, volunteered to remain at the roadside, allowing their families to proceed. Each time when she witnessed such scenes, she was reminded of the selfishness of modern society. Those left behind were surely doomed, yet they hoped their loved ones would journey further. After walking for a considerable time, the village chief called for a halt, as the large group was prone to friction, each person on guard against the others. The chief and several groups had not traveled together, some ahead, some behind, and others opting for shortcuts to the next town. It was not until Wen Xin, feeling faint from hunger, that Lu Ying stopped with Chun Tao and Zhang Hong to prepare the earlier cooked rice porridge. Wen Xin and Wenle each received a small portion, devouring it in a few bites. The meager serving was hardly sufficient, and as everyone sat eating, Wen Xin ventured into the nearby woods. The others turned to watch her, but paid her little mind. This had been her routine in recent days, eating and then disappearing into the woods for an extended time. Upon entering the forest, Wen Xin surveyed her surroundings before slipping into her spatial realm. Today, she was truly famished and resolved to catch a fish to roast. Selecting a sturdy branch from the firewood pile, she caught a fish weighing about a pound, swiftly dispatching it with a stone before skewering it with a stick. Lacking proper tools, she could only prepare the fish in this manner. Taking out her flint, she struggled for several minutes before finally igniting a fire. Once the flames roared, she began to roast the fish, watching as it turned black and emitted a burnt aroma. Having never prepared fish in such a way, she prayed for it to be cooked through, not seeking perfection, just warmth. After nearly 10 minutes, she extinguished the fire and brought the fish close to her nose. Despite the charred scent, the aroma of the fish was irresistible. She quickly devoured half of it, feeling a wave of satisfaction as she exited her spatial realm, wrapping the remaining fish in snow, forming small bundles. Once the fish was thoroughly frozen, she set off back. As she emerged, she spotted Wen Weifu searching for her and hurriedly jogged forward. "Annie, I have a bit of stomachache." Eating rice porridge daily, coupled with insufficient portions, surely led to such ailments. As they walked back together, Wen Weifu admired Wen Xin, who managed to endure such little food. Despite this, Wen Xin faced a few rebukes from Lu Ying before the group finally resumed their journey. The reason Wen Xin took so long to return was that she bore the scent of smoke and roasted fish. She would not dare return until the aroma faded. Being small and weak, she had no means of self-defense. At this point, she resigned herself to her circumstances, knowing she wouldn't remain submissive forever. Come here. I have fish meat buns for you, Wen Xin called to Wenla, waving the snowballs in her hand. Upon witnessing her actions, the others questioned whether Wen Xin had lost her mind over the prospect of buns. Were snowballs in any way related to fish meat buns? Wenla, elated, rushed to Wen Xin's side and popped one of the snowballs in her mouth. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Sister, it really tastes like fish." Hearing this, the crowd turned in astonishment toward Wenla and Wen Xin, doubting their sanity. "Silly sister, you're just craving meat. That's why you think the snowball tastes meaty. Try another one and see if it's true," Wen Xin thought to herself, stifling a laugh. Of course, the center of the snowball was fish meat. How could it lack flavor? Wenla skeptically grabbed another snowball and tasted it again, still finding the meaty flavor. It seemed she truly was just too hungry. Nevertheless, the taste was remarkably similar to actual fish, and she enjoyed the snowballs immensely. Soon, she finished them all, prompting Wen Xin to worry about her sister's stomach and ensure she drank plenty of healing water. As she thought of the thriving provisions and vegetables in her spatial realm, Wen Xin felt her burden lighten, her feet warm, and a surge of vitality coursed through her. As I envisioned a brighter future, a sudden shriek pierced through the crowd. Moments later, dozens of men armed with knives approached menacingly. Among them was a familiar face, the elegant young man who had been slapped by the scarred man. It was inconceivable that bandits would follow them. Why had they waited until now to act? As I pondered this, I deduced that the scarred man was the leader of Black Wind Ridge, and the refined young man was merely his subordinate, now pursuing them on his orders. When Xinfeng pulled the children behind him, brandishing a hoe and fixing his bloodshot eyes on the approaching bandits, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me as I grasped Wen Lu tightly. These men were true killers, far removed from the fabricated scenes on television. The young man declared, "I seek only wealth. Surrender all your possessions, or I shall take your lives myself." As he spoke, he caressed the long knife in his hand, instilling an unwelcome sense of dread. When no one in the crowd moved, the young man exchanged a glance with his men, and soon after, they brutally slaughtered several individuals, sending screams reverberating through the valley. "Please, noble warriors, do not kill us. We will give you our grain," the village chief urged, realizing their dire predicament and insisting his family hand over their supplies. The bandits, having secured the grain, gestured for the chief's family to step back, turning their attention to those who had not yet complied, including the Wen family. Wen Dushing's mind raced with thoughts of his meager savings, insufficient to purchase more food for survival. Despite the earlier terrifying encounter, the bandits had let them go. Surely, if they held out, they would be safe. Clinging to this hope, he hid his family within the crowd. Observing the chief's family now safe after yielding their grain, I felt a surge of urgency. If they continued to hide, who knew if they would provoke the bandits further? "Grandfather, let us give them the grain," I suggested, only to receive a sharp slap from Wen Qingfu, causing me to gasp in shock. Wen Dashing shot me an angry glare. Fury ignited within me after being struck, and I retorted, "If we don't give it, then we shall all perish together." I was not afraid, for I possessed the means to protect myself. As Wen Qingfu raised his hand again, I locked my gaze onto him, my eyes fierce like a serpent ready to strike. He faltered, momentarily paralyzed by my stare, his face flushing with embarrassment as he struggled to regain control. Suddenly, another round of screams erupted as more lives were taken by the bandits. The sight of the growing casualties filled Wen Dushing with dread, while Wen Huaifu nearly broke into tears, pleading, "Father, we can always replant the crops. But if we lose our lives, we lose everything." Despite seeing the cold sweat on Wen Dushing's brow, he remained adamant against yielding their grain, valuing it over their lives. The toll of death shattered Wen Dushing's resolve, and he cried out in despair for them to surrender the grain. Hearing his plea, Wen Shifeng and Chun Tao hastily pushed the cart forward, and only then did the bandits allow them to join the village chief. Those without grain faced the grim fate of death. At that moment, I cursed myself for not being a martial arts master. The innocent farmers who perished before me stirred a deep resentment. If I had the power, I would rid the world of these vile bandits. Witnessing their mercilessness towards the elderly and children was infuriating, and I longed to speak out, but thoughts of Wen Lu held me back. What would happen to him if I died? Chapter 16. The destitute youth. Just when I thought the ordeal had come to an end, the refined young man issued a command to his subordinates. Capture all the attractive young women and take them back to the mountains. His words struck me like a bolt of lightning, leaving me momentarily stunned. The crowd erupted in cries as everyone clutched their loved ones tightly, terrified of being taken by the bandits. Those captured would surely not return unscathed, and their lives would be in jeopardy. Among the crowd, Wen Huaifu was the most distressed, wishing desperately to vanish like an ant into the ground. Luing clung to him, tears streaming down her face. At merely 10 years old, and appearing no older than 7 or 8 due to malnutrition, I was not overly concerned for my own safety. My mind raced, searching for a way to save Wen Lu and Wen Huaifu from this calamity. After what felt like an eternity, despair washed over me. I was small and weak, unable to implement any of my ideas, save for one. My hidden space could offer some assistance. Determined, I resolved to expose the existence of my space if it meant saving Wen Huaifu and Wen Lu. Just as I steeled myself for this risky decision, a ragged boy emerged from the woods. He appeared around 15, his face and hands marked by frostbite, some wounds oozing pus. His tattered clothing hung from him in shreds. What struck me most were his eyes, wild and feral, reminiscent of a wolf in a zoo. Having no respect for the law, to rob innocent women in broad daylight? Exclaimed Shangguan Ming, his pent-up frustration boiling over at the sight before him. The crowd fell silent, the bandits momentarily ceasing their actions, only to erupt in laughter at the sight of the ragged boy. They had hoped for a hero, but his disheveled appearance left them feeling disheartened. How could someone in such a state possibly be of any help? To them, Shangguan Ming was merely a fool, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Perhaps it was the boy's fierce gaze that compelled me to speak. Big brother, you must leave quickly. These men are bandits, ruthless killers. I warned. But when Shifeng quickly pulled me behind him, fearful that the bandits might notice me, I caught sight of Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong, who merely backed away from me. Their cowardice bewildering. How could such individuals claim the mantle of parenthood? Shangguan Ming turned at the sound of my voice, recognizing my courage despite my trembling frame. He smiled, acknowledging my bravery, and stated, I am aware. These mere bandits are beneath my notice. From a young age, he had shown a talent for martial arts, easily surpassing many palace guards. If not for falling into an enemy's trap, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Little brat, do you have a death wish? Get lost. One of the bandits sneered, dismissing Shangguan Ming. Upon hearing the insult, I noticed the corner of his mouth twitch upward, and suddenly, the once intimidating bandit collapsed to the ground. I gaped in shock, realizing the ragged boy had merely waved his hand, and the bandit had been struck down by a snowball of extraordinary force, akin to a modern firearm. As I recalled my earlier fears for his safety, a wave of heat rushed to my cheeks. Witnessing the boy's prowess ignited a fervor within the crowd, who began to cheer. The remaining bandits, recognizing they were outmatched, discarded their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. Noble hero, we are but pawns. Please spare us. They pleaded, their foreheads bloodied from bowing in desperation. The crowd erupted in fervent cries, imploring the young hero to execute the bandits. Do not let them escape. They are from Blackwind Ridge and have caused untold suffering. If released, many more will endure their tyranny. The village chief, fearing the boy might show them mercy, rushed forward to voice his concerns. Shangguan Ming had been here for a while and was aware that Haifeng Ridge was home to numerous mountain bandits who took delight in opposing the government. They had even seized a shipment of official silver intended for disaster relief. With a mere wave of his hand, Shangguan Ming dispatched the remaining bandits, prompting a jubilant cheer from the crowd. Fearing that the bandits might return, everyone hastily gathered their meager belongings and continued on their journey. When Xian keenly observed that the young man was trembling all over, his face ashen, the village chief also noticed Shangguan Ming's condition and approached him, inviting him to accompany him. Meanwhile, Wen Dasheng, realizing the young man's remarkable abilities, felt he could not allow the village chief to take advantage alone, and hurriedly invited Shangguan Ming to join them. Esteemed warrior, travel with us. It would be wise to have someone to watch over one another on the road. Wen Desheng's wrinkled face bore a semblance of a smile as he earnestly urged Shangguan Ming to accompany him. The village chief sighed inwardly at this display, but remained silent. Shangguan Ming had initially intended to journey alone, but the poison within him flared up at that moment, forcing him to nod in response to Wen Desheng. "Then I shall impose," he said. With their food and carts stolen, and when Xin deprived of her belongings, the group set off with minimal baggage. Holding Wen Li's hand, when Xin hurried across the snow, anxious that the bandits might pursue them. After about half an hour, Shangguan Ming began to shudder uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the poison any longer, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed onto the ground. Wen Desheng had been observing Shangguan Ming throughout the journey. Although Shangguan Ming was formidable against the bandits, it was evident he was on the brink of death, and instead of being a help, he might become a burden. Seeing Shangguan Ming fall, when Xin rushed forward, momentarily stunned by the sight of his black blood, it dawned on her that he was poisoned. She quickly fetched a bowl and discreetly poured some spatial water into it. After offering Shangguan Ming a bowl of spatial water, she thought to herself that she had done her utmost. If he did not survive, she could not be blamed. When Xin was not one to meddle in others' affairs, her act of giving Shangguan Ming water was solely in gratitude for saving them. Otherwise, she would not have been so benevolent. At that moment, Shangguan Ming's face was marred with repulsive frostbite, rendering him almost unrecognizable and causing others to recoil. "Wen Zi, upon witnessing Wen Xin acting, suddenly shouted, 'Wen Xin, why are you so casually approaching another man?' To feed Shangguan Ming the water, she had to lift him, an act that Wen Di deemed inappropriate and deserving of punishment. Ever since the last misunderstanding led to Wen Xin being scolded by her elder sister, Wen Di had harbored an unwarranted dislike for her, finding every opportunity to criticize her. Chapter 17, 5 Tales of Silver. When Xin wondered why Wen Di was constantly at odds with her. After feeding the water to Shangguan Ming, she stood up and distanced herself from him. Although she did not believe her actions were improper, she was mindful of the customs of the ancient times. "What do you mean by that, Wen Di? This noble brother saved us. Is offering him water when he is down considered inappropriate? Are you not afraid of being called ungrateful?" Wen Qingfu had initially intended to reprimand Wen Xin for embarrassing him, but her words left him momentarily speechless. Opening his mouth without uttering a sound, stunned into silence by Wen Xion's retort, Wen Di erupted in anger. "Ungrateful? Who is truly ungrateful? If it weren't for my parents' assistance, you wouldn't be alive today." In her view, Wen Xion owed her family a debt that warranted her subservience, and she should not speak to her with such arrogance. Wen Xion coldly laughed and retorted, "You mentioned it was your uncle and aunt who helped me. What does that have to do with you?" Wen Di attempted to lash out again, but was restrained by Wen Yu. Their parents also wore displeased expressions, casting a disapproving glance at Wen Xin before standing beside Wen Yu. After consuming the spatial water, Shangguan Ming slowly regained consciousness a few minutes later, only to hear Wen Desheng quietly complaining beside him. "Our food has been stolen, our blankets are gone, and we are burdened with a seriously ill benefactor. How are we to survive?" Wen Desheng deliberately made this remark for Shangguan Ming's benefit, revealing his true nature. He was not one to offer assistance without reason. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin felt a wave of shame wash over her. The man had saved them, yet they were ungrateful, seeking to exploit their benefactor's kindness. Without considering the consequences, she quickly interjected, "Grandfather still has silver that wasn't taken. If we buy less food, we can surely reach the capital." Wen Xin had no knowledge of whether Wen Desheng possessed any money, but she suspected he did. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have already succumbed to despair. It must be said that Wen Xion's intuition was sharp. Wen Desheng had indeed hidden over a tale of silver from the bandits. Upon hearing Wen Xion's words, Wen Desheng felt as if a large stone had fallen from the sky, wishing to crush her for her foolishness. What nonsense! The money and food were taken by the bandits. There is not a single coin left. You won't have a meal today or tomorrow. Let's see how you continue to prattle on. After scolding Wen Xin, he glanced at Shangguan Ming, who wore an expression of indifference, and coldly snorted as he walked ahead. At that moment, Shangguan Ming pulled out a small silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Wen Qingfu. "Take this money. I shall not partake without recompense." He had never lacked for money and vowed to uncover who dared to poison him upon his return. Wen Xin, seeing silver for the first time, realized that they typically dealt in copper coins. One tael of silver equated to 10 cash, and one cash was worth 100 copper coins, making one tael equivalent to 1,000 in modern currency. Witnessing Shangguan Ming casually produce 5 taels of silver, Wen Xin surmised that his background must be extraordinary. Although his body was covered in frostbite and his clothing was tattered, the fabric was of a quality she had never encountered, neither cotton nor linen. Wen Qingfu eagerly accepted the 5 taels of silver from Shangguan Ming, his mouth nearly stretching into a grin. He had never touched silver in his life. Just as he was about to tuck the silver away, Wen Dusheng swiftly approached and snatched it from him, stuffing it into his own pocket. "You are too generous. Dear benefactor, do not worry. We will reach Qinghe County soon, and we will take good care of you." Having secured the silver, Wen Dusheng politely concluded his conversation with Shangguan Ming and moved aside, quietly biting the silver to confirm its authenticity, his grin widening with delight. Shangguan Ming held a low opinion of Wen Dusheng's behavior, and, having regained some strength, continued onward. Wen Di, eyeing the sudden display of wealth, approached Shangguan Ming with a flattering demeanor. "Big brother, would you care for some water? I can pour it for you. Have you eaten? I have some potatoes here." Witnessing Wen Di's opportunism, Wen Xin shook her head, thinking how overly pragmatic she was. Just moments ago, she had scorned him, and now she was ingratiating herself. The rapid shift was astonishing. Wen Shu and Wen Sheng, also wishing to curry favor, found themselves empty-handed and could only abandon their intentions. "Sister, why is Di's sister being so kind to the big brother? Wasn't she just annoyed with him?" Wen Lu inquired, puzzled by Wen Di's sudden change of heart. Not wanting to delve into the matter, Wen Xin cleverly redirected the conversation, planning to treat Wen Lu to a fish dinner that evening. Shangguan Ming harbored no fondness for Wen Di's overtures and coldly replied, "Miss, it would be best if you kept your distance. I am merely a humble hunter, not deserving of such attention." He understood that Wen Di was drawn to his silver rather than his character. Such women were all too common in the capital. Casting a glance at Wen Xin, who was holding Wen Li's hand, he noted her distinctiveness. Her eyes were bright and clear, and her character seemed commendable. It was the first time he had encountered such a girl. Observing that Wen Xin had no intention of approaching him, Shangguan Ming refrained from initiating conversation. Yet he felt a favorable impression of her. With the 5 taels of silver provided by Shangguan Ming, the group quickened their pace, becoming increasingly wary, suspecting that anyone they encountered might attempt to steal their silver. Originally, they were supposed to arrive in the town of Qinghe by nightfall. However, due to delays caused by bandits and a last-minute change in route by Wen Sheng, they found themselves unable to reach the county seat before darkness fell. After walking all afternoon without a morsel of food, everyone was utterly exhausted. Fearing that others might covet his silver, Wen Sheng chose to separate from the group, leaving only his family to traverse this treacherous path. With the night fully descended and the route obscured, coupled with the fear of wild beasts, Wen Sheng, despite his frustration, had no choice but to instruct Wen Shifu to gather firewood. Lighting a fire became their immediate priority. "Father, let me accompany my elder brother Wen Sheng. It's too late for me to gather enough firewood alone." The fire axe was taken by the bandits, and my pace is slow, he implored. Wen Shifu, looking at the weary family, was uncertain how long it would take for him to return with firewood. Wen Qingfu felt a wave of discontent. Yet seeing his father's approval, he reluctantly set off with Wen Sheng into the forest, muttering complaints about Wen Shifu along the way. "Brother, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to attract any beasts," Wen Qingfu cautioned. Ignoring the reprimands, Wen Shifu remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such scolding throughout his life. He tread cautiously, gathering firewood in the dark, fully aware that any noise could lead to danger. Wen Qingfu, realizing the gravity of their situation, ceased his complaints and, trembling with fear, began collecting firewood alongside the frightened Wen Sheng. He too wished to avoid work, but the frigid night compelled him to gather sufficient wood, lest they freeze come morning. Wen Sheng, shaking with cold, secretly cursed Wen Shifu for dragging him into this predicament, especially since he was still recovering from an illness. After gathering for a while, he sat down to rest. Meanwhile, Wen Lu, already fatigued, had fallen asleep against Wen Xin's leg. With their blankets stolen by bandits, Wen Xin, concerned for Wen Lu's well-being, removed her own padded jacket and draped it over him. Observing this, Shangguan Ming, seeing Wen Xin in her thin attire, offered her his own padded jacket. "Put this on," he insisted. Wen Xin shook her head in refusal. "No, I'm not cold. You should wear it. Your health is fragile." Shangguan Ming, having only recently emerged without a jacket himself, had taken this one from a deceased bandit. Frustrated by Wen Xion's refusal, he tossed the jacket over her shoulders without uttering another word and found a dry spot to rest. Chapter 18. When Lu falls ill. Wen Xion, donning the bloodstained jacket, glanced at Wen Lu and silently lamented that if she fell ill, no one would care for him. After a moment, she resolved to send some water from her space over to Shangwan Ming, believing it would be far better than drinking snow. Upon seeing her wear the jacket, Shangwan Ming smiled, thinking that obedient women were indeed the most endearing. However, he did not consider Wen Xion as a true woman. She was frail and unattractive, her body devoid of flesh, merely bones, with dark skin that even the maidservants in his household surpassed. Unaware of Shangwan Ming's judgment, Wen X, had she known, might have spat water in his face in frustration. In modern times, she was a sweet and charming girl. Even a wealthy young lady could not compare to a mere servant. Later that evening, taking advantage of a moment to relieve herself, Wen Xion roasted a fish. Upon her return, however, she sensed something was amiss with Wen Lu. "Lure, wake up and eat your favorite snowball dumplings," she called repeatedly, but received no response. Igniting a wave of panic within her, she hastily discarded the dumplings and felt Wen Lu's forehead, recoiling at the burning temperature. Stunned, she stood frozen, her mind racing with the realization that Lure was ill. What should she do? Near tears, she panicked at the thought of being stranded with no one to seek help, while Wen Lu shivered with fever. Quickly, put the padded jacket on Lure to induce sweating. "We will have to find a solution tomorrow in the county town," she urged. Hearing Wen Xion's distress, Wen Shifu rushed over, recalling that Wen Yu had recovered through sweating. He removed his own jacket and handed it to Wen Xion. She hurriedly draped it over Wen Lu and also took off the jacket Shangwan Ming had given her. With nothing to eat that night, Wen Xion secretly fed Wen Lu water from her space, having assumed that his frequent consumption of it would prevent illness. However, she never anticipated that he would fall gravely ill. The entire night passed without her closing her eyes, as Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong, fully aware of Wen Lu's condition, kept their distance, fearful of catching the illness themselves. Wen Disheng had always held disdain for girls. Thus, when Wen Lu fell ill, he remained silent. Lu Ying came to check on Wen Lu and later reported back to Wen Disheng, who continued to say nothing. Finally, dawn broke, and Wen Shifu carried Wen Lu on his back, taking an hour to reach the county town. Before departing, Shangwan Ming noticed the beautifully crafted snowball dumplings Wen Xion had made. His stomach growled in response. Approaching them, he picked one up, marveling at its resemblance to a dumpling. As he tasted it, a wave of fishy flavor filled his mouth. He was pleasantly surprised and proceeded to savor all the dumplings, occasionally glancing at Wen Xion's retreating figure, lost in thought. In order to seek medical attention, one needed silver, yet Wen Xion possessed not a single coin. She had no choice but to plead with Wen Disheng. "Grandfather, Lure is very ill. Please take her to see a doctor." Supporting the feverish Wen Lu on Wen Shifu's back, her eyes were reddened from worry. Upon hearing Wen Xion's plea for money to treat Wen Lu, Wen Disheng replied impatiently, "What illness can a mere girl have? She simply lacks the fortune for survival. A burden like her wanting treatment? Perhaps in her next life, she might be born into a wealthy family." Before Wen Xion could respond, Zhang Hong interjected, nearly incensed. Wen Xion pointed at Wen Lu on her father's back and demanded, "Who is she? She is your daughter. How can you bear to watch her suffer? Even a tiger would not harm its cub. Do you deserve to be called a mother?" Though she had long been disappointed in Zhang Hong at that moment, Wen Xion felt an overwhelming urge to sever ties with her forever. Zhang Hong, seeing Wen Xion's defiance, raised her hand to strike her. Observing this from a distance, Shangwan Ming rushed forward and seized Zhang Hong's wrist, coldly stating, "You truly do not deserve to be called a mother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong disregarded Shangwan Ming's strength and collapsed to the ground, wailing and sobbing. "Why did you not perish during your last illness? Now you dare to conspire with outsiders, to bully your own mother? I nearly died giving you birth, raising you to this age. And now you claim I am unworthy to be your mother? Who lacks conscience here? Heaven, why are you so blind to allow this ingrate to live?" As Zhang Hong cursed Wen Xion, their proximity to the county town drew the attention of passersby. Witnessing a mother berating her daughter, many began to criticize Wen Xion. Regardless of how wrong a parent might be, a child should never defy them. Shangwan Ming, having never witnessed such a scene, turned pale with anger. Had Zhang Hong not been a defenseless woman, he would have struck her. As the crowd's reproach toward her grew, Wen Xin felt her own anger swell. You gave me life, yet what have you done since? Not only did you wish to take my life at birth, but you have treated me like a beast all these years. Were it not for the kindness of my uncle and aunt, I would have perished long ago under your torment. You may have birthed me, but I am an independent being with a right to survive. Your feelings towards me are inconsequential. You may strike me, insult me, or deny me sustenance, and I would remain unfazed. However, how can you stand idly by as Lu'er, a mere child of 8, faces death? Our household is not impoverished. Why not afford her the medical treatment she so desperately needs? Are you disdainful because she is a girl? Are you not a woman yourself? Is it not women who bring forth life in this world? Even the current emperor was born of a woman. Without women, this world would cease to exist. What grounds do you have to look down upon them? As I vented my frustrations, a sense of relief washed over me. I no longer cared about provoking public scorn. I could simply retreat into my own space if need be, even if it meant being branded a monster. Many in the crowd fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity in my words. The members of the Wen family had never witnessed this side of me. It was as if I had transformed into a different person, leaving them momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Shang Guanming cast a glance in my direction. Such words could hardly emerge from a simple village girl. Even the young ladies of the capital would scarcely possess such insight. Observing my fearless demeanor, an unexpected admiration for my courage began to blossom within him. For few would dare challenge societal norms as I did. Before long, the crowd divided into two factions, one asserting that Zhang Hong was correct, believing that parents wield life-and-death power over their children and viewing daughters merely as burdens, the other siding with me, contending that every individual is entitled to life and that women, too, are capable of great accomplishments. After all, does our nation not have a female sovereign? History has proven that women are not lesser than men. Yet, some argued that such instances are exceptions. Traditionally, men have held positions of authority. And how could women ever compare? The debate grew heated, leaving me somewhat bewildered. My sole intention was to secure medical attention for Wen Lo. I had no aspirations of championing the cause of women in ancient society. As the situation escalated, Wen Dusheng grew anxious and, seizing the opportunity, hastily whisked his family away from this whirlwind of conflict. Unbeknownst to me, after their departure, both factions became increasingly agitated, culminating in a minor riot that necessitated the county magistrate's intervention to restore order. The city of Qinghe was vast, and the guards at the city gates did not prevent refugees from entering. They merely informed them of the curfew, warning that anyone found wandering at night would be apprehended. I understood that such management practices were common across counties, though Qinghe seemed particularly considerate of the refugees. Yet, once captured, their survival was another matter entirely. I had not forgotten the numerous corpses that had been carted out from the county seat. Upon entering the city, Wen Dusheng exchanged currency for provisions and, with great reluctance, purchased an ox cart, which, lacking an ox, was drawn by Wen Shifu. Grandfather, what will become of Lu'er? The medical hall is just ahead. Let us take her for treatment, I urged, noticing the sign of the medical hall. From a distance, Shang Guanming observed the sign with surprise. He was taken aback by my ability to read. The original owner of this body had been literate, having been taught by the village chief's son, Lu Qing. The village chief, Lu Fu, was a respected figure in our community, and the original owner had been close friends with Lu Qing. However, upon my arrival in this body, I had grown distant from him, and, fearing gossip, Lu Qing had not dared to approach me. What illness does she have? It's not as if we have an excess of money to squander. Even they are unwell and have not sought treatment. Wen Dusheng replied impatiently. The children in our family will recover on their own. Do not even think about spending money on the medical hall. Seeing that Wen Dusheng was resolute in denying Lu'er treatment, I contemplated my options. I had no choice but to rely on the rabbits in my space. Second uncle, please give me my sister. I must see a doctor for Lu'er, I declared with determination and with my second uncle as assistance. I hoisted Lu'er onto my back. Wen D scoffed, mocking my audacity and claiming that without money, no doctor would treat Lu'er. To everyone, it seemed I was merely indulging in fanciful notions. Yet, as I caught Shang Guanming's gaze, I could sense a flicker of belief in my capabilities. Ignoring the opinions of others, I hastened towards the medical hall with Lu'er on my back, and not a soul followed, falling right into my scheme. The medical hall was spacious, and I noticed 4 attending physicians within. There were not many patients seeking treatment. As I entered, carrying Luer, several individuals took notice. The hall's attendant, upon seeing my attire and the flushed face of Luer on my back, expressed sympathy and urged, "Miss, you should leave quickly. This is a medical hall, not a charitable establishment." Initially, we had performed acts of kindness, but somehow word spread, leading to an influx of refugees seeking aid, nearly overwhelming our resources and causing considerable trouble. Since then, the proprietor had decreed that no treatment would be given without payment. "Kind sir, could you please recommend a doctor? My sister is ill. Though I lack silver, I can offer something else in exchange," I replied, breathless from carrying Luer. The attendant swiftly inquired of the manager at the counter. Upon assessing my clothing and our ages, the manager, feeling a pang of compassion, nodded in agreement, allowing me to barter with other items for the consultation fee. The attendant brought me before an elderly physician, whose kind demeanor immediately put me at ease. "Dear sir, please save my sister. I caught 2 wild rabbits in the forest yesterday. Might I offer them in payment for her treatment?" My heart raced as I spoke. If this plan failed, I was at a loss for alternatives. The kind old doctor, as I had hoped, nodded in understanding. "Certainly, your sister has caught a chill and is lacking in nourishment, which has exacerbated her condition. I shall prescribe a few remedies to restore her health." Delighted that the doctor accepted my offer of rabbits as payment, I sighed in relief, resolving to ensure Luer received ample nourishment moving forward. "Dear doctor, I am in a hurry to carry my sister. I cannot hold the rabbits. I will return shortly with them," I said, and upon receiving his nod, I entrusted the attendant to watch over Luer and swiftly exited the medical hall. The Wen family, witnessing my solitary departure, were left puzzled regarding the unfolding events. "Let us investigate," Wen Xin said, waving his hand as he led his family towards a medical hall. If I could indeed persuade the doctors to treat Luer, why not seek help for Wen Xin and Wen Shu as well? With the mindset of seizing an opportunity, Wen Xin soon arrived at the medical hall and found the doctor earnestly examining Luer. His face brightened, and he approached the doctor, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving my granddaughter. Might you also examine my grandson?" He gestured for Wen Xin and Wen Shu to step forward. Shang Wanming observed as I turned into an alley and swiftly re-emerged, this time with 2 plump rabbits in tow. Concealing myself from view, I watched as I hurriedly left, and only then did he enter the alley I had just vacated. Before him lay a dead end, surrounded by stone walls with no signs of habitation. His brow furrowed in confusion. He had clearly seen me enter empty-handed, yet I now emerged carrying 2 rabbits. Where had they come from? Puzzled, Shang Wanming returned to the medical hall, his mind swirling with questions. He found himself suspecting I might possess some supernatural abilities. Yet he could not reconcile this with my apparent struggles. After all, weren't supernatural beings expected to command the elements? Upon my return to the medical hall, I saw the elderly doctor preparing a prescription for Wen Xin, and beside him, my grandfather wore a beaming smile. I was baffled. Had he not been reluctant to pay for treatment? Why was he now so accommodating? Wen Xin, reasoning that free treatment should be taken advantage of, decided to have everyone in the family examined. Once the doctor had finished with Wen Xin, I stepped forward, inquiring, "Dear sir, do you believe these 2 rabbits suffice to cover my sister's medical expenses?" When she knew that a rabbit was worth approximately 30 when in their small county. Upon seeing the plump and hefty rabbits, the old doctor, feeling tempted, said to Wen Xin, "My dear girl, how about this? Your sister's medical and medication expenses amount to 71. I shall offer 80 when to purchase these 2 rabbits from you." After making his proposal, the old doctor looked at Wen Xin, awaiting her response. To his surprise, she smiled and replied, "Grandfather, you are too kind. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance in treating my sister. How could I possibly refuse? However, you may take them for 71. I cannot accept more than that." She thought to herself that extra money would be futile. Chapter 20. Bartering. Seeing Wen Xin's resolute expression, the old doctor counted out 71 from his purse and instructed his assistant to pay for Wenla's medical and medication fees, while he took the 2 rabbits into the backyard. Meanwhile, Wen Xin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and exclaimed, "ISNT treatment supposed to be free here? Why are they charging for medical fees?" He was too preoccupied with the cost to inquire about the origin of the rabbits Wen Xin held. At that moment, the old doctor realized Wen Xin's intentions and remarked that if he were truly concerned for his granddaughter, he would not have sent his sister to seek treatment alone. Understanding this, Wen Xin retorted, "Grandfather, you jest. How could a physician sustain himself without charging for their services? Besides, it seems there are no free clinics in our Yun nation." The patients in the clinic laughed at Wen Xing's indignation. The old gentleman appeared to be unfamiliar with travel. It was utterly normal to pay for medical care. How could he not know this? Many voiced their mockery of Wen Xing, causing his face to turn an ominous shade. Wen Xin accepted the medicine handed to her by the assistant, and upon seeing Wenla awaken, her heart filled with joy. The old doctor, feeling sympathy for Wenla, made an exception, allowing the assistant to prepare the medicine in the back room, declaring that Wen Xin had paid 10 won for the preparation. The assistant then approached Wen Xing and said, "Old sir, the total comes to 3 qian and 1 won. You may settle for 3 qian." Upon hearing this, Wen Xing leaped up in outrage. Is this extortion? Who pays 3 qian for a mere consultation? Observing Wen Xing's furious reaction, the assistant calmly explained, "Sir, you've miscalculated. 5 patients' fees combined with medication total 3 qian. If you were to inquire in Qinghe County, you would find that our clinic never overcharges." At this moment, Wen Xing regretted his earlier assumptions. He had thought this would be a fortunate situation, only to find himself compelled to pay. "Then I simply seek treatment," he declared, unwilling to part with his money. The assistant, wearing an increasingly disdainful expression, replied with a smirk that do. "The ingredients have been mixed and cannot be reused. Each individual's constitution varies. You must pay for the medicine, or we shall have to take this matter to court." Wen Xin, cradling Wenla in a corner and observing the commotion, felt no inclination to intervene. As the saying goes, if you do not court death, you will not die. Hearing the mention of court stirred Wen Xing's anxiety, and ultimately, he begrudgingly paid the 3 qian, fuming as he departed the clinic with the medicine. "Father, Xine and Lu have yet to catch up. Let us wait for them," Wen Xin suggested, concerned that the old gentleman was moving too quickly. Just as he spoke, he noticed his father storming towards him, delivering a few kicks before uttering a word. "Those 2 girls are not to be waited for. They've become too proud and disregarded my authority. Let them fend for themselves." After saying this, he forcibly dragged Wen Xin along. Seeing his father was in a foul mood, had no choice but to comply, contemplating that he would seek out Wen Xin once his father's temper had cooled. Shangwan Ming did not accompany Wen Xing, but instead headed to an inn. "Innkeeper, bring me a bowl of boiling water to melt the snow." He walked directly into the inn and took a seat to order food. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, looked up and saw a young man with frostbite all over his face. Approaching Shangwan Ming, he replied, "Young master, how can boiling water melt snow?" "Since boiling water cannot melt snow, let us use snow to boil the water," he countered. As soon as he finished speaking, the innkeeper glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and whispered, "Word from above warns against entering and recognizing anyone. Tread carefully, danger lurks." Having acquired the information he sought, Shangwan Ming left the inn, returning to the clinic only to find that the one family had departed. Remembering the suspicious rabbits, he took a moment to investigate. Aside from being plumper than average, they appeared identical to real rabbits, and he confirmed their authenticity. Wen Xin administered the medicine to Wenla and then prepared to leave the clinic with her. She was neither truly 10 years old nor particularly timid. The notion that Wen Xing believed he could frighten her by leaving her behind was laughable. She longed to part ways with them. Wen Xin resolved to take Wenla to the capital, choosing not to accompany the heartless family. She felt a tinge of regret for not being able to assist her uncle and aunt. As Wenla became drowsy from the medicine, Wen Xin planned to procure some food and daily necessities. Carrying Wenla to a secluded place, she emerged with 5 rabbits and a fish in hand. Wen Xin exchanged 3 rabbits for 20 pounds of coarse rice at a grain shop, and then proceeded to a blacksmith shop, hoping to barter for a knife and a pot. "Uncle, please exchange just 1 pot for me. My family is waiting for it to cook their meals, and my sister is ill and needs it to prepare medicine." Wen Xin was unaware that she had misjudged the iron price, and the blacksmith was unwilling to make the exchange. "My dear girl, it is not that we do not wish to assist you, but the items you offer can only be traded for this small kitchen knife. We simply cannot part with a pot without incurring significant losses," he said, feeling helpless. He sympathized with Wen Xin, but had grown numb to the plight of those in need. His family depended on him for their livelihood. Ultimately, unable to resist Wen Xin's persistence, The blacksmith begrudgingly provided her with a small iron pot. Originally commissioned by a wealthy household that later refused it without requesting a refund. Gazing at the pot, Wen Xin's eyes sparkled. It was as if it had been custom-made for her. "Here, take this pot and leave quickly," the blacksmith urged, moved by Wen Xin's unwavering dedication to her ailing sister. Elated, Wen Xin left the shop with her sister on her back, a pot in hand and a knife at her side. Once she reached a hidden location, she stored the pot in her space. She had previously learned that the shopkeepers from whom she'd bought rice and the pot were kind-hearted individuals. The blacksmith remained unaware that Wen Xin was a refugee. Had he known, he would never have traded with her. The dangers of fleeing were numerous, and with her petite frame, even a pot would not guarantee her safety. As evening fell, Wen Xin carried Wenla out of the city, and indeed, there were no signs of the Wen family beyond the city gates. She felt no disappointment, reassuring herself that a new life was about to begin. In this unfamiliar land, she resolved to take Wenla to the capital, believing that survival prospects were greater there. Due to the encroaching darkness, Wen Xin brought the drowsy Wenla into her space, missing the opportunity to be found by her uncle and aunt who were searching for her. "Do you think Xin will be all right?" Chun Tao fretted, concerned that Wen Xin had no money and had never traveled far, unaware of the dangers that lurked between people. Wang Xifeng shared similar worries. After finally persuading his father to turn back and search for Wen Xin, he hurried, but was ultimately too late, gazing pensively at the closed city gates. "I hope she does not remain in the city." Wang Xifeng had heard others mention that refugees captured by the authorities were forced into hard labor. Given meager rations while enduring arduous work, many perished from starvation or violence, with few surviving beyond 2 weeks. Chapter 21. The Tale of Deities in the End. Wang Xifeng decided to wait by the city gate overnight, intending to pursue his father at dawn. At this moment, Wen Xin busily moved about in the space, transporting some stones from outside to construct a rudimentary stove. Observing Wenla, who was lost in a deep slumber, Wen Xin resolved to prepare a fish soup for her. Estimating that Wenla would soon awaken, Wen Xin led her out of the space, finding refuge beneath a grand tree. "Sister, my head hurts so much," Wenla murmured as she awoke. Noticing Wen Xin tending to a fire, confusion washed over her. It was usually their second uncle who tended to the flames, yet neither he nor their parents were in sight. Upon seeing Wenla awake, Wen Xin hurriedly offered her the freshly prepared fish soup. The soup was still warm, and Wenla, holding it, appeared dazed. It had been a long time since she had tasted fish soup, which she could only enjoy during the New Year festivities. "Sister, this," Wenla stammered, momentarily forgetting to inquire about the whereabouts of their family. "Drink up. From now on, I won't let you go hungry. I'll let you in on secret. I have learned some skills from a deity," Wen Xin whispered, attempting to connect the space with the divine in Wenla's mind. Wenla, holding the soup, gaped at her sister's words. If her sister had indeed learned from a deity, perhaps she would never go hungry again. As reality sunk in, Wenla felt a rush of excitement. It was wonderful to think that she would no longer experience hunger, and she vowed to eat until she was full every day. Seeing Wenla's joy, Wen Xin silently acknowledged that children were indeed easy to deceive. After all, what kind of deity would descend from the heavens to teach a mere mortal? Wen Xin instructed Wenla to keep her newfound abilities a secret, lest they incur the deity's wrath, and advised her to remain calm in the face of the peculiar. "Sister, what exactly did the deity teach you? Can you teach me too?" Wenla eagerly asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If she could learn the deity's skills, perhaps her brother would no longer bully her. Noticing Wenla's hopeful gaze, Wen Xin pondered briefly before responding. "Last time, I fell ill and nearly died. It was the deity who took pity on me and imparted some life-saving skills. Observe." With that, Wen Xin conjured a vegetable from thin air before returning it to the space. "This is how my skills manifest." Wenla discerned the implication behind her sister's words. She could not learn the deity's abilities. The thought that Wen Xin had acquired these skills due to her near-death experience made Wenla lose her desire to learn. Deep down, she believed that as long as her sister was strong, her own life would improve. After all, Wen Xin had previously protected her from their brother's bullying. Feeling reassured by her sister's care, Wenla happily drank 2 bowls of fish soup, and Wen Xin even picked out the fish meat for her. Whether it was due to being full or having consumed the space's mystical water, Wenla's ailment miraculously vanished by the next day. requiring only a single dose of the bitter medicine prescribed by the old doctor. However, Wenla refused to take any more medicine, insisting she felt better. Wen Xin had no choice but to store the remaining medicine in the space, then pretended to pack some essentials for their journey. Sister, do they really not want us anymore? What about our parents? Along the way, Wen Xin explained to Wenla why they were traveling alone. Upon hearing the truth, Wenla felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Despite their parents' shortcomings, she still did not wish to leave them behind. I want you to know that as long as I am alive, I will never abandon you. This is my promise to you. We will forget our parents and the Wen family. From now on, we will simply live together, Wen Xin said earnestly, pausing to gaze into Wenla's eyes. Whether Wenla understood or not, it was a vow she made, an assurance to her former self. Wenla nodded obediently, yet her expression remained one of despondency. Wen Xin sighed, hoping that with time, Wenla would adjust to their new life and find happiness again. Throughout their journey, Wen Xin made every effort to avoid others, successfully eluding the pursuer, Wen Xin. Wen Xin chose not to take Wenla back into the space. Instead, she retrieved the pre-cooked food, which, although cold, was far better than enduring hunger. Wen Desheng, upon seeing Wen Xin, did not inquire about Wen Xin or Wenla, as if they were non-existent to him. The members of the Wen family parted ways with the village chief and others, living frugally, wholly unaware that Wen Xin and Wenla feasted on abundant meals daily. Despite their continuous travel, they did not feel fatigue, buoyed by full bellies and warm clothing. After 2 days on the road, Wen Xin had deliberately avoided encounters with others. Sister, is it a person hanging from that tree? Wenla suddenly pointed at a tree as they entered a wooded area. Following her gaze, Wen Xin indeed saw something suspended halfway up the trunk, though she could not ascertain if it was a person or merely a semblance of one. Come, let's investigate, Wen Xin urged, taking Wenla closer. Even if it were not a person, the clothing could still be of use, given their current state of poverty. Acquiring a garment would be beneficial. With numerous branches to climb, Wen Xin instructed Wenla to wait below while she swiftly ascended the tree toward the figure resembling a person. As she drew closer, Wen Xin confirmed that it was indeed a man, dressed in a manner suggesting a male, though his hands dangled in the air. And he faced away from her, utterly still. A wave of trepidation washed over her at the thought of encountering a corpse. She picked up a branch and poked at him, calling out, "Hey, are you alive or dead? If you're alive, make a sound." When he remained unresponsive, Wen Xin prodded him several more times, her mind racing with the possibility that he might be deceased. Just as she prepared to descend, the man suddenly rolled over and fell from the tree, landing with a thud that made Wen Xin wince in sympathy. Wenla, eager to approach, was halted by Wen Xin's urgent shout. "Lure, don't go over there." Wen Xin quickly climbed down the tree, her heart racing. The fallen man lay face down in the dirt. Wen Xin could not see his features, but his burlap clothing suggested he was also impoverished. Unable to ignore a person in need, Wen Xin picked up the branch and held it close to her chest. "Let me tell you, I'm not one to be trifled with. I will check if you are indeed dead, but you better not pull any tricks," she declared, standing at a distance while muttering to herself. Could he have been knocked unconscious? After picking up a stone of moderate size, she cautiously approached, poking the man's body until he remained still. With determination, she flipped him over. "Well, if it isn't that down-and-out yet generous benefactor, what brings you to a tree to sleep?" Wen Xin exclaimed upon recognizing him as Shangwan Ming. She swiftly tossed the stone aside and called for Wenla to assist her. "Sister, isn't this the big brother we saw with Grandpa? Why is he sleeping up at a tree?" Wenla crouched beside Shangwan Ming, her face a picture of confusion. Wen Xin's keen eye detected something amiss with Shangwan Ming's clothing, and as she pulled it aside, she gasped in shock. Chapter 22, Injury Blood, an abundance of it. The dark fabric obscured the flow, but upon touching it, Wen Xin's hand was immediately stained crimson. So much blood, will he bleed out? She wondered, realizing the severity of his condition. No wonder he had fainted. As she wiped her hands, she remained blissfully unaware that Shangwan Ming was watching her with half-closed eyes. While resting in the tree, he sensed someone approaching and initially intended to eliminate the intruder. However, upon recognizing Wenla and Wen Xin's voices, he opted to feign death. Seeing Wen Xin appear, frightened amused him, and several times he nearly laughed. Concerned that she might struggle to lower him from the tree, he had purposely rolled off. As he fell, he used his internal energy, so despite the loud thud, he was unharmed. Unfamiliar with the term faint, Shangguan Ming had a vague understanding that it referred to his state of unconsciousness. "Sister, why is the big brother bleeding so much?" Wenla inquired, perplexed by the sight before her. Wen Xin tore away Shangguan Ming's clothing, revealing a ghastly knife wound that extended from his left shoulder to his abdomen. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wen Xin as she realized that if the blade had penetrated any deeper, his innards would have been exposed. After regaining her composure, curiosity took hold. How could such a significant wound not be bleeding profusely, although the blood had drenched the clothing? It was perplexing how such a substantial wound could yield only a trickle of blood, and now it appeared that the wound was no longer bleeding. The elder brother had been bitten by a tiger in the forest, which prompted Lure to heed her sister's advice and refrain from wandering off alone, lest she suffer the same fate. Setting aside her confusion, Wen Xin seized the opportunity to educate Wenla, pointing at Shangguan Ming, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Shangguan Ming, lying in the snow, wished he could pry open Wen Xin's head to see what thoughts resided within. How could she still be concerned about advising her sister when she should be tending to him, putting on his clothes, and seeking a doctor? The thought of Wen Xin removing his clothing made Shangguan Ming feel quite awkward. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to disrobe women. Never had a woman undressed him, excluding the maidservants who attended to him. Wenla, with a face full of fear, glanced at Shangguan Ming and repeatedly assured Wen Xin, "Sister, you need not worry. I shall not disobey and run off." The elder brother must have ignored his sister's words, which is why he was bitten by the tiger. After saying this, he nodded earnestly. Wen Xin gazed at Shangguan Ming on the ground. The wound was too severe for her to carry him, and even if she could, he appeared frail, yet was surprisingly muscular once unclothed, making him quite heavy. Wen Xin retrieved some water from her space to cleanse his wound, while Wenla watched intently. Fixated on Wen Xin's hands, having spent the past few days pondering how such things emerged from her grasp, Wen Xin's kind actions appeared to Shangguan Ming as mere folly. And unable to contain himself any longer, he feigned awakening, raising a hand to rub his forehead, adopting a pained expression. "Benefactor, you are awake. If you hadn't roused, I would have been at a loss as to what to do." Wen Xin was elated to see Shangguan Ming come to, silently commending the efficacy of the space water that had revived him from his state of excessive blood loss. However, she wondered why the space water had not exhibited such remarkable effects previously. Shangguan Ming glanced at his wound, realizing that the invaluable medicine had been washed away by Wen Xin's cleansing. Had he not pressed on a pressure point to stem the bleeding, he might have succumbed to his injuries. Coming back to reality, he replied coolly, faced with Shangguan Ming's indifferent demeanor. Wen Xin pursed her lips, finding him rather disagreeable. After all, she had saved him, yet he treated his benefactor with such coldness, suggesting his character was not commendable. "Now that you are awake, we shall take our leave." With that, Wen Xin stood, preparing to pull Wenla away, leaving Shangguan Ming speechless, staring after her. Was she truly departing just like that? Shouldn't she inquire about his needs, or offer assistance? How could she feign indifference and walk away? Although he was reluctant for Wen Xin to leave, his pride forbade him from calling her back. Such an action would be a humiliation to his status. Even in his predicament, he would not beg a peasant girl for help. Unaware of Shangguan Ming's inner turmoil, Wen Xin, upon receiving his response, briskly took Wenla and departed without uttering another word. It was only after Wen Xin's figure had vanished from sight that Shangguan Ming came to his senses, still incredulous that she had truly left, murmuring to himself, "She really left." Shangguan Ming then retrieved the medicine from his clothing and applied it to his wound, lying back down. Feeling dizzy from excessive blood loss, compounded by a lack of food and water, he soon drifted into a haze of unconsciousness. After walking for a while, Wen Xin felt her heart racing unusually fast. Several times she glanced at Wenla, almost asking why they had departed so abruptly, when suddenly she halted. "Let's return." Wen Xin grasped Wenla's hand and hurried back, catching sight of Shangguan Ming lying on the ground from afar. Surely, he could not have perished like this. She did not wish to be accused of neglecting a life in peril. Upon hearing footsteps, Shangguan Ming almost instantly regained consciousness, and upon hearing Wen Xin's voice, he recognized there was no danger and slipped back into slumber. "Lure, he has fainted again. What shall we do with him?" Wen Xin did not genuinely seek Wenla's opinion, as there was no one else to consult. Ultimately, Wen Xin resolved to drag Shangwan Ming along, even retrieving some roasted fish from her space, as she had heard his stomach rumble. Having learned how to construct a simple drag frame while gathering firewood in her previous life, Wen Xin set about making one to transport Shangwan Ming. She spent a significant portion of time crafting the drag frame, and after consuming the fish, Shangwan Ming regained some strength. Upon awakening, he instinctively glanced at his wound. Seeing that the medicine remained, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the newly applied medicine had not been washed away. However, he wondered where she had procured the water. Recalling the two rabbits that had appeared out of thin air, Shangwan Ming increasingly suspected that Wen Xin harbored secrets. As evening approached, Wen Xin finally completed the drag frame, and she and Wenla worked together to place Shangwan Ming upon it. Observing how Wen Xin dragged him like a beast of burden, he felt the urge to curse several times. Yet, in his weakened state, he had neither the energy to seek food nor the ability to guard against lurking enemies. He could only rely on Wen Xin's care for a swift recovery. He repeatedly reminded himself that Wen Xin was merely a village girl, lacking sophistication, and that her ingenuity in devising a drag frame was commendable. With the aid of the space water, Shangwan Ming sensed his strength returning. Once he regained some energy, he adamantly refused to remain on the drag frame. "What is the matter with you? It is already dark. We must hasten our journey, or we may never reach the capital. Who knows what beasts lurk in this forest? If you wish to perish, I do not." Wen Xin, her arms weary and legs aching, was infuriated by Shangwan Ming's obstinacy. Witnessing her anger, Shangwan Ming's face darkened, resembling coal. Fortunately, it was dark, and Wen Xin could not see his expression, or she would have certainly been angered further. She exerted herself to drag him along, and if she bore no complaint, he had even less grounds to voice his dissatisfaction. Chapter 23. Traveling together, seeing Shangwan Ming silent and refusing to lie back upon the drag frame, Wen Xin was thoroughly exasperated. "Goodness, I must be out of my mind to return and save you. Had I known, I would have let you fend for yourself in the forest, hoping you would be devoured by wolves or tigers. I have never encountered anyone as insufferable as you." After a lengthy tirade, Wen Xin pointed at the drag frame, speaking rather rudely. "Either you lie back down, or you stay here. Do not expect me to return for your rescue. I do not understand what you are sulking about. I still wish for someone to carry me." Hearing Wen Xin's harsh words and her barrage of curses, Shangwan Ming felt a strong urge to slap her face. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a woman so thoroughly detestable. In his mind, women were meant to be like water, adaptable to his whims, gentle, lovely, and obedient. In the end, Shangwan Ming could not prevail against Wen Xin. Unwilling to remain alone in the woods, he reluctantly lay back down on the drag frame, grateful that his face was covered in frostbite, for he would have died of embarrassment had he been recognized by anyone. As Wen Xin dragged Shangwan Ming along, she continued to complain about him to Wenla, expressing her frustration that he remained aloof even in his dire circumstances. "I cannot help you without some form of compensation." Growing increasingly uncomfortable with the situation, Wen Xin halted, recalling how Shangwan Ming had once offered 5 taels of silver to her grandfather. She felt that saving him warranted at least that much in return. Understanding her implication, Shangwan Ming's expression darkened further, feeling embarrassed. He could not fathom a time when he had ever lacked silver, yet now he could not even produce a few taels. "Once we reach the capital, I will repay you generously," he thought. Despite Wen Xin's poor attitude, she had not deprived him of food. Whatever she ate, he shared in as well. Their days spent together had revealed to him that Wen Xin was a tough exterior concealing a soft heart. "You said it. Once we reach the capital, you must keep your word. But who are you, that you have fallen so low?" As thoughts of the capital and the silver that awaited him brightened her spirits, Wen Xin became increasingly curious. Upon hearing Wen Xin's inquiries, Shangwan Ming's face darkened further, his annoyance palpable. "Why ask so many questions? Mind your own business." Upon witnessing Shangwan Ming's anger, Wen Xin disdainfully remarked, "Who is being overly concerned? I merely feared that upon your arrival in the capital, you would find yourself devoid of funds, and, consequently, might blame me." She continued, "Rest assured, when we reach the capital, I shall reward you handsomely." Shangwan Ming gritted his teeth in response, having not traveled through the night. Wen Xin paused upon discovering a cave after leaving the woods. The wounds on Shangwan Ming were evidently inflicted by a blade, suggesting a violent encounter with others. It was unclear why they had attacked him or if they would pursue him further, which is why she was eager to vacate the area. Otherwise, she would not have traveled at night. "Sister, I am quite hungry," Wenla complained. For the past few days, whenever she felt hunger, her sister would conjure food for her. Now, accompanied by the elder brother, their opportunities for meals had diminished, leading her to cast a resentful glance at Shangwan-Ming. "Be good and wait here, sister. I shall see if I can catch any small creatures." The prepared food in her space had long been consumed, and it was not feasible to cook anything there. The only aspect of Shangwan-Ming that satisfied Wen Xin was his lack of inquiries. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely questioned the origins of the rabbit and fish meat. Unbeknownst to her, Shangwan-Ming refrained from asking because he understood that even if he did, he would receive no satisfactory answer. Wenla, aware that her sister could conjure rabbits and fish, noticed some dry grass in the cave and gathered it into a pile, waiting for her sister's return to roast the meat. Exiting the cave, Wen Xin surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, contemplating where to find animals in such weather. Indeed, she would have to rely on her space. In an instant, she found herself holding 2 wild rabbits. The rabbits in her space feasted daily on grass, their bodies plump and flavorful when roasted. Not wanting to return too early, Wen Xin settled beneath a large tree, pondering her future life. Once in the capital, her first task would be to register for household documentation at the yamen. She had no desire to be regarded as a beggar. Following that, she aimed to purchase land and lead a leisurely life while witnessing her sister grow, marry, and have children, thus fulfilling her life's aspirations. In ancient times, men typically took multiple wives, which Wen Xin could not bear, leading her to have no intentions of marrying. Just as she was lost in thought, a sharp cry from behind startled her, prompting her to stand quickly, only to discover a white raccoon behind her. Noticing its emaciated appearance, she realized it was starving and likely called out to her hoping for food. "Here, you may eat," she offered. In modern times, Wen Xin was a cat lover, and she found this raccoon exceedingly endearing. The raccoon dragged away 1 rabbit, while Wen Xin returned to the cave with the other. Feeling somewhat guilty for having come across a frozen rabbit, Wen Xin hurriedly started a fire, anxious that Shangwan-Ming might inquire about the source of her catch. Observing the plump rabbit, Shangwan-Ming was certain its origins were dubious. Yet he thought to himself that as long as they were not starving, it mattered little. Throughout their journey, he had suspected Wen Xin might be a supernatural being, but the truth revealed she was no different from anyone else, not at all like a monster. Wen Xin skillfully roasted the rabbit, offering the legs to Wenla, and once satiated, the 3 of them felt immensely satisfied. Wenla soon drifted off to sleep. Wen Xin beckoned to Wenla, ignoring Shangwan-Ming, and led her into the cave to rest. Since Wen Xin had not retrieved blankets from her space, Shangwan-Ming simply removed his padded coat and draped it over Wenla. After such a long journey, Wen Xin was utterly exhausted and fell asleep within moments, leaving Shangwan-Ming astonished. As a man, he was taken aback that Wen Xin could sleep so soundly before him. What kind of woman was she? Watching as Wen Xin and Wenla slept soundly, Shangwan-Ming felt drowsy himself, leaning against the cave wall to rest his eyes. A slight noise soon roused him. Could it be that their pursuers had arrived? Moments later, a white figure appeared at the cave entrance. Upon realizing it was the raccoon, Shangwan-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had meticulously erased all traces of his presence when he departed, and it was improbable they would track him down. The raccoon sniffed the air and made its way directly into the cave. Upon seeing Shangwan-Ming, it bared its teeth and emitted a warning growl. Cautiously, it approached Wen Xin and lay down beside her, falling asleep. This scene left Shangwan-Ming utterly astonished. He had encountered such raccoons before, but they were notoriously wild and untrusting of humans, never allowing themselves to be domesticated. What was happening here? Why was it sleeping next to a human? Shangwan-Ming speculated that Wen Xin might be acquainted with this raccoon, leading him to wonder if she was a raccoon spirit. Chapter 24. Encounter with the village chief. Observing the raccoon's reliance on Wen Xin, Shangwan-Ming's suspicions deepened, and he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He understood that raccoons were carnivorous creatures and feared that since Wen Xin held a disdain for him, she might decide to feed him to the raccoon while he slept. With this thought in mind, sleep eluded him, leaving his eyes dark and swollen by dawn. Upon waking, Wen Xin sensed something amiss behind her. When she turned to see the raccoon from the previous day, she felt a surge of joy and embraced the slumbering creature. This action caused Shangwan-Ming to gulp nervously. Raccoons were not known for their fondness of humans, and they would never allow themselves to be touched. Could it be that Wen Xin truly was a raccoon spirit? This raccoon is simply adorable. Do you know it? Shangguan Ming inquired, his voice laced with tension, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Yes, I know it. We are friends. The raccoon had consumed one of her rabbits yesterday, thus establishing a bond of friendship. Hearing this response, Shangguan Ming felt his legs weaken. Friends were typically among kin, and who would claim a beast as a friend? Uncertain of Wen Xin's intentions, he had resolved through a sleepless night that he was not someone who could be easily victimized, even by a supernatural being. If Wen Xin truly meant to harm him, he would not acquiesce. No matter how Wen Xin tried to drive the raccoon away, it stubbornly refused to leave, as if it had made up its mind to stay with her. Looking into the raccoon's large, round eyes, Wen Xin felt utterly defeated. Little one, you are quite clever. If you wish to accompany me, you must not cause me trouble. Otherwise, I shall send you back. With that, she instructed Wenla to carry the raccoon as they prepared to set off, completely oblivious to Shangguan Ming's peculiar expression. After a night of rest, Shangguan Ming had regained much of his strength. As Wen Xin and Wenla meandered at a leisurely pace, Shangguan Ming followed behind them, keeping his distance. The space held an abundance of vegetables, although they were not of the season. Wen Xin cast a forlorn glance at Shangguan Ming, lamenting the delicious food she could not enjoy, blaming him for her predicament. Had he not been present, she would have already entered her space to prepare a meal. As she shot him a dissatisfied look, Shangguan Ming instinctively tensed, ready to flee at the first sign of Wen Xin's potential actions. Just then, a voice called out to her from behind, Wen Xin, Wen Xin. Turning back, she recognized the village chief's family, with El Qing running towards her, calling her name. Elgo, what are you doing here? Wen Xin asked, perplexed. Logically, the village chief's family should have been ahead of them, and this path was treacherous and circuitous, rarely chosen by travelers. El Qing, upon seeing Wen Xin, was delighted and explained their presence. Earlier, we encountered another group of refugees, and they attacked us. Ultimately, we prevailed, but they warned they would seek assistance. My father, fearing for our safety, led us to hide in a cave for 2 days. We only emerged once they had departed. What about you and Wenla? Where are your father and the others? Seeing Wen Xin brought El Qing immense joy. They had played together since childhood. He had taught her to read, while she had shown him how to work the fields. Their bond had always been strong, but as they grew up, societal norms had created distance between them. Each time he witnessed Wen Xin being mistreated by her family, he longed to defend her, but she always persuaded him against it, making him feel even more protective of her. Elgo, they don't want me to stay with my sister anymore, Wen Xin began to explain, but before she could finish, Wenla, with red-rimmed eyes, tugged at El Qing's sleeve and spoke. El Qing gently wiped Wenla's face and, upon learning the full story, was filled with indignation. Do not be disheartened, my dear. I shall always be by your side. Lu Qing gazed at Wen Xin before him, sensing a transformation in her demeanor. Previously, when Xin would speak to him with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Now, she exuded confidence, her entire aura having shifted. Not far off, Shangguan Ming observed Lu Qing's expression with amusement. It was indeed a curious phenomenon that someone as unassuming in appearance and stature as a village girl could attract affection. Lu Qing, possessing a delicate beauty, seemed to emanate the fragrance of scholarly pursuits when standing beside him. In Wen Xin's eyes, Lu Qing resembled a youthful prodigy. It is innate for one to appreciate beauty, and Wen Xin harbored a fondness for the attentive Lu Qing, whose character was far superior to that of the frostbitten man. Ultimately, the village chief insisted that Wen Xin accompany them, citing concerns for the safety of the 2 young girls on their journey. Being an educated man, the village chief was grateful to Shangguan Ming upon meeting him. Learning of Shangguan Ming's injury from a tiger bite, he promptly offered his cherished healing ointment. Though the ointment was worth only a fraction of his own, Shangguan Ming accepted it graciously, even expressing his thanks. Throughout their travels, Lu Qing remained almost perpetually by Wen Xin's side, increasingly appreciating the changes in her, all of which he found delightful. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ming, observing Wen Xin's jovial exchanges with Lu Qing, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He was undeniably more handsome than Lu Qing. It perplexed him why Wen Xin's demeanor was so amiable towards Lu Qing while she treated him with such disdain. The village chief, during mealtimes, always ensured Wen Xin and when Lu received extra servings, stating that as young girls, they required sufficient nourishment for their journey to the capital. Wen Xin remembered the chief's kindness, while Wen Lu grumbled softly about the potatoes, saying, "Sister, these are dreadful. I wish to eat meat." At this, Wen Xin frowned, displeased. How could this food be unpalatable? As long as we are not hungry, it suffices. Be patient, Lu. When we reach the capital, I promise to buy you delicious treats. Ultimately, when Lu reluctantly finished her potatoes, harboring some resentment, thinking that if her sister could conjure meat, why not share it? Surely, when Xin had secretly consumed it all, due to the presence of many people, when Xin refrained from utilizing her spatial abilities to cook, believing that excessive reliance on them would not be wise, and she wanted to prevent Wen Lu from taking such miraculous provisions for granted. They were only 7 or 8 days away from the capital, where they anticipated a better life. According to the soldiers along the way, refugees arriving in the capital would be allocated land in nearby villages, and once the calamity passed, they could either return home or choose to remain. Lu Qing shared this news with Wen Xin, and during their journey, he found himself increasingly drawn to her. Initially, his feelings had been rooted in sympathy, but now he regarded Wen Xin as a confidant. Often, he would ponder her words for quite some time, and every conversation with her broadened his perspective. Wen Xin, hailing from a modern era, possessed knowledge far beyond that of her original self, and her contemporary ideas often left Lu Qing astounded, which delighted her to no end. With the village chief and others looking after Shang Wanming, Wen Xin nearly forgot about his presence, much to Shang Wanming's discontent. At that moment, as Wen Xin shared a jest with Lu Qing, eliciting hearty laughter from him, Shang Wanming felt an eruption of frustration within himself. Chapter 25. Encountering family. What kind of behavior is this between a man and a woman? You, young Master Lu, are educated. Surely you understand the propriety of gender separation. Wen Xin is 10 years old, of an age to be considered for marriage. How would others perceive her if they witnessed your banter? The reputation of a young woman is of utmost importance, and I trust you are aware of this. Shang Wanming abruptly interrupted Wen Xin and Lu Qing, leaving Lu Qing blushing and at a loss for words. Having grown up playing together, they had never faced such scrutiny, yet had never seriously contemplated the implications. If he were to tarnish Wen Xion's reputation, he would owe her an explanation. What madness is this? This is my affair. Why do you meddle? Brother Lu and I are innocent, and let others say what they will. It seems you're the one eager to gossip. How shameless of you to act like an old woman. Wen Xion, influenced by modern views, could not abide by the feudal notions of ancient times. Was it truly unfathomable for a woman to speak with a man without implications? Her ire was not directed at Shang Wanming, but at the archaic ideologies that had harmed so many innocent women. Seeing Wen Xion's obstinacy and lack of gratitude, Shang Wanming stormed away, irked. Out of sight, out of mind. I have never encountered such a foolish woman. Even a demon would not be so exceptionally dim-witted. He grumbled as he walked. If it were not for the few taels of silver I owe you, do you think I would remain here? Truly an ungrateful fool. After venting for some time, Shang Wanming's anger subsided, while Lu Qing reproached Wen Xin. He believed Shang Wanming's points were valid. Wen Xin should not have reacted so passionately nor directed her anger at him. She ought to apologize. At this moment, Wen Xin realized that, in Lu Qing's subconscious, he still held the belief that women should be subordinate to men. My temper is my own. If you cannot bear to see it, do not look. Do not presume to change me. I am not beholden to you. With that, her fondness for Lu Qing shattered. After speaking, Wen Xin took Wen Lu by the hand and departed hastily. She had initially thought she had found a like-minded friend, only to discover it was all a deception. Was the divide between genders truly so significant? It was Shang Wanming's capriciousness that had incited her anger. There was nothing wrong with her reaction, and she had no intention of apologizing. As Wen Xin stormed away, Lu Qing remained momentarily stunned, watching her retreating figure. In her fury, Wen Xin resolved to leave without further ado, intending to thank the village chief later. As for Lu Qing, she would pretend she had never known him. After all, she was not the original self and would not be obligated to be subservient to him. Sister, are we going to walk by ourselves? Wen Lu inquired with wide eyes, puzzled by the quarrel between her sister and brother Lu. Nevertheless, she wished to walk alone, hoping for the prospect of daily meat. Yes, we shall walk alone. I promise to take good care of you, ensuring you face no hardship. You will live as modern women do, free to pursue your desires and express your thoughts. I shall be your steadfast support. The more Wen Xin contemplated, the angrier she became, ultimately assuring Wen Lu. Having been bullied since childhood, Wen Lu had always followed others' directions. Although she did not fully understand her sister's words, she obediently nodded. "Sister, I am hungry. May I have some meat?" Having not eaten meat for several days, Wen Xin felt a pang of longing. Rubbing her belly, she replied, "Of course. I will prepare it for you shortly." She then caressed Wen Li's frostbitten cheeks, vowing to nurture her well. While she may not raise a powerful woman, she intended to cultivate an adorable girl. Wen Xin did not directly enter her spatial realm in front of Wen Lu. Instead, she fabricated an excuse to discreetly prepare the meal within. To this day, Wen Lu believed her sister possessed the ability to conjure rabbit and fish meat, entirely unaware of the existence of the spatial realm. Once they had both eaten their fill, they set out on their journey. The white raccoon cat, which she named by Li, had been following Wen Xin, now resting in her space, awakening only to consume the rabbit meat she provided. Since Bai Li had tasted the cooked rabbit, it refused to eat raw meat. Wen Xin and Wen Lu traveled for 3 days. As they journeyed alongside many other refugees, they did not stray from the path. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals who had succumbed to illness or starvation. The fear that initially gripped them gradually morphed into numbness. As they approached the capital, Wen Xin observed a large gathering of people ahead. "Sister, shall we go and take a look?" After several days of solitude, Wen Xin decided to leave the narrow paths and take the official road, as the smaller paths led only to the mountains and would not reach the capital. With so many people gathered, they did not wish to miss out on the excitement. Wen Xin squeezed through the crowd, dragging Wen Lu along as she spotted 2 individuals embroiled in a heated argument. In a state of panic, she attempted to lead Wen Lu away. "Wen Xin, what are you doing here?" The quarrel was between Zhang Hong and Chun Tao, the cause of which was unclear. Wen Xin did not see her grandfather, but upon noticing her, Wen Jue expressed his astonishment. How could Wen Xin, lacking both money and ability, and accompanied by a gravely ill Wen Lu, have made it to this place? They had endured numerous dangers to arrive here. A group of people had discovered her grandfather's wealth, and one night, they had come to rob him, leaving him injured. Otherwise, her mother would not dare to confront Zhang Hong in such a manner. With Wen Jue's shout, Wen Xin felt compelled to stay and could no longer take Wen Lu away. She glanced at Wen Lu, whose eyes were filled with longing, knowing that she wished to return home to be with her family. "Can't we stay here? Where's Grandma?" Ignoring Wen Jue, Wen Xin began to search the area and soon spotted her grandfather lying on a cart by the roadside. She guided Wen Lu towards him. As she learned the details of the situation, it became clear that Zhang Hong believed her grandfather was on the verge of death and was insisting on dividing the family assets. Wanting everything for herself and refusing to care for Lu Ying, Chun Tao, unable to bear it any longer, had engaged in a physical altercation with Zhang Hong. Although Zhang Hong did not openly admit her disdain for Lu Ying, her intentions were evident, and she had been causing trouble along the way. Today, after Chun Tao could no longer hold back, the altercation escalated into the conflict Wen Xin had witnessed. When she noticed her grandfather's pale complexion and the wooden splint immobilizing his right leg, his anger had turned his face a dark hue. Despite his poor health, he did not resemble someone on the brink of death. Grandfather, Wen Dasheng, her elder and the original patriarch, remained her grandfather, and despite her reluctance, Wen Xin addressed him. Wen Dasheng had long regretted his past decisions. No matter how flawed Wen Xin was, she was still his granddaughter, with her family's blood coursing through her veins. He had initially thought that Wen Xin and Wen Lu would not survive, yet here they were, and he silently lamented their resilience. Indeed, Wen Dasheng, unwilling to admit his mistakes, responded coldly to Wen Xin. After exhausting themselves, Zhang Hong and Chun Tao ceased their fighting, and the onlookers, recognizing the family dispute, began to disperse. At that moment, Zhang Hong bore 4 bloody scratches on her face, while Chun Tao's hands were similarly marked, with droplets of blood welling up. Wen Xin quickly retrieved a clean cloth from her pocket, which she had taken from her spatial storage. "Aunt, let me bandage your hand, otherwise it may become infected." She also fetched a bowl of water from her grandmother to discreetly clean Chun Tao's wounds with the water from her space. Uncertain of what Wen Xin meant by infection, Chun Tao, witnessing Wen Xin's meticulous care, felt a wave of regret wash over her, realizing that both of her daughters seemed unworthy of her efforts. Wen Jue and Wendy stood at a distance, observing her injuries without uttering a word, feigning ignorance. I'm not dead yet, you wretched girl. Come here and open your eyes to see who your mother truly is. Zhang Hong, equally wounded, nearly fainted from rage at Wen Xin's actions, lamenting that she had wasted her efforts on such a daughter. Had she known, she would have ended Wen Xin's life to prevent Chen Tao from gaining any advantage. Ignoring Zhang Hong's outbursts, Wen Xin focused on tending to Chen Tao's wounds before speaking slowly. I truly cannot see clearly, but I know who treats me well. It's Aunt. When I was gravely ill, it was Aunt who cared for me. I did not see my mother at that time. Nearby, Wen Xingfu overheard this and stood up abruptly, slapping Zhang Hong across the face. He had come to realize that this daughter had severed her ties with them, and, if not salvaged, she would indeed be a wasted effort. In his heart, Wen Xin was far more important than Zhang Hong. Along the way, he had learned that there was a high demand for servants in the capital, and selling Wen Xin could yield several taels of silver. Moreover, working in a wealthy household could result in occasional rewards. With Wen Xin's earnings and potential gifts, their lives would greatly improve. In Wen Qingfu's eyes, both Wen Xin and Wenle represented opportunities for financial gain. Unaware of Wen Qingfu's intentions, Wen Xin looked at her father, feeling utterly perplexed. The road to hardship was not forged in a day. If he had truly experienced a change of heart and felt guilty about her, she would find it hard to believe. My dear, do not listen to your mother's nonsense. Have you been well these past few days? Have you gone hungry? I have 2 potatoes here. Take them and share with Wenle. Having said this, Wen Qingfu produced 2 potatoes and handed them to Wen Xin. Though uneducated, he understood the principle that to make a cow run, one must feed it. As Wen Xin reached out to accept them, Zhang Hong lunged forward, frantically shouting, "Don't let her eat. Why should those worthless children have potatoes? Bring them here." With a face marked red from the slap, Zhang Hong hastily passed the potatoes to Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. With Wen Daxing's silver stolen and no extra food in the house, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu had long been starving, devouring the potatoes greedily, fearful that Wen Xin might take some from them. Seeing her brother's pitiful state, Wen Xin sighed inwardly, realizing it was poverty that had led to this turmoil. Originally, Wen Qingfu did not genuinely wish to give Wen Xin food, but his anger at Zhang Hong's defiance prompted him to kick her, cursing until he finally calmed down. "Dear, do not argue with your brothers. They're merely famished." Observing Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, who were reduced to skin and bones, Wen Qingfu felt pity, thinking that once they reached the capital, he would ensure Wen Xin would be sold and use the proceeds to nourish his sons. Uncertain of Wen Qingfu's motives, Wen Xin watched as Wenle's excitement grew, and she nodded at her father, assuring him she would not hold any grudges against her brothers. Wen Xin understood Wenle's yearning for familial affection and hoped her father had truly experienced a change of heart, wishing to spare Wenle further heartache. With grandfather's leg broken and the loss of money, the family's dynamics had shifted significantly, with Wen Qingfu now dictating all matters. Ultimately, Wen Xin joined the Wen family on their journey, informing her grandfather that they had made it this far with the village chief's assistance. Wen Qingfu had procured a dilapidated cart, and Wen Daxing was placed upon it. Upon hearing Wen Xin's words, Wen Daxing felt a pang of regret, wishing he had left with the village chief, which might have spared him the robbery. He was unaware that the village chief had also encountered refugees and had been forced to fight. Otherwise, he would not have felt remorse. In the capital at the Prince Qing's residence, "Young prince, what has happened to you?" Steward Liu, upon seeing Shangguan Ming, initially failed to recognize him, but his familiarity with the young prince's eyes allowed him to identify him on the second glance. Seeing Shangguan Ming dressed in rags, with frostbite on his face, he wondered how the young prince had fallen into such a state. "Young prince, the king has dispatched numerous men throughout the capital to search for you, even alarming the emperor. Where have you been?" The steward expressed his concerns as they walked together. Having watched Shangguan Ming grow up, and with no children of his own, he held a deep affection for him. Hearing the steward's worries, Shangguan Ming's expression darkened considerably. He had been poisoned and kidnapped to a foreign land. Had it not been for his exceptional martial skills, he would likely have perished by now. He intended to find his father, suspecting that it was the white consort who had orchestrated this plot against him, but regrettably, he lacked evidence. "Brother, where have you been all this time? How did you return in such a state? What are you wearing?" Shangguan Hai, seeing Shangguan Ming from a distance, initially thought a beggar had entered their home, especially when he spotted the steward beside him. Shangguan Hai, the son of the white consort and a year younger than Shangguan Ming, had always competed with him, desiring everything Shang Wanming possessed, even that which he did not. Throughout their lives, Shang Wanming had never treated Shang Wanhai kindly, and this occasion was no different. Had he possessed proof, he would have long since eliminated this bothersome mother and son duo. Shang Wanming had long harbored suspicions that the complications surrounding his mother's difficult childbirth were orchestrated by Bai Yun. Recently, he had been investigating this matter both openly and covertly, likely alarming by Su Fei, who was now eager to eliminate him. Ignoring Shang Wanhai completely, he treated him as if he were merely air, while Shang Wanhai, watching Shang Wanming walk away, disdainfully muttered that he could not tolerate Shang Wanming's air of superiority. He blamed Shang Wanming's mother for obstructing his own ascent to nobility. Had she not stood in his way, he would have been the heir by now, and he vowed to reclaim what was rightfully his. Clenching his fists, Shang Wanhai darkly made his way to his mother's courtyard, muttering about how he had sworn never to return, yet here he was. In the study, Shang Wanming attributed his recent abduction to the actions of masked assailants, refraining from voicing his suspicions about Bai Su Fei. Bai Su Fei had always performed her role with such convincing skill that even now, his father insisted she was a kind-hearted person, feeling guilty towards her. Years ago, when King Qing had first encountered Bai Su Fei, the late emperor had bestowed upon him a marriage to her, while Shang Wanming's mother, Zhou Qing, was wed to him. Zhou Qing's father, Zhou Tong, was the current prime minister, wielding significant power, and with the new emperor's ascension, he had aligned himself with the right faction. Had it not been for Zhou Qing's assistance, King Qing's throne, and perhaps even his life, would have been in jeopardy. Grateful to Zhou Qing, King Qing treated her with utmost respect, and upon learning of his affection for another, she willingly invited Bai Yun into their household, which only deepened King Qing's fondness for her. "Child, go wash up and rest for a while. Your father will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter," King Qing said, gazing at his son, who was not particularly close to him, with a heart full of concern. He vowed that anyone who dared to harm his son would face dire consequences. Although this son was not loquacious, he was undoubtedly the most promising among his many offspring, excelling in martial arts and scholarship, even outshining King Qing in his youth. Furthermore, with his maternal grandfather being the current prime minister, King Qing often found himself hesitating in his decisions regarding Shang Wanming. He had long wished to establish Bai Su Fei as his queen, but refrained from mentioning it for fear of displeasing Shang Wanming. To his relief, Bai Yun had expressed no desire for royal status, content merely to accompany him. Upon leaving the study, Shang Wanming found the steward had already prepared the bathing necessities, with a physician standing by to attend to him. As he cleansed himself, his thoughts drifted to Wen Xin, pondering what that vexatious creature might be doing and whether she had arrived in the capital. Shang Wanming had intended to seek out a wise monk to uncover the true nature of Wen Xin. After their quarrel, he had employed his lightness skill to hasten his journey, completing a 7-day trek in just 3 days, unaware that Wen Xin had quarreled with El Qing and left on her own. At that moment, when Xin was massaging her legs, burdened with the increasing weight of her belongings since joining the Wen family. Regardless of their circumstances, Zhang Hong insisted on piling everything onto Wen Xin, while Chen Tao, wishing to assist, found herself powerless to do so. After all, Zhang Hong was Wen Xion's mother, and any disobedience on Wen Xion's part would be deemed unfilial, leaving Chen Tao with no ground to offer help. Unfazed by Zhang Hong's treatment, Wen Xin felt no bond with her. The more Zhang Hong mistreated her, the more assured she became of her eventual escape with Wen Lo. She reveled in the thought that one day, Zhang Hong would realize her daughter's heart had drifted away, but by then, it would be too late for regret. Chapter 27. Arrival in the capital city, as Wen Xin had envisioned, was bustling and vibrant, and gazing upon its towering walls inspired a profound respect within her. At last, they had arrived. It was remarkable how a journey that should have taken merely 3 days had stretched to 5 due to her grandfather's injuries, compounded by the lack of provisions that made the past days arduous for everyone. Fortunately, Wen Xin and Wen Lu had managed to sustain themselves through their spatial abilities, and although they wished to assist their uncle and aunt, they feared exposing their secret. With a surge of refugees entering the capital, several porridge distribution points were established at the city gates. As the Wen family approached the gates, they hurried to join the queue for porridge, desperate to stave off hunger. Wen Xin held her bowl, staring at the watery porridge, where one could almost count the grains of rice. Just as depicted on television, she mused inwardly. Once the Wen family finished their porridge, they registered their information at the city gate. Given the overwhelming number of refugees, the process of allocation required time and was conducted in batches. When Xin learned that some had been in the capital for a month without receiving any aid, surviving on meager bowls of thin porridge, she observed that most of those unallocated were impoverished, while those who received assistance often had some means. Whispers circulated that to gain allocation, one must present gifts to those in power, yet the destitute could scarcely afford a grain of rice for such offerings. Shortly thereafter, Wen Xin returned after completing the registration. Their family had been assigned to a shelter where they would reside until land allocations were made. The authorities had also distributed 2 cotton quilts. Although insufficient, Wen Xin appreciated their efforts, considering the sheer number of refugees. She remained uncertain about which dynasty she had traversed into, as history seemed devoid of any mention of a Yun kingdom. However, it appeared that the emperor in this era was not entirely unkind. Before long, when Xin spotted the shelter assigned to them, spacious yet filled with numerous families, with many setting up their cooking stoves outside, the cramped conditions fell far short of her family's pigsty. Zhang Hong, upon seeing the rudimentary shelter, was filled with complaints. Everyone had harbored high hopes for life in the capital, envisioning a life of comfort and plenty, only to discover the harsh reality. The government had allocated them a shelter and quilts, but otherwise left them to fend for themselves. To improve their circumstances, they would need to find work in the city. A daunting challenge given the oversaturation of labor. With so many refugees vying for jobs, individuals competed for the most arduous tasks, all for the meager reward of a few copper coins a day. Enough chatter. We must organize the shelter before nightfall, Wen Xin declared, his frustration with Zhang Hong evident in his tone. The shelter was filthy, with a few broad wooden boards serving as beds, which required thorough cleaning before they could rest upon them. The meager space was nearly consumed by the large communal sleeping area, leaving little room for anything else. As soon as Wen Xin spoke, everyone sprang into action, gathering the tattered clothes and broken bowls Zhang Hong had insisted Wen Xin collect along the way. Nearby, a river had frozen over, with a large hole broken through the ice, where they could draw water for cooking or washing. Before long, a woman from the neighboring shelter emerged. Dressed in a slightly worn, vibrant red coat with her hair styled high, she scrutinized the Wen family with keen interest. Where do you hail from? How is it that you find yourselves in such a hovel? If I were you, I would have long since moved to the city for a better life, she exclaimed, her demeanor flamboyant and lacking decorum, unlike any respectable woman. Wen Xion's initial impression was akin to that of a matchmaker from the screen, instantly disliking her. Zhang Hong halted her tasks and approached Li Wenli. Sister, is that fabric you're wearing something I've never seen before? The color is truly lovely. Observing seine ongles envie. When Xion glanced at Li Wenli's attire, it was indeed beautiful, but ill-suited for her figure. My dear sister, it seems you lack experience. This is silk. It's only natural that country folk like you have never encountered it before. After all, such garments cost a tael of silver each, Li Wenli remarked, her pride swelling at Zhang Hong's envy. Upon hearing that the clothing cost a tael of silver each, Zhang Hong gasped in shock. Good heavens! This attire is indeed exorbitantly priced. Not far away, Lu Ying spotted Li Wenli and instinctively sensed that he was not a man of virtue. His frivolous demeanor and lascivious gaze betrayed him. He hardly seemed like a respectable individual. Instead of attending to his duties, he stood idly chatting, fawning over those adorned in silk, mistakenly believing that his sycophancy would procure him sustenance. Lu Ying stood there berating Zhang Hong until the latter returned to her tasks. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Li Wenli's expression darkened. Yet, recalling the purpose of her visit, she donned a smile and approached the shed. Dear lady, why squander your good fortune by residing in such a place? I have a pathway to prosperity that could ensure you live well. But do not forget my kindness when the time comes. Li Wenli initially expected Lu Ying to be intrigued, to inquire about her supposed pathway. But Lu Ying dismissed her entirely. Begone. Do we share such familiarity? Do not impede our work. As she spoke, Lu Ying shoved Li Wenli out, revealing her true nature. If she truly possessed a pathway to success, why would she reside in such squalor? Following this incident, Wen Xin was compelled to reassess her grandmother. The old woman was not devoid of opinions, but had simply been overly submissive to her husband, exhibiting formidable resolve when facing the outside world. cast out from the shed. Li Wenli was incensed, rolling up her sleeves to unleash a tirade. You ancient hag, your mind is as dull as a pig's. No wonder you cannot enjoy a good life. It's a pity you've never encountered anyone as foolish as yourself. I came to offer you a warning, and you lack the sense to appreciate it. Do you think yourself a person of significance? Truly, you are shameless. Li Wenli bellowed at Lu Ying from the doorway, prompting Wen Xin, unable to bear the noise any longer, to rise with a darkened countenance and bark, "Get out, Li Wenli." Glancing at the sturdy Wen Xin and the several burly men within the shed, felt a surge of fear. "You shall wait," she threatened before hastily retreating. Wen Xin had never witnessed her second uncle in a rage, and indeed, his fury was quite formidable. He could scare the village children into tears when he assumed a serious demeanor. Once Li Wenli departed, the shed returned to a hushed calm, everyone engrossed in their tasks. Winking Few took note of Li Wenli's words, pondering when he might inquire about why they squandered their chances at a better life. Half an hour later, they had tidied the shed, washed the bedding provided by the authorities, distributing one quilt to grandfather and one to grandmother. That night, they all slept on the communal bedding, with Wen Xin nestled next to Wenla. To ensure Wenla did not succumb to the cold, Wen Xin removed her own padded jacket and shared it with him. Chapter 28. The Rescued Rabbit. The following morning, Wendy rose early and took Winking Few and Wen Xin into the city, claiming he sought work. In the early hours, the authorities had not dispatched anyone to distribute porridge, leaving most people hungry, with only a few able to prepare their own meals. As Li Wenli passed by with a large meat bun, she spat toward their dwelling. "Unappreciative scoundrels, you deserve to be impoverished." While consuming her bun, she continued her tirade before returning to her own shed. Sensing the aroma of the buns, Wenla tugged at Wen Xin's hand and whispered, "Sister, I'm hungry and want to eat meat," his stomach audibly echoing his desire. Observing that Wendy was keenly attentive to their conversation, Wen Xin resolved to ensure Wenla did not go hungry and said to Lu Ying, "Grandmother, I will go with Lure to gather firewood." Wendy, curious about what Wenla and Wen Xin were discussing, retreated when she heard they were going out to gather wood, deeming it a torment to venture out in such frigid weather. Lu Ying, apprehensive about Wen Xin and Wenla going alone, called for Zhang Hong and Chen Tao to accompany them. "Mother, I'm not feeling well. My stomach hurts terribly. Perhaps we should wait for second brother to return before going." Zhang Hong quickly feigned illness upon hearing they were to gather firewood. Chen Tao, noticing Zhang Hong's previously rosy complexion had turned pale, recognized the ruse but chose not to engage, leading Wen Xin and Wenla up the mountain. Due to the multitude of refugees, there was scarcely any firewood to be found at the foot of the mountain, and many small trees had been nearly stripped bare. The larger trees were off limits for cutting as per government decree, and those who ventured deep into the woods faced encounters with wild beasts, causing many to refrain from straying far. Seizing the opportunity while her aunt was busy chopping wood, Wen Xin claimed she needed to relieve herself, swiftly entering her space to cook a rabbit. Afterward, she brought out a live one, quietly beckoning Wenla to eat quickly. In no time, they devoured the rabbit entirely. "Sister, how do we eat this live rabbit?" Wenla, observing the creature in Wen Xin's hands, assumed she intended to share it with him, puzzled about how to consume it raw. "This is for Annie." "Lure, do not speak too much. Just heed your sister," Wen Xin cautioned, fearing Wenla might inadvertently reveal her secret. Wenla, remembering Wen Xin's warning that if she divulged her sister's ability to transform things, the fairies would reclaim her powers, earnestly assured, "Sister, I won't speak out of turn." With a hunger for a full belly, Wenla earnestly promised Wen Xin. Holding the rabbit, Wen Xin strode purposefully toward Chen Tao, who was chopping wood, feigning excitement. "Auntie, look what I found." She raised her hand to show the rabbit, prompting Chen Tao to rush over in excitement. "Where did you find such a splendid rabbit? It must weigh several pounds." Considering that their family had not enjoyed meat in a long time, this would be a welcome change. Chen Tao concealed the rabbit with firewood and cheerfully headed back. By noon, Wendy returned with Winking Few and Wen Xin, his face marred by disappointment. He had inquired at several places, but all had turned him away, claiming no work was available, bringing home a few bowls of porridge. Wendy also asked the city gate about when they might receive housing, only to be subtly informed that favors were expected for land allocation. Yet, Wendy pretended not to understand, for even if he had money, he would not squander it in such a manner. These people are brazen. The allocation of land is decreed by the emperor himself. How dare they demand bribes? He grumbled softly in the shed. At that moment, Chun Tao returned with Wen Xin and the others, quickly shutting the door behind them. "Mother, look what we found!" Chun Tao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In a few swift motions, she revealed the rabbit. Overjoyed, Wendy inquired where Chun Tao had found it, eager to search for more. Zhang Hong, eyeing the rabbit hungrily, swallowed hard, the sound causing Wen Xin to frown. "It was found by Wen Xin. This child truly has remarkable luck." As Chun Tao contemplated how to prepare the rabbit, considering the absence of oil and salt at home, she suggested, "I will skin the rabbit. I've heard the skin can be sold." Zhang Hong snatched the rabbit from Chun Tao and headed for the door, showing no regard for Wendy. "Put that down. Do you not see your father before you?" Wendy suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Zhang Hong bewildered and unsure of why she was being scolded. "You wasteful woman! How could Chingfu marry you?" Wendy exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he pounded on the communal bedding. "What have I done now?" Zhang Hong felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Recently, Wendy had frequently glared at her, and Lu Ying had assigned her numerous heavy tasks. Now, witnessing Wendy's outburst, she was utterly confused. Seeing Zhang Hong's bewildered expression only intensified Wendy's anger. Given their current situation, the rabbit certainly should not be theirs to consume. "Wife, put the rabbit away. I will go into the city to sell it and bring back some grain." With that, Wendy sealed the rabbit's fate. Wen Xin initially intended to present the rabbit to her uncle and aunt for their nourishment, but was taken aback when her grandfather decided to sell it instead. However, with no other alternative available, she recognized that only by improving their household circumstances could they lead a better life. At that moment, Wen Deshing recalled the incident at the clinic when Wen Xin had offered 2 rabbits to Wenla in exchange for medical fees. He looked towards the door and inquired about the situation regarding the rabbits at the clinic. Surprised that her grandfather would remember this, Wen Xin pondered briefly before replying. "I found them in the woods." Wen Deshing was about to ask further questions, but reconsidered, realizing that Wen Xin was only 10 years old and likely could not provide much more information. He then suggested that everyone finish their porridge, and, in the afternoon, they would take the rabbit to the city. During mealtime, Wen Xifeng and Wen Qingfeng expressed their envy towards Wen Xin for her stroke of luck in finding a rabbit. Meanwhile, Wen Di whispered cynically, claiming there was nothing remarkable about it, merely having found a rabbit, yet it seemed to inflate her ego. Wen Xin chose to ignore Wen Di's disparaging remarks, understanding that engaging with such individuals only emboldens their arrogance. The wisest course of action was to disregard her. In the afternoon, Wen Xifeng ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, having heard that a bundle could fetch 5 when in the city. Upon arriving, he discovered an abundance of job seekers, and lacking literacy or a specialized skill made it even harder to find work. He concluded that chopping firewood was a more viable option, as even if he did not sell it, he could still use it for his household. Wen Qingfeng took Wen Sheng and Wen Shu to the city, hoping for a stroke of luck. Before leaving, he specifically sought out Wen Xin, requesting that she discreetly give him any future rabbits she found, without bringing them home. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin felt a strong disdain, knowing that once the rabbit was in Wen Qingfeng's possession, it would remain there, with no hope of retrieving a single coin. Wen Xin's intention was to enhance the living conditions of her uncle and aunt, not to enrich Wen Qingfeng. In the afternoon, Wen Deshing returned home bearing a sack of coarse grains, sufficient to sustain the family for a week or more if they practiced frugality. Wen Xifeng also returned with a considerable amount of firewood, lamenting his lack of luck compared to Wen Xin. He had not even seen a rabbit, let alone found one. Meanwhile, Wen Qingfeng and his companions, upon leaving the capital, spotted Li Wenli in the distance. He concocted a casual excuse to send Wen Sheng and Wen Shu back, hastening toward Li Wenli. Chapter 29. Matchmaker Li Wenli Miss. "It's nearly dark. Where are you headed?" Noticing Li Wenli in a hurry, Wen Qingfeng felt compelled to clarify the words she had spoken previously. However, upon recognizing him, Li Wenli's demeanor soured, and she retorted sharply, "What does it matter to you where I go? Don't think that just because your family is numerous, you can bully me. I assure you, it won't work." Observing her agitation, Wen Qingfeng quickly attempted to placate her. "Oh, dear sister, please don't hold it against my younger brother. He has spent his life in the fields without much exposure. I certainly wouldn't dare blame someone as beautiful as you." After speaking, Wen Qingfeng noticed Li Wenli's appealing features, particularly her fair, delicate skin, far more pleasant to behold than Zhang Hong's coarse complexion. He found himself wishing to touch her, thinking he would do anything for the chance. Sensing his gaze, Li Wenli felt pleased and decided to overlook his earlier remarks, resulting in a lively conversation between them. "Oh, sister, yesterday you mentioned that we were squandering our good fortune and promised to guide us toward a brighter path. I wonder what that path may be. I assure you, once I am prosperous, I will never forget your immense kindness." As he spoke, Wen Qingfeng reached out, lightly brushing Li Wenli's hand before retracting it quickly, and was delighted to find she did not seem offended. Internally, Li Wenli cursed Wen Qingfeng, thinking a mere peasant dared to entertain notions of intimacy with her. He was like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Regardless of her disdain, she playfully remarked, "Why are you so foolish, big brother? Your family members are truly worth their weight in gold." Upon hearing this, Wen Qingfeng eagerly inquired about who she meant, to which Li Wenli playfully rolled her eyes and said, "How can you be so dull? Wealthy households in the city pay well for maidservants. The least they offer is this amount." She gestured 5 with her fingers. 5 taels of silver. Having lived all his life in the countryside, Wen Qingfeng could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of 5 taels, wishing to immediately take Wen Xin and Wenla to sell. Noticing his eagerness, Li Wenli felt an even greater disdain for him, saying with a laugh, "Look at your meager ambitions. 5 taels is nothing. I am speaking of 50 taels." Wen Qingfeng's mouth fell open in disbelief, unable to comprehend her words. 50 taels per person? This was unimaginable. His excitement rendered him speechless. With 2 daughters, he would possess 100 taels. What a fortune that would be! He envisioned grand houses and numerous maidservants. "Sister, you must be jesting with me." After the initial excitement, doubts crept in. He had heard that generous households typically offered only a few taels for maidservants. Sensing his skepticism, Li Wenli scoffed, "Who has time to joke with you? Others may lack the means, but through me, 50 taels is assured." Li Wenli beamed with delight, her mind filled with shrewd calculations. In the end, Wen Qingfeng showered her with gratitude, pleading with her to keep this matter in mind, even offering to sell his 2 daughters and promising her a reward of 1 tael upon completion of the deal. After he departed, Li Wenli spat on the ground in disdain, thinking, "A pauper offering me a mere tael. Does he think I have never seen money before?" Li Wenli contemplated the prospect of selling Wen Xin and Wenla to those affluent households, envisioning a substantial profit. That evening, Lu Ying prepared coarse grains and some porridge distributed by the government, and the family quietly ate their meal. Throughout dinner, Wen Qingfeng's gaze frequently darted towards Wen Xin and Wenla, envisioning the potential wealth of 100 taels, before shifting to Wen Yu and Wen Di, calculating how to prevent his younger brother from acquiring such fortune. "Father, times are tough. This afternoon I went to the city looking for work, but all the most laborious jobs have been claimed. Our family has no reserves, and with several months until spring, I am uncertain if we will secure good land. We must devise a plan." Wen Qingfeng expressed to his father after everyone had finished their porridge. Wen Deshing shared his worries, knowing that in order to receive land and shelter, one must offer bribes. Yet he had no means to procure the necessary funds. That afternoon, he had seen the village chief, who had also noticed him. After presenting a gift, he was promptly arranged to a small village with 7 acres of uncultivated land, ready for planting come spring. Although it was not as favorable as his own home, it was certainly better than living in a shack. Wen Deshing had no intentions of staying in the capital for long. Once the disaster had passed, he would return to his hometown, perhaps residing in the capital for just 2 years. "So what shall we do? Should we approach the village chief for a loan? I doubt he would be willing," he mused aloud. He remembered how he had parted ways with the chief over 5 taels. And though the chief did not openly express it, there was surely some resentment lingering in his heart. Approaching him again for a loan seemed daunting. "No, we shan't borrow from the village chief. This afternoon, I learned that many wealthy families in the city are looking for maidservants. My suggestion is that we send our several daughters to work for these families. This way, we can resolve our family's predicament while ensuring they are well-fed and clothed." Wen Qingfeng presented his idea, adopting an expression of someone deeply concerned for his family's welfare. Wang Xifeng and Chun Tao quickly made their positions clear upon hearing Wen Qingfeng's proposal. "I will not send you and the others to work. Although we may not have enough to eat, at least we still enjoy our freedom. Big brother, do not harbor such delusions. Don't presume everyone else is as foolish as you." Earlier that afternoon, upon returning from the mountains, Wang Xifeng had overheard others discussing a woman named Li Wenli, who had cursed them the day before. He learned she was a matchmaker, owning a house in the city. But he could not fathom why she would choose to live in a shack instead of her own home. Wen Qingfu, upon hearing Wen Shifu's words, felt a surge of doubt in his heart. Could it be that his younger brother was aware of something and intended to claim the money from selling the girls for himself? Upon reflection, he recalled that when he spoke with Li Wenli, there had been no one around. Thus, his brother could not have known about their conversation. What are you scheming at? Younger brother? Speak plainly. I am wholeheartedly concerned for our family. So what do your words truly mean? Despite his bravado, Wen Qingfu could not shake off the feeling of insecurity as he spoke. When Xian, observing Wen Qingfu closely, sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Wen Shifu then cast a glance at Wen Qingfu before speaking. Do you think it's so simple to sell oneself in a service for a wealthy family? Go and ask those who have done so. How many have survived a year? Are you truly thinking of the family? Or are you merely coveting that sum of money? Understanding his elder brother well, Wen Shifu articulated the very thoughts that had been swirling in Wen Qingfu's mind, inciting the latter's anger. He pointed accusingly at Wen Shifu, cursing him for being ungrateful and self-serving. He even dismissed the deaths of several girls as inconsequential, saying it was of no concern. Chen Tao, upon hearing such words, was incensed. Without regard for the fact that Wen Qingfu was her elder brother, she charged at him like a bull, knocking him to the ground. Not satisfied, she continued to berate him, and soon they were grappling on the floor. Zhang Hong, witnessing Wen Qingfu being attacked, hurriedly rolled up her sleeves and rushed to intervene, leading to chaos in the room. Seeing Chen Tao being assaulted by both Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong, Wen Shifu's temper flared. He stepped forward and shoved Zhang Hong to the ground. He is your elder brother. How dare you lay a hand on him? Do you not even regard me as your father? As he yelled at Wen Shifu, Wen Duxing anxiously checked to see if Wen Qingfu was hurt. Observing their father's blatant favoritism, Wen Shifu felt a twinge of disappointment. Though he had grown accustomed to such bias throughout his life and did not dwell too deeply on it. Meanwhile, Wen Yu and Wen Di expressed indignation on behalf of their brother. Father, how can you be like this? Second brother has done nothing wrong. If the eldest intends to send away all the girls, will I be next? Wen Huaifu, unable to bear the injustice any longer, stepped forward in defense of Wen Shifu. Lu Ying, upon hearing this, quickly embraced Wen Huaifu, ready to fight for him if anyone attempted to send him away. Wen Xian now realized that Wen Huaifu was the apple of their grandmother's eye. Thus, this farce came to an end, with Wen Duxing offering no agreement or dissent, merely stating that the matter would be discussed later. That night, as Wen Qingfu lay on the communal bed, the more he pondered, the more distressed he became. Why must he endure poverty when he could live in a grand house? He recalled that the family had not yet divided their assets, and everything was dictated by their father. If their father opposed selling a few girls, would his hopes for a better life vanish? The thought that the money from selling the girls would go to his father sparked a desire for independence within him. The mere notion of the good life slipping away from him kept Wen Qingfu tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his eyes wide open until dawn. At first light, Wen Qingfu hastily made his way to the city, claiming he was going to seek work. Yet, as Wen Xian observed, it was evident that his intentions were far more complicated than merely looking for employment. Wen Shifu, still bearing his axe, ventured into the mountains for firewood, leaving several women at home with nothing to do. Wen Xian took Wen Lu out for a stroll, casually offering her some food while familiarizing her with the surroundings. At the Wang residence, Shangguan Ming's frostbite had completely healed, leaving his face unblemished and rosy, devoid of any trace of his previous affliction. Young master, the individuals you instructed to watch have arrived in the capital yesterday afternoon. As per your orders, they have been assigned to a relatively favorable village, reported the steward. Recalling the family he had observed yesterday, who were quintessential farmers, Shangguan Ming pondered why he had given them special attention. He waved the steward away, sinking into contemplation. The L family had reached the capital, and so had Wen Xian. Perhaps he ought to pay her a visit. After all, he still owed her a few taels of silver. It was for repayment, not for the sake of seeing her. Someone, fetch me a set of cotton clothes, and also bring a few taels of silver, he commanded those waiting outside. He then mused about what expression Wen Xian would wear upon seeing him. Would she demand repayment or yell at him in anger? Although the attendants were unaware of his motives, they swiftly prepared what he had requested. A quarter of an hour later, Shangguan Ming donned a blue cotton outfit and exited the Wang residence through the back door. Thanks to Shangguan Ming's patronage, the L family had been assigned to Lu Family Village, conveniently located near a main road and with ample uncultivated land, a relatively good settlement. Due to the overwhelming influx of refugees, the village could not accommodate everyone, prompting the chancellor to devise a plan where the refugees would establish their own villages. They would provide land and seeds for planting in spring, but once settled, they could not return to their hometowns. Those wishing to go back would have to wait and see which village could temporarily accommodate them. The steward informed the prince of Shangguan Ming's departure, noting that he left in the garb of a servant. The prince frowned at this. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Minger knows how to conduct himself. After signaling for the steward to withdraw, the prince contemplated whether Minger had received news of the enemy, prompting him to disguise himself to gather intelligence. After leaving the palace, Shangguan Ming hurried towards the city gates, reflecting on the unpleasant parting with Wen Xin. What would he say upon seeing her? Should he apologize? That was utterly out of the question. Yet without an apology, would she even pay him any mind? Thus, with a heart full of conflict, he arrived at the city gates. I am merely going to repay her. Why should I concern myself with her mood? He thought. Inquiring with the guards at the city gates, Shangguan Ming made his way towards Shaolu village. Just as he departed the gates, Wen Xin approached with Wen Lu. She intended to sell a few rabbits in the city and then purchase some rice and seasonings to store in her space, as she had grown weary of cooking only rabbits and fish without any spices. Moreover, she had promised Wen Lu that she would buy her something delicious once they reached the capital. Wen Xin led Wen Lu into the city, first seeking a concealed alley where she retrieved 4 rabbits from her space, instructing Wen Lu to carry 2 fish. They made their way to the market, setting their goods down on the street like others had done. Soon, a soldier in official attire approached, informing them that they needed to pay a stall fee to sell their wares. Sir, we truly have not a single coin to our name. Might you allow us to sell our goods and pay afterward? Wen Xin Polit, the soldier, feeling sympathetic towards the 2 children, nodded in agreement, permitting them to sell and pay later. After all, 2 copper coins were not a significant amount, and if the children could not sell their goods, he would cover it. Wen Lu, holding the fish, soon attracted several inquiries regarding the price. Realizing they were in the capital during winter, Wen Xin decided to price the fish at 300 coins each, which promptly deterred many potential buyers. Little girl, ordinarily, this fish sells for no more than 50 coins each. Asking for 300 is rather excessive, remarked a plainly dressed woman, eyeing the fish with interest yet hesitating over the price. Listening to the woman, Wen Xin nearly burst into laughter, realizing that haggling was a practice even in ancient times. Madam, you mention ordinarily, but it's winter now, and catching fish is quite challenging. I was fortunate to come across these. If you miss this chance, finding such fresh fish again will be difficult. Just look at how plump and tender they are. They would make a nourishing soup, she retorted. In modern times, Wen Xin is also an adept negotiator, instantly perceiving that the elderly woman genuinely desires to purchase, recognizing that the price is within her means. Noticing the woman wavering, Wen Xin hastily remarked, Auntie, we are merely refugees from afar, having struggled to reach the capital. We thought this place would be abundant, but it is far from what we imagined. My grandfather's leg was injured on the way, and our family is counting on selling these goods to buy rice. With the biting cold, I fear we might fall ill if we do not eat well. The woman, seeing the pallid and emaciated faces of Wen Xin and Wen Lu, who possess a maturity beyond their years, felt a pang of sympathy. She thought to herself that a few hundred would not pose a significant loss, especially for such fresh fish. Ultimately, she purchased a fish and, with 51, also bought a rabbit, receiving 350 in change. Both Wen Xin and Wen Lu were overjoyed. After the elderly woman left with the fish, a middle-aged man soon arrived and bought the remaining fish and rabbits. Clutching a hefty pouch of coins, Wen Xin felt a surge of excitement, considering herself quite wealthy now. Once everything was sold, Wen Xin paid the 2 stall fee and repeatedly expressed gratitude to the officials overseeing the market, leaving them somewhat flustered. She and Wen Lu hurried to the grain shop, spending 400 on a bag of rice, as she had no intention of depriving herself of proper food, also purchasing some oil and salt. The price of salt was exorbitant, causing her purse to dwindle significantly, and by the time she bought a bit of oil, her earnings were nearly exhausted. Observing the few coins left, she decided to save them in her space. Sister, will you cook white rice for me today? Wen Lu asked, Her eyes filled with envy as she watched the rice vanish from Wen Xin's hands. Since arriving here, Wen Xin had yet to enjoy a proper meal. But considering the limited time she had to prepare food in her space, she could only comfort Wenla, saying, "Not right now, but I promise to make something delicious when I have time." Hearing this, Wenla felt a twinge of disappointment, believing her sister simply did not want to share food with her. In Wenla's mind, Wen Xin had the ability to conjure delightful dishes quickly, unaware of the time Wen Xin needed to spend in her space to prepare them. Without agreeing to cook white rice, Wenla's mood soured, and only after Wen Xin bought her a skewer of candied hawthorn did she cheer up, although a sense of grievance lingered. Wen Xin waited for Wenla to finish her candied hawthorn before returning home. Since they had missed the queue for porridge at noon, they had no lunch. "Sister, I'm so hungry," Wenla whispered, pulling on Wen Xin's sleeve, unaware that her voice was overheard by Wendy. "You skipped porridge at noon, so who do you blame for your hunger? Do you think Grandma will cook for you just because you're hungry?" Wendy had been quiet for 2 days, but upon seeing Wenla's frail demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation. They were country girls, not pampered young ladies, so why put on such a weak facade? Wenla, hearing Wendy's words, felt wronged and was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend why she was being scolded. The more she thought about it, the more unjust it seemed, and tears began to roll down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy from Wen Xin. "Wendy, what do you mean? Have we offended you in some way? My sister is hungry and tells me, what business is that of yours? Please refrain from meddling where you don't belong." Wen Xin, originally a fiery young woman from the modern world, had a fierce protectiveness over Wenla, and she would not allow Wendy to look down on them. "Who are you calling a dog?" Wendy retorted, leaping from her seat, her voice loud and confrontational, as if ready to clash with Wen Xin. "I was merely making a comparison. Don't take it personally. It's not like I'm afraid everyone doesn't know your true nature," Wen Xin replied nonchalantly, resolute in defending Wenla. Given Wendy's habit of picking on them, Wen Xin had little fondness for her. Grandma Luing noticed the brewing conflict between Wen Xin and Wendy and hurriedly intervened, causing Wendy to glare at Wen Xin multiple times before retreating to her corner. In the afternoon, Wen Xin took advantage of a convenient excuse to slip away, secretly entering her space. The crops within had ripened, and she had longed to harvest them. Although the lack of proper tools made the task challenging, her familiarity with farming helped her, and after an hour, she successfully gathered everything. Delighted by the flourishing roses in the corner, Wen Xin had eagerly anticipated the seed's potential, and they did not disappoint. Observing the roses, she noted their fragrance was fresher and longer-lasting compared to modern flowers. Just a short while after approaching, she found herself infused with their enchanting aroma, which lingered delightfully. Before leaving her space, Wen Xin roasted several rabbits and stored them away, contemplating the need to replenish her stock of animals. The white weasel spotted Wen Xin and followed her for a while before returning to sleep. Upon returning home, Wen Xin quietly called for Wenla, and the two hid beneath a large tree. Wen Xin retrieved a rabbit leg from her pocket and offered it to Wenla. "Hurry, eat." Just as Wenla reached out for the rabbit leg, a hand suddenly snatched it away from behind her. Well, you two are sneaking off to roast rabbits without telling anyone. Just wait until I tell Grandma." Wendy had always found Wen Xin and Wenla somewhat mysterious, and today, following Wenla, she caught them in the act of sharing food. Remembering their grandfather's warning that rabbits should not be eaten but sold, she felt a surge of excitement, envisioning how their grandfather would reprimand them. As Wendy dashed home with the rabbit leg, savoring its aroma, Wenla was left trembling, frightened. "Sister, Wendy knows. What should we do?" Wenla panicked, fearing punishment upon their return. Since fleeing, she had rarely faced punishment, and the memory of painful reprimands made her shudder. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. If Grandpa asks you anything, just say you don't know," Wen Xin reassured her, concerned that Wenla might inadvertently reveal her ability to conjure food. Knowing Wenla was just a child of 8, Wendy returned home, exaggerating to Lu Ying that Wen Xin had secretly roasted a rabbit for herself, completely disregarding their grandfather's words. Before long, Wen Xin returned home with Wenla, only to find the rabbit leg placed in a bowl by Lu Ying, while Wen Sheng and Wen Shu gazed longingly at it. Swallowing hard. "Look at you, roasting meat all by yourself. Do you even remember I'm your elder brother? How could you only share with Wenla and not with us?" Wen Sheng exploded, his longing for meat evident, while Wen Shu also cast reproachful looks at Wen Xin, as if she had committed a grave injustice. Wen Xin nearly burst into laughter at their absurdity, realizing they only remembered her as their sister when it was advantageous to them. without reflecting on their roles as older brothers. Ignoring their complaints, Wen Xin calmly addressed Lu Ying. "Grandma, I caught the rabbit and roasted it for Wenla. She has been ill recently, and it's essential to nourish her." Wen Xin felt no guilt for her actions. Although their grandfather was the head of the household, she was determined to improve their circumstances whenever possible. However, the day their father threatened to sell them had clearly left an impression on their grandfather. "We shall discuss this matter when your grandfather returns," Lu Ying remarked, observing her granddaughter's transformation since her recent illness, noting her newfound confidence and assertiveness. Pulling Wenla aside to sit and wait for their grandfather's return, she was unafraid. The rabbit was hers. She had roasted it for Lu to eat. Was there anything wrong with that? It was food for people, after all, and no grain was wasted. Chapter 32. Interrogation. Shangwan Ming arrived at Shaolu village and quickly inquired about the residents of the elf family. After observing discreetly for quite some time without catching a glimpse of Wen Xin, he asked others and was informed that the elf family had no young girls around the age of 10. After searching again and confirming that Wen Xin was not there, he furrowed his brow and left Shaolu village. If Wen Xin was not there, where could she possibly be? He contemplated seeking out El Qing for clarification, but the moment he saw El Qing, memories of Wen Xin joking with him surfaced, leaving him uncomfortable. Returning to the Wang residence, Shangwan Ming intended to send the steward to search for her, but hesitated, fearing that Wen Xin might attract unwanted attention. If others discovered her abilities, would they not treat her as a monster and burn her? Wen Xin had saved his life, and he could not place her in danger. He summoned his trusted aide, and instructed him to find her. "Master, the person you seek could be anywhere in the streets. How am I to locate her?" And he felt overwhelmed upon hearing Shangwan Ming's description. A girl with yellow hair and a gaunt frame could be found among the throngs of refugees. Ultimately, Shangwan Ming had no choice but to sketch a portrait of Wenla. He wished to depict Wen Xin, but feared that Yi's actions might attract scrutiny. What if they traced it back to Wen Xin? Make sure to find her discreetly. Upon locating her, do not disturb her. Simply report back to me. No details must leak. Shangwan Ming instructed, his mind restless with worry. Although Yi was typically meticulous in his duties, Shangwan Ming found himself inexplicably anxious, unsure of the source of his disquiet. At that moment, Yi felt utterly defeated, staring at the portrait of a girl who appeared no older than several years. Her features were only moderately attractive, perhaps even less so than the second-rate maidservants of the Wang residence. He wondered what Shangwan Ming could possibly want with her. If the young prince truly favored such a type, it would surely leave many astounded. When Wen Daxing returned, Lu Ying informed him of Wen Xin roasting a rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wen Daxing's face darkened to the color of coal. Zhang Hong still harbored resentment over the previous rabbit incident and now sat on the ground, berating Wen Xin for her perceived lack of filial piety. "You wretched child, when there's something delicious, you don't even think to share it with me. After all these years of raising you, you've turned into a heartless wolf." Zhang Hong cursed both Wen Xin and Wenla repeatedly. "Mother, it wasn't me. The rabbit was roasted by my sister. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not a heartless wolf." Wenla quickly interjected, eager to clarify the misunderstanding. Throughout her life, their mother had never truly acknowledged her, and deep down, Wenla yearned for her mother's approval. She had always been more obedient and well-behaved than her brother, and she believed that one day her mother would recognize her merits. Wen Xin hurriedly pulled Wenla closer, unable to comprehend her sister's feelings. Zhang Hong certainly did not treat them as a mother would her children. It was as if they were adversaries meeting with hostility. After contemplating, she realized that no matter how Wenla defended her, she was still Zhang Hong's biological child, and the bond of blood could not be understood through reason. "Little girl, I ask you, where did you acquire that rabbit? We may be farmers, but we absolutely must not engage in thievery." Wen Daxing reprimanded Wen Xin, his expression dark as if she had brought great shame upon the family. Wen Shifeng believed in Wen Xin's character and quickly came to her defense. "Father, Xiner is not that kind of person. It's not up to the second brother to decide what kind of person she is. How could such a young girl possibly catch a rabbit? I suspect she must have done something deceitful. The mountains are frigid and barren. Where could she have found even a trace of a rabbit? Why is it that when we go up the mountain, we see no rabbits? Yet she can catch them time and again? If it's not thievery, what is it?" Wen Qingfu, still harboring resentment towards Wen Shifeng, was increasingly determined to sell Wen Xin. The more the family despised her, the smoother his plan to sell her would go, bringing his own better days closer. Observing his second uncle fervently defending her while her biological father sought to tarnish her name, Wen Xin felt her heart grow cold once more. When Wenla heard her father claim that her sister was up to no good, she instinctively lowered her head, only to be caught in the act by Wendi. Wenla, do you think your sister is up to something? If she weren't, why would you be afraid? Wendi showed at Wenlei. Having also been to the mountain and knowing there were no rabbits, she felt a surge of jealousy at the thought of Wen Xin's luck and was determined to express her frustration today. Wenla trembled at Wendi's intimidating demeanor, prompting Wen Xin to step forward and embrace her while glaring at Wendi. If there is something to prove, then show the evidence. Are you envious that I caught a rabbit? Just because you lack such fortune, does that mean others cannot possess it? I've never seen anyone as petty as you. Inside, Wen Xin and Wendi began to argue, and suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. It was their grandfather, angered, shattering a bowl on the floor. Wenla, what on earth is going on? Wen Xin, do not speak. Seeing Wen Xin attempt to speak, Wen Dushing interjected. Meanwhile, Wendi dragged Wenla away, fearing that Wen Xin might influence her. Wenla stood in the center of the room, overwhelmed by the scrutiny of those around her, and burst into tears. I don't know anything. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Wenla had not forgotten her instructions. At that moment, when Qingfu knelt before Wenla, gently asking, My dear Lu, please tell father what happened, or else father may not love you anymore. Wenla, who had long yearned for her father's affection, gazed up at him with delight, momentarily lost in joy. Seeing this, Wen Xin internally cursed Wen Qingfu for his deceitful tactics, while simultaneously worrying about what Wenla might reveal. Lu, if you do not tell father the truth, I shall sell you tomorrow, and you will never see me again, Wen Qingfu threatened, his demeanor shifting from gentle to menacing. At just 8 years old and with a timid disposition, Wenla could not withstand such intimidation and cried out, Father, don't sell me. I don't want to be sold. If you don't want to be sold, then you must quickly tell me what happened. Did your sister steal something from someone? Wen Qingfu suddenly snapped at Wenla, breaking down her last defenses. No, sister did not steal anything. That rabbit was conjured by her, Wenla exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth afterward, her eyes brimming with tears as she cast a pitiful glance at Wen Xin. Sister, Wenla stammered, overwhelmed with anxiety, fearing her sister would resent her for revealing the secret. Ultimately, she burst into tears, lamenting that she would never be able to eat meat again, which only deepened her sorrow. The others in the room, upon hearing Wenla's words, dismissed her claims as nonsensical. Who could possibly conjure something out of thin air? They were not celestial beings. The notion of Wen Xin being a divine figure was met with disbelief. Very well, let this matter go for now. However, if Exiner catches another rabbit and roasts it without permission, she shall face family discipline, Wen Dushing remarked, pondering whether Wenla had been frightened into madness, causing her to speak nonsense. Wen Xin was unaware that no one in the family believed Wenla's account. They thought she had lost her mind from fear, and this incident faded into obscurity. The conclusion felt surreal to Wen Xin. She had not even been given the opportunity to voice her prepared explanations. Observing Wenla's sorrowful expression, she sighed, realizing how unreasonable it was to expect an 8-year-old child to keep a secret. Chapter 33. Eating meat in the end. Grandfather divided the rabbit leg between Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. 7-year-old Wen Yuan also wanted a taste, but after throwing a tantrum, he ended up with nothing and was scolded by grandfather for snatching his brother's food, blaming Chun Tao for not raising him properly. Upon hearing this, Chun Tao could no longer contain her emotions and wept bitterly while holding Wen Yuan. Witnessing this, Wen Shifeng resolved to ensure his wife and children would lead a better life. Wen Xin took Wenla outside, and after some coaxing, finally managed to quell Wenla's tears. Sister, can you still conjure meat? I am so hungry, Wenla asked through her sobs. Today, I consumed barely anything, and my stomach has begun to protest. I, Wen Xin, did not wish for Wenla to discover my deceit, and I thought it prudent to keep matters concerning the space as private as possible. Thus, I sighed and told Wenla that I could no longer conjure food. However, I intended to venture into the mountains shortly to see if I could catch some wild chickens. Upon hearing that I could no longer create food, Wenla felt a fleeting moment of joy, thinking that I was now just like her. But soon, that joy faded as she realized that without my abilities, she would not be able to enjoy any meat. Wenla had little faith in my ability to catch wild chickens. Yet, She preferred to accompany me to the mountains rather than remain at home, where Wendy always seemed to target her. The house was dull, and it was better to be outside where movement would keep us warm. In the end, I took Wilma with me up the mountain. The remote mountains were seldom visited by others. Since yesterday, there had been no snowfall, and today the sun shone warmly. After walking for a while, I noticed a trail of footprints in the snow. Soon I shall roast wild chicken for you, I said, glancing at the tracks with a sense of relief. Truly, there was no dead end in life. Following the footprints, we soon spotted several wild chickens fluttering in the snow. I instructed Wenla to stay put while I approached the flock to catch the chickens. As I stealthily approached the group, I saw that the wild chickens were oblivious to my presence, and I easily captured two, observing how effortlessly I caught the chickens. Wenla attempted to do the same, but startled the flock with her first few steps, and they all vanished. Sister, why can't I catch any wild chickens? Wenla asked, her face clouded with disappointment, wondering why I seemed superior in every aspect. Dear child, look at what I hold in my hand, I replied, opening my palm to reveal some rice. The wild chickens were drawn to the rice, which is why they remained still, without the enticing aroma of food on you. Of course, they would flee. I did not understand why the chickens and rabbits allowed me to catch them and decided to use the rice as an excuse. I resolved to be more cautious in future hunts. Believing my explanation, Wenla frowned at the two captured chickens, her conflicted expression amusing me. Sister, grandfather said we must not cook anything without permission. If we are discovered, we will be punished. Though she longed for chicken, she hesitated to disobey grandfather's orders. Do not worry. I will persuade grandfather to allow us to cook the chickens, I assured her. Eventually, I returned home with Wenla, carrying the chickens. I could no longer retrieve items from the space to roast, so I planned to keep the chickens for a future occasion. When our family saw the two wild chickens in my hands, they were incredulous, questioning my remarkable fortune. Grandfather, if you do not allow us to cook the chickens, I shall refrain from catching them next time I see them, I declared. Upon hearing this, Wendy, fearful of my resolve, quickly agreed to cook the chickens. He too believed in my extraordinary luck, thinking it might be a blessing. Since learning of Wen Xin's intentions to sell us, I had been inseparable from Wenla. Terrified that Wen Xin might deceive her into being sold, leaving me to confront the consequences of her loss. I remembered that my previous self had been most concerned about Wenla, and I resolved never to let her be sold into servitude. During dinner, we sat at two separate tables, men at one and women at the other. On the shabby tables were bowls of corn porridge and two large bowls of stir-fried wild chicken. Zhang Hong, like a starving beast, stood and aggressively scooped chicken into his bowl, taking more than 2/3 of it. Lu Ying, witnessing this spectacle, slammed down her chopsticks in disapproval. Such disgraceful behavior. She reprimanded Zhang Hong, who begrudgingly returned some chicken to the bowl. Wenla hesitated to reach for the meat, relying on my assistance to serve her. At the other table, Wen Xin observed our portion and could not help but remark to Wendy, Grandfather, the worthless should not eat meat. He resented that we had taken a bowl of chicken, thinking it would reduce his share. In that moment, he forgot that the wild chickens were caught by me. Hearing Wen Xin's comment, I chuckled softly. Although grandfather preferred boys and was greedy, he was reasonable enough to allow us to eat meat without retracting his approval. As anticipated, Wen Xin was soon scolded by grandfather and sent outside to stand in punishment, deprived of his meal. Reluctantly, he left, having consumed only a piece of chicken, while a large bowl remained untouched, allowing his brothers Wen Shu and Wen Yuan to benefit. Ultimately, Wen Xin had no choice but to comply, as Wendy's anger was palpable. Within minutes, the wild chicken was devoured, leaving not even bones behind. And Yi, with a portrait in hand, ventured to the city outskirts to find Wenla, but upon scrutinizing her, he could discern no distinguishing features. Remembering his master's instructions, and Yi hastily returned to the Qingwang mansion to report to Shangguan Ming. For several days, Shangguan Ming donned the attire of a servant, grappling with whether to seek out Wen Xin. Ultimately, he resolved to find her, arriving at the city gates where he quickly located the place and Yi had described. Observing the makeshift shelters that offered little protection from the elements, he furrowed his brow, realizing that his savior resided in such humble circumstances. In the past few days, I had refrained from catching wild chickens, having already stored them in my space. My second uncle had sold firewood in the city for 8 coins per load. Wendy encouraged the family to gather firewood in the mountains, and our circumstances began to improve as we engaged in labor-intensive tasks and enjoyed hearty meals. Wenla and I also ventured up the mountain to assist in bundling firewood, with the proceeds managed by Wendy. When Shang Wanming finally found me, I was washing clothes by the river, my slender hands reddened by the cold. I had noticed him observing me from a distance, and I pondered whether we were acquainted. After careful consideration, I concluded that I had never met him before, chastising myself for being overly self-conscious. Perhaps he was merely admiring the scenic river rather than me. Ignoring him, I continued washing my clothes, while Shang Wanming felt increasingly perplexed. Did Wen Xin still harbor resentment towards him, prompting her to feign ignorance? As I finished washing, he approached me slowly. Noticing his approach, I hastily gathered my clothes and fled, fearing I might encounter a trafficker. Chapter 34. Allocation of housing. Seeing me dart away, Shang Wanming stood, astonished. I hurried home with my freshly washed clothes, recalling numerous news stories about traffickers who would observe their surroundings before making their move. Though my mental age was 20, this body was only 10. How could I possibly defend myself against a trafficker? Observing my fearful demeanor, Shang Wanming could not comprehend my reaction. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and returned to the Qing Wang mansion, instructing an Yi to carry out his orders. Your Highness, there are no suitable houses in nearby villages. Only newly constructed ones exist, primarily built for distant relatives of officials or those situated farther from the city, an Yi reported. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanming interrupted, insisting on selecting the closer villages, regardless of whether they were newly established or otherwise. He believed that once he uncovered Wen Xin's secrets, his interest would wane, restoring tranquility to his life. And he promptly set to work, and with Shang Wanming's decree, the Wen family soon acquired housing. They were allocated a new brick house in a village named Zhoan, along with 10 acres of uncultivated land, exempt from taxes for the first 3 years, allowing them to retain all their earnings. When Wen Deshing heard the news, he initially questioned whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. How could events shift so rapidly? Just that morning, he had inquired about housing and was informed that gifts were necessary to secure a place. Yet by afternoon, he was informed not only had they received housing, but also land. Land is the essence of a farmer's existence. With the official documents in hand, Wen Deshing resolved to move to Zhoan village at dawn the following day, as the current shelter was far too inadequate for warmth. That night, the mood was jubilant among the villagers, as the news of housing allocations brought joy. Everyone retired early, and no disturbances occurred. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Wang residence, Shang Wanming felt a profound discomfort. Wen Xin's expression suggested she did not recognize him. Was his appearance so easily overlooked? He raised a hand to touch his face, and suddenly, he paused, then broke into a foolish chuckle. What a state he was in. When Wen Xin first saw him, his face was marred by repulsive frostbite. How could he have been perceived as either human or animal? He summoned an Yi and instructed him to secure a small courtyard next to the Wen family, intending to masquerade as a refugee. And he was to pose as his elder brother. You must remember this. You are my elder brother, and our family is of hunters, separated from our parents during a famine. Do you understand? Observing an Yi's incredulous expression, Shang Wanming's tone turned cold. An Yi, sensing the shift in mood, straightened up and responded loudly, understood. I am the elder brother of the young prince, and our family survives by hunting. Our parents have been lost along the way. Do not reveal my identity. In public, you will be known as Shang Yi, while I shall be Shang Ming. Remember this. And he nodded vigorously. Normally, he could retain complex information after a single hearing, but given the young prince's awareness of his capabilities, he felt perplexed by the prince's insistence on such a minor detail. Ever since the young prince had returned from his ordeal, he seemed transformed, and Yi's demeanor was far from that of a refugee. Thus, Shang Wanming had trained him rigorously for several days before embarking on the journey to Zhoan village. The following day, Wen Deshing, laden with his family's possessions, made his way to Zhoan, which was a mere half-hour from the capital. Upon arrival, he presented the official documents to the village head, Zhang Tong, and was astonished to discover that his allocated house not only included a main building, but also an annex and a small courtyard, complete with a newly constructed pig pen. The house was built of stone bricks, surpassing the quality of his previous residence. Seeing such favorable accommodations provided by the government, the Wen family felt an immense sense of fortune, as if they had stumbled upon an unexpected blessing, or perhaps the heavens had finally taken pity on their hardships. Wen Deshing, along with Lu Ying and Wen Huaifu, rightfully took residence in the main house, while Wen Qingfu's family occupied the eastern annex and Wen Shifu's family the western one. With sufficient space, Wen Xin shared a room with Wen Le, and the new house brought her great satisfaction, though she mused that having an additional well in the courtyard would have been perfect. However, given the cost of digging a well at 5 taels of silver, she concluded that this wish was merely a luxury. The interim village head, Zhang Feng, later led the Wen family to inspect their allocated wasteland, which was situated at the foot of a mountain adjacent to several other households. A small stream nearby provided easy irrigation for the fields. Wen Desheng spent the entire afternoon smiling, overwhelmed by the abundance of pleasant surprises. As he walked home, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s, suddenly emerged from the woods, dousing him with a basin of yellow water. The acrid stench of urine enveloped him, leaving Wen Desheng in shock, momentarily frozen in place before he regained his senses. "You and your family are heartless and will surely face retribution," the old woman shouted vehemently as 2 youths appeared, struggling to drag her away, leaving Wen Desheng in utter disarray. Who could explain this bizarre incident to him? Being doused with urine was an affront he could not tolerate. "Village head, whose family does this woman belong to? I demand an explanation for this incident." Wen Desheng was unaccustomed to such humiliation and contemplated how much compensation to seek. He feared that demanding too little would be unjust, while asking for too much might provoke retaliation. The village head, caught in a dilemma, pondered the complicated history between the 2 families, realizing he, as a mere village head, could not provoke those with powerful connections. "Brother one, this woman belongs to the Wang family in the village. Everyone refers to her as Granny Zhao. The Wang family has 3 sons, all of whom are married," the village had explained. "Isn't that excessively tyrannical? Just because they have 3 sons, they can behave so arrogantly? I have never wronged them," Wen Desheng exclaimed, his frustration mounting. He suspected Granny Zhao might be mentally unwell, as they had never crossed paths before. Why would she target him specifically? He clearly observed her navigate past several others just to reach him, yet she appeared to be of sound mind. The village head, sensing the gravity of the situation, pulled Wen Desheng aside and glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, "She harbors a deep-seated hatred for your family. The house you currently occupy was originally sought for her by her relatives. Naturally, your connections are more substantial, and now you reside in that courtyard. But the Wang family expended resources without receiving the house. Can you imagine how they feel? This matter will not end here, brother one. You must be cautious." With that, the village head hastily departed, understanding the precarious balance of power between the 2 families, neither of which he dared to provoke. Chapter 35, New Neighbors. Wen Desheng stood rooted in place, realizing that the house they occupied was a result of the Wang family's connections. How had it come to be assigned to them? He felt a growing apprehension that the Wang family might retaliate against him. As he walked home, he noticed that people instinctively kept their distance, the lingering odor overwhelming them. Upon returning, Lu Ying promptly prepared water for Wen Desheng to bathe, but she refrained from inquiring about the incident, noticing his somber demeanor. "Where are our eldest sons?" Wen Desheng asked after his bath, observing that only Lu Ying and Wen Yuan remained. There was no sign of Wen Qingfu. Convinced that the matter with the Wang family must be resolved, he worried that if they discovered his family had no connections, they might conspire against him. When Shifu had taken everyone into the mountains to gather firewood, claiming their supply was insufficient. The eldest son had mentioned he had gone to the city for an errand. Just then, the sound of Wen Shifu opening the door broke the silence. Today, Wen Xin had gone to the mountains with her second uncle to help gather firewood. Although there had been some discord with Wen Di, she had managed to familiarize herself with the route, enabling her to venture into the mountains alone next time. The mountain was vastly larger than the one near the capital. The latter was known as a hunting ground for the elite, primarily populated by wild boars, while the mountains surrounding Zhouan village were home to tigers and wolves. Recently, a villager had been devoured by a tiger while gathering firewood, and another had died from a wolf attack. Consequently, most villagers avoided the deep forests unless absolutely necessary. Today, Wen Shifu had not ventured too deep into the mountains, planning to wait until he could go alone on a future trip. The firewood at the foot of the mountain had been nearly exhausted, making it challenging to find sufficient supplies. He was determined to sell firewood for income, necessitating deeper exploration into the forest. Upon returning, Wen Xin noticed her grandfather's unusual demeanor. He had been cheerful that morning, yet now appeared as if someone owed him money. Wen Desheng had intended to discuss the Wang family's issues with Wen Qingfu upon his return, but as dinner approached, there was still no sign of him. I have something to share with you all. The Wang family in the village bears a grudge against us. You must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. We will claim that this house was procured through the influence of a significant figure. If I discover anyone spreading rumors, they shall not escape my wrath. Is that understood? Wen Desheng was apprehensive about anyone at home revealing their lack of connections and hastily advised his family. The Wen family had only just arrived at Zhouan village and knew nothing of the Wang family, but upon hearing Wen Desheng's instructions, they could only comply. In Chen Tao's mind, her father was seeking to preserve his dignity, prompting them to fabricate lies. Deep down, Wen Desheng felt that none of these individuals possessed the capability to uphold the family's reputation, contemplating that he would discuss matters in detail with Wen Qingfu upon his return. That evening, when Xian and Wen Lu shared a room, although there was only a single thin quilt, it was a significant improvement from their previous bedding of mere straw. And when Xian felt a sense of contentment, after a long day gathering firewood on the mountain, Wen Lu fell into a deep slumber, while Wen Xian found herself unable to sleep. In an instant, she entered her space, marveling at the flourishing crops and vegetables within, and resolved to prepare a nourishing meal. At just 10 years old, her physique resembled that of an 8-year-old. If she did not take care of her health, she feared she might not grow properly and wished to avoid becoming flat-chested. The thought of standing beside Wen Lu, who often appeared older than her, reinforced her determination to improve her health. For some time, Wen Xian had been bathing in her space, and after several months, she noticed her skin had lightened slightly, no longer the dark complexion it once was. She resolved to pursue a more refined appearance. Soon, the space began to emanate delightful aromas of food. She stir-fried a wild chicken and simmered a fish soup, lamenting the scarcity of seasonings in ancient times, contrasting it with the abundance of flavors in modern cooking. The meal was fulfilling, and after tidying up the space, Wen Xian emerged from the room to find that Wen Lu had not stirred. Though their home was modest, they could at least fill their bellies, and Wen Xian decided to secretly provide Wen Lu with additional nourishment. Determined that he would not follow the path of malnutrition that had afflicted their family, with her hunger satiated, she quickly drifted into sleep. The following day, Wen Desheng summoned Wen Qingfu into the room, and after a lengthy discussion, Wen Qingfu departed for the capital, leaving Wen Xian unaware of his endeavors. Wen Shifeng prepared to head to the mountains for firewood, and Wen Xian voluntarily accompanied him to bundle the branches, while Wen Yu and Wen Di chose to shirk their responsibilities, staying behind to assist Lu Ying in cultivating the backyard, which would eventually serve as the family garden. This routine continued for several days, when Xian diligently collected firewood without a hint of laziness. Concerned for her safety, Wen Shifeng decided against taking her to the mountains anymore. Thus, Wen Xian remained at home to tend to tasks within her capability. One day, while carrying the family's laundry to the river, she noticed movement in a nearby courtyard. Curious about the new neighbor, she fixated on the entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a blue cotton garment, his hair tied high atop his head. Upon seeing him, Wen Xian gasped, dropping the basin and clothes she held. How could a human trafficker reside so close? The thought of being neighbors with such a person terrified her. Hastily, she bent to retrieve her clothes, eager to escape. Meanwhile, Shangwan Ming had been watching the outside commotion. He was aware that Wen Xian frequented the river at this time. Upon stepping outside, he spotted her startled expression and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the once arrogant tigress now reduced to fear. "Are you all right, miss? I recognized you from our encounter outside the city gate. What a coincidence that we are now neighbors." Shangwan Ming approached with an enchanting smile, even bending down to assist Wen Xian in picking up her clothes. The observer, an Yi, was taken aback by the scene, feeling his body stiffen and his mind go blank. Had he truly witnessed the young prince employing charm? He prayed for a thunderbolt to strike him. Otherwise, his fragile heart might soon give way under the pressure. When Xian looked up to meet Shangwan Ming's captivating smile, momentarily lost in thought, admiring how fortunate it was to have such a striking young man in her village. When Xian recalled having read in a book about the peculiar preferences of those in power during ancient times, such as keeping young boys as companions. "So, what are you staring at now that your clothes are picked up?" Shangwan Ming inquired, noticing her dazed expression, feeling quite pleased with his own appearance. When Xian was jolted from her reverie, suddenly conscious of her thoughts about the young man before her. She felt a pang of embarrassment for considering how such a striking youth might attract the attention of the affluent and powerful. She chastised herself for such thoughts, realizing that he was indeed her neighbor. Her bashful smile was interpreted by Shangguan Ming as shyness, which only served to inflate his self-satisfaction further. He mused how the tigress might regret her previous judgments once she learned of his true identity, as she had once dismissed him so casually. In the ensuing chapter, when Xian inquired about Shangguan Ming's earlier behavior at the city gate, and his response left her feeling embarrassed. I merely wished to ask for directions, but seeing no one around, I hesitated to approach due to the propriety between men and women, he explained with a straight face. Wen Xin, realizing he was a hunter with an older brother and that his parents had been separated while fleeing, felt her apprehensions dissolve. The earlier misunderstanding of him being a trafficker now seemed foolish. Meanwhile, an unable to contain himself, burst through the courtyard gate, scowling at Shangguan Ming. We must leave. Today we are hunting that wretched wild boar. Do not waste time. An Yi's urgency was palpable. Upon seeing Shangguan Ming's displeasure, he trembled slightly, recalling the admonition to maintain composure in front of others, lest he be punished by being sent to the border for intelligence gathering. With a quick farewell to Wen Xin, Shangguan Ming followed an who was eager to avoid being caught by his master. As they ventured forth, Wen Xin called out a warning, "Be careful." Once the pair had left, Wen Xin felt satisfied with the day's encounter, her thoughts lingering on the young prince as she awaited the return of the two brothers. The sun dipped low, and worry crept in as they had not yet returned. Just as darkness approached, she spotted them returning from the hunt and rushed forward, relief flooding her. "You're back. I was so worried about you encountering danger in the mountains. You truly are impressive for having hunted a wild boar." She praised an as he hoisted the boar onto his shoulder. Shangguan Ming observed that Wen Xin had approached directly from the entrance, clearly troubled about his well-being. "We are fine. Merely a wild boar. A trivial matter," he thought. As a distinguished first-level shadow guard, what was a wild boar to him? Even a tiger would not pose a challenge. Noticing in Yi's smug expression, Wen Xin paused. She had assumed this stern-looking elder brother would possess a personality as serious as his demeanor, yet she discovered the opposite to be true. "This is my elder brother, Shangguan Ming introduced, playfully pinching in Yi's back. "Elder brother Shang, you should hurry and take the wild boar back. The meat is best when processed soon after death." Seeing the two brothers return safely and demonstrating such remarkable skills, Wen Xin felt her earlier worries were unwarranted. Hearing her words, an and Shangguan Ming were momentarily taken aback. They were capable of killing, yes, but butchering meat was another matter entirely. Ignoring the perplexed expressions on the brothers' faces, Wen Xin turned to head home, aware that if Wen Di caught her conversing with two men outside, it would certainly lead to a commotion. That evening, the Wen family dined on coarse grain pancakes, and, unusually, a pot of red soup was prepared. "Everyone eat heartily. I found work in the city. 2 taels of silver a month. Our days will surely improve," Wen Qingfu proclaimed, pride evident in his voice. Upon seeing the 2 taels of silver handed to him, Wen Dusheng's eyes widened with astonishment, and upon learning that Wen Qingfu had secured such a lucrative job, he fervently expressed gratitude to their ancestors, believing their family was finally on the path to prosperity. Curiosity piqued in Wen Xin. What kind of work could possibly yield such a high wage? Wen Qingfu, who was illiterate and lacked any specialized skills beyond farming, which he was not particularly adept at, must have stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Father, what kind of job did you find that pays so well? You should take elder brother and second brother along. The family income would double." After finishing a pancake, Wen Xin refrained from reaching for another, finding the texture quite dry. Wen Dusheng immediately felt this was a brilliant idea and urged Wen Qingfu to bring Wen Sheng and Wen Shu along, even suggesting they take Wen Shifu to maximize their earnings. However, Wen Qingfu hesitated, knowing that if his father learned of his undertaking, he would certainly disapprove. Yet, the thought of such a substantial income spurred him to reason with Wen Dusheng. "Father, it's not that simple. They only require 1 person, and I fought tooth and nail to secure this job. If I offend the employer and get dismissed, where'd I find another job that pays so well?" After hearing this, Wen Dusheng refrained from insisting on taking others, fearing it would displease the employer and jeopardize Wen Qingfu's position. Ultimately, Wen Qingfu did not reveal the nature of his job, deepening Wen Xin's suspicion that it was no ordinary work. Although she felt something was amiss, she chose not to probe further. As a 10-year-old girl, pursuing answers could lead to unwanted consequences, including a potential reprimand from Wen Xingfu. Later that night, after the Wen family had finished their meal, Shang Wanming and Yi found themselves staring at the lifeless wild boar. "Shall I skin it first?" An Yi pondered it, recalling that even rabbits required skinning, and wondered if the same applied to wild boars. Having toiled in the mountains all day, he was quite famished and did not comprehend why the young prince would choose to endure such hardship in a place devoid of sumptuous meals or warm bedding. He found it particularly irksome that he had to accompany him. Contemplating the teasing he endured from Ing Heir, he resolved to inform the young prince that their family ought to have an additional brother, with Ing Heir being the most suitable candidate. Gazing at the wild boar, an idea suddenly struck Shang Wanming, a discreet way to assist the Wen family. "You keep an eye on the boar. I will fetch the Wen family to help with the butchering," he declared, striding confidently out of the courtyard. Chapter 37, Misunderstanding, Part 1. The Wen family retired early, and by the time Shang Wanming knocked on their door, Wen Xin was already in bed, though not yet asleep. Hearing the knock, she donned her clothing and rose. They knew no one in Zhouan village, so who could be knocking at this hour? When Shifu opened the door and saw Shang Wanming, he was momentarily taken aback, as he did not recognize the young man. "Young brother, what brings you here at such a late hour? It must be urgent," Wen Shifu speculated, wondering if Shang Wanming was in need of assistance. "Apologies for the disturbance. I'm your neighbor. Today my elder brother and I hunted a wild boar, but as my father used to handle the butchering, my brother and I lacked the skill. I was wondering if you might assist us." "I can offer some meat as compensation," Shang Wanming explained, aware of Wen Xin's difficult circumstances, yet confident that she could make something delightful from the meat. Years ago, in a bid to save money, Wen Daxing had encouraged Wen Shifu to learn the butcher's trade from the village's pig butcher. Wen Shifu replied, "There's no need for compensation among neighbors. Besides, butchering a pig doesn't take much time." He followed Shang Wanming back to his courtyard and was impressed by the abundance of provisions, realizing that the hunter's life, while perilous, was also quite rewarding. When Shifu instructed an Yi to boil water, and within moments, they had the pig butchered. Shang Wanming insisted on giving Wen Shifu a piece of meat, but Wen Shifu refused, leading to a playful tussle between them. "You absolutely must accept this. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to ask for your help in the future." Shang Wanming insisted, firmly placing the meat in Wen Shifu's hands. With approximately 7 jin of meat, Wen Shifu, understanding Shang Wanming's intention to assist, reluctantly accepted it. "Next time you have a request, just come to me, but you must not offer any compensation or I would feel too embarrassed to accept." When Shifu's response pleased Shang Wanming, he appreciated Wen Shifu's contentment with what he had. That evening, with the freshly butchered meat, Yi and Shang Wanming prepared a stew, though their culinary skills were lacking, causing Wen Xin next door to catch a whiff of burnt food. The Wen family was quite satisfied with the meat Wen Shifu brought home, but they privately regarded their new neighbor as generous, albeit somewhat dim-witted. In the days that followed, every time Wen Xin ventured outside, she would serendipitously encounter Shang Wanming, who would always strike up a conversation, leaving her feeling somewhat exasperated. After Wen Di witnessed her conversing with Shang Wanming, she began spreading rumors that Wen Xin was eager to marry and had taken a liking to him. Whenever this was mentioned, Wen Xin couldn't help but laugh. How could a girl with the mental maturity of 20 be attracted to a youth of merely a few years her junior? That was utterly implausible. Wen Xin, since you claim not to fancy elder brother Xiangming, what does it mean that you are constantly talking to him? You are being quite hypocritical. Wen Di confronted her as she returned home after washing clothes. Hearing this, Wen Xin found it amusing and retorted, "Don't you think you're being overly intrusive? Who I converse with is none of your concern. My feelings for him are irrelevant to you. It seems you are the one who harbors feelings, but blames me for everything. You are the true hypocrite." Having watched countless romantic dramas in her previous life, when she noticed that each time Xiangming appeared, Wen Di would become gentle and courteous, even casting secret glances his way. If she couldn't discern Wen Di's interest in Xiangming, then she had truly lived in vain. Wen Di had been holding in her frustration for quite some time, and today, with no one else around, she dared to confront Wen Xin. Upon hearing Wen Xin's words, Wen Di panicked. She was only 11 and feared that if rumors of her eagerness to marry spread, her prospects would be jeopardized. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like him? It's clearly you who likes him," Wendy exclaimed, her face betraying her anxiety, her poor acting skills prompting a smile from Wen Xin. Since you don't like him, why are you worried about me spending time with him? However, upon reflection, Shangming is quite commendable, skilled at hunting, considerate, and handsome. Marrying him wouldn't be a loss. I could enjoy meat every day, Wen Xin provocatively remarked, aiming to rile Wen Di further, oblivious to the passers-by outside the courtyard. Upon hearing those words, Wen Yi's heart tightened with anxiety. This was a dire situation. The village girl had taken a fancy to the young prince. He had to rush back and inform a young prince that this place was no longer safe. Otherwise, he might end up marrying the village girl. Wen Di, filled with dread at the thought of Wen Xin truly liking Shangming, shouted at Wen Xin in a panic. You shameless girl! At such a young age, how can you speak like this? I must tell grandmother so she can teach you a lesson. If brother Shangming finds out what kind of person you are, he will never speak to you again. Wen Xin ignored Wen Di, unconcerned about her reputation. She nonchalantly replied, Go ahead and tell. Perhaps grandmother will arrange for Shangming to propose just to uphold our family's honor. By then, you won't have any stake in it. Think carefully before you go. Wen Xin, holding her clothes, went to the backyard to hang them up, disregarding the bewildered Wen Di. And he rushed home and recounted the incident, anxiously pacing back and forth. What shall we do, your highness? If you become entangled with the village girl, will there be any peace left for you? If King Qing finds out, he will surely blame me for not dissuading you, and I might as well be doomed. With that, he entered the room to pack his belongings, determined to persuade the young prince to leave. There was nothing to be gained here. The food was inferior to that at the manor, the clothing was shabby, and most importantly, all the household chores fell upon him. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would never dare ask the young prince to wash clothes or cook. He felt an unspoken frustration. Ignoring Wen Yi's frantic ramblings, Shang Wanming skeptically inquired, Are you certain she said that? Could be a jest at my expense? Knowing Wen Xion's character, he found it hard to believe she could develop feelings for him so quickly. Your Highness, I'm not mistaken. I heard it quite clearly. Wen Xion indeed has feelings for you. We should return to the royal residence quickly. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a troublesome situation, and he insisted. His thoughts drifted to the noble ladies in the capital, who were utterly crazy for the young prince. If those refined young ladies could behave so irrationally, how much worse would it be with a village girl? Upon hearing Wen Yi's words, Shang Wanming felt a flicker of delight. We shall not leave. We will face whatever comes. Am I, a distinguished young prince, to be intimidated by a mere village girl? What a joke. And he pondered this and slapped his forehead. Indeed, if word gets out that we are so frightened by a village girl, what face shall we have left? Inger would surely mock me. We cannot flee. We must show that village girl her place and teach her whom she can and cannot like. In Wen Yi's heart, he was convinced that Shang Wanming would never develop feelings for Wen Xian. If anything, it would be Wen Lu he was interested in. After all, it was Wen Li's likeness that was depicted in the portrait, not Wen Xian's. Having spent these days with Shang Wanming in this place, and he could not comprehend what grand scheme the young prince was involved in. On the surface, everything seemed calm, yet he believed that with Shang Wanming's astuteness, he had undoubtedly accomplished something significant while keeping it hidden. And he ceased his insistence on leaving when he noticed a change in Shang Wanming. No longer did he seek out Wen Xian for conversation. Instead, he appeared to be avoiding her, and he felt relieved, thinking to himself that the young prince was not blind and could not possibly have feelings for someone as frail, yellow-skinned, and straw-haired as Wen Xian. While a closer look at Wen Xian revealed that her features were indeed somewhat delicate, she could not compare to even the second-tier maidservants of the manor. Chapter 38. Misunderstanding, Part 2. Wen Xian's life continued in its usual rhythm, devoid of any sense of change. Meanwhile, Shang Wanming, who spent every day in the courtyard, felt utterly helpless. Was it possible that Wen Xian did not like him? Perhaps, as a young lady, she was too shy to express her feelings. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Wen Xian was merely embarrassed. Although her demeanor was different from that of other women, she was still a woman and would certainly feel bashful. It seemed he needed to be more proactive. Rising to his feet, Shang Wanming muttered to himself. He had observed Wen Xian closely during these days and found nothing unusual about her. It was as if that peculiar quality he sensed was merely an illusion of his own making. When he saw the young prince behaving as usual, engaging in conversation with Wen Xian, he noted one difference. The young prince's smile was even more charming, and he appeared more enthusiastic toward Wen Xian. In Shang Wanming's mind, He believed that when Xian liked him, and since he did not harbor any aversion to her, he would take her as a concubine once she reached a marriageable age. In his eyes, when Xian was already half his, and thus he ought to treat her with warmth. Brother Xiangming, are you going hunting again? The mountains are perilous. You must be cautious. Wen Lu exclaimed, washing clothes by the river alongside Wen Xian. Upon seeing Shangwan Ming approaching with a bundle of ropes and a knife, she quickly stood up to express her concern. Understanding that Wen Lu was the sister whom Wen Xian cherished, Shangwan Ming smiled at Wen Lu and replied, indeed. While the mountains are dangerous, we have no choice. If we do not hunt, my brother and I will have no food. With that, he gazed intently at Wen Xian, hoping to hear words of concern from her. Wen Xian, however, paid no heed to Shangwan Ming. Today there were many clothes to wash, and she needed to finish quickly. Otherwise, she would miss lunch. Though the meal at home was not particularly appetizing, she could not afford to skip it. She had her own resources and was not worried about food. But what about Wen Lu? She had mentioned before that she had lost the ability to transform things. Wen Xian, I saw some rabbits in the mountains yesterday. Would you like me to catch a few for you? Shangwan Ming, noticing Wen Xian was focused solely on her washing, made an effort to strike up a conversation. Wen Xian replied while washing, no need, rabbits cost quite a bit, and I cannot take such a large advantage from you. She did not want to feel indebted to Shangwan Ming, as she found him somewhat peculiar. He often engaged her in conversation without saying much, and his strange gestures, such as staring at her while smiling foolishly, puzzled her. When Xian did not believe Shangwan Ming had feelings for her, she was acutely aware of her own appearance. Unless he were blind, he could not possibly be attracted to her. Brother Xiangming, I would like some rabbits. Could you catch a few for me? Wen, hearing Shangwan Ming's offer to catch rabbits for Wen Xian, felt a surge of displeasure. Why did he only ask her sister if she wanted them? She wanted them too. In her mind, giving rabbits to Wen Lu was tantamount to giving them to Wen Xian. It simply could not be. With this in mind, Shangwan Ming nodded at Wen Lu. Very well, I will catch you a snow-white rabbit. He hurried into the mountains and searched tirelessly, catching many rabbits but being dissatisfied with each one, either too large or of unsightly color. If he returned with a large rabbit, it would surely be devoured by Wen Xian's family, while a smaller one might not survive. Thus, he spent the entire day in the mountains without eating before finally finding a small, snow-white rabbit, which he brought home and made a special cage for with an E. The next day, Shangwan Ming awaited Wen Xian's emergence, but after a long wait, it was Wen Di who came out to wash clothes. It turned out that Wen Di had been observing closely. Each time at this hour, Shangwan Ming would go out and speak to Wen Xian, and today she had taken over the washing duties. Seeing Wen Di, Shangwan Ming stepped outside with the rabbit. Sister Wen Di, while you're washing clothes, could you please pass this rabbit to Sister Wen Lu? It is one I caught for her yesterday. Upon speaking, he noticed a strange expression on Wen Di's face, leaving him perplexed about what he had said wrong. Wen Di had initially felt pleased to see Shangwan Ming approaching, but upon hearing his request for her to pass the rabbit to Wen Lu, her mood soured. Nevertheless, she shyly acquiesced. Rest assured, Brother Xiangming, I will personally deliver the rabbit to Wen Lu. Wen Lu is only 8 years old. How could Brother Xiangming possibly like her? He must see Wen Lu as a younger sister, and thus caught the rabbit for her. This had to be the case. Wen Di, clutching the rabbit, abandoned her washing and headed back, gazing at the exquisite cage and the adorable little rabbit, wishing she could crush it in her hands. How could Wen Lu, of all people, be worthy of a rabbit caught by Brother Xiangming? As Wen Di took the rabbit back, Shangwan Ming thought nothing of it and returned to the courtyard. His father had sent him a secret letter urging him to return to the palace, and it seemed he would need to disappear for a while. Shangwan Ming left, leaving an E behind. Prince, why have you left me here? You wanted to keep an eye on the Wen family while also finding ways to assist them, yet you forbid me from doing so overtly. This is truly challenging. Since you have departed, I feel quite bored alone. Recently, Ing Er seems rather dull as well. Perhaps you could allow him to keep me company. Although Ing Er's martial skills are not as formidable as an Yi's, his intellect surpasses that of an E. It would be fine to summon him. The day after Shangwan Ming's departure, Ing Er arrived. An E informed the Wen family that Ing Er was his cousin, Shang Qing, who had come to seek refuge due to the absence of other family members. An E publicly stated that Shangwan Ming was in the city seeking employment as a bodyguard for a wealthy family, hence his inability to return home daily. Ing Er harbored resentment towards an E for dragging him into this predicament, feeling that the countryside offered little in terms of entertainment. Ing Er possessait un cheveu face. double eyelids, and fair skin. Each time when Xen laid eyes on him, her spirits lifted. He was the very embodiment of a youthful beauty. In modern times, he would undoubtedly have countless admirers. Life continued normally, with an E and Inger occasionally sending gifts to the Wen family, claiming it was to foster their relationship. Each time, the gifts were delivered to Lu Ying and Wen Xin, who accepted them with ease, believing that they would eventually rely on the Shang family brothers. Wen Xin, feeling justified in accepting the gifts, occasionally lamented that they were insufficient. What do you think the Shang brothers truly mean by this? Lu Ying seized the opportunity to engage in casual conversation with Wen Xin, expressing her skepticism about the necessity of the Shang brothers' actions. They claim to lack elders and that they will rely on us. Yet you know our family's circumstances. It should not pose any issues. Wen Xin, dismissive, replied that he was not foolish enough to refuse gifts simply because he felt obligated. After a moment's reflection, Lu Ying still felt uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that things are not as they appear. The Shang brothers are quite capable and do not lack resources. Although they may not be farmers, they're skilled hunters. Just recently, they sent a rabbit home with Wendy. Do you think they might have taken a fancy to one of her daughters? The more Lu Ying pondered, the more plausible this seemed, as she speculated about which daughter might have caught the attention of the Shang brothers. Chapter 39. Wen Xing's plans. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Wen Xing began to contemplate deeply. He had not considered this angle before, but now it seemed quite likely. With no elders in the Shang family, the head was the elder brother, Shang Yi, who was renowned for his hunting prowess. Whoever married him would surely not suffer from hunger. My dear wife, our daughter Huai Fu is already 14, and we have yet to arrange a betrothal. At this moment, Wen Xing had formed a plan. Lu Ying was already anxious about Huai Fu's marriage, and she was quite pleased with Shang Yi. Their families were close, and should Huai Fu face any difficulties after marrying, her family would be nearby to support her. She reflected on her own marriage into the Wen family. Recalling the injustices she faced from her mother-in-law, she was determined that her daughter would not endure the same fate. Isn't it said that they merely got separated from their parents? Perhaps their parents will come looking for them someday. Lu Ying was concerned that if Huai Fu married Shang Yi, his parents might return and cause her daughter distress. Wen Xing, nonchalant, scoffed at this notion. In this day and age, it's not easy for separated families to reunite. If they were going to come back, they would have done so by now. The fact that they haven't likely means they never will. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they were going to return, they would have done so already. It was entirely possible that Shang Yi's parents had met with misfortune. Wen Xing and Lu Ying began discussing the potential marriage between Huai Fu and an Yi, suggesting that they should subtly hint at their intentions the next time an Yi visited. Huai Fu would turn 15 this year, and in a few more years, she would be considered an old maid. At dinner that evening, Wen Yu observed Huai Fu with a peculiar gaze. She thought to herself that she was the same age as Huai Fu and felt she was more attractive. Why, then, were suitors lined up for Huai Fu? She too had reached a marriageable age. Earlier that afternoon, she had overheard her grandparents conversing in a closed room, sparking her curiosity. After dinner, Wen Yu could not shake the image of an Yi delivering gifts, increasingly convinced of his impressive stature, gentle demeanor, and capabilities. If she were to marry him, her life would surely be prosperous. She was aware that if she waited for her grandparents to arrange her marriage, it could take an eternity, especially considering her uncle's intentions to sell off the family's daughters. Everyone knew that her grandmother disapproved of her father's family, and any efforts to find her a suitable match would be lackluster. If they were to match her with a gambler or an abusive spouse, her life would become unbearable. In such harsh times, it was imperative for her to seek her own path. Determined, Wen Yu made her way to Wen Shifu's room. Being a shy young lady, she hesitated at the door, calling out to Chun Tao, but stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. Her face flushed crimson. What is the matter? Just speak your mind. Do you think we have secrets from each other? Chun Tao, recognizing her demeanor, guessed the nature of her distress, recalling her own past. My dear, do you have someone in mind? There is no shame in expressing your feelings. You are old enough now, and in a couple of years, you might even become a mother. Will you still be this shy then? Seeing her mother catch on to her intentions, Wen Yu finally mustered the courage to ask, Mother, what do you think of the eldest Shang brother? After uttering this, her face reddened to the point of near embarrassment as she hurried back to her own room, leaving Chun Tao amused. Once in her room, Chun Tao contemplated Wen Yu's words. The eldest Shang brother referred to Shang Yi. Although she had little interaction with the Shang brothers, she recognized that they could indeed support a family, making them both good prospects. Chen Tao sat quietly, her emotions unreadable as when Shifu, noticing her pensive state, immediately inquired, "What is troubling you? Is it that your sister-in-law is causing trouble for you?" Hearing her husband's voice broke Chen Tao from her reverie. "What do you think of Shang Yi as a person?" When Shifu, sensing that Chen Tao was not upset, relaxed and sat up straighter, replying honestly, "He is undoubtedly a good man, diligent, respectful to his elders, and of fine character. In the time he's been here, I have not heard anyone speak ill of him. In fact, he is quite helpful." "Why do you ask?" Chen Tao, encouraged by Wen Shifu's assessment of Shang Yi, grew more supportive of the idea of a match between Wen Yu and Shang Yi. Noticing her husband's confusion, she chided, "You spend your days chopping wood and neglecting to pay attention to our daughter. Yuer will turn 15 this year, and after this age, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a match." Realizing the conversation revolved around their daughter, when Shifu became invested, understanding that Chen Tao was interested in Shang Yi. After some consideration, he felt Shang Yi would be a suitable match. "I will inquire about his feelings towards our Yuer tomorrow. Given her charm and diligence, there is no reason he would overlook her. Perhaps he has already taken a liking to her, which would explain his frequent visits to deliver gifts." The more he thought about it, the happier he became. And he and Chen Tao began discussing what dowry Wen Yu should bring and how much bride price would be appropriate for Shang Yi. The following morning, when Xin sensed an unusual atmosphere in the household. After some time, she realized it was because her second uncle had not gone up the mountain to chop wood. Normally, he would head out immediately after breakfast, come rain or shine, but today he had unexpectedly stayed home, explaining the change in the air. After breakfast, Wen Xin was about to head out to plow the fields when Shifu stopped him. "My son, I need to discuss something with you." With the prospect of finding a good match for his daughter, Wen Shifu's spirits were elevated and his voice rang with excitement. As Wen Xin hastily prepared to leave the house, he instructed Wen Shifeng to speak in the courtyard. Wen Shifeng thought that since they were family, the matters concerning Wen Yu and Shang Yi would eventually come to light, and there was nothing inappropriate about discussing them. "Father, Yuer is no longer a child. What do you think of Shang Yi? Our families are close, and if Yuer marries him, she will have someone to look after her." Upon speaking, Wen Shifeng noticed his father's peculiar expression. "Father, what is it? Did I say something wrong?" As a daughter, it is natural to discuss marriage, isn't it? Is it because we haven't invited a matchmaker? Unbeknownst to Wen Xing's anger, Lu Ying, who was at the door, hurried down and said to Wen Shifeng, "Shifeng, your father told me yesterday that he wants to betroth Huai Fu to Shang Yi." Hearing this, Wen Shifeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his sister Huai Fu was 14 this year, and it was time for her to consider marriage. "So that's the case. I shall inquire about Shang Ming." Just as he said this, Wen Xing kicked Wen Shifeng hard and began to scold him vehemently. "Are you lacking in sense or simply foolish? Huai Fu is Wen Yu's aunt. How can one marry Shang Yi while the other marries Shang Ming? This would disrupt our family lineage. What face will our family have left? Will we not be drowned in spit when we go out?" At that moment, Wen Shifeng had not considered these implications, but upon hearing his father's words, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Then I shall see if there are other suitable families." Deep down, Wen Shifeng understood that Wen Yu had no chance against Huai Fu in this matter, and he saw no point in futile efforts. He resolved to gather information, believing that based on Wen Yu's looks and character, he would surely find a good match. In the courtyard, Huai Fu appeared somewhat dazed, startled by the notion of marriage, especially to someone like Shang Yi, whom she had only met a few times. Remembering Shang Yi's stern countenance, she immediately felt displeased. "Father, I do not wish to marry him. What is so good about him that I should marry him? I do not like him, and I refuse to marry." Once she regained her composure, she quickly asserted her stance. If the engagement were finalized, it would be too late for her to change her mind, no matter how much she might regret it. Lu Ying genuinely thought well of Shang Yi and, upon hearing Huai Fu's words, swiftly pulled her aside for a reprimand. "My foolish daughter, do not be so confused. What is wrong with Shang Yi? You will certainly have a good life if you marry him. Do you think your parents would wish you ill?" Wen Xing, exasperated by Huai Fu's attitude, angrily addressed her. "Whether you wish to marry or not is not for you to decide. You ungrateful girl. You are driving me to madness." He stormed out, feeling unappreciated after having devoted himself entirely to planning for her future. "I refuse to marry. That Shang Yi is frightfully unattractive, and you want me to wed him? Am I even your real daughter? If I were to die of fright at night, would you be pleased? Huai Fu continued her outcry, adamant in her refusal to marry someone whose voice was coarse and appearance displeasing, questioning how her life could be bearable with such a fate. Meanwhile, Ying Ea, who had been descending the mountain, overheard Huai Fu's loud protests and felt a surge of delight. It appeared he was not the only one who found Shang Yi unappealing. As a martial artist who had not gone hunting that day, he could hear her clearly even from his own courtyard and was soon infuriated. How could anyone think Shang Yi was unattractive? His looks were charming, and his voice was melodious. Was it not the effeminate tones that were truly unappealing? Wai Fu, with eyes so misguided, dared to look down on him. When Ying Er pushed the door open, he found Shang Yi fuming, his gaze fixed intently on him. Ying Er was certain that if he dared to laugh, Shang Yi would rush at him. Knowing he could not match Shang Yi's martial prowess, he decided to endure the moment and wait for the young prince to return, hoping that his laughter would deter any confrontation. Though Ying Er retreated to his room, Shang Yi felt that Ying Er was still mocking him, as his eyes betrayed him. I will not marry Shang Yi. If I must marry, then I would prefer Shang Qing. How wonderful he is, handsome, eloquent, and charming. Mother, please let me marry Shang Qing. Just as Shang Yi's anger was boiling, he heard Huai Fu's voice, which only intensified his fury. That foolish girl. How could she prefer a pretty boy over me? She speaks as if Shang Qing is superior in looks and charm. What a ridiculous village girl. Fearing he might be driven mad by Huai Fu's insolence, he decided to ascend the mountain, seeking peace in silence. Inside, Ying Er also heard Huai Fu's voice and began to ponder, as he had never considered his own marriage before. In the capital, most young ladies were cunning, cloaked in beauty but lacking sincerity. To marry a duplicitous woman was far less appealing than a straightforward village girl, especially one who shared his perception of Shang Yi's unattractiveness. He thought that if he married Huai Fu, it would surely vex Shang Yi. Ying Er had always competed with Shang Yi, and had Huai Fu not expressed her disdain for him, he would not have even entertained the thought of marrying her. Suddenly, Ying Er recalled that Bai Su Fei had hinted at arranging a marriage for him. With Bai Su Fei's influence at his side, regardless of the person's capabilities, it would certainly bring complications. For the sake of irritating Shang Yi and pleasing the young prince, he resolved to wed a woman of no background. Moreover, he did not mind Huai Fu's forthrightness, even if it was somewhat unbecoming for a lady. In the courtyard, Huai Fu was still in an uproar, clearly intent on causing a scene. Lu Ying, after much coaxing, finally lost her patience. You do not have the right to refuse. You are still young. When you start your own family, you will understand that your parents have your best interests at heart. I will invite a matchmaker soon, and you will obediently prepare for marriage. After Lu Ying left in anger, Huai Fu ceased her commotion, but the thought of marriage was a dream she would not entertain. When you felt a tumult of emotions, the very man she longed to marry, Huai Fu was now rejecting him, displaying a reckless disregard for her good fortune. Aunt, do you truly not like Brother Shang Yi? I find him quite agreeable. As Mother said, you would certainly have a good life if you married him. When you felt a surge of joy at Huai Fu's reluctance, approaching her to gently persuade her, Huai Fu recalled her brother's earlier words and asked Wen Yu, what did brother say about betrothing you to Shang Yi? What do you mean by that? I will not marry him. If you wish to, go ahead. Huai Fu considered that if when you married Shang Yi, she could evade that fate herself, but she needed to clarify Wen Yu's willingness first. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu feigned a troubled expression, as if she were reluctant to marry Shang Yi. Noticing Wen Yu's displeasure, Huai Fu sighed and gently patted her hand. Rest assured, I will never force you. Since you do not wish to marry, let it be. Mother is still angry with me. Once her temper cools, I will speak with her again to dissuade her from this engagement. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu felt a surge of anxiety. She had hoped Huai Fu would plead with her, thus creating a debt of gratitude. However, the situation had backfired. It was not that she was unwilling to marry. After all, had her father not just mentioned the betrothal? If I marry him, will father be angry? She asked, grasping Huai Fu's hand tightly as she sought to clarify her stance. Indeed, my father is quite stubborn. Changing his mind is no easy feat. Do you truly wish to marry? Do not sacrifice your happiness for me. Huai Fu, confused by Wen Yu's sudden shift in willingness, found herself perplexed by the conflicting signals. Her straightforward nature did not allow her to perceive the underlying tension. In the end, Wen Yu nodded to Huai Fu, affirming that she was indeed willing to marry. After returning to her room, Huai Fu quickly pulled Wen Xian inside and shut the door. Scene. You must come up with a plan that will prevent my parents from being angry and allow me not to marry. For days, she had observed Wen Xian's cleverness, inexplicably trusting her judgment. Ever since Wen Xin treated Wen Lu's illness, Wen Huaifu believed that nothing could stump her. Moreover, Wen Xin was the only one in the family bold enough to openly defy her father. What can I do? You must understand that even if you wish to marry, does that mean Shang Yi will definitely take you as his bride? I made it clear. Shang Yi is completely unaware of what transpires here. It is all in the imaginations of our grandparents. Wen Xin found Wen Huaifu's anxious demeanor amusing. Most young ladies turn bashful when discussing marriage, regardless of their feelings. Yet Wen Huaifu seemed eager to confront Shang Yi directly. Upon hearing Wen Xion's words, Wen Huaifu felt an epiphany. She slapped her forehead and muttered to herself, "Of course, if Shang Yi does not wish to marry me, can my father truly force me into it? You are brilliant, Xian. Thank you." With her dilemma resolved, Wen Huaifu expressed her gratitude to Wen Xian and dashed out of the room. Without overthinking, she rushed to inquire about Shang Yi's sentiments, knocking on the door of the Shang household. Shortly, Shang Qing appeared, greeting her with a sweet smile. "Miss Huaifu, what brings you here?" Unbeknownst to Shang Qing, Wen Huaifu's whispered conversation with Wen Xian had not gone unnoticed, and she recognized that Wen Huaifu was unlike the typical young woman, who would defer to parental authority in matters of marriage. Instead, Wen Huaifu approached them with confidence, a stark contrast to the usual decorum expected. "Is Shang Yi home?" Wen Huaifu boldly stepped into the courtyard and began searching the house. Shang Qing watched her in surprise, marveling at her audacity to enter a home occupied solely by two brothers. Had she placed such trust in their character? After a thorough search, Wen Huaifu could not find Shang Yi, so she quickly approached Shang Qing and asked, "What do you think of me?" Her eyes were fixed on Shang Qing, eagerly awaiting his response. Caught off guard, Shang Qing feigned ignorance, pondering whether she might be expressing her affections. Observing his bewildered expression, Wen Huaifu rolled her eyes and clarified, "I mean, do you like me or not? You seem sharp, yet you appear rather dim-witted." Hearing her call him dim-witted, Shang Qing could hardly contain his laughter. He, the chief strategist by the side of the young prince, was hardly foolish. Not knowing how to respond, Shang Qing remained silent. Realizing that Wen Huaifu was unlike any girl he had previously encountered, she was neither entirely feminine nor masculine, leaving him uncertain about how to engage with her. Is it so difficult to answer? Liking is simply liking, and disliking is disliking. Wen Huaifu pressed, her intensity demanding a response. "I do not dislike you, but our acquaintance is brief, and we have not spent much time together, so I cannot say if I like you," Shang Qing replied, feeling bashful despite his usual bravado. The young prince had advised him to take charge of his own marriage, and in this situation, Wen Huaifu seemed to be coercing him into a proposal. Upon hearing that he did not dislike her, Wen Huaifu's spirits lifted, and she formulated a plan. "Since you do not dislike me, that must mean you like me. How about you visit a matchmaker and propose?" She gazed at Shang Qing expectantly, appreciating his appearance and voice. If she were to marry, why not choose someone she found appealing? Reluctant to upset her, and having contemplated marrying her himself, Shang Qing nodded in agreement, assuring her he would visit a matchmaker soon. Watching Wen Huaifu skip away joyfully, Shang Qing understood that she was blissfully unaware of what marriage entailed, and it would be his responsibility to educate her. That evening, Wen Huaifu excitedly recounted the day's events at the Shang residence to Wen Xian. After listening, Wen Xian was left speechless, questioning whether Wen Huaifu might have traveled from the 21st century. Such bold actions were characteristic of modern individuals, not those of the past. After some probing, it became clear that Wen Huaifu was not from the modern world, leaving Wen Xian to marvel at the eccentricities of their era, particularly Wen Huaifu and Shang Qing's surprising willingness to propose. Wen Xian scrutinized Wen Huaifu, noting her delicate features and bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars. Were she a man, she would undoubtedly be drawn to Wen Huaifu's forthrightness, a rarity among women of their time. Have you truly thought this through? What if Shang Qing has a poor character? What will you do if you are mistreated after you marry? Wen Xin recalled modern tales of men who transformed drastically post-marriage, fearing for her naive friend. Initially expecting Wen Huaifu to harbor at least some concerns, she was taken aback when Wen Huaifu clenched her fists and declared, "If he dares to bully me, I will knock his teeth out. Don't let my petite size fool you. I am strong enough to send Shang-Qing flying. Observing her fierce determination, Wen Xin realized her worries were unfounded. Wen Fu harbored no submissive notions of marriage. As long as she could avoid being bullied, it would be a favorable outcome. At that moment, Wen Xin felt a pang of sympathy for Shang-Qing. It seemed a tempestuous marriage was on the horizon. Wen Xin, do you know how to live after marriage? Lu Ying had never shared such knowledge with Wen Fu, but recognizing Wen Xin's intelligence, she hoped she might provide insight. Wen Xin paused, a wicked thought crossing her mind. Of course, life after marriage will be much like our current lives, just in a different location. However, allow me to impart this crucial piece of advice. After marriage, you must not share a room with Shang-Qing. My parents argue incessantly because they live together. Only by residing apart can harmony be maintained. Wen Xin's caution stemmed from concern that Wen Fu might become pregnant, as the medical conditions of their time are precarious, and complications could lead to dire consequences. Wen Fu nodded earnestly, finally understanding why her elder brother and sister-in-law quarreled so frequently. Rest assured, I will never live with him. I cannot abide a life filled with discord. Wen Fu had always detested witnessing her brother and sister-in-law's arguments, vowing to avoid such a fate. Before turning 20, you cannot share a room, and he must not touch you. Otherwise, pregnancy is inevitable. You do not wish to bear 7 or 8 children, do you? Therefore, you must wait until you are 20 before allowing any physical contact. Even holding hands is out of the question, Wen Xin advised seriously, suppressing her amusement at the absurdity of the conversation. She hoped Shang-Qing would not come seeking her out for retribution when the truth emerged. Wen Fu nodded earnestly, and relieved that her words had been understood. Wen Xin felt a weight lift from her shoulders. In an era where childbirth posed significant risks, her warnings were a precautionary measure. Since learning that Heir intended to propose to Wen Fu, he had been in a state of distress, often staring vacantly at Heir. Old 2, have you suffered some sort of shock? Why on earth would you want to marry Wen Fu? She is merely a village girl, lacking both beauty and grace. Is it her ample backside that has caught your attention, believing she will bear you sons? Heir cast a scathing glance at Ni, thinking it futile to expect someone with such a dull mind to comprehend his actions, and that asking for an explanation would merely waste breath. Days passed, and while the Wen family appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath the facade, turmoil brewed. Chun Tao lamented that Wen Dushing neglected Wen Yu, fixating solely on Wen Fu, and also criticized Wen Shifeng for lacking the capability to arrange her daughter's marriage. In the household, apart from the boisterous Zhang Hong, everyone harbored their own concerns, resulting in an atmosphere of profound silence. Wen Di was opposed to Wen Fu marrying Shang Yi if her sister wed him. Her own chances with Shang Ming would be irrevocably thwarted. One afternoon, as the Wen family prepared for lunch, a sudden, loud knocking reverberated at the main door. Wen Shifeng opened it to reveal Shang Yi, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman adorned with heavy makeup. Upon entering, the woman stepped forward, brandishing a vibrant red handkerchief, exclaiming with glee, "A great joy! A great joy!" As she repeated her exclamations of joy, the family abandoned their tasks and gathered in the courtyard. Wen Xin scrutinized the woman's garb, recalling a conversation with Wen Fu a few days prior, and her heart began to suspect the nature of this visit. "Old Master One, I am here to propose on behalf of my cousin for Miss Fu. I hope you have no objections. We shall abide by your wishes." And he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. If it were not for the young prince's message urging him to assist, he would never have come to propose on behalf of Heir. With a smile, and he presented 5 taels of silver, silently praying for the proposal to be rejected. Initially incensed, Wen Dushing's eyes gleamed upon seeing the silver, and he quickly stepped forward to accept it, cheerfully stating, "You're too kind. Please, come inside and sit down. Second daughter-in-law, go prepare some more dishes." The matchmaker, observing Wen Dushing's demeanor and Yi's generosity, realized that this marriage would be a lucrative opportunity for her as well. "Dear sister, that Shang-Qing is quite generous. 5 taels of silver can buy a girl," Wen Di remarked, feeling envious as she watched Wen Fu, and Wen Xin appeared delighted. In their rural community, a dowry of 1 tael was already considered generous, and Shang-Qing's 5 taels were just the beginning, surely to be exceeded by the actual wedding gifts. And Yi and the matchmaker were ushered into the main hall, and soon the marriage between Shang-Qing and Wen Fu was arranged. Wen Dushing's demands for a banquet and additional red envelope money were met with Yi's quick agreement, as the young prince had instructed them to discreetly support the Wen family, ensuring no one would suspect anything amiss. Observing Yi's lavishness and poise, Wen Shifeng felt even more inclined to see her daughter wed him. As the matchmaker discussed the marriage details with Wen Dushing, Wen Shifeng tugged at Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Shang Yi, you're still unmarried, right? How do you find my daughter, Yu? You need not offer me so much silver. As long as you both are happy, that is enough." Wen Shifeng's interest lay not in Shang Yi's wealth, but in the man himself. And he had some impression of Wen Yu. She was industrious and not unpleasing to the eye, though not his preferred type, and he had never contemplated marrying a village girl. To be candid, my father arranged a betrothal for me in my youth. Were it not for the calamities, I would likely be married by now. Although our families have lost contact, I believe one day I shall find them, and I am certain she will wait for me. And Yi replied, devising a polite excuse to deflect her interest. With this rationale, he could rebuff any future marriage proposals. Hearing of Yi's betrothed, Wen Shifeng sighed in resignation, but found herself admiring Shang Yi's character even more. Soon after, Chun Tao finished preparing the meal, which was notably more sumptuous than usual, even featuring stir-fried pork. A rare treat from the recent pig slaughter Wen Shifeng had facilitated. At the dining table, the men sat on one side and the women on the other, with Wen Xin and Wen Lu having to make do in the kitchen as there weren't enough seats. Wen Dushing announced that he expected a bridal price of 15 taels of silver for the marriage, which plunged the room into silence. Wen Huaifu was infuriated, slamming her chopsticks on the table and exclaiming, "Father, how can you do this? 15 taels? Do you think Shangqing's silver grows on trees? He already offered 5 taels. In my view, there should be no bridal price at all." As her words echoed in the room, a heavy silence ensued. Wen Dushing was clearly enraged, while Lu Ying provided soothing pats on his back. The matchmaker, witnessing Wen Huaifu's audacity, broke out in a cold sweat. She had never encountered such a bold girl in her years of matchmaking. And Yi, with food still poised at his mouth, gaped in astonishment at her fierce demeanor. He was amused, thinking to himself that if Ying Er had a future with her, it would surely be lively at home. "You ungrateful daughter. After all I have done to raise you for over a decade, what is wrong with asking for some silver? It was not I who invited the proposal. He came of his own accord. In these times, asking for a bridal price is entirely reasonable. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for defying your parents?" At this moment, Wen Dushing was filled with regret, wishing he had never indulged Wen Huaifu's whims. Once he regained his composure, he cast several displeased glances at Lu Ying, reproaching her for not properly educating their daughter. "Yes, it was not you who invited him, but it was I who brought him to propose. His offer of 5 taels is already generous. How dare you demand 15? I will state this clearly. If you insist on that sum, I will pack my things and go to the Shang family, considering that 5 taels has effectively bought my departure. In your eyes, I am merely a commodity." With that, Wen Huaifu turned and stormed off to pack her belongings. Witnessing this, Wen Dushing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. "Sister, you've killed our father," Wen Di exclaimed in alarm as she saw him fall. And he rushed forward to support Wen Dushing, discreetly checking his pulse, relieved to find that he had merely been overcome by anger and was not in immediate danger. He thought of the young prince's request for them to look after the Wen family. If something were to happen to Wen Dushing under his watch, how would he explain it? The meal was abruptly forgotten as chaos erupted in the household. In the kitchen, Wen Xin and Wen Lu were informed of the commotion, and they hurried out. Wen Shifeng dashed to fetch a doctor, while the others lifted Wen Dushing and carried him to her room. Wen Huaifu was in tears, fearing that if her father truly suffered due to her actions, she would never find peace in her life. "Father, please wake up. It was my fault. I should not have upset you. I will work harder and save enough to repay Shangqing. Father, please awaken. I truly regret it." Wen Huaifu knelt before Wen Dushing's bed, weeping inconsolably. Chapter 43. The Dead in the Village. There was a local doctor named Sunday. Shortly after, Wen Shifeng brought Dr. Sun into the room, and the crowd quickly made way for him. After taking Wen Dushing's pulse, Dr. Sun sighed in relief. There is no serious issue. He has merely been angered. He needs to rest. Dr. Sun did not charge a consultation fee, as Wen Dushing's fainting was due to his age and the shock of anger. He advised the family to wait until Wen Dushing regained consciousness before seeking a city doctor for further examination. Dr. Sun was only knowledgeable about minor ailments and superficial injuries. Upon hearing that Wen Xin was not in grave danger, Wen Huaifu felt a weight lift from her heart. The matchmaker and an seeing that Wen Xin remained unconscious, excused themselves, having discussed the essential arrangements. Before departing, they assured Lu Ying that the 15-tael bridal price would indeed be forthcoming. The wedding was set for the following June. Although Lu Ying harbored slight dissatisfaction, she remained courteous as she escorted an to the door, recognizing that the situation was now beyond their control. An hour later, Wen Xin regained consciousness. Upon waking, he directed a tirade of curses at Wen Huaifu that lasted nearly half an hour. Wen Huaifu dared not respond, and only when Lu Ying mentioned that the Shang family would indeed provide the 15-tael bridal price did Wen Xin finally quiet down. "Get out! How could I, Wen Xin, have given birth to such a shameless daughter? You even went to invite Shang Qing to our home for a marriage proposal. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? How could you be so reckless? Regardless of my anger, I would never lay a hand on my own daughter. In my youth, I was disappointed that Lu Ying bore me a daughter, but as I grew older, my affection for her blossomed. Although Wen Huaifu sometimes vexes me, she's also the one who cares for me the most. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully softens my heart. Leave now. Let this matter pass. But there must not be a next time. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. You are to marry, and you must think before you speak or act. In the future, you will not have your parents to support you. If you suffer injustice, you must swallow it down. Do you think that 15 taels of silver is what I desire? It is all for you. With your temperament, you will inevitably provoke Shang Qing one day. What will you do if he casts you aside then? At least with these 15 taels, you can make a living. Otherwise, what will you do in the future?" As I raged, I suddenly raised my hand to wipe away my tears. My love for wealth is rooted in my desire to provide for this family, for my son and daughter. In my heart, Wen Huaifu has a terrible temperament, is clumsy in her actions, and is not exceptionally beautiful. She would surely face disdain in marriage. Upon hearing these words, Wen Huaifu realized she had misunderstood her father and cried even harder, vowing in her heart that she would not allow Shang Qing to cast her aside. If he dared to do so, she would beat him until he would not even think of abandoning her. That day, Zhouan village was abuzz with commotion. For a tragedy had struck. A 13-year-old girl had died, reportedly beaten to death for making a mistake while working in a wealthy household. Many families struggling financially had children working in the city, either laboring in arduous jobs or serving in affluent homes. While they often endured minor hardships, such a brutal death had never been witnessed before. At noon, Wen Xin thought it only proper to assist the grieving family. So he instructed Lu Ying to prepare 20 eggs for their aid. "Father, we do not know that family, and death brings ill fortune. Perhaps we should not go," suggested Wen Qingfu, who had recently found a high-paying job and, being the highest in rank at home aside from grandfather, usually left at dawn and returned late at night. Rarely resting as he did that day, Wen Xin frowned, believing Wen Qingfu had become heartless in his pursuit of wealth. They were fellow villagers. It was only right to offer support in times of sorrow, for in the future, they might need assistance in return. "Qingfu, if you're tired, rest at home. Your mother and I will go." Wen Xin reassured himself that Wen Qingfu was merely exhausted. Seeing her father steadfast, Wen Qingfu felt anxious, while Wen Xin quietly observed. Pondering the situation, out of curiosity, she accompanied Wen Xin to the Wu family's home. Upon arrival, many had gathered there, and Wen Xin later sent Wen Xin home, suspecting she had come merely to indulge in the feast. In the village, children were seldom brought to assist during funerals. They would only attend on the day of the banquet. Despite several attempts to leave, Wen Xin insisted on staying to see but not to eat. The Wu family lived in several mud brick houses. The elderly patriarch, Wu Laozu, was 60 years old and had 2 sons and 3 daughters. The deceased was Wu Qing, the eldest daughter of the eldest son. Wen Xin entered the Wu home with the eggs, waiting for someone to greet him. After a long wait, he wondered if they were too busy. In the kitchen, Wu Laozu sat quietly, smoking heavily, while his 2 sons wore serious expressions. "Father, do the Wen family still have the audacity to come bearing gifts? I shall drive them out." Wu Ren's fists were clenched tightly, ready to fight. Only when Wu Ren prepared to leave did Wu Laozu stop smoking, calmly advising, "Go ahead, but do you think the Wen family is just any household? They possess formidable backing. Even the Wang family fears them. If you offend them, what will happen to your son's studies? We have finally produced a scholar. Do you wish to ruin him?" Hearing this, Wu Run fell silent. Indeed, he had another son. If they angered the Wen family, who knew what obstacles might arise? Yet, how could he swallow the injustice of losing his daughter? He could not allow this matter to settle without consequence. Wu Run turned his face away, remembering his daughter, wronged to the point of death, and felt an urge to storm out and kill everyone from the Wen family. When Wu Qing was brought back, she was not dead yet. Her mother, seeing her injuries, was perplexed and quickly called for her mother-in-law. After much effort, when Wu Qing regained consciousness and learned the truth, they were all stunned. It turned out that she had not been beaten by her employer, but had been wronged by Wen Xingfu. After the incident, Wen Xingfu had given some money to her employer, wishing to avoid trouble, claimed she had made a mistake and had her carried home. After revealing the truth, Wu Qing lost all will to live and, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, breathed her last. Initially, the Wu family had been grateful to Wen Xingfu, as it was he who had recommended Wu Qing for her position. Little did they know, they had encountered a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. We, the Wu family, cannot endure this grievance, but we cannot afford to quarrel with the Wen family at present. They remain unaware of our knowledge of the truth. We shall wait until Shan Er is successful and then seek our revenge, Wu Kai stated, returning to his brooding smoke. Indeed, elder brother, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. We can use this incident to motivate Shan Er to study harder. Whether the Wu family can avenge Qing Er relies entirely on Shan Er. Wu Yuan encouraged his brother. Wu Rain sighed repeatedly, unable to exact revenge for his deceased daughter while having to greet his enemies with a smile. He found this unbearable. Ultimately, Wu Rain, citing overwhelming soul, did not greet Wen Dasheng. As Wu Kai and Wu Yuan exited, they repeatedly apologized to Wen Dasheng, claiming they were too busy and had neglected their guests. After delivering the gifts and seeing that there was nothing else to assist with, Wen Dasheng bid farewell to Wu Kai. On the way home, Wen Xin pondered why her father did not want her grandfather to visit the Wu family. After a while, she could not make sense of it, so she decided to put it aside. In the afternoon, taking the opportunity to chop wood on the mountain, she tended to her space, discovering that the vegetables from her previous harvest were still fresh, showing no signs of decay. Upon this revelation, Wen Xin was overjoyed, for it was far superior to a refrigerator, alleviating her concerns about waste. The only dissatisfaction stemmed from the space being too small. The vegetables took up a considerable area, and since she could not consume much alone, she resolved to plant some valuable crops. In a corner, the roses, which Wen Xin adored, could not fill the entire space. She planned to cultivate medicinal herbs, but lacked the funds to purchase seeds. It seemed she would have to sell a batch of vegetables to finance the herb seeds. But how to explain the presence of winter vegetables? Wen Xin contemplated how to account for the origin of her space's produce when company arrived at home. Ultimately, she decided to clear a patch of land on the mountain and use the soil from her space to plant vegetables, claiming they were found on the mountain. Surely, no one would suspect otherwise. Carrying a small bundle of firewood home, she stored most of it in her space. While in the deep mountains for a while, Wen Xin noticed that animals were unafraid of her and even seemed to take a liking to her. One day, while chopping wood, she encountered a small tiger, which frightened her so much that her legs went weak. Yet, the little tiger approached and rubbed against her foot, much like a modern domestic cat. It was after this incident that she realized nearly all animals were unafraid of her and posed no harm. Upon returning home, Wen Xin saw the former village chief, Lu Fu, chatting with her grandfather in the courtyard. She greeted them politely and then went to the firewood room with her bundle. Brother Wen, we were once from the same village. You know my character well, and you have watched over Lu Qing as she grew. What are your thoughts on the matter I just mentioned? El Fu expressed dissatisfaction as he observed Wen Xin, a remarkably mature young girl. He believed that having someone like her as a daughter-in-law would be a tremendous blessing. Wen Dasheng harbored a deep admiration for scholars and was aware that El Qing would soon take the examination. Should he pass, he would be recognized as a Xiuzai. Their family, having been farmers for 8 generations, had never produced a scholar, nor did they have relatives from scholarly families. If Wen Xin were to marry El Qing, it would indeed be a blessing from their ancestors. Regrettably, due to Huai Fu's betrothal, he lamented that he would have preferred to see Huai Fu wed El Qing. For a hunter like Shang Qing could hardly be compared to a scholar. Village chief, you are aware of my family's circumstances. What do you think we should do about the bride price? Although Wen Dasheng was somewhat pleased with the El family, He had not relinquished his desire for wealth. Yet he dared not press too hard, fearing the village chief might walk away. The village chief, well acquainted with Wen Xin, discreetly produced a couple of silver coins and handed them over, reasoning that Wen Xin was a fine girl who would undoubtedly treat her in-laws with respect and kindness, thus justifying the expenditure. Wen Xin accepted the silver, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, Shangqing, being merely a hunter, had given 5 taels as a betrothal gift, while the bride price was acknowledged to be 15 taels. Despite his reservations, Wen Xin ultimately acquiesced to the marriage due to Qing's scholarly background, accepting the silver and instructing Zhang Hong to alter the invitation cards, subsequently formalizing the agreement. That evening, Zhang Hong overheard Wen Fu muttering in his sleep about selling Wen Xin for a handsome sum of silver. When Wen Xin asked her to change the invitation cards, she was initially reluctant but ultimately complied, sensing Wen Xin's growing displeasure. Intending to discuss matters further upon Wen Fu's return, Wen Xin, having little inclination to converse with her family, had yet to fully acknowledge them, especially Zhang Hong and Wen Fu. Unbeknownst to her, in ancient peasant families, the marriages of daughters were dictated by the elders, with some girls not learning of their betrothal until the day before the wedding. No one had explicitly informed Wen Xin of her impending engagement. Upon returning home, egli fu fuori a trouble d'expression. Having been informed by Wen Xin that he was expected to increase the bride price by 2 taels and also learned about Huai Fu's engagement. What is the matter? Does the Wen family object? They should consider that our Qing is willing to marry Wen Xin, which is a stroke of fortune for them. Surely, they would not refuse. Yang Hong, noticing Fu's distress, felt a twinge of satisfaction, believing that Wen Xin was unworthy of being Qing's bride, suggesting that a concubine would be more fitting. Aware of Fu's disdain for wealthy families that kept concubines, Yang Hong harbored such thoughts but dared not voice them. Exhausted, Fu sat down and recounted the situation regarding Huai Fu to Yang Hong, prompting her to leap up in disbelief. 15 taels for the bride price, and a further 5 for the betrothal? What extraordinary luck has Huai Fu found? Surely, Wen Xin is exaggerating to extract more money from us. Yang Hong doubted Fu's account, convinced that Wen Xin was lying. She firmly believed that the marriage should not proceed, perplexed as to why Qing had chosen the frail and unattractive Wen Xin. Surely, once he became a scholar and secured a position, he would have no trouble finding a suitable bride. Sighing, Fu continued, I have agreed to the bride price of 2 taels and exchanged invitation cards. So the engagement is settled. But where am I to procure 2 taels of silver? Thankfully, both Wen Xin and Qing are still young. They can delay their marriage for a couple of years. Fu was anxious about the 2 taels, knowing he currently had no means of earning money. His son had recently sought work in the city, but had been beaten by others seeking employment, likely leaving him incapacitated for weeks. With no funds to buy books for Qing, he feared how they would manage with the examination approaching next year. Upon calculating his financial obligations, Fu realized the demands were overwhelming, especially given that he had only one son, Kai, who in turn had only one child, Qing. With limited labor in the household, even when spring arrived, only a few could work the fields, and the harvest from the barren land would surely be less than in previous years. Upon hearing Fu had agreed to the 2 tael bride price, Yang Hong immediately began to scold, reiterating that Wen Xin was not worth such an amount, and that even offering her 1 tael would be generous. In her view, if Wen Xin wished to marry Qing, she should contribute financially. Rest assured, I will strive to excel and will certainly pass the examination next year, ensuring you live a comfortable life. Do not blame Wen Xin. She is truly a good person, Qing declared from a distance, having overheard Yang Hong berating Wen Xin. He hurried inside, anxious to learn if the engagement had indeed been finalized. Since parting from Wen Xin, he found himself often thinking of her, particularly her eyes that seemed to sparkle with laughter, even dreaming of her smiling face. He wished he could see her every day. This longing took root in his heart like a wildflower, and when his grandmother began discussing potential brides, he expressed his desire solely to marry Wen Xin. Qing was aware that his grandfather held no objection to Wen Xin, yet his grandmother had a strong aversion to her. His parents tended to side with her, believing that if he liked Wen Xin, they would too. You should speak kindly to her. Do you know they are asking for a bride price of 2 taels? You are well aware of our situation. There are many girls far superior to her. Surely, Grandmother will find you a suitable match, Yang Hong advised El Qing, implying that other girls would be eager to marry him and would even support his studies financially. Before El Qing could refuse, El Fu began to chastise Yang Hong. What's the point of this? The engagement is already settled. Can you not remain quiet? Faced with El Fu's anger, Yang Hong fell silent. Yet her dissatisfaction with Wen Xin only intensified. Hearing that the engagement was finalized thrilled El Qing, though the prospect of a delayed marriage brought him a hint of regret. He resolved to pass the examination next year, so that Wen Xin could enjoy a life free from want. That evening, when Wen Qingfu returned from the city, Zhang Hong promptly pulled him into the room and shared the news of Wen Xin and El Qing's engagement, repeatedly lamenting that Wen Xion's marriage had only yielded a mere tale of silver, suggesting it would be more prudent to sell her instead. Wen Qingfu, already troubled by pressing matters, could not bear Zhang Hong's incessant chatter and angrily expelled her from the room. Even if he sold Wen Xian into a brothel, he would only receive a mere handful of taels, far from the hundreds needed to settle his gambling debts. He had yet to discern the means by which Li Wenli had promised him dozens of taels. Wen Qingfu was accustomed to giving Wen de Sheng 2 taels of silver each month and held a high status within the household, so Zhang Hong, having been cast out, dared not express her anger and instead went to the kitchen to prepare eggs for Wen Qingfu. In the room, Wen Qingfu pondered the overwhelming gambling debts he owed and considered trying his luck again at the tables, hoping to win back his losses. A few days prior, he had witnessed an elderly man hand Li Wenli 10 taels, and he had speculated about the man's intentions, judging by the man's gaunt figure. He doubted he had satisfied Li Wenli. Once he had won some silver, he might indulge her properly, clad in his garments. Wen Qingfu left the house without even eating the eggs, while Zhang Hong mentioned to Lu Ying that she would stew meat for Wen Qingfu to restore his health. To Wen Xin, it seemed as though Zhang Hong was merely indulging her own desires, using Wen Qingfu as a pretext. As for Wen Huaifu's engagement to Shang Qing, no one at home considered Wen Yu's situation, save for Chun Tao, who anxiously fretted. With Wen Yu reaching marriageable age and Shang Yi having already declared his engagement to another, urging Wen Yu to abandon her hopes, she found herself in a difficult position as a mother. Chun Tao discreetly sought a suitable match for Wen Yu in Zhouan village. Yet none could compare to Shang Yi, leaving her reluctant to marry off her daughter without further deliberation. She resolved to consult with Wen Shifu to see if there were any possibilities for negotiation. Wen Shifeng decided to swallow her pride for the sake of her daughter and inquire once more about Shang Yi. If his fiancée Yi were to encounter misfortune on the road, could it be that Shang Yi would remain unmarried for life? Recently, Wen Xian had been in high spirits, as Zhang Hong was doing her utmost to please Wen Qingfu. However, Wen Qingfu seemed preoccupied with some matter, lost in thought throughout the day, leaving no time to trouble her. While gathering firewood on the mountain, Wen Xian stumbled upon a hot spring. The soil beside it was warm, with abundant tender wild grasses. She realized she could cultivate vegetables there without relying on the soil from her space. Each day, Wen Xian ventured to the mountain for firewood. Initially, Lu Ying worried about her safety, but after several days without incident and given the family's need for firewood, she allowed Wen Xian to continue. After 4 or 5 days, the area by the hot spring had transformed into a vegetable garden, with produce directly transplanted from her space, now matured in a new locale. Although the vegetables didn't appear as vibrant as those grown in her space, they were still far more appealing than her usual crops. This would explain the source of her vegetables. She could sell them now. Standing up and brushing off the dirt from her clothes, Wen Xian resolved to gather some vegetables to sell the following day, for there were many items needed in her space, and everything required money. That evening, Wen Lu nagged Wen Xian into cooking her a boiled egg, but the eggs were in their grandmother's room, and their supply was limited, especially since they had just had dinner. When Wen Lu saw her mother preparing the eggs for her father, the sight of the plump, white eggs was tempting, and her recently filled belly suddenly felt hungry again. Not daring to ask her mother directly, she resorted to pestering Wen Xian. At that moment, regret washed over Wen Lu. If only she hadn't revealed her sister's secret in front of others that day, perhaps she would still have fish soup and meat to enjoy now. Ultimately, Wen Xian sought out their grandmother, asking if she could boil an egg for Wen Lu. Lu Ying, noting the family's gradually improving circumstances, handed over 2 eggs, one for Wen Lu and one for Wen Yuan, leaving none for the others. Delighted, Wen Lu savored the egg, convinced her sister was truly wonderful. Next time, she would simply ask her sister for whatever she desired, confident she wouldn't be scolded and would have delicious treats. With this thought in mind, Wen fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Xin set out with a basket on her back, heading to the foot of the mountain to find a hidden spot where she could retrieve the vegetables she had prepared in her space. After covering them with some dry grass, she made her way to the city. Shang Yi, having finally managed his household affairs, hurried to Zhouan village, and from afar, he spotted Wen Xin laboring under the weight of her goods. After a heavy snowfall in recent days, the roads were arduous, and Wen Xin took each step cautiously, fearful of damaging the vegetables on her back. Wen Xin, where are you off to? I was just heading to the city myself. Let me help you carry that. Shang Yi called as he approached her. Without waiting for a response, he took the basket from her, feeling somewhat awkward as he did so. It struck him as amusing that a noble young prince like himself would be carrying such burdens. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to assist upon seeing Wen Xin struggle. Thank you. I too am bound for the city, Wen Xin replied, observing that Shang Yi had come from the opposite direction. It dawned on her that his frequent appearances and smiles indicated a deeper interest in her, as he had not shown the same attentiveness to others. Several times, when Wen Di spoke to him, he had been indifferent, sometimes even walking away. Initially, when Xin thought Shang Yi was simply kind-hearted, but her certainty wavered. If he truly fancied her, what could his motivations be? Lacking confidence in her appearance, she felt that despite her refined features, her skin was too dark and yellow to project any semblance of beauty. Trailing behind Shang, Wen Xin noticed the improvements in her health from eating the food in her space, yet she struggled to keep pace with him. Could you slow down a bit? I really can't keep up, she gasped as they neared the city gate. Shang Yi, contemplating how to handle any acquaintances he might encounter within the city, failed to notice the effort Wen Xin was exerting to keep up with him. He was aware of his own speed as a martial artist and was taken aback that Wen Xin had silently kept pace with him for so long, contrasting her resilience with that of the affluent young ladies of the city, who would tire after a few steps and require assistance. I apologize. I must have taken longer strides, he quickly said, returning to support her, though hesitating to fully extend his hand, aware of the social implications. Wen Xin understood the nature of men in ancient times, recognizing that Shang Yi hesitated to offer her assistance for fear of damaging her reputation. Your strides are not just slightly longer, they outpace even my uncle's. No wonder you are a hunter. You walk so swiftly. If you were to run, what creature could possibly outrun you? She remarked, catching her breath as she gradually matched his pace toward the city. Chapter 46. Zhou Yinxian Shang Yi helped Wen Xin carry her goods to the market, though she wished to keep the nature of her cargo a secret from him. However, the vegetables could not remain hidden, and she was untroubled by the prospect of inquiries. After removing the grass, she paid the stall fee of 2 copper coins and displayed her fresh vegetables. In the depths of winter, wild greens were a rarity, let alone fresh vegetables. Soon, a crowd gathered around her, eagerly asking about her prices. Shang Yi, harboring suspicions that Wen Xin was no ordinary individual, became further convinced of her uniqueness upon witnessing her sell vegetables. He pondered whether she might be a spirit, yet he found it perplexing that a creature of such nature would be struggling to make ends meet. Ignoring the brooding Shang Yi, Wen Xin quickly announced, "Come and see. Fresh greens, only 21 per pound." The moment she uttered this price, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. For vegetables typically sold for just 1 or 2 per pound, making her asking price seem exorbitant. A portion of the crowd dispersed, unable to justify the expense. "Little girl, I'll take all of these vegetables," said a middle-aged man, recognizing the value of Wen Xion's produce despite the higher price. In winter, who could grow vegetables? He was tired of the same old pickled vegetables. Hearing someone express interest, others clamored for her vegetables, with many even offering higher prices. To her surprise, the vegetables sold quickly, and Wen Xion ultimately agreed to sell her entire stock to the first man at 21 per pound. "These are all I have for today. I will return to sell more in a few days. Please remember to come early," she said as she collected her coins. Upon learning that Wen Xion would return, the crowd urged her to bring more next time and asked her to reserve some for them. Once the crowd dispersed, Wen Xion, clutching her silver coins, decided to treat Shang Yi to some steamed buns. "I've heard that the street over there has excellent buns, costing 10 each. I've been craving them for ages. Today, since I've made some money, I'll treat you to 10 buns as thanks for helping me carry my things." To be honest, I've never had store-bought buns before. In her previous life, she scarcely had meat, let alone a satisfying meal. Shang, he had initially hesitated to go, fearing the presence of numerous affluent youths in that area who might recognize him. Yet, upon seeing Wen Xian's excitement, he could not refuse her kindness and reluctantly agreed to accompany her, hoping he wouldn't run into anyone he knew. I've also never had a 10 bun, he replied to Wen Xian with a forced smile, realizing he was not lying. He genuinely had not indulged in such inexpensive fare. Wen Xian purchased 3 buns for 31, handing one to Shang Yi, keeping one for herself, and saving the last for Wen Lu. In the morning, having consumed little, Wen Xin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction upon devouring the steaming bun. However, its flavor paled in comparison to modern delicacies, yet it offered a unique, authentic enjoyment. Observing Wen Xin eat with such care, Shang Wanming felt a sudden, inexplicable pang of discomfort, wondering when he would ever regard such a bun with reverence. In Wen Xin's world, though, this bun was akin to a rare delicacy. Fortunately, Wen Xin remained oblivious to Shang Wanming's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely leapt up, pointing at him and scolding, claiming she was not eating cautiously but merely savoring the taste. Having indulged in a plethora of modern snacks, she could hardly be so naive as to covet a simple bun. From a distance, Zhou Yunxian rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Was that really Shang Wanming, dressed in such a disheveled manner, sharing a bun with a rather unattractive young lady? The stark contrast between them was striking. The more he scrutinized Shang Wanming, the more foolish he seemed. After casting a few more incredulous glances, Shang Wanming finally noticed his gaze and turned to glare at him, nearly causing Zhou Yunxian to exclaim in astonishment. It truly was Shang Wanming, with a spark of gossip igniting within him. Zhou Yunxian quickly bade farewell to a few friends and rushed downstairs. Upon spotting Zhou Yunxian, Shang Wanming sensed impending trouble and hastily finished the bun. We should leave. Noon is approaching, he urged, preparing to take Wen Xin away. Wen Xin looked up at the sky, realizing it was still quite early for lunch. Do you have something to attend to? If not, you may go ahead. I wish to explore the streets a bit more since I have the time today. Wen Xin pondered how to discreetly store her items in her space, contemplating ways to divert Shang Wanming's attention. She envisioned transforming her space into a secret sanctuary, still in need of many supplies. As Zhou Yunxian drew nearer, a smile playing on his lips, Shang Wanming shot him a fierce glare, frustrated with this cousin who had a knack for causing trouble. Zhou Yunxuan's father was Shang Wanming's uncle, and they had shared a close bond since childhood. Despite Zhou Yunxuan's seemingly innocent demeanor, he was quite shrewd and adept at scheming, having suffered numerous setbacks throughout their youth. Only after growing up and realizing his martial prowess fell short of Shang Wanming's did he cease to employ underhanded tactics against him. As Zhou Yunxian descended, doubts lingered in his mind, but upon witnessing Shang Wanming's haggard appearance before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Wen Xin, noticing a dapper young man fixating intently on Shang Wanming, felt a surge of alarm. This was indeed the scenario she had dreaded, as it seemed a nobleman had taken an interest in her friend, a situation she had feared would come to pass. Hey, what is your problem? How can you stare so rudely? Do you intend to abduct a common girl in broad daylight? Wen Xin shouted at Zhou Yunxian, pushing him forward in a bold attempt to redirect his attention towards her and away from Shang Wanming. Zhou Yunxuan's expression stiffened as he gazed down at the greasy handprint on his exquisite silk garment, of which there were fewer than 10 in the entire kingdom. It was now sullied. Observing Zhou Yunxuan's stunned reaction, Wen Xin surmised that he was rather dim-witted and quickly pulled Shang Wanming to stand behind her, whispering, "Be cautious of this man. His gaze is not pure." Though Zhou Yunxuan's martial skills were inferior to Shang Wanming's, he clearly understood Wen Xin's words, and a headache pulsed through him at the implication of his impure intentions. Shang Wanming, perplexed by Wen Xin's antagonism towards Zhou Yunxian, sensed her concern for him, but was oblivious to what had provoked such hostility. "This lady, do you know who I am? Do you have any idea how much this attire is worth? Even selling you would not suffice to cover its value," Zhou Yunxian declared, vowing to demand reparations from Shang Wanming upon returning, determined to escalate matters if necessary. As he spoke, he leisurely fanned himself with a golden fan, a sight that elicited laughter from Wen Xin. "You seem quite normal at first glance, yet you are utterly foolish. In this frigid weather, what purpose does a fan serve? Especially one made of gold? Have you no sense of taste? Clearly, You have never experienced sophistication. Do not pretend to be someone you are not. You resemble neither a pig nor a dog. It's truly embarrassing." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yunxuan's face turned crimson, caught in a dilemma as he held the golden fan, unsure whether to fan himself or not. His attention turned to Shangguan Ming, who was enjoying the spectacle, further igniting his irritation. He recalled how commoners dread encountering officials and decided to intimidate Wen Xin. "Do you know who my grandfather is? Listen closely, lest you faint from fear. He is the current prime minister. Do you dare to provoke me? I could have you imprisoned." Zhou Yunxian shouted in anger, taken aback that a girl would dare to defy him. Wen Xin, delighted to have successfully captured Zhou Yunxuan's attention, felt relieved that Shangguan Ming was momentarily safe. She discreetly gestured to Shangguan Ming, urging him to leave, but he feigned ignorance, appearing utterly confused. Having finally witnessed Zhou Yunxuan's embarrassment, he was unwilling to depart. Zhou Yunxuan's gaze toward Shangguan Ming seemed to suggest that he too perceived the irony in the situation. Upon hearing Zhou Yunxian boast of his lineage, Wen Xin straightened her posture and boldly retorted, "So what if he is the prime minister? In the end, he serves the emperor. What is there to be proud of? Just because you are the grandson of a minister does not grant you the right to abduct common women. Look at yourself. With a face like yours, even the prime minister would be remiss to let you roam free, lest you cause harm to others. You may imprison me, but I will lodge a complaint against you, and you will find yourself stripped of your dignity." While Wen Xin spoke bravely, she understood her lack of money and power rendered her vulnerable against Zhou Yunxian. However, she could not bear the thought of her friend being forced into a compromising position. She had no grand ambitions, yet her loyalty to her friends was unwavering. With her space at her disposal, she felt unafraid, confident that any misfortune would not befall her family. Moreover, she believed that the prime minister was not one to act rashly, especially against a naive child. After all, was it not said that he was a benevolent official? "Do I look unattractive? I am certainly more appealing than you, a gaunt and pallid country girl," Zhou Yunxian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wen Xin and then at Shangguan Ming, as if questioning where such a rough woman had come from. Despite the truth in his words, no woman relishes hearing that she is unattractive. Infuriated, Wen Xin seized a nearby backpack and hurled it at Zhou Yunxian, unable to tolerate his insults any longer. "How dare you insult my appearance? You will pay for your words," she shouted, striking him repeatedly. Though Zhou Yunxian contemplated retaliating, the fierce gaze of Shangguan Ming deterred him, and with Wen Xin being a woman, he refrained from retaliating against her blows. Witnessing Zhou Yunxian being bested, Shangguan Ming felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating whether he would face a similar fate should he ever offend Wen Xin after taking her as a concubine. As the commotion escalated, a crowd began to gather, and fearing that someone might recognize him, Shangguan Ming rushed forward, grasping Zhou Yunxian with one hand and Wen Xin with the other. "Wen Xin, let us not resort to violence. We can address this matter civilly," he implored, leaving Wen Xin momentarily stunned. "What, East Master? Must this situation be so theatrical? My heart cannot bear it." Beside them, Zhou Yunxian conveyed his thoughts to Shangguan Ming using his internal energy. "What on earth is going on? How did he become your master? What is the truth behind this?" Zhou Yunxian was filled with confusion, yet he bent down to tidy his clothes. Upon noticing the dirt on his garment, he shot a fierce glare at Wen Xin once more. The attire was utterly ruined, the golden threads scratched away by the frame. "Why didn't you mention earlier that he was your master? I thought he'd taken a liking to you and intended to abduct you, which frightened me. Little did I know it was a misunderstanding. Tell me, what kind of person is this master of yours? I just struck him. Will he seek revenge on me? I was merely standing up for you. If anything happens to me, you must look after Lur, for she is my greatest concern." Wen Xin tugged at Shangguan Ming's sleeve, murmuring softly. She possessed a space of her own and feared no retaliation from Zhou Yunxian. If worse came to worst, she could leave Yin country for a better life elsewhere. Yet, hearing Wen Xin's words made Zhou Yunxian tremble with indignation. His face contorted in a grimace as he stood his ground. Shangguan Ming, feeling the warmth of Wen Xin's concern, replied softly, "Do not worry. My master is a good person who seldom holds grudges. I shall apologize to him shortly, and this matter will be settled." After speaking with Wen Xin, Shangguan Ming approached Zhou Yunxian, his eyes brimming with a silent threat. Under the weight of Shangguan Ming's menace, Zhou Yunxian graciously accepted the apology. With a flick of his wrist, he addressed Wen Xin. Since it was a misunderstanding, let it be. It is a pity about my garment. Though, aren't you supposed to be working in the manor? Why have you come out here? There's so much work left in the garden for you to do. Yet you chose to come here to accompany someone eating buns. Do you think my home is yours to come and go as you please? If you do not finish your task today, you shall pack your things and leave. Recalling the scene of the steward scolding the servants, Zhou Yinxian reprimanded Shangwan Ming harshly in front of Wen Xin. Observing Shangwan Ming's reluctance to retaliate, forced to wear a smile despite his irritation, Zhou Yinxian found amusement in the situation and escalated his reprimand. Wen Xin contemplated stepping forward to defend Shangwan Ming, but noticed him signaling her to refrain. Once Zhou Yinxian had scolded Shangwan Ming and walked away, Wen Xin sighed, realizing that her impulsiveness had caused Shang Ming to be berated. She should have clarified the situation before acting. She vowed not to repeat such a mistake. Fortunately, Zhou Yinxian was a decent person. Otherwise, she would have been in serious trouble. Reflecting on Zhou Yunxuan's straightforwardness, she silently pitied Shangwan Ming, likening him to a monk enduring hardship. When she made a point to buy some pastries, intending to return and apologize to Shangwan Ming, for she had not been so rash. He would not have to endure such a fate. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunxian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, followed Shangwan Ming back to the Prime Minister's residence, grumbling. Could you not have warned me before you struck? I could not evade the blow, and why must you target my eyes? How am I to present my handsome visage to the world now? And who is that peasant girl to you? Why do you treat her so well? I've never received such kindness from you, despite us growing up as brothers. You truly have a heart only for the opposite sex. As he rubbed his eyes, Zhou Yinxian continued airing his grievances. Unable to bear it any longer, Shangwan Ming turned back and landed another punch on him, perfectly matching his panda eyes. As they entered the Prime Minister's residence, everyone present noticed the servant attire of Shangwan Ming and Zhou Yunxuan's panda eyes, and they all averted their gazes. Pretending not to see, Shangwan Ming strolled directly to Zhou Yunxuan's courtyard, leisurely sipping tea, entirely unconcerned about Zhou Yunxuan's evident resentment. After finishing a cup, Shangwan Ming remarked, "She is my savior. You ought to know what to say and what not to. Otherwise, my fist will teach you." He shot Zhou Yunxian a cold glare. This brother of his truly deserved a beating. Zhou Yunxian, struck dumb by the term savior, could hardly fathom how the cunning and powerful Shangwan Ming could have a savior, especially one as fragile as a village girl. After a moment's contemplation, he accepted it as truth, for Shangwan Ming was not one to lie, at least not to him. Meanwhile, Wen Xin, wandering through the streets, suddenly heard a familiar voice ahead. She noticed a crowd gathering and struggled to push her way through. "I give you 3 more days. If you do not repay the 300 taels, I shall break your arms and legs." The man finished speaking with a fierce kick to Wen Qingfu, who was kneeling and begging for mercy. Spotting Wen Qingfu, Wen Xin hurriedly concealed herself behind others, fearful that he might see her. 300 taels. Where could her family possibly find that amount? She was genuinely worried that Wen Qingfu might resort to selling her and Wen Lu to raise the money. At only 10 years old, in this ancient era, it was common for parents to sell their children. She needed to devise a plan. Watching Wen Qingfu leave, dragging an injured leg and cursing, Wen Xin discreetly followed him, overhearing him muttering about how selling her and Wen Lu could fetch 30 taels, while selling Wen Sheng and Wen Shu could yield a dozen or so. Hearing that Wen Qingfu was even considering selling their second uncle to wealthy households as a servant, Wen Xin felt a surge of fury ignite within her. If she allowed Wen Qingfu's scheme to come to fruition, then her past life would have been in vain. Abandoning her shopping, she rushed home, only to find that Wen Shifu was not there. She quickly ran up the mountain, knowing her young age limited her options. For now, she could only ally with her second uncle. Arriving at the hill where her second uncle often gathered firewood, she indeed found him alongside his wife. Upon seeing him, Wen Xin suddenly burst into tears. Wen Shifu and Shun Tao dropped their tools and hurried towards her. "Dear child, what troubles you? Has something happened at home?" They had never seen Wen Xin so heartbroken since the famine began. Her eyes red and swollen, she fell to her knees. "Second uncle, second aunt, please save me and my sister. My father owes 300 taels to the gambling den and says he will sell us, even planning to sell everyone in the family into servitude. Please, second uncle, save us." Upon hearing that Wen Qingfu owed 300 taels, both Wen Shifu and Chun Tao were momentarily stunned. They had never even seen such an amount, let alone imagine being connected to it. Chen Tao, panicking, quickly pulled Wen Xin up. Dear child, do not speak carelessly. No matter how bad your father is, he would not sell the entire family. In truth, Chen Tao was worried. Wen Daxing adored Wen Qingfu so much that if the situation were true, they might indeed be sold. Second aunt, how could I dare to speak carelessly about such a grave matter? I witnessed it with my own eyes in the city. They beat my father and injured his leg. I followed him quietly and overheard him mumbling about selling the entire family, even planning to sell my elder brother. Wen Xin wiped her tears, each word slicing through Wen Shifu and Chen Tao's hearts. If Wen Qingfu could sell his own children, how could he possibly care for their brotherly bond? Do not worry, dear child. Your second uncle will never allow your father to act recklessly. After saying this, Wen Shifu prepared to return home to confront Wen Qingfu. If he dares to sell my daughter, I will make sure to bring down Wen Qingfu with me. Wait, you know how biased your father is towards your elder brother. If he acknowledges selling us, what can you do? Shouldn't we first seek out your elder brother and settle this, or find a way to evade this calamity? Chen Tao spoke, her hands trembling, yet she forced herself to remain calm. Hearing Chen Tao's words made Wen Shifu pause. Yes, their father had always favored the elder brother. If he truly allowed him to sell them, what recourse would he have? Second aunt, I do have a plan. As Wen Xin concluded, Chen Tao and Wen Shifeng hurriedly approached. After a moment, Wen Shifeng spoke up, expressing his concern about the situation. Suddenly, Chen Tao bent down and picked up the chopping knife, throwing it in front of Wen Shifeng. Either you kill me and my daughter, or you follow Xnr's advice. We wouldn't be unfilial to our parents. Do you truly wish for us to live as slaves? Ultimately, Wen Shifeng resolved to heed Wen Xin's counsel. Before descending the mountain, he assured Wen Xin, rest easy, my dear. I will ensure that you and Wen Lu are registered under my household, preventing your father from selling you. Thank you, second uncle. Without you, I would be at a loss, forced to beg with Wen Lu. Begging is certainly preferable to being beaten to death. Wu Qing was beaten to death even before she sold herself. If we were to sell ourselves, who knows how we would be tormented? Wen Xin wept as she spoke. Wen Shifeng, more resolute than ever, was determined to see this matter through. He could not allow his daughter to suffer the same fate as Wu Qing, even at the cost of being branded unfilial. Upon descending the mountain, Wen Xin and Chen Tao, still in tears, gathered the firewood they had chopped. They had to maintain appearances at home, so they returned with feigned nonchalance. Upon seeing the injured Wen Qingfu, Chen Tao's heart sank. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope that Wen Xin had misjudged the situation, but now her heart was colder than the weather outside. Wen Qingfu returned home without mentioning his debts, which relieved Wen Xin, as her greatest fear was that he would escalate the situation. After dinner, despite Wen Daxing's objections, Wen Qingfu dragged his injured leg out, intent on borrowing money from Li Wenli. Even if he had to sell off his entire family, he could not amass the 300 taels needed. Wen Shifeng, having skipped his meal, hurried to find the village head. Later, when Wen Xin mentioned that Wen Qingfu was not home, he brought the village head back with him. As they entered, Wen Daxing quickly approached to greet the village head. Brother Wen, how could you be so inconsiderate? You received inside information and did not share it with me. But have you really decided to separate your household? Though you stand to gain 10 taels, Huai Fu is not yet married. Are you truly going to split the family? As the village head spoke, Wen Shifeng's body tensed. Wen Daxing was already taken aback by the mention of 10 taels and the prospect of separation. He could not comprehend any of it. Grandfather, here's the situation. I went to the city today and overheard some servants from a wealthy household discussing new regulations from a court. Each household will receive a subsidy of 5 taels, but only refugees qualify. I urge my second uncle to consult with the village head because if our family separates, it would create an additional household, thus increasing our subsidies. I even heard that a household without sons would receive further assistance, but it requires at least 5 daughters. Unfortunately, my second uncle cannot claim that 5 taels, or else our family could gain 10. Chapter 49. Successful separation. Upon hearing this, Wen Daxing's immediate reaction was skepticism. Can the words of a child be taken seriously? Surely, it must be mere hearsay. Grandfather, would I dare speak carelessly about court affairs? Today, I even encountered young Master Zhou Yunxian from the Prime Minister's household, who mentioned it as well. If you do not believe me, I can fetch Shangming for you to inquire. After stating this, Wen Xin prepared to rush out to call for Shangming, knowing he was not home. Father, eventually we must separate. If Wen Xin did not mishear, an early separation could yield an additional 5 tails. Even if she is mistaken, our lives will not differ post-separation. Could it be that second brother would defy your command? Wen Fu, unaware of the full context, was willing to support her brother. If only we could have more daughters, we would also receive the 5-tail subsidy. To her surprise, Wen Fu spoke in support, prompting Chen Tao to feign regret. It was then that Wen Duxing interjected. Why can't we receive those 5 tails? Simply transferring Wen Xin and Wen Lu to your household means 2 daughters. I will decide. Wen Duxing thought to himself that while Wen Xin usually lacked courage, her current assertions were compelling. Despite some recent changes, he was cautious about discussing state matters and even more so about the significant issue of family separation. Ultimately, under the village head's guidance, the Wen family quickly underwent a formal separation, albeit only on paper. Afterward, Wen Shifeng discreetly handed the village head several coins, stating it was from his father, urging him to expedite the process for peace of mind. The village head, recognizing the Wen family's influential background, believed the matter to be genuine. Uncertain of when the new regulations would be enacted, he hurriedly agreed and returned home to separate his own family, sharing the news with a few close associates. That afternoon, he journeyed to the city to have the household registration amended. Wen Shifeng, clutching the newly issued household registration, was on the verge of tears with joy. After bidding farewell to the village head, Wen Xin quickly opened it to find her and Wen Li's names listed under her second uncle's name, which brought her immense relief. And he had been quietly observing the Wen family's movements. Upon noticing Wen Shifeng's invitation to the village head, he inquired further and learned it was indeed the result of Wen Xin's claims regarding the 5-tail subsidy for each household of refugees, supposedly sourced from the Prime Minister's residence. And he relayed this information to Shangwan Ming, who pondered for a moment before instructing an E to proceed according to Wen Xin's words. Your Highness, what should we do? 5 tails per household is no trifling matter, and E calculated. If this matter were resolved, the young prince would be left without his secret stash. Proceed as Wen Xin suggested, but remember to distribute the funds in the name of the emperor. I will ask my father to address the emperor on the matter, and if funds are insufficient, take from my own treasury. Shangwan Ming directed an E, though he remained unaware of Wen Xin's true intentions. Nevertheless, he was willing to offer unconditional support, as she was his designated favorite concubine. Wen Qingfu spent an entire night negotiating with Li Wenli, finally securing a loan of 5 tails. On his way home, he grumbled, sporting dark circles under his eyes. I toiled with my injured leg, yet that woman only lent me 5 tails after it all. Such nonsense, but I must admit, her skin is quite lovely. Dragging himself home, Wen Duxing initially planned to discuss the separation with Wen Qingfu, but seeing him so exhausted, he refrained from interrupting. Instead, he instructed Zhang Hong to prepare a boiled egg and deliver it to him. Previously, Zhang Hong had been beaten for mentioning Wen Xin's engagement, and now, seeing Wen Qingfu's condition, she dared not broach the topic of separation. After Wen Qingfu finished his egg, she quietly exited. The events unfolded more smoothly than Wen Xin had anticipated. The following morning, she brought the pastries she had purchased to the Shang household. With Shangwan Ming absent, An Yi opened the door. An Yi harbored some resentment towards Wen Xin, blaming her for causing the young prince to lose his small treasury. Upon seeing An Yi, Wen Xin handed him the pastries, saying, "These are for Shang Ming. Please give them to him when he returns. By the way, aren't you going hunting in the mountains today?" An Yi accepted the pastries, glancing at them dismissively. Such cheap pastries wouldn't appeal to the young prince, yet he accepted them nonetheless, smiling at Wen Xin. "I've been resting at home these days. I will deliver the pastries to him upon his return." After Wen Xin departed, An Yi carelessly placed the pastries on the table. Ing Er, witnessing this, remarked with a smile, "Do you believe the young prince will finish those pastries?" An Yi scoffed, rolling his eyes at Ing Er. "I don't believe so. If he finishes them, I will run through the village shouting that I am a madman. If he doesn't, you shall marry both Wen Yu and Wen Fu." For days, Wen Yu had been persistently pursuing him, whether directly or indirectly, determined to marry him, and he felt overwhelmed by the prospect. Ing Er, unfazed, smiled slyly. "You said it. I did not pressure you into anything." And in Yi's mind, it was utterly inconceivable for Shangwan Ming to indulge in such lowly pastries. He was also confident that the young prince had no fondness for sweets, even to the point of aversion, a fact that Xiang Ing Er remained oblivious to. and he was convinced that he had already secured victory and merely awaited the spectacle of Ing heir marrying two village girls. As the deadline for repaying debts loomed ever closer, when Xingfu could no longer contain himself. During dinner, he insisted that everyone remain, his expression grave. Those in the know, like Wen Xin, could hardly restrain their disdain for Wen Xingfu's countenance, wishing to mar it, so he would no longer venture out and trouble them with these troublesome matters. The family stood and sat in anxious anticipation, awaiting Wen Xingfu's pronouncement. Xingfu, has something gone awry with your work, or has an incident occurred? Wen Dixing inquired, his heart heavy with concern over the stability of their family's livelihood. Brother is so capable. What could possibly go wrong? You needn't worry, father. Perhaps brother has received a raise and has called us to share good news, Chun Tao suggested knowingly. Wen Dixing shot her an annoyed glance, inwardly chastising his wife for her lack of insight. What business did a woman have interrupting a man's discourse? Chun Tao, dissatisfied, merely pouted and murmured her grievances. Our Shifu works tirelessly chopping wood for a meager income of 1 or 2 taels. Is it too much to hope that brother, working in such a grand estate, could find a better position for Shifu? We do not need to match his position. Anything better than chopping would suffice. When Xin recognized that her second aunt was deliberately stirring trouble to prevent Wen Xingfu from discussing finances, sensing the conversation straying further off course, Wen Xingfu hastily cleared his throat. Good jobs are not easily found. I've merely been fortunate in my endeavors. However, the employer is indeed hiring. Later, my second brother will accompany me to the house to sign the work contract, and he can start tomorrow. Wen Xingfu, aware that Wen Shifu was illiterate, was not presenting a legitimate work contract, but rather a contract of servitude. Upon hearing this, Wen Shifu's expression dulled, and the fraternal bond he once felt for Wen Xingfu dissipated, replaced by the gaze of a stranger. There is no need for you to worry, brother. I believe I will suffice with chopping wood on the mountain. I am clumsy with words and would not want to offend an employer, he asserted. Initially, Wen Dixing was prepared to erupt in anger at Wen Shifu's refusal, but upon reflection, he found merit in his brother's reasoning and advised Wen Xingfu. Do not waste your breath. He is inarticulate. If he were to offend the employer, it could jeopardize your position. Let him remain home to chop wood. We need firewood as well. Since Wen Shifu began chopping wood on the mountain, the family's hearth had remained perpetually warm. As the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations, Wen Xingfu grew increasingly anxious. Tomorrow marked the final deadline for repayment, and failure would result in severe consequences. He devised a plan to sell Wen Xin and Wen Lu, paying off a portion of his debts while retaining some funds to gamble, convinced that luck would turn in his favor. Previous losses were merely due to insufficient funds. With a few hundred taels, he was certain he would emerge victorious. Wen Xingfu informed his family that he was on the brink of a raise, promising them a brighter future, which elicited joy from all but those privy to the truth. Wen Dixing was eager to spread the news, fearing that others might not recognize Wen Xingfu's talents. During this time, Lu Ying took to frequent outings, extolling Wen Xingfu's virtues to anyone who would listen. Although some villagers looked down upon Wen Xingfu's profession, the fear of the Wen family, even among those with connections like the Wang family, ensured that they did not dare to provoke them. Wen Xingfu ultimately refrained from disclosing his financial troubles, torn between the desire for honesty and the fear of humiliation. Upon exiting the room, Wen Xin hurriedly took Wen Lu to the mountain to chop wood, while Chun Tao, fearing Wen Xingfu might plot something sinister, summoned the children, which stirred discontent in Wen Di, who believed Wen Xin was speaking out of turn. Wen Xingfu, planning to sell Wen Xin and Wen Lu in the city, was dismayed to find his home empty upon stepping outside. Inquiries revealed that they had all gone to the mountain. Determined to repay at least a portion of his debt today, he wandered the courtyard, spotting Wen Shu idly sitting on the threshold. Contemplating the idea of selling Wen Shu first to settle some debts before gambling again, he approached with a cheerful grin. Wen Shu, rarely witnessing his father's joy, was elated at the prospect of earning a few taels monthly and followed Wen Xingfu eagerly into the city. Upon Wen Xion's return that evening, she noticed Wen Shu's absence and observed Wen Xingfu's increasingly grim demeanor. He had spun a tale that Wen Shu had secured a lucrative position, implying that to safeguard it, he would have to reside with the employer. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hong, who rejoiced at Wen Shu's newfound employment, Wen Xingfu had in fact sold him, and she entertained thoughts of having him arrange for Wen Sheng to be similarly engaged. With the 5 tails from selling Wen Xin, Wen Qingfu ventured to the gambling den, where the familiar shouts drew him in. His initial luck was remarkable, and he quickly amassed over 20 taels. Believing fortune was on his side, he wagered all he had, but soon lost everything and borrowed an additional 50 taels, accumulating a total debt of 350 taels. Though the gamblers refrained from violence that day, they warned that failure to repay by the following day would result in severe consequences. Throughout the night, Wen Qingfu remained restless, consumed by thoughts of how to repay his debts, yet dawn arrived with no solutions. Early in the morning, when Xin clung to Wen Lu, determined not to let him stray more than a meter away from her, fearing Wen Qingfu might target him. Aware that today was the repayment deadline, Wen Shifu opted not to chop wood, claiming fatigue and seeking rest at home, which displeased Wen Desheng, who accused him of laziness. "You are a failure. Look at your brother, toiling daily for a mere 2 taels a month, while you sit idly. You are not even worth a toe of his," he berated. After breakfast, Wen Desheng continued his tirade, attributing Wen Shifu's newfound defiance to the recent division of family property, believing he was no longer amenable to guidance. Wen Shifu sat on the threshold, contemplating a retort, wishing to shout that it was his good son who had accumulated a debt of 300 taels. As noon approached, Wen Qingfu could no longer bear the pressure and quietly gathered his belongings, taking all the money hidden by Wen Desheng and slipping out through the back door. Unbeknownst to Wen Xin, who was preoccupied with Wen Lu, Wen Qingfu had departed. Typically, country folk left their doors unlatched during the day, but by midday, several tall, imposing men entered the courtyard without uttering a word, carelessly scattering the household's belongings. Wen Xin and the others were not entirely surprised, while Wen Desheng and Lu Ying stood frozen in shock. "Esteemed gentlemen, what brings you here?" Wen Desheng, intimidated by their fierce demeanor, hesitated to approach, questioning them from a safe distance, suspecting that the Wang family had sent them to cause trouble. Owing a debt and repaying it is a matter of principle. Let's not dwell on the elderly gentleman any longer. Rather, summon Wen Qingfu, for today he is due to repay us. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to explain to our employer. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Wen Desheng was utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, "My son owes you money? How can that be? My son could not possibly be in debt to you." The others in the courtyard chuckled at his naivety, the leader coldly retorting, "Wen Qingfu does not owe me personally. He owes money to our gambling house. Although we are of the gambling trade, we conduct our affairs according to the law. Here is the debt note that Wen Qingfu signed, 350 taels. If you repay us today, we shall have no further quarrel and might even express our apologies. However, if the debt remains unpaid, we will have no choice but to confront the matter more harshly." After speaking, he handed the debt note to Wen Desheng, who trembled as he accepted it, illiterate and incredulous that his son could owe such a sum to the gambling house. In Wen Desheng's heart, Wen Qingfu was the epitome of a good son, filial and capable. How could he possibly accumulate a debt exceeding 300 taels? "Good sir, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Our Qingfu is a man of good character. He would never indulge in gambling. Is there not some error here?" Wen Desheng could not fathom that Wen Qingfu would engage in such vice. He suspected that these men might be conspiring against his son, or perhaps it was a scheme devised by the Wang family. "Are you a fool? Hurry inside and summon your elder brother to clarify matters with these gentlemen. This is surely a case of mistaken identity. Our Qingfu is no gambler, and he could not have lost such a fortune." Wen Desheng felt a surge of anger, but dared not unleash it upon the newcomers. Spotting Wen Shifu sitting idly on the threshold, he unleashed a torrent of reproach. The commotion in the courtyard roused the entire household, and all members gathered in the front yard. Wen Shifu knocked on Wen Qingfu's door, calling, "Elder brother, come out quickly. The gambling house has sent people. Hiding will not resolve this. Please come out." After several calls yielded no response, he knocked more forcefully, only for the door to swing open. Upon entering, he found the room in disarray, clothing scattered everywhere, yet there was no sign of Wen Qingfu. Rushing back to the front yard, he whispered to Wen Desheng, "Elder brother has vanished." Wen Shifu understood that his brother had fled in fear, but he was taken aback that he would abandon their parents. Hearing his brother's words, Wen Desheng was momentarily stunned, scrambling into Wen Qingfu's room, staring in disbelief at the disheveled state of the space, unable to find his voice. "I do not care what transpires within your family. Return the money at once, or I shall not be so courteous, the leader declared. I have heard that Wen Qingfu has 2 daughters and 2 sons. Although he sold 1 son yesterday, there remains another. The leader, possessing some martial prowess, had overheard Wen Shifeng's previous words. He did not send anyone to pursue Wen Qingfu, for their employer had instructed that if the money could not be retrieved, they would take one of Wen Qingfu's children instead. The leader gestured to his companions, who approached to seize Wen Xin and Wen Le. Quickly, Wen Xin grasped her sister's hand and stepped forward defiantly, addressing the leader. Did you not claim to act according to the law? Are you aware that we divided our family 2 days ago, and my sister and I are now registered under my second uncle's name? Though he is my biological father, legally you cannot take us, for my father's debts have no bearing on us. When Xin fixed her gaze on the leader, her eyes devoid of fear, she recalled the countless dramas she had watched in her past life, having encountered many formidable villains. How could she fear these minor thugs? Moreover, she had once bested a son of a prime minister. Mother, fetch the official document issued by the authorities to show them. If they do not believe us, we shall take this matter to the magistrate and see how he rules. In ancient times, once a family was divided, the debts of one could not be claimed against the other. Chun Tao hurriedly entered the house and produced the new household registration. The leader's brow furrowed as he examined it. Wen Duxing emerged from Wen Qingfu's room, wearing an expression of disbelief. How could his son have turned to gambling and incurred such a substantial debt, only to abandon his family? This was not the son he knew. Wen Duxing could not accept the reality of the situation. Upon hearing the leader's claim that Wen Qingfu had sold the document, he felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. The person who owes you money has fled. If you seek repayment, find him. Do not trouble my family, or we shall be compelled to seek legal recourse. Wen Shifeng, anxious for Wen Duxing, felt disheartened by Wen Qingfu's actions and seeing the leader unwilling to depart. He firmly asserted, even if the sun rises in the west, I shall not assist Wen Qingfu in repaying his debt, especially since I lack the means to do so. A son repays a father's debt. You two have been registered elsewhere, and what of Wen Qingfu's other son? If his father has fled, then it falls upon him to repay the debt. The leader, having finished speaking, motioned to his companions, who promptly seized Wen Sheng. Mother, please save me. I do not wish to be sold. I am the eldest son and cannot be sold. Wen Sheng cried out in fear, struggling desperately. He was genuinely terrified. Although he often bullied Wen Xin and Wen Lu at home, he only dared to act so within the confines of their home. He had heard many villagers speak of children who were sold into servitude becoming slaves, subjected to grueling labor day and night, and facing the possibility of being beaten to death by their masters. Was it not true that Wu Qing had been beaten to death? Zhang Hong had stood in shock since learning of Wen Qingfu's death, appearing as if petrified. Upon hearing Wen Sheng's cries, she snapped back to reality, letting out a wild scream and charging towards the document, clutching it tightly. No one is to take my son away. Otherwise, I will fight to the death. Zhang Hong's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at those around her, her gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. Those who had seized Wen Sheng bore fresh scratches from her grasp, blood oozing from the wounds. You cannot stop us. On what grounds do you refuse? Your husband owes money, clearly written in black and white. Were it not for your lack of beauty, do you think you could escape? The leader stepped forward, kicking Zhang Hong aside and commanding his men to drag Wen Sheng away. Before leaving, he warned Zhang Hong, you have 3 days to repay the debt. Otherwise, we shall sell you. Do not think you can run. If you do, you shall never see your son again. Do not say I did not forewarn you. As the debt collectors dragged the unconscious Wen Sheng away, they attracted considerable attention, and within the hour, nearly everyone in Zhoan village had learned of Wen Qingfu's flight from his 300-tailed debt to the gambling house, as well as his abandonment of his son. The atmosphere in the Wen household was heavy, with no one daring to speak loudly. Wen Shifeng sought out the village doctor to attend to Wen Duxing, who had succumbed to a fit of anger, compounded by the lingering effects of his previous distress over Wen Huai's actions. The doctor advised that he needed to recuperate and must avoid any further agitation. The old gentleman is advanced in years. He must find peace of mind and avoid further anger, Dr. Sun instructed before departing, urging Wen Shifeng to procure medicine for his recovery. Lu Ying, sent to retrieve the funds for the medicine, discovered that all valuables and silver had been taken by Wen Qingfu, plunging her into despair. The son she had painstakingly raised, upon whom she had hoped to rely in her old age, had not only abandoned his parents, but had left them without a means of survival. Wen Xin, what shall we do now? Your father is ill and cannot go without medicine, but we have no silver left, Lu Ying lamented, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Worry not, dear grandmother. Do not let sorrow overwhelm you. Now that grandfather has fallen ill, you must remain strong. Our family relies on you, Wen Xin replied. Concerned for Lu Ying's well-being, she feared that if her grandmother succumbed to distress, their expenses would only multiply. The young girl, feeling distressed, lamented to her grandmother that the 300 taels of silver had yet to be repaid, leaving her at a loss about how to navigate their current hardships. Lu Ying had relied heavily on Wen Daxing and Wen Qingfu as her pillars of support, but with their sudden downfall, she found herself devoid of any plan. Grandmother, uncle. The pressing matter at hand is to secure funds for grandfather's medical treatment. Recently, I ventured into the mountains and discovered some items which I sold for a modest sum. Let's first take grandfather to the city for treatment. Wen Xin contemplated the coin she had saved, estimating that roughly 1 tael would suffice for the medical expenses. Upon returning to her room, she retrieved all the copper coins from her storage space, counting 23 coins, which she carefully placed back in her space before handing over 100 coins to Lu Ying. Child, where did you acquire such a sum? Lu Ying inquired, astonished. Grandmother, it matters not where my funds originate, for they are obtained through rightful means. Please allow uncle to venture to the city for medicine, and to inquire about the whereabouts of my 2 brothers who have been sold. Despite their past indifference toward her, Wen Xin felt a profound obligation to rescue her brothers. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, refusing to stand idly by as they faced such a grim fate. Wen Di, upon noticing Wen Xin's hidden wealth, expressed her displeasure with mocking remarks, suggesting that their grandfather would reprimand Wen Xin upon awakening. However, Wen Xin paid no heed to Wen Di's incessant chatter. After uncle departed, she made her way to the Shang family residence. When she knocked, it was the esteemed Shang Guanming who answered the door, and upon seeing him, she felt a wave of relief, sensing that Shang Ming was far more agreeable than Shang Yi. Wen Xin took his hand and led him to the riverbank, feeling a blush creep over her cheeks as she pondered the words she wished to say. It was indeed mortifying. In her 20 years of life, she had never found herself in such a situation. Shang Guanming, drawing near to Wen Xin for the first time, was captivated by the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, an indescribable aroma reminiscent of roses, yet imbued with a hint of sunlight. Did you bring me here to admire the riverside scenery? We are well acquainted. You need not stand on ceremony with me, he said, observing the rosy hue of her cheeks and noting the gradual improvement in her complexion and the sheen of her hair. After a moment of shyness, Wen Xin quietly asked, Do you have any spare money? I wish to borrow a little. She understood that Shang Guanming likely had limited funds, as his family had not divided their resources. Yet, the urgency of their situation necessitated that she seek assistance from the Shang brothers, as they were the only acquaintances she could rely on. Instead of answering directly, Shang Guanming inquired about the events that transpired in their courtyard earlier that day, questioning the purpose of the burly men who had visited their home. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Wen Xin recounted her father's debts to the gambling house. I am a loss. Over 300 taels is an insurmountable sum for a farming family. Even a lifetime of labor may not suffice to repay such a debt. She spoke the truth, for the income from farming was meager, and aside from her hidden resources, it seemed impossible to repay that amount. In her heart, she resolved to borrow money from Shang Guanming, purchase valuable goods, and sell them, believing firmly that she could repay the debt. Shang Guanming was pleased that Wen Xin had confided in him, and he took her hand, guiding her away from the riverbank. Where are you taking me? Wen Xin protested, struggling against his grasp. Yet before long, they arrived at the Shang residence. He led her directly to his room, disregarding the presence of the watching guards. At that moment, Wen Xin felt her face flush with embarrassment. She had only intended to pull him away in her haste, and now they found themselves alone in his quarters. As they entered, she quickly released his hand, contemplating a gentle reprimand for his forwardness, yet realizing that he, being a hunter, was accustomed to a certain lack of formality. Wait, she called, but Shang Guanming, noticing her deepening blush in the solitude of the room, felt a twinge of bashfulness himself. He rummaged through his chest and produced a sum of money. Take this to settle your father's debts. I know you wish to save your brothers. The remaining amount should suffice. Wen Xin taken aback by the 400 taels he offered, was overwhelmed with emotion. Where did you acquire such wealth? We have only known each other for a short while. Are you not concerned that I may not repay you? Tears welled in her eyes as she realized that such friendship was rare, even among her own kin. Yet, she desperately needed this assistance. The thought of witnessing her brother sold was unbearable. I shall accept this money and promise to repay you, she said, carefully stowing the notes, secretly placing them into her storage space. I will accompany you to the city to resolve this matter, Shang Guanming declared as they left the courtyard, casting a meaningful glance at the guards. The guard, understanding, swiftly departed for the city. Although when Xin had initially intended to accompany her uncle, she considered that he was likely seeking a doctor at that moment, and perhaps they would cross paths in the city. Together, Shang Guanming and Wen Xin made their way to the city. She had initially planned to seek out her uncle, but Shang Guanming insisted she focus on repaying the debt. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Rest assured, I work at the Prime Minister's residence, and his son is a good man. The gambling house will not dare to act against us, he reassured her, observing her unease. As they walked, he noted her tension but was relieved to see no trace of fear. Indeed, she was unlike ordinary women, possessing a courage that set her apart. Upon arriving at the gambling house, when Xin surveyed the desperate gamblers, reflecting on the ruin that gambling had wrought upon many lives. Shangming, do you enjoy gambling? She unexpectedly inquired, determined to steer him away from such a path if he did. He shook his head. I do not gamble. I have never entered a place like this, where bets are made with such paltry amounts. Relieved by his response, when Xin soon encountered the leader of the men who had come to her home. Upon recognizing her, he approached eagerly. Miss, what brings you here? The leader, having received instructions from the guards, understood that they must treat her with utmost respect, given her connection to the influential Shang Guanming. I am here to repay my father's debt. I hope you can release my brother in the meantime, when Xin stated, hesitating to produce the money, fearing that the leader might not honor his word. The leader ordered that when Shang be released from confinement, and as he emerged, it was evident he had suffered greatly, with bruises and marks of violence evident on his body. Upon witnessing a 15-year-old boy so brutally beaten, Wen Xin was utterly enraged, disregarding the surroundings, and began to roar at the leader of the assailants. How could such heinous beings lay such venomous hands upon someone so young? Do you not have children of your own? How could your hearts be so dark? After expressing his fury, Wen Xin approached to assess Wen Sheng's injuries. The leader, taken aback by Wen Xin's outburst, dared not retaliate and instead began to apologize to him. Brother, do not worry. We will be home soon. I will take you to see a doctor first. Wen Xin understood that while Wen Sheng's heart was not malicious, he was somewhat self-centered. And under the influence of Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong, it was inevitable that he would stray from the right path. Wen Sheng, who had already succumbed to despair, felt abandoned by his parents and believed his life would be shrouded in darkness. To his astonishment, someone came to rescue him, and it was his younger sister, whom he had bullied throughout their childhood. Shiner, I am so sorry, he lamented, and a surge of guilt overwhelmed him, leading him to weep uncontrollably. As Wen Sheng sobbed in guilt, Wen Xin forgave him on behalf of their original self. She insisted that the leader hand over the IOU signed by Wen Qingfu, and then she presented him with silver notes. The leader accepted only 300 taels, and after sending Wen Xin and her companions away, he broke into a cold sweat. Wen Xin, accompanied by Guanming, took Wen Sheng to see a doctor, and they also inquired about Wen Shu's whereabouts. It was soon discovered that Wen Shu had not yet been sold and was still in the hands of the dealer. The doctor informed them that Wen Sheng's injuries were merely superficial and would heal with some ointment. After receiving medication, Wen Xin set off to find Wen Shu. When she found him, Wen Shu was crying while chopping firewood, his eyes sunken, his clothes caked in dirt, and his hands covered in blisters, with a burly man wielding a whip standing nearby. At that moment, Wen Xin could not spare any thought to reprimand the dealer. Wen Shu had spent the day in utter despair, having not rested since the previous day and enduring beatings for slow work. Since yesterday, he had only eaten a spoiled bun. Upon seeing his sibling, tears flowed freely from his eyes. Witnessing Wen Shu's plight, Wen Sheng felt a deep resentment towards their father. To Wen Xin's surprise, the dealer was surprisingly accommodating, agreeing to return Wen Shu for the same amount he was purchased for. Unbeknownst to her, this smooth resolution was orchestrated by Guanming through clandestine arrangements. After taking Wen Shu to see a doctor, it was revealed that his injuries were far worse than Wen Sheng's. Considering there were 2 injured, Wen Xin hired an ox cart for their return. On the cart, Wen Xin returned the remaining money to Guanming. Please keep the rest. I will repay your loan soon. Thank you so much. Without your help, I would be at a loss. Wen Xin expressed her gratitude, suspecting that this money might have been left for him by his father for future pursuits. Guanming initially hesitated to accept the returned money, as he often rewarded servants with hundreds of taels and had never asked for any rewards back. Keep the money. Your family needs it now, he insisted, placing the notes back into Wen Xin's hands. Wen Xin, concerned about accumulating debt, did not wish to owe much. You should keep it. I am already deeply grateful for your generosity. The remaining sum cannot be accepted. Although our family has lost everything, we survived without money when we first fled. We will manage again. Thank you once more. Observing Wen Xin's resolute demeanor, Guanming relented and accepted the remaining notes. Brother Xiangming, rest assured, we will work diligently to repay your kindness and ensure you do not suffer a loss, Wen Xiang assured him, feeling a wave of guilt for placing all the burdens on his sister. It was unfair for her to shoulder their father's debts alone. They were brothers after all. Indeed, we will earn money and repay it promptly, when Shu chimed in. Hearing their affirmations, Wen Xin smiled with satisfaction, and the 3 exchanged glances filled with a sense of newfound unity. As they disembarked, Wen Xin, Wen Sheng, and Wen Shu expressed their gratitude to Guanming multiple times before supporting each other back home. Upon their return, their second uncle had already summoned a doctor, who diagnosed Wen Daxing and prescribed medication before departing. Meanwhile, their second uncle sat in the yard in a daze, while their aunt prepared medicine in the kitchen. Upon seeing Wen Sheng and Wen Shu return bearing injuries, Wen Shifu quickly rose. How'd you both get hurt like this? Xian, what happened? Wen Xin helped her brother sit down and gradually recounted the story of borrowing money to repay debts. After hearing this, Wen Shifu was momentarily stunned. Xiangming lent you over 300 taels? If I hadn't seen Wen Sheng and Wen Shu return, I would think you were dreaming. Alas, if only you had returned an hour earlier. Just an hour ago, your mother insisted on leaving with just a few changes of clothes. She can't have gone far. I will borrow an ox cart from the village chief to pursue her. After speaking, Wen Shifu prepared to chase after Zhang Hong. Uncle, no need to go. Wen Sheng intervened, adding, if mother wishes to leave, we should not try to hold her back. Besides, you do not know which direction she took. How can you pursue her? In the kitchen, Chun Tao overheard Wen Shifu's intention to pursue Zhang Hong and quickly discarded her fan. She had been eagerly awaiting the departure of that misfortune and could not allow Wen Shifu to ruin her plans. Wen Sheng is right. Do you know which path your sister-in-law took? How can you chase her? She merely stepped out to avoid the storm. Once it calms, she will return. You need not worry. Your father is ill, and your mother is already anxious. You should go inside and share this good news with her. Chapter 54. The favor of the Wu family encouraged by Chun Tao's words, Wen Shifu refrained from leaving and instead informed Lu Ying that the situation had been resolved, albeit their family owed over 300 taels to the Shang family. What are we to do? Over 300 taels? It would take several lifetimes to repay. I wonder if Shangqing has any objections to Huai Fu. What if this jeopardizes Huai Fu's marriage? Hearing the unfolding events, Lu Ying began to worry about how they would repay the debt. Eldest brother, second brother, you should go inside and rest. I will go up the mountain to catch a fish to nourish you. Wen Xin gestured for Wen Lu to assist Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. When Wen Sheng and Wen Shu heard Wen Xin's intent to go fishing in the mountains, they immediately voiced their objections. No, the mountains are fraught with dangers. What if you are harmed by wild beasts? Did not the doctor say we are not severely injured? A few days of rest will suffice. You must not take risks. Brother is correct. Third sister, you should not venture into the mountains now. It is too dangerous. In the past, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu would have eagerly encouraged Wen Xin to go up the mountain for treats, but now their hearts had been reborn, cherishing her deeply and wishing to protect her from any harm. Rest assured, I always return safely from the mountains. The doctor emphasized that you must take good care of your injuries, especially you, second brother, as your ribs are also injured. Just wait here for good news. I am quite capable, Wen Xin assured them. After much persuasion, she finally convinced Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, instructing Wen Lu to look after her brothers, only to find Wen Lu wearing a discontented expression. Lure, your brothers are not the same as before. They will not bully us or scold us. Instead, they will care for us. We must treat them well, and they will return our kindness. Wen Xin spoke earnestly to Wen Lu, who eventually nodded, saying, if they try to hit me, then I will no longer recognize them as brothers. I only need my sister. When she nodded at Wen Le, confident that Wen Sheng and Wen Shu would not revert to their former ways. Shortly after Wen Xin left home, the elder of the Wu family, accompanied by his two sons, arrived at their doorstep. "Old Master Wu, please take a seat. What brings you to our humble abode today?" When Shifeng was perplexed upon seeing visitors from the Wu family, as they had no significant connection. He had heard that your family was in distress, and, as fellow villagers, we felt compelled to lend a hand. Albeit our means are limited, we gathered all the money we could, amounting to merely 2 taels of silver. Please do not consider it insufficient. Accept it as our sincere goodwill in your time of need. Old Master Wu, however, was seething internally, forcing a smile as he conversed with Wen Shifeng. The mere thought of his granddaughter, who had perished due to Wen Xingfu's actions, filled him with animosity toward every member of the Wen family, wishing nothing more than misfortune to befall them. Wu Ren and Wu Yuan were baffled by their father's decision to offer financial aid to their enemies instead of seizing the opportunity to strike back. When Shifeng had received Lu Ying's instructions not to reveal their borrowing from the Shang family, as it could complicate future dealings with Wen Huaifu. "Old Master Wu, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter has been resolved. You need not worry any further. Please join us for dinner. We are truly grateful for your assistance." The news of the debt collectors from a gambling house had spread throughout the village, and only the Shang and Wu families extended their support. It is said that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity, and I shall remember this gesture. Upon hearing that the situation had been resolved so swiftly, the Wu family was taken aback, realizing the Wen family's influence was formidable. They could not afford to be careless in their quest for vengeance. The Wu family declined the invitation to stay for dinner, and once home, Wu Ren and Wu Yuan began to express their dissatisfaction, believing their father was foolish for aiding their adversary. "You two are simple-minded. Don't you see? Is it easier to stab someone in the back or confront them face to face?" Old Master Wu remarked, puffing on his pipe. Wu Ren and Wu Yuan pondered this when Wu Shan entered with a grin. "Father, Uncle, Grandpa, you are correct. We must catch the Wen family off guard, allowing us to strike in the shadows and watch them suffer. Only then can we avenge my sister. The humiliation we endure now will make our eventual revenge all the more satisfying." Hearing Wu Shan's words, Wu Ren and Wu Yuan suddenly understood. Their father was indeed wise, but they wondered if this alone would suffice. Wu Yuan reflected on Wen Shifeng's refusal to accept their silver, although he bore goodwill. It was not yet enough for a close bond. "You are right, Uncle. This is insufficient. I have resolved to marry Wen Yu. Since Wen Shifeng has taken Wen Xingfu's daughters under his protection, I shall see if he can safeguard his own. My sister's death must not be in vain. My vow to make the Wen family pay for her loss is unwavering." The usually gentle Wu Shan spoke with a countenance dark as a stormy sky, his gaze ominous. That evening, when Xin returned from the mountains with 2 large fish and fresh vegetables from the hot springs. "Grandma, the money I gave you last time came from selling vegetables. Remember when I bought seeds? Recently, I discovered a hot spring on the mountain, and the adjacent soil was warm and fertile. I cultivated it and planted the seeds, and to my delight, they thrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying immediately expressed her gratitude to the heavens, believing their ancestors had blessed them by leading Wen Xin to the hot spring, thus rescuing their family from hardship. "My dear, this is indeed a blessing. You must safeguard that land. We are entirely dependent on it now." Since Wu Densheng fell ill, Lu Ying had been consumed with worry, first about the debt collectors, then about repaying the Shang family. Learning of this new source of income relieved her greatly. "Rest assured, that land is well hidden. No one will find it but me. It is vast, and I plan to have my uncle and brothers assist me in planting more vegetables so we can earn a decent income this winter." Knowing how expansive the land was, she feared that tending to it alone would be exhausting. Her uncle frequently ventured into the mountains for firewood, making him less conspicuous, while her brothers, being boys, would attract even less attention. "Indeed, let Shifeng accompany you tomorrow. Once you have given birth, they can help you with the planting." Since Wu Densheng's illness, Lu Ying had taken charge of all decisions. That night, when Xin prepared a rich fish soup with the spatial water and sent it to Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. Nearby, Wen Lu felt a twinge of discontent. As previously, their sister would have thought of him first when she had something good. Now, she was often catering to the 2 brothers who frequently bullied her. Although her brothers no longer scolded or hit her, she harbored resentment towards them. If they were not around, she could enjoy more fish soup. Wen Xin, since you possess such remarkable skills, why not catch fish daily? This soup is exquisite, Wen Di exclaimed after finishing a bowl and reaching for more fish. Hearing this, Wen Shifeng shot her a glare, while Chun Tao reprimanded Wen Di. Wen Di glared at Wen Xin while devouring the fish, convinced that it was Wen Xin's fault that she was being scolded. Previously, their parents would not have blamed her. But since Wen Xin became capable, they seemed to scrutinize her every move. Do you think it's easy for the third sister to catch fish? If you want fish, why don't you go to the mountains and catch some yourself? You are nearly the same age as her. Wen Sheng observed Wen Di's troublemaking and, in the past, will have watched with amusement. Now, he forbade anyone from speaking ill of his sister, regardless of who they were. Indeed, you only hide at home and talk nonsense. If you possess any skill, go catch fish yourself. We know you are envious of Wen Xin. It's pointless to be jealous of her abilities. You would be better off applying yourself to something productive. Wen Huaifu had long been displeased with Wen Di, who had become increasingly bitter since their arrival in this place. She had lost her charm entirely. During these difficult times, the family should unite to overcome their struggles. Yet Wen Di was the most reluctant to contribute, always speaking the most. Wen Di was indeed quite petty, but her pride was fragile. Hearing Wen Sheng and Wen Huaifu speak of her in such a manner caused tears to stream down her face uncontrollably. Ultimately, she left the room without finishing her fish, and it was Chun Tao who brought the fish to her later. Observing her daughter being criticized, Chun Tao sighed, realizing that Wen Di had changed. If she continued down this path, she would surely go astray. Wen Xin did not wish to refrain from defending Wen Di, but her sister's pettiness was unbearable. Everything she did was scrutinized, and any success on Wen Xin's part made her resentful. Such a disposition needed some hardship to temper it. If crying a few times would alter her nature, Wen Xin would ensure that she cried daily. The tale of Wen Qingfu's gambling debts spread far and wide, as no one in the vicinity had ever lost such a considerable sum. Typically, a family losing 10 taels would be the talk of the town for weeks. So the scandal of Wen Qingfu losing 300 taels and selling his 2 sons became a sensation. The ancient gossips were no less fervent than those of today, and the surrounding villages buzzed with speculation about the Wen family. Since Lu Ying forbade anyone from mentioning their borrowing from the Shang family, no one knew how the Wens had resolved their predicament. Some speculated that the disappearance of Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong meant they had paid for their debts with their lives. Meanwhile, Wen Dinxing's health gradually improved, and he became less despondent. One afternoon, he summoned Wen Shifeng to speak privately. "Old Two, why is your heart so black? Did you not know your elder brother was in debt when you proposed a division of the family? Were you so eager to sever ties? No matter his faults, he is still your brother. Is this how you repay your conscience? Your brother is in trouble, and instead of finding a solution together, you plot against him. Old Two, your heart has turned dark." Upon finishing, Wen Dinsheng, agitated, struck his thigh, believing deep down that Wen Qingfu's departure was closely tied to Wen Shifeng. If the family had united to resolve their issues, the eldest son would not have felt compelled to leave home. It was the absence of hope within the household that drove him away, and the source of despair for the eldest son was Wen Shifeng. Before entering the room, Wen Shifeng mentally prepared himself, assuring himself that no matter what his father said, he must not succumb to anger. However, upon hearing those words, he could not contain himself. "Father, what do you expect us to do with 300 taels of silver? Do you know what my elder brother has contemplated? He wishes to sell our family into servitude. He would even sell Wen Sheng and Wen Shu without a second thought. How could he possibly care for us? It is not that I am heartless towards my brother, but if I concern myself with him, what will become of our family? Must we all become slaves? My decision stems from necessity. If my brother had not gambled and incurred such debts, I would not have been forced into these actions." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as if decades of grievances were finally surfacing. "From a young age, I have known you do not favor me. No matter how hard I worked, you never praised me. My brother is your favorite, while I am like the weeds by the roadside, dispensable. Father, I am also your flesh and blood. How can you be so cruel as to sacrifice our family for him? At times, I truly doubt whether I am your biological son. How else can you be so dismissive of me, only having eyes for my brother? Am I not a human being?" The towering figure of a man could no longer hold back the tears streaming down his face. Wen Dusheng was taken aback by Wen Shifeng's words. This son, who had always been taciturn and merely toiled in silence, had been overlooked as Wen Dusheng anticipated relying on the eldest son for support in old age. He had failed to realize that his neglect had caused immense suffering to the second son. In Wen Xing's mind, Wen Shifeng lacked intellect, possessing only physical strength for farming. He was unaware that Wen Shifeng was not without wit. He simply chose to remain silent. Enough. You unfilial son, leave my sight. Wen Xing, confronted with the weeping Wen Shifeng, found himself at a loss for words. He acknowledged his lack of concern for Wen Shifeng, yet he felt it could not justify Wen Shifeng's disregard for his elder brother. After a few days of recuperation, Wen Sheng accompanied Wen Xin to the mountains, traversing several dense woods until they discovered a hot spring. Observing the flourishing vegetables nearby, Wen Sheng was delighted and worked diligently, shedding his previous lazy demeanor. For several days, Wen Xin ventured into the city to sell vegetables, and each time, they were quickly sold, maintaining the price at 20 won per gene. Many curious individuals inquired about the source of Wen Xin's vegetables, but she simply smiled and remained silent, considering it a trade secret. In modern times, such inquiries would be unheard of, yet in ancient times, people were quite forthright. Sister, I see many people are envious. Today, someone claimed our vegetables were not fresh, clearly seeking trouble. Will we still be able to sell vegetables in the future? Wen Sheng, having accompanied Wen Xin to the city, encountered trouble immediately after selling their produce, with someone insisting their vegetables were stale and claiming to have suffered from diarrhea after eating them. Ignore him. Everyone knows the freshness of our vegetables. So many customers buy from us, and he is the only one with a complaint. It is clear to all. Just avoid selling to him next time to prevent him from accusing us of causing harm. Did you notice that person? Yesterday, he asked me how I grew the vegetables and offered to buy the method for a tael of silver. I refused him. He followed me discreetly yesterday, and today he came to create trouble. There will be many more like him, so we must be cautious. Next time we sell vegetables, we should bring our second uncle along. Otherwise, people will think we are easy targets. Wen Sheng nodded repeatedly, realizing his sister was indeed the most astute. How had he failed to notice this before? On their way home, he cursed the troublemaker, reflecting on the audacity of someone who believed they could purchase knowledge for a mere tale. Since their second uncle began accompanying them to sell vegetables, troublemakers had vanished. Wen Xin speculated whether her uncle's imposing stature intimidated them. However, upon reflection, she considered that perhaps those individuals realized she would never divulge her secrets, leading them to refrain from causing disturbances. Chapter 56. Elqing's gift. Sister, our vegetables are selling so well. Why don't we raise the price? This way, we could save money more quickly to repay Shangming's debts. Wen Sheng had been puzzled for days. With so many buyers, he believed they could easily sell at 40 won per gene. Wen Xin had contemplated raising the price, but she understood that doing so might alienate some customers. They aimed for long-term benefits, not short-term gains that could jeopardize their future. Explaining this to Wen Sheng, he remained somewhat confused but grasped that raising prices now might offend some customers, leading them to cease their patronage and tarnish their reputation. Upon returning home, Wen Xin handed over the 5 taels of silver she had earned that day to Lu Ying, who couldn't help but smile in her sleep at the thought of their daily earnings. Child, go rest inside. Elqing is speaking with your grandfather. He has brought you many eggs. Lu Ying was quite pleased with Elqing as her grandson-in-law and even prepared sweet boiled eggs for him. What business does Elqing have here? Wen Xin nodded at her grandmother, then returned to her room, indifferent to Elqing's visit. As for the eggs he brought, they were undoubtedly a gift for her grandparents, as she still had her second uncle and aunt present. Those eggs could not possibly be intended for her, and her grandmother must have been overly delighted. Wen Xing, feeling well, preferred to stay indoors, emerging only during mealtimes, as he feared the pointed stares of others. King Ye, the next match is approaching. How confident are you? Wen Xing conversed happily with Elqing indoors, while Elqing felt a twinge of impatience. Having just heard Wen Xion's voice, the desire to see her was overwhelming. Observing Elqing's eagerness, Wen Xing waved his hand, chuckling, enough, enough. It seems you're not truly interested in keeping this old man company. Go on and amuse yourself. Upon hearing this, Elqing quickly stood, his face flushed, bowing to Wen Xing and apologizing before exiting. Watching Elqing's retreating figure, Wen Xing felt a sense of admiration. This boy is truly courteous and will surely achieve great success in the future. Wen Xing had been closely observing Wen Xion's vegetable sales. The family's current expenses relied entirely on her produce. He had initially suspected that this girl was destined for fortune, and indeed, his suspicions had proven correct. Once outside, Xin stood in the courtyard, stamping his feet. He longed to see Wen Xin, but with her inside, he could not barge into her room. Although they were betrothed, they were neither married nor formally engaged. Wen Xin noticed Xin standing in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. Despite their previous discord, Xin had taught her to read and write, ensuring she was no longer illiterate. This kindness was something she, along with her original self, felt grateful for. Since her arrival in this era, Wen Xin realized that the customs were not as feudal as she had imagined. Most people were quite open-minded, with only a few holding on to outdated beliefs. The wealthier and more prominent families paid closer attention to etiquette, while the poor had fewer concerns. Fortunately, she found herself in a poor family. Otherwise, being a sheltered young lady, constrained to silence, would have been unbearable. "Oh, go! What are you doing standing in the courtyard? Aren't you cold in this wind?" Hearing the door open, Xin quickly looked up to see Wen Xion's rosy face. Though her clothes were worn, they were impeccably clean, and she radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze. I'm not cold. Standing here is quite pleasant, really," he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words at the sight of the transformed Wen Xian. "With such strong winds, how can you not be cold? Come inside and sit for a while. I'll make you a hot meal to warm you up." Wen Xian stepped into the main room, and Xin hurried to follow her. "Wen Xin, it has been quite a while since we last met. You have become plumper and even more beautiful." "No, I mean you were already lovely before." As Xin gazed at the radiant Wen Xin, he felt immensely grateful that he had urged his grandfather to propose. "Look at you. We are so familiar now. Why still exchange such pleasantries?" After saying this, Wen Xin poured a cup of hot tea for Xin. "I heard about the happenings in your family. Our family seldom goes out, which is why we only learned of it now. The moment I found out, I rushed over. Don't be too sorrowful. Uncle and aunt will surely return swiftly now that this matter has been resolved." In Xin's heart, he knew Wen Xin must be heartbroken over the loss of her parents, yet he felt at a loss for words to comfort her. What Xin did not realize was that Wen Xin felt a certain relief at their departure. Let's not dwell on that. How is grandfather's health? Will you all return to the village after the new year? The new year is fast approaching. How does your family plan to celebrate? As Wen Xin spoke, she poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it while they chatted. In Zhouan village, the festive spirit was nearly non-existent. Most people struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone afford meat for the celebrations. The Wen family was burdened with a debt of several hundred taels of silver. Wen Dushing declared that they would not celebrate the spring festival this year, intending to wait until next year when conditions improved. Upon hearing Wen Xin's words, Xin sighed. "Grandfather is still relatively healthy, but we won't be celebrating this year. Without land to cultivate and no source of income, merely having enough to eat is fortunate. I fear we may not return to the village next year. Recently, my grandfather received news that the village was set ablaze by bandits, and now many wild beasts have taken refuge there. How can we possibly return?" Wen Xin was taken aback by the news of the village's destruction. Even if it had not burned, she would not have supported a return, for the conditions here were far superior to those in the village. The houses were better. The land would yield quality crops after a couple of years, and living at the foot of the emperor provided much better economic prospects than her former home. Wen Xin recognized that her feelings stemmed from a lack of attachment to the place where she had grown up. Unlike Xin and his grandfather, she did not harbor a deep-seated emotional connection to the land. As they conversed in the main hall, both were thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Wen Xin appreciated Xin's vast knowledge, while he admired her insightful perspectives. After finishing lunch, Xin prepared to return home. Before leaving, he discreetly called Wen Xin aside. "This is something I crafted during my leisure time. I hope you like it." He carefully revealed a wooden hairpin from his pocket, intricately carved with lifelike plum blossoms, each detail painstakingly etched. Wen Xin accepted the hairpin, still warm from Xin's grasp. The more she examined it, the more she cherished this gift. Having grown up together, Xin felt like a brother to her, and a brother gifting a sister a present was perfectly natural. She didn't want to refuse, knowing it would surely displease him. At that moment, Wen Xin gave it little thought. She was still but a child of 10. "What a beautiful hairpin. Thank you, Eldage," she exclaimed happily. Her long hair was woven into a braid, which, while lovely, left her yearning for a change in style, as she possessed a heart that adored beauty. Seeing Wen Xin accept the hairpin brought joy to Xin, especially when she mentioned she would help him craft a pouch when time allowed. "You should go in now. I shall take my leave," he said, watching as she turned to enter before he departed. As the new year approached, Sheng Ming was unable to leave the royal residence, as his father summoned him for discussions, forbidding him from returning to Zhouan village and insisting he spend the holiday at home. Preparing to assume his official duties after the new year, an Yi and Ing heir remained in Zhouan village, utilizing secret channels to relay information about Wen Xin's situation, though it mostly concerned trivial matters. Each time they read the mundane messages on the parchment, they could hardly suppress their frustration, having exerted great effort to establish a communication route only to transmit such inconsequential news. Despite having learned of Wen Xin's gardening techniques, the villagers remained hesitant to spend money, burdened by a debt of 300 taels. The funds were borrowed from Sheng Ming, yet Wen Dusheng believed that the entire Wen family should collectively repay it. Once Wen Sheng and Wen Shu regained their strength, they accompanied Wen Xin to the mountains daily, assisting her in farming and gathering water while watching her catch rabbits and wild chickens. San Mei is indeed remarkable. She managed to catch 5 wild chickens in less than an hour. They are notoriously elusive, and only she possesses the skill to catch them, Wen Sheng thought, filled with admiration as he watched Wen Xin approach. Initially, he had worried about her safety, but she assured him she had ways to evade wild beasts. At first, he had doubted her, but as she returned in scathed time after time, he gradually came to believe her. Wen Xin had explained to him that evading wild animals was not a simple feat, but rather an innate ability. She wished to teach them, but they would struggle to learn. Wen Sheng accepted this notion wholeheartedly, akin to the way some individuals are naturally gifted while others find themselves perpetually challenged. Hearing this, Wen Xin smiled silently. Thinking how trivial this was, she had plenty more in her space. In her quest to earn money, Wen Xin never returned empty-handed from mountains. If not for the concern of startling her family, she would have eagerly sold every creature in her space to repay the debts owed to Shangming. We should return early today. We need to go to the city to sell vegetables tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work these past days, brother. In just 3 days, the new year will be upon us, and I will treat you to a feast, Wen Xin declared, having already devised a plan. Though her family was in debt, this was her first new year in this era, and she could not let it pass without celebration. At the very least, she intended to roast a wild boar for the occasion, having already captured one in advance. Wen Xin had been diligently nurturing herself, drinking space water and broth, and she felt as though she had transformed into a different person compared to her former self. After months of gradual recuperation, she sensed that her physique had improved, aligning more closely with that of a typical 10-year-old. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu gradually came to understand that Wen Xin never spoke falsehoods. What she said always came to fruition, and they eagerly anticipated what delicious fare she would provide them for the new year. Upon returning home, Wen Xin heard the sound of Wen Dusheng's scolding. Wen Yuan had been pestering Chun Tao to slaughter a chicken for him, which caught Wen Dusheng's ire, leading to a flurry of reprimands directed not only at Wen Yuan, but also at Chun Tao and Wen Shifu, berating them for their lack of concern for the eldest brother's plight. Grandfather, why is your heart so biased? What is wrong with my father? He has always worked tirelessly for this family. Must he die for you to be satisfied? Wen Di exclaimed, unable to endure Wen Dusheng's harsh words any longer. After a moment, Wen Dusheng snapped back to reality, exclaiming, you have all turned against me. Now that you have some success, you no longer regard me. You ungrateful wretches. Now you are good for anything. In Wen Dusheng's mind, Wen Di's defiance was undoubtedly instigated by Chun Tao, who had secretly reprimanded Wen Di for her insolence. How dare you speak to your grandfather in such a manner? Have the manners your mother taught you been completely forgotten? Go apologize to your grandfather at once. Chun Tao understood that regardless of the reasons, this situation was Wen Di's fault. Should word of her insubordination spread, it would jeopardize her prospects for marriage. With tears glistening in her eyes, Wen Di stood her ground in the courtyard, showing no sign of intent to apologize to Wen Dusheng. What is wrong with you, child? I told you to apologize to your grandfather. Chun Tao's voice escalated in urgency as she noticed Wen Di's stubbornness. What has happened to this child? When did she become so obstinate and peculiar? I will not go. I refuse to apologize for something I did not do. Just because he is a grandfather does not mean he can be unreasonable. Everyone ages and becomes a grandparent. What is so great about that? Clearly, it is grandfather who is wrong. Why should I apologize? After Wendy finished her tearful outburst, she wiped her tears and dashed back to her room, casting an intense glare at Wen Xin as she passed. leaving Wen Xin utterly perplexed. At that moment, Chun Tao realized that if Wendy did not amend her ways, she would undoubtedly suffer in the future. Father, do not stoop to Wendy's level. My wife should properly educate her. Chun Tao observed Wen Xing's face shifting from blue to red, then back to blue again, understanding that henceforth, Wendy would no longer be favored by her father. He had never had much affection for daughters, and now, with Wendy's defiance, she could forget about living a harmonious life. Wen Xing let out a cold snort at Chun Tao, saying, "Don't think I am unaware. How could such a young child as Wendy understand anything? It's you who instigates her behind the scenes. If you find me intolerable, just say so. What sense is there in letting a child speak up?" Now, Wen Xing found Chun Tao increasingly irksome. His once obedient son had changed ever since marrying her, clearly influenced by Chun Tao's scheming. With this notion in mind, Wen Xing grew more resentful towards Chun Tao. The next day, Wen Xing ordered Chun Tao, Wendy, and Wen Yu to go up the mountain to gather firewood. When they returned at noon, the three of them were covered in dirt, clearly having struggled in the hills. Wen Shifeng accompanied Wen Xin and her siblings to sell vegetables, departing later than Chun Tao. Upon returning home after selling the vegetables, he was horrified by their disheveled appearance. "What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Your clothes are soaked. Hurry and change in the house, or you'll catch a chill." When Shifeng noticed Wen Yu's hair was still wet and caked with mud, wondering which muddy pond they had stumbled into. Grandfather said we didn't bring back enough firewood, so he wouldn't let us in the house. Wen Yu, already trembling from the cold, spoke with a voice that had begun to quaver. Hearing this, when Shifeng raised his voice, growling, "What are you saying at this moment? Quickly get inside. Yes, hurry and change into clean clothes. I'll help you heat some water for a bath. Otherwise, you'll surely catch a cold by tomorrow." Wen Shu, having been influenced by Wen Xin recently, was now on the right path, thanks to her constant guidance. Chapter 58. The expulsion. Wen Xin and her siblings put down their belongings and headed to the kitchen to boil water, faintly hearing Wen Shifeng reprimanding Chun Tao. "What on earth is going on? Your daughter is shivering. How could you let her stand outside? What if she gets sick? Why can't you all just stay at home? I've already chopped enough firewood." Wen Shifeng was baffled as to why his father insisted that Chun Tao go up the mountain to gather firewood, dragging Wen Yu and Wendy along as well. Wen Xing, overhearing Wen Shifeng's words, burst out of the house like a gust of wind, shouting at him, "You ungrateful son! Am I not allowed to send your wife to gather firewood? Should I support a few who do nothing but eat? There's no reason in the world for that. You've grown wings and no longer listen to me. If you care so much for your wife, then move out. Since your schemes have succeeded in splitting the family, I have no obligation to you." When Shifeng opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately said nothing, sulking as he pulled Chun Tao into the house. Inside, he sternly instructed Chun Tao, "From now on, you are not allowed to go into the mountains. It's fortunate you returned safely this time. Do you know what lurks in those woods? Wild boars and tigers abound. Next time you venture into the mountains, who knows if you'll return in one piece." Today, they had panicked and fallen because of the roar of a tiger. "Do you think I wish to go into the mountains?" But the old man insisted, threatening to have you divorce me if I didn't go. At my age, if I were to be divorced, there would be no future for me. The normally resilient Chun Tao was now in tears at the thought of divorce. Wendy and Wen Yu, upon seeing Chun Tao weep, joined in the crying. "Father, he simply dislikes us. He would be happier if we were dead." At this, when Shifeng fell silent, deep in thought, could it be that because of his eldest brother, their father harbored such hatred that he wished for the demise of his wife and daughter? "Do not worry, I will not divorce you. From now on, no one is to enter the mountains. If father gets angry, you can hide until I return." When Shifeng wanted to avoid conflict between his wife and daughter and his father, and this was the only solution he could think of, "Rest assured, you are the head of the household. Strictly speaking, we have already split, and all matters in our family are decided by you." Chun Tao thought to herself that it would be wonderful if they could move out, even if it meant living in a simple mud house. Hearing this, when Shifeng frowned and muttered, "Do not speak carelessly. The split was only out of necessity. I never intended to separate, especially now that my elder brother is gone." When Shifeng understood that Chun Tao longed for them to live separately, but regardless of his father's disdain, he could not ignore the fact that they had raised him. During lunch, Wen Xing expressed his dissatisfaction with Chun Tao, Wen Yu, and Wendy, but he did not forbid them from eating. In the afternoon, he ordered them to go back into the mountains to gather firewood. "Father, my father said we're not allowed to go back into the mountains anymore. There is plenty of firewood at home. Why must we go?" Wen Xin used to go into the mountains often. Why not send her instead? Wendy felt relieved upon hearing her father's earlier words, but when she heard Wen Xin wanted her to go gather firewood, she certainly refused. Wen Xin, seeing Chen Tao take Wen Yu and Wendy into the house, was infuriated, his face darkening. Third sister, Wendy is becoming increasingly spoiled. She refuses to gather firewood and expects you to do it. Does she really think she is the only one who counts? Wen Xin thought about how Wen Yu was supposed to sell vegetables in the morning and tend to the garden in the afternoon. There was simply no time to gather firewood. Exactly. She lounges around in the house, not helping with any chores, and when she goes to the mountains, she comes back in such a state. We go to the mountains every day and never return in such a way. She is utterly useless. Wen Xin and Wen Shu chatted in the main room, continually asking Wen Xin if what they said was correct. Wen Xin truly did not wish to converse with Wen Xin and Wen Shu, as their topics were exceedingly dull. Yet she could not bear to dampen their enthusiasm, merely nodding or smiling in response. On the eve of the new year, Wen Xin summoned everyone to the house for a discussion. With the new year approaching, they needed to be frugal. Huai Fu was to marry soon, which would incur considerable expenses. Wen Xin was also encouraged to plant more vegetables and catch more wild chickens and rabbits. As Wen Xin observed Wen Xin bringing home so many game animals daily, he contemplated if they should have her specialize in hunting. The Shang brothers were hunters, and they had amassed hundreds of taels of silver. It was evident that hunting could indeed be quite lucrative. Grandfather, hunting relies on luck. By spring, everyone will be planting vegetables, and my produce will no longer be sellable. Moreover, these days there have been individuals stealthily following me into the mountains. Several times I nearly led them to the hot springs when Xin complained, recounting how each trip into the mountains had become a time-consuming endeavor to shake off those following her. She was merely earning a little money from selling vegetables. Why were so many envious of her? If they wanted to earn money, they should find their own ways instead of coveting hers. Upon hearing that someone was following Wen Xin shouted angrily at those individuals for their shamelessness. From now on, they had to be exceedingly cautious in the mountains, ensuring no one discovered the hot springs. That hot spring was a source of wealth that must remain concealed. As Wen Xin once again emphasized the importance of the hot spring, Wendy suddenly smirked, as if she had stumbled upon delightful news. Seeing her grandfather's serious demeanor, Wen Xin realized she could not serve the wild boar at home. On the afternoon of the new year, she went into the mountains as usual to tend to the vegetable plots, though this time she brought Wen Lu along. As they left, Wendy insisted on tagging along, leaving Wen Xin puzzled about her motives. As I pondered over Wendy's slow gait and her haughty demeanor, I couldn't help but think that taking her along would be akin to bringing an empress on our outing. Annoyed by the prospect, Wen Xin declined Wendy's request. My second uncle had previously warned me against entering the mountains, questioning what allure they held. Why must you insist on accompanying me today? Surely, you don't harbor any ill intentions? Wen Xin scrutinized Wendy, her suspicions about her motives growing. What began as a mere jest from Wen Xin ignited Wendy's temper like a cat with its fur ruffled, as she vehemently defended her intentions. Wen Xin, clarify this for me. I had only intended to assist you with the vegetable patch. How has that turned into a nefarious scheme? You may resent me on a normal day, but to slander me so freely is uncalled for. Just because you contribute to the family finances does not grant you supremacy. A single woman should not be seen constantly in the company of Shunming. One wonders what sort of connection you both share. Winnie's exaggerated reaction left Wen Xin speechless. Her relationship with Shunming was inconsequential. Even if Shunming harbored feelings for her, she was but 10 years old and would never acknowledge such sentiments. She had no desire to marry and bear children at such a tender age. Chapter 59. Roasting wild boar. Wendy's voice attracted the attention of Lu Ying and Chen Tao. Chen Tao, noticing that Wendy was eager to lend a hand, urged Wen Xin, let her accompany you. She may prove useful. Lu Ying concurred. Grandmother, it's not that I wish to prevent Wendy from joining me, but the mountain paths are treacherous. Her slow pace could lead to discovery, jeopardizing our vegetable growing endeavor. Furthermore, today's tasks are few. Just as Wen Xin completed her statement, Wendy protested vocally. What do you mean I walk slowly? If you don't want me to accompany you, just say so instead of fabricating excuses. Is Wenla faster than I am? She pointed at Wenla, demanding clarity. Wen Xin found Wendy's obstinacy quite exasperating. I will take whomever I please. Your concerns are irrelevant. If you possess the capability, go find a spring and cultivate your own crops. With that, Wen Xin turned on her heel, dragging Wenla with her, indifferent to the furious Wendy left in their wake. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu followed closely behind, astonished at Wen Xin's uncharacteristic outburst. Wen Xin wasn't genuinely angry. She felt a slight annoyance, but was aware that Wendy could be quite troublesome. She feigned anger to exit the situation, knowing that a debate would drag on until nightfall. Each time they ventured into the mountains, they would bring provisions, resting to eat when weary. Today, Wen Xin carried a small bag, but instead of the dry rations prepared by their grandmother, it contained her meticulously crafted barbecue seasonings. Fortunately, her modern-day love for food had equipped her for this moment. Not long after entering the mountains, Wen Xin announced to Wen Sheng and the others, "Today, we shall forego the hot springs and simply enjoy the new year together as siblings." With Winking Fu and Zhang Hong gone, it was indeed the four of them who were truly close. Hasn't our third sister promised us delicious food? Is today not about indulging in good eats? Wen Sheng was thrilled. Although the family could now fill their bellies, the meals were far from exquisite. Of course, with our parents gone, we must rely on one another to thrive. Grandfather and grandmother are aging, and while our second uncle and aunt treat us well, they have their own children. We can only depend on ourselves. In the future, we siblings will unite to weather any storm. As Wen Xin spoke, her thoughts drifted to the idea of moving out. However, with debts still lingering, they would wait until those were settled before seeking a new home. Upon sharing her thoughts with Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, their surprise was palpable. Move out? Where we go? Why abandon the comfort of home? Wen Sheng was perplexed. Father is the eldest. How could our third sister contemplate such a decision? Consider this. With our parents gone, our second uncle will take charge of grandfather and grandmother. Living together is nice, but more people means more complications. Winnie has always held grievances against me, and our second uncle and aunt, being Wendy's biological parents, cannot always side with us. If we siblings move out, we can cultivate our land and hunt in peace. Once I save enough silver, I will send Luder to school. As for you, elder brothers, once you are of age, our little sister will teach you. I don't expect you to return as scholars, but you must learn to read. We cannot afford to be illiterate. After hearing Wen Xin's reasoning, both Wen Sheng and Wen Shu found it quite sensible. Upon learning of their opportunity to learn to read, both were filled with excitement, especially Luer. Sister, will I be able to attend school like the children of wealthy families in the county? Wouldn't that make me a young lady of fortune? Luer beamed with anticipation at the prospect of schooling. Seeing Luer so delighted, Wen Xin resolved to send her to school next year, postponing the repayment to Shunming, which would indeed pose a significant burden given her extraordinary space. Indeed, you will be like the daughters of landowners, well-educated and destined for greatness. Wen Xin sincerely hoped that Luer would study diligently, growing into a gentle and considerate woman. Wen Xin led Wen Sheng and the others to a small river she had discovered while hunting. Upon seeing it, she thought it an ideal location for an outdoor barbecue. We shall celebrate the new year here. You find some firewood while I go hunt some rabbits for roasting. She imagined how delightful it would be to barbecue here in spring, with the grass lush and trees providing shade, accompanied by the gentle flow of the river, perhaps even catching some fish or shrimp. Excited by the prospect of roasted meat, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu sprang into action. Luer, being too young, was not allowed to work, so she sat on a rock, daydreaming about what school would be like. In this era, there were schools for girls, but they were expensive, and common folks seldom sent their daughters. If they did, it was usually for boys. The best situation was like Wen Xin's, where someone taught her to read. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu harbored no doubts about Wen Xin's words. If she declared they would have a barbecue, then they surely would. Soon enough, they returned with firewood, while Wen Xin dragged back a wild boar weighing around 100 pounds. Come quickly. Today is our lucky day. I stumbled upon an unconscious wild boar not far from here. With a swift strike to its neck, I managed to bring it back. What a waste of blood. The boar had been dispatched in her space, without resistance, and her quick action spared it much pain. Seeing Wen Xin, so petite, dragging the black boar, both Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were nearly rendered speechless. Upon confirming the boar was dead, they hurried to help her drag it to the riverbank. As they prepared to cut the boar in half, Wen Xin rushed forward to intervene. Roasting it whole will yield better flavor. Step aside while I tend to it. Watching Wen Xin wield a chopping knife with unwavering focus as she opened the boar's belly left the three of them in shock. The urge to consume meat overshadowed their initial fear, and soon they forgot the gruesome sight of Wen Xin's knife. The strength of a food lover is formidable. When Wen Xin first killed a rabbit, She had apologized profusely, but now she understood the harsh realities of this world. Survival of the fittest was the law of nature. Realizing they wouldn't be able to consume it all, Wen Xin decided to detach the 4 trotters. Tomorrow, we can take these to sell in the mountains and buy some fabric for new clothes. As soon as she uttered this, Lure displayed a worried expression. Sister, grandfather will surely disapprove of us going to the mountains for meat, and he likely won't allow us to make new clothes. Seeing Lure's disappointment, Wen Xin comforted her. It's all right. Your clothes are lovely as they are. You look good in anything. Tomorrow, I shall procure fabric to craft garments. Life is meant to be lived fully. One must not deprive oneself. If grandfather becomes irate, I shall assert that it was my decision to make this purchase, as I am spending my own earnings. He understands and will not protest, for I possess the means to earn my keep. As Wen Xin organizes the pork, she engages in conversation with Wenla. Upon hearing about the prospect of new clothing, Wenla nods enthusiastically at Wen Xin. Chapter 60. The Gray Wolf. Before long, a pile of charcoal was ready on the ground. Wen Xin set up the rack and skewered the wild boar, retrieving the oil, salt, and spices she had prepared earlier. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Wen Xin and Wen Shu to salivate. Unexpectedly, they encountered grilled meat, and it seemed they had come at the right time. Shang Wanming, troubled by the duplicitous individuals within the residence, sought to see what Wen Xin was up to. He overheard Wen Di speaking ill of Wen Xin and realized she had ascended the mountain. Thus, he, along with an Yi and Ing Er, made their way up the mountain, following the path Wen Xin had taken until they reached the riverbank. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an enticing scent and soon discerned that Wen Xin was grilling meat. What brings you here? Even on New Year's Day, you venture into the mountains to hunt? You 3 brothers are truly dedicated, Wen Xin remarked upon spotting Shang Wanming, waving her brush in greeting. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu beckoned them to sit. We initially hoped to find fortune in the mountains, but upon catching a whiff of this delicious aroma, we believed our luck had turned, Shang Wanming confessed. Seeing Wen Xin bustling about, grilling the meat, filled his heart with joy. Wen Xin instructed Wen Sheng and Wen Shu to prepare the pig's trotters, as the Shang family brothers, being men, would surely eat heartily. Shang Wanming had never witnessed anyone consume meat in such a manner. The dishes at his residence were painstakingly prepared with exquisite ingredients, but could not compare to the appetizing allure of the meat before him. And Yi and Ing Er, initially filled with grievances about accompanying their master up the mountain during the holiday, now felt fortunate to be present. Otherwise, they would have missed out on this delightful feast. They were astonished that Wen Xin possessed such culinary skills. Did the young prince already recognize her talents, which is why he took an interest in her? After a lengthy wait, Wen Xin began slicing the meat, sprinkling the seasoning she had brought. In less than 3 minutes, a large platter of meat was devoured. Delicious. This meat is simply exquisite. What makes it so fragrant? Ani inquired between mouthfuls, his eyes glued to the stone platter. This was the simplest meat he had ever eaten. It was undoubtedly the most delectable. At that moment, an Yi and Ing Er disregarded Shang Wanming's status as a prince. They were solely focused on the delightful meal before them. Shang Wanming repeatedly signaled to an Yi and Ing Er, urging them to eat slowly, hoping they would leave some for him. However, the 2 pretended not to notice his gestures, which exasperated him, leaving him torn between anger and restraint. Do take your time. Although it is delicious, moderation is key. We cannot finish this wild boar. I will slice it up for you 3 brothers to take home as my New Year's gift, Wen Xin said, her heart swelling with joy at the enthusiasm for her roasted meat. This seasoning was inspired by modern barbecue methods. Although she had yet to find many spices, the inherent flavor of the wild boar meat was unparalleled. Wen Xin had nurtured this wild boar with ample spatial water and vegetables, eliminating its gaminess. Even without any seasoning, the pork was aromatic. Hearing that they could not only eat, but also take some home, thrilled an Yi and Ing Er. Even Ing Er, who typically refrained from flattery, gave Wen Xin a thumbs up. However, Wen Xin felt a tinge of regret. Consuming only meat could become monotonous. Next year, once spring arrives, we shall return, armed with cooking utensils to catch fresh fish by the river for soup, along with some crabs and shrimp, and gather vegetables. Now, that will be perfection. She mused while eating, envisioning the scene. Indeed, the fish soup prepared by our 3rd sister is delectable, smooth, and free of any fishy taste, leaving a lasting impression. Wen Sheng recalled fondly. Shang Wanming, glancing at the grilled meat before him, believed the fish soup would undoubtedly be superb. Next year, you must invite us to join, he reminded Wen Xin, longing to take her as his wife, but fearing his father's disapproval. He wished for her to hold a significant position, not merely as a concubine. As everyone savored their fill, they could not resist the temptation to continue eating. Eventually, reaching their limit, Wen Xin wrapped the remaining sliced meat and handed it to Shang Wanming. "Let me take care of this," and he interjected, swiftly stepping forward to accept the meat, relieved that it had not fallen into the prince's hands. For they would have been left with nothing. Ying exchanged a knowing glance with an E, which only fueled Shang Wanming's irritation. As they prepared to pack up and leave, Shang Wanming suddenly gazed behind Wen Xin. "Do not turn around," he commanded. Instantly, tension enveloped the group, and an E and Ying's expressions turned grave. Wen Xin, intrigued by Shang Wanming's warning, turned her head to see a massive pack of over 100 gray wolves approaching. Upon sighting the wolves, Wenla fainted from fright, prompting Wen Shu to rush to his side. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu recognized the leading wolf. "Sister, isn't that a hui? It's the leader of the pack," Wen Sheng exclaimed, suddenly calm. Shang Wanming, an E, and Ying were bewildered by the unfolding situation. Previously, when Wen Sheng and Wen Shu had encountered wolves in the mountains, it was the hui who had come to find Wen Xin, nearly scaring them to death. Eventually, they learned that Wen Xin was acquainted with the hui, and that it had not harmed them. The hui would visit Wen Xin every few days, and gradually, they ceased to feel fear. However, Wen Xin had asked them to keep this a secret, and they had never spoken of it to anyone. "The hui, what brings you here?" "Come closer." Upon recognizing the hui, Wen Xin eagerly waved. The hui, her friend from the mountains, seemed to understand her words, displaying a remarkable intelligence. Wen Xin cherished animals with spirit, considering them friends, much like Shang Wanming. The hui surveyed Shang Wanming and the others with fierce eyes before hesitating momentarily and approaching Wen Xin slowly. This spectacle left Shang Wanming and his companions utterly astonished. "Fear not, the hui is unlike ordinary wolves. It does not kill indiscriminately and possesses a gentle disposition." Wen Xin reassured them. She inquired about the remaining meat from an E and opened her hand to offer it to the hui, who devoured it in a few bites and tilted its head afterward. Shang Wanming examined the hui's sharp teeth and claws, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite gentle," he remarked. An E and Ying exchanged incredulous glances, questioning how a creature that appeared so fearsome could be deemed gentle. After consuming the meat, Wen Xin bid the hui farewell as it departed, accompanied by its pack. Wen Xin could not contain her joy after the hui left. She had inexplicably understood its thoughts. It was not that she comprehended wolf language. Rather, a sudden clarity had enveloped her mind, allowing her to perceive the hui's mental energy, its thoughts transmitted as brainwaves. She realized that the hui had gathered its pack to frighten her friends because it felt left out of the feast. Wen Xin discerned that the hui possessed the intelligence of a 6- or 7-year-old child. If trained well, it could learn to read and count, but unlike Bai Li, the hui was unwilling to reside permanently in her space. Chapter 61. The return home after the hui's departure. The group felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. At that moment, an E and Ying were thoroughly impressed by Shang Wanming. Their young prince's insight was indeed extraordinary. Wen Xin was a remarkable woman. If she could truly communicate with animals, dispatching a legion of tigers and wild wolves during battle could secure their nation's supremacy over the 4 realms, leaving the nations of Feng, Yu, and Lei in awe and trepidation. As an E reminisced about Wen Xian's delectable barbecue, he reminded her before parting ways. "Next time you grill, be sure not to forget me. Let a hui have the leftover meat. After all, you owe me a New Year's gift. I desire nothing but the finest." At that moment, Wen Xin came to a clear realization, and E was a true foodie, albeit one who shared her passion. Upon returning to the courtyard, an E and Ying's expressions grew serious. "Your Highness, if word of Wen Xian's ability spreads, it will certainly attract the wrath of the other 3 kingdoms. Yet, it seems Wen Xin is blissfully unaware of the danger," and E voiced his concerns. Though he had not particularly favored Wen Xin before, after tasting her barbecue, he regarded her as a confidant. "Indeed, Your Highness, if the court were to learn of her, Wen Xin might lose her freedom. If she does not serve the court, the emperor will surely not keep her," Ying pondered, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They assumed the young prince would have some measure of anxiety about it, yet to their surprise, he merely laughed at their concerns. You too worry excessively. Surely, you do not think Wen Xion's capabilities are limited to this? Her talents are formidable. If she does not wish to be captured, none can force her. Let us not fret unnecessarily. Shang Wanming was aware of Wen Xion's ability to vanish without a trace. With such power, who could catch her, let alone harm her? He remained uncertain whether Wen Xion was a spirit, a celestial being, or a ghost, but one thing was clear. If she desired to take a life, it would be a trivial matter. And Yi and Ing Er were bewildered by Shang Wanming's perspective, realizing that Wen Xion possessed other abilities and was not afraid of being pursued. Suddenly they understood. No wonder the young prince had chosen to reside here to cultivate their relationship. Initially, they believed it was merely his fondness for Wen Xion, but now they grasped it might also be to avoid provoking her. In truth, Shang Wanming himself was unsure whether he was more afraid of provoking Wen Xion or enamored with her. If he had taken a liking to another woman, he would have brought her to the manor without hesitation. Yet with Wen Xion, he hesitated, as she held a unique place in his heart. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. He admired Wen Xion. Her demeanor and speech were unlike that of ordinary women. She was thoughtful, considerate, and possessed a sense of responsibility. Such qualities, if embodied by a man, would undoubtedly lead to great accomplishments. However, to be on the safe side, Shang Wanming instructed an Yi and Ing Er to refrain from speaking carelessly. Even if his father inquired, they must keep Wen Xion's matters confidential. Rest assured, Your Highness, we understand the gravity of the situation. If the prince asks, we shall say we are unaware of your activities and that we merely follow orders, and Yi replied, though he hesitated, questioning whether such an excuse would hold water. The prince was not a fool. Would they truly be able to evade scrutiny with such a statement? Regardless of whether he believes it, the less you say, the fewer mistakes you will make. If my father inquires, repeat Ing Er's words. Shang Wanming instructed before returning to the manor with an Yi and Ing Er. He had ventured out under the pretense of seeking solace, as they were to have a reunion dinner that evening, and his presence was essential. Wen Sheng carried the unconscious Wen Lu back home, where Wen Xion tended to her. They had already agreed to explain that they encountered a wolf on their return. What happened? How'd you come back lying down? Lu Ying, having learned from Wen Di that Wen Lu had been carried back, hastily set aside her cooking utensils and rushed to Wen Xion's room. Soon, the entire family gathered in Wen Xion's room, inquiring about the incident. Grandma, we saw a wolf on our way down the mountain, and Lu Er fainted from fright. It is nothing serious, Wen Xion replied in a light-hearted tone. Upon hearing of their encounter with a wolf, the family gasped in shock. How could you encounter a wolf? Just days ago, there were no issues in and out of the mountains. Thank goodness you were lucky enough not to be bitten, Wen Desheng remarked, observing that everyone was unharmed except for Wen Lu, who was traumatized. Grandpa, there is no need to worry excessively. Wolves do not typically seek food. And today was simply our misfortune. We will be more cautious next time, Wen Xion said, feeling a warm glow in her heart at her grandfather's concern for them. I must say, you were fortunate to return unscathed after encountering a wolf. I'm relieved I didn't accompany you, Wen Di exclaimed, her face pale as she patted her chest, grateful she had stayed behind, fearing she would have been terrified by the wolf, possibly even devoured. She looked at Wen Xion, whose complexion was rosy, seemingly unaffected by the scare, and could not help but feel a twinge of resentment, wondering why the wolf had not taken a bite out of Wen Xion. Both Wen Desheng and Lu Ying shot Wen Di disapproving glares. Rest well. The mountains are perilous. You should refrain from venturing there in the future. Let your second uncle tend to the fields instead, Wen Desheng insisted, valuing Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, believing that with their strength and maturity, they would manage to navigate any dangers. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were reluctant to accept the notion of staying home. They relished the freedom the mountains offered, especially since their third sister had promised them barbecue of wild chickens or rabbits every 3 days. Grandpa, do not worry. We are young and strong, and we will be fine. We have encountered such situations before without incident. It was merely the first encounter for our fourth sister, which frightened her, Wen Sheng quickly explained, concerned that if they were not allowed to venture into the mountains, the monotony of staying home would be unbearable. What? You have faced such situations before? Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter? Wolves can kill, and your audacity is astonishing, Wen Desheng exclaimed, his heart racing at the thought of what could have happened to Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, pondering the consequences for the family lineage. The family members chastised Wen Xin and her siblings, deeming their bravery reckless. Given the current state of affairs, what alternative was there? If they did not venture into the mountains, how would they earn a living? It was not a viable option. Grandpa, let us siblings tend to the vegetable garden. Second, uncle needs to gather firewood, which is essential for the household, and we are familiar with the mountains, aware of where wolves might be. We also have ways to escape danger. I did not want to worry you, which is why I did not allow my brother to tell you. I merely wished to spare you the concern, Wen Xin reasoned, determined not to remain cooped up at home, as she could utilize her time in the mountains to organize her space and introduce new species. Chapter 62. The space will upgrade ultimately. Wen Xin relented and allowed Wen Xin and her siblings to return to the mountains to cultivate vegetables, whether out of trust in Wen Xin or the potential for profit. That night, Wen Xin lay in bed, unable to sleep, and eventually used the excuse of needing to use the restroom to enter the space. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something was different. The space had expanded. Wen Xin surveyed her surroundings and gasped in astonishment. She had always believed the space to be of a fixed size, never imagining it could grow. Shortly thereafter, a wealth of knowledge inexplicably filled her mind, as if it had always been there, merely dormant until now. She discovered that the space could indeed upgrade, and that these memories had resided within her since she acquired the space, only awakening now due to her previously weakened state. After months of recuperation, she had finally gained the space's acknowledgement, leading to the revival of her memories. The upgrade of the space was linked to her abilities. As her strength reached a certain threshold, the space would evolve. With this upgrade, she acquired the ability to communicate with animals. When the space upgraded again, she would gain the power to control certain elements, such as the thoughts of animals. Realizing the potential for her space to upgrade, Wen Xin resolved to diligently train her body. From the space, she learned of a martial art, and if she could cultivate internal strength, her space would upgrade sooner. Unfortunately, she had yet to meet the conditions required for practicing the martial arts of the space. The space informed her that she could only begin practicing martial arts at the age of 13, when her body would stabilize. She recalled how, in contemporary media, it was often portrayed that the younger one began training, the greater the benefits. Nonetheless, Wen Xin chose to trust the information provided by the space. Recognizing that while she was eager to begin her training, she did not wish to encounter any unforeseen complications along the way. On the first day of the new year, the village chief arrived at the Wen family with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing Wen Xin, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, leaving everyone perplexed. "Village chief, what do you thank me for?" "I am utterly confused," Wen Xin replied, bewildered, as he had not even seen the village chief in recent days. "Look, I'm so delighted that I am muddled. This is the silver from your family. I merely brought it back for you. You should thank your family. For if you hadn't mentioned that dividing the family would yield a subsidy, I would not have considered it. Now, unexpectedly, I have gained 10 taels, truly deserving of thanks." The village chief explained, hurriedly handing over a pouch containing 15 taels of silver to Wen Xin. 10 taels are the household subsidy, and 5 taels are for the daughters. "Alas, I do not have many granddaughters, so I missed out on that 5 taels," he lamented, yet he soon realized that this money was an unexpected windfall, and he had no reason to complain. Wen Xin accepted the pouch filled with 15 taels, gazing blankly at Wen Xifeng, who had presumed this was merely an excuse for the family division that had been casually mentioned. He had long since dismissed it from his mind, but now, with the silver in hand, he was at a loss for understanding. Ultimately, Wen Xin politely assured the village chief that no thanks were necessary, stating that they were all part of the same village and should help one another. After the village chief left, Wen Xin, Wen Xifeng, and Chen Tao were somewhat incredulous. They knew this was merely a fanciful notion of Wen Xin, something without foundation, yet it had somehow come to fruition, leaving them astonished at their good fortune. "What on earth is going on? Did you truly hear about this from the son of the prime minister?" Wen Xin questioned internally, his skepticism evident. Previously, Wen Xin had been too shy to speak with strangers, and although she had changed significantly of late, he found it hard to believe she could converse with the son of the prime minister. Until the incident with Wen Qingfu, he had held on to a glimmer of hope that Wen Xion's claims were not true. "I am equally baffled. This was indeed a whim of mine. I overheard father saying he intended to sell us to a brothel, which prompted me to seek out my second uncle for the suggestion," Wen Xion confessed. With nothing left to hide, she continued, believing Wen Qingfu to be in trouble and incapable of such harshness. Surely selling Wen Shu had been a moment of folly. Everyone believed Wen Xin to be truthful, while Wen Di was particularly skeptical that Wen Xin possessed such extraordinary luck to converse with the Prime Minister's son. Ultimately, they all agreed that Wen Xin's fortune was indeed remarkable, and their gazes towards her subtly shifted, tinged with an unmistakable envy from Wen Di. On the second day of the new year, Wen Xin intended to visit the Shang brothers, recalling their fondness for her barbecue dishes. She prepared to bring them some barbecue seasonings. When she arrived, it was Ying Er who answered the door, noting that only Shang Qing was present. Wen Xin refrained from entering the courtyard and simply handed over the cloth bag. "These are some new barbecue seasonings I made. I noticed you all enjoy barbecue, so I brought some as my New Year gift. Please do not think of bother." Upon hearing it was barbecue seasonings, Ying Er eagerly accepted, exclaiming, "How could we ever find that bothersome? We are delighted. By the way, my brother has something for you as well. Just a moment." Ying Er hurried back to fetch a deep black box, the contents of which he was unaware, as it was a gift from the young prince meant for Wen Xin. "This is a gift from my brother. He thought it quite beautiful and suitable for you. It is rather strange that he is working at the Prime Minister's residence during the New Year and not home on the second day. Wen Xin, I also have a favor to ask of you. This is something I bought for Huai Fu. Could you please deliver it to her? She mentioned she cannot meet me casually before our marriage." In truth, Wen Huai Fu did not wish to avoid Ying Er. Rather, every time she saw him, her heart raced and her face flushed. She once feared she might be ill, and when she noticed Ying Er blushing, she panicked, worried she might have transmitted her illness to him, which led her to declare they could not meet before their wedding. Wen Xin readily accepted the item. "Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches her, but when you marry my aunt, you must present me with a generous red envelope. Otherwise, I might just pass this gift to someone else." After Ying Er repeatedly promised to give her a substantial red envelope, Wen Xin left satisfied, having exchanged some seasonings for an intriguing box, which she deemed quite a bargain. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wen Xin quickly pulled Wen Huai Fu into her room. "Wen Xin, what is it? Why must you drag me in here? I have things to do, and my clothes are not yet washed. You must accompany me to the river to do laundry later," Wen Huai Fu complained as soon as she entered, grumbling incessantly. "What business do I have dragging you in here? I truly do not understand how Shang Qing can tolerate your incessant chatter. I fear my ears may become deafened." Wen Xin teased, pretending to clean her ears, only to observe that Wen Huai Fu, usually so boyish, had turned crimson. "Is this truly necessary, Aunt? I merely mentioned your fiancé. Must you blush so fiercely? Wen Xin, you must have noticed too, right? Do I have some strange ailment? Whenever I think of Shang Qing, my heart races and my face feels so warm. Do you think I am ill? Perhaps I should not marry Shang Qing. I do not wish to burden him." Wen Huai Fu lamented, her expression despondent and pale. Wen Xin had always recognized Wen Huai Fu's boyish nature, lacking in delicate observation. Yet she had not anticipated her to be so naive. "You, a few years older than I, yet so foolish. Surely, Grandma has spoken to you about matters concerning young ladies?" Wen Xin pondered, believing that surely their grandmother would have imparted such wisdom. To her surprise, Wen Huai Fu waved her hand dismissively. "Whenever mother speaks to me, it is either to reprimand me or to advise me to be more ladylike. I cannot bear to sit still. Each time, I either daydream or fall asleep. I know she will never say anything complimentary." Wen Xin was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. "How deep must your slumber be to miss such conversations? This is not an illness. It is entirely normal. Once you marry Shang Qing, all will be well. Before marriage, it is expected. But enough of that. Look what I have brought you." With that, Wen Xin produced a beautiful hairpin from her bosom. This was the first time Wen Huai Fu had seen such a lovely object, and it was evident that it was quite expensive. "Heart, we still owe money at home. How would you spend on something like this? While it is beautiful, it does not fill our stomachs," she remarked, examining the pin closely, marveling at its exquisite design. The plum blossoms, so lifelike one could almost inhale their fragrance. Wen Xin smiled quietly, noticing Wen Huai Fu's instinct to return a pin. She quickly interjected, "No, do not. It belongs to you. It is a gift from Shang Qing meant for you." Upon realizing it was a present from Shang Qing, Wen Huai Fu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and silently chastised him for not simply giving it to her directly, instead of troubling Wen Xin. With a flushed face, she glared at Wen Xin, who was smiling incessantly. "I shall speak no more to you," she huffed, clutching the hairpin and fleeing the room. As she exited the courtyard, she spotted Wen Di standing nearby, her gaze fixated on the pin in Wen Huaifu's hand. Ignoring Wen Di, Wen Huaifu hurried to her own room, intent on hiding the hairpin, as it was her most treasured possession. Reflecting on Shangqing's generous gift, she found herself touched, realizing he truly cared for her. Initially, Wen Huaifu had no feelings for Shangqing. She had merely sought him out to avoid marrying Shang-Yi. Yet, she now found herself inexplicably drawn to him, unable to shake thoughts of him during the day and dreaming of him at night. As Wendy gazed fiercely at Wen Xin's room from the courtyard after returning to her own, she stomped back inside, her dissatisfaction immediately venting upon seeing Wen Yue. "Sister, you cannot fathom what I just witnessed. Our aunt has not even entered the family yet, and she has already accepted gifts from Shangqing, with Wen Xin shamelessly assisting in the delivery of such items. How could they stoop so low?" Wendy exclaimed angrily. Plopping onto the edge of her bed, jealousy etched on her face. Upon hearing that Shangqing had sent gifts to their aunt, Wen Yue paused her sewing momentarily, casually inquiring, "What did he send?" "Since aunt and Shangqing are engaged, exchanging gifts is quite normal. You must refrain from spreading rumors. Grandfather is already displeased with us, and we cannot afford to give him further cause for concern." Wendy, irritated by Wen Yue's indifferent demeanor, retorted, "What else could it be but a beautiful hairpin? You should have seen it, sister. It sparkled like silver from a distance, worth several taels." Momentarily forgetting her anger, Wendy elaborated on the exquisite hairpin, her enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly, Wen Yue gasped, "Sister, are you all right? I must have distracted you, causing you to prick your finger." Noticing blood welling from Wen Yue's fingertip, Wendy felt a surge of guilt. "It's nothing. I simply lost my focus. Please check on father. He should be home by now, and dinner is nearly ready." With a gentle shake of her head and a smile, Wen Yue watched Wendy leave the room. As Wendy stepped outside, Wen Yue suddenly hurled her embroidery onto the bed in frustration, her expression grim. Days of tranquility passed, yet Wen Xin yearned for maturity, eager to master martial arts and glimpse the grandeur of the palace, cherishing the hope that one day she might experience it firsthand. After dinner, troubled by Wenla's tuition, Wen Xin, who spent her days cultivating vegetables in the mountains while teaching her two brothers to read and write during her spare moments, was approached by Wenla asking when he could attend school. Just as Wenla settled in for the night, loud knocks echoed at the door. Hastily donning her attire, Wen Xin was reminded of debt collectors visiting a gambling den. Upon exiting dressed, she found her second uncle had already opened the door. The sight of the figures standing in the courtyard brought tears to her eyes. She understood that these emotions were remnants of the original owner's feelings. It turned out that her maternal grandparents were the ones who cherished her most, their love enduring even beyond death. Her grandfather, Zhang Huairen, and grandmother, Tan Jingsheng, had two sons and a daughter, Zhang Li, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Hong, Wen Xin's mother. Zhang Li's wife, Qian Wang, bore him 3 children. The eldest, Zhang Han, age 17. The second, Zhang Yun, age 15, and the youngest daughter, Zhang Xiao, aged 11. Zhang Yi, married to Wu Bai, also had 3 children. The eldest daughter, Zhang Ling, age 15, the second daughter, Zhang Yan, age 13, and the youngest son, Zhang Huai, aged 8, the same age as Wenla. "Why are you crying, my dear? Come show your grandmother," Tan Jingsheng exclaimed with joy upon seeing her beloved granddaughter. "I was so worried when I heard you were gravely ill, and with the heavy snow blocking the roads, I couldn't come sooner. But thank goodness you've grown well, looking fairer and more beautiful than ever." As Tan Jingsheng approached, her words brimmed with love. "Where have you come from, grandmother? Are you tired? Please, come inside with grandfather and your uncles. Allow me to prepare some tea to warm you." Supporting her grandmother, Wen Xin felt the chill of her hand and quickly ushered her into the main room. "Dear, keep your grandmother company while I prepare some food and hot water. We must ensure she stays well." Chun Tao, seeing her family safely arrive in the capital, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Could you please brew some ginger soup?" Wen Xin suggested, noticing her cousin's pale faces. Chun Tao hurried to the kitchen, and soon Wen Sheng and Wen Shu joined them, delighted by the visitors. The Zhang family, familiar with Wen Xin's reserved nature, noted her newfound confidence as she instructed Chun Tao to prepare the soup. Tan Jingsheng and Zhang Huairan were taken aback by her unexpected assertiveness. As Wen Yuan and Lu Ying rose to join the gathering, Lu Ying rushed to the kitchen, while Wen Yuan engaged in conversation with Chun Huairan about their journey. "Brother, please retrieve some clothing from your room for our cousins, and second brother, pour them a cup of warm tea," Wen Xin instructed while serving tea to her grandparents. Seeing Wen Sheng and Wen Shu comply, Tan Jingsheng expressed her astonishment once more. Wen Xin collected her own clothes for her 3 cousins and poured them hot tea. "Grandfather, please ask second aunt to prepare 2 rabbits and a chicken for a stew. Considering the long journey your family has endured, we should serve them something nourishing." Recognizing Wen Xin's remarkable fortune, the family began to heed her words, with Wen Yuan indulging her every request. As Wen Xin inquired about the rabbits and chickens, Wen Yuan promptly assigned Wen Shu, instructing him to prepare rice instead of sweet potatoes. "Dear-in-laws, please rest assured here until we sort out accommodations," he added, turning to Zhang Huairan, who expressed gratitude with tears in his eyes. "Since the calamity struck, so many relatives have turned their backs on us. We are truly grateful to you for your generosity." "Thank you. We were at our wits' end. We encountered someone from your village at the city gate and learned of your whereabouts, which is why we hurried here. Otherwise, we would have had to sleep at the gate." Tan Jingsheng reflected on the countless souls who never awakened after sleeping near the city gates. Noticing the guests still burdened with their belongings, Wen Xin gently urged, "Grandfather, let my cousins come inside and set down their things." With Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong having departed, Wen Yuan welcomed Tan Jingsheng and Zhang Huairan into the house. Wen Xin's eldest uncle and 2 cousins stayed with Wen Sheng, while her second uncle and Zhang Huai shared rooms with Wen Shu. The wives of her uncles and Zhang Qiao settled in another available room, while her second uncle's daughters, due to the spaciousness of Wen Xin's quarters, moved in with her. Initially, Lu Ying had planned to place them with Wen Yue, but Wendy outright refused, claiming her room was too small. Lu Ying, unable to reprimand her in front of guests, thought to herself that Wendy was becoming increasingly unreasonable. "By the way, why haven't I seen Hong'er and Qingfu?" Tan Jingsheng pondered, having observed their absence for some time. A wave of dread washed over her. She feared something dreadful had transpired on their journey. After all, she had indulged her daughter, who, despite her impulsive and selfish nature, was still her flesh and blood. The thought of losing her daughter was unbearable. Hearing Tan Jingsheng's words, a somber silence enveloped the room. The villagers were well aware of Wen Qingfu's debts, and Wen Xin realized they could not hide the truth. Wen Yuan sighed heavily. "Let us not speak of that shameful matter," he murmured, retreating into a gloomy silence, tears glistening in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the Zhang family felt a chill of foreboding. Surely, nothing grave had occurred? Finally, Wendy Sheng revealed the matter of Wen Qingfu losing money in gambling, claiming that both Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong had fled to escape their debts, and that he did not know their current whereabouts. He did not mention how the debts were settled, nor did he disclose the idea that Wen Xin had suggested to her second uncle's family. Relieved to hear that Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong were merely evading their creditors and not in any life-threatening situation, Tan Jing let out a sigh of relief. Noticing Wendy Sheng's unwillingness to discuss further, she refrained from asking more questions. Dinner was sumptuous, and each member of the Zhang family enjoyed a hearty meal, followed by a warm bath. Observing their fatigue, Wendy Sheng did not keep them from talking long and promptly encouraged them to rest. With the sudden arrival of 2 cousins, Wen Lu felt somewhat uneasy, yet she remained silent, remembering how her cousin had always been fond of her, often bringing her sweets during their visits to their grandmother's house. The following day, the Zhang family rose early, with Qian Wang and Wu by eagerly completing household chores. The happiest among them was Wendy, who relished a day free from work, occasionally making her presence known. Upon learning that Wen Xion's grandmother had arrived, and he hurriedly conveyed this news to Shang Wanming, also mentioning Wen Xion's fondness for her grandmother's family. And he closely observed the Zhang family, discovering their genuine integrity and industriousness. Yet he pondered how such virtuous individuals could have raised Zhang Hong. Each time Wen Xion ventured into the mountains, she encountered an array of rare and precious creatures. Although each one could fetch a considerable price sufficient to repay the debts of the Shang family, she could never bring herself to harm these sentient beings. To her, they communicated with her, and she felt a profound sense of responsibility towards them. On this day, when Xion again entered the mountains to tend to her vegetable garden, using hunting as an excuse to enter the space. Observing the increasingly plump white ferret, she decided to bring it out of the space for some freedom, regardless of its willingness. Though the white ferret appeared charmingly rotund, its excessive weight was detrimental to its health. The space was limited, and her recent worries over the few hundred taels of silver had led her to neglect the ferret's well-being. Henceforth, when Xin resolved to release the ferret each time she entered the mountains, the ferret bore her scent, ensuring its safety even in the presence of formidable wild beasts. After capturing a few mountain chickens, when Xin noticed the white ferret gnawing on a gray object, gradually approaching her. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished and slapped her forehead in realization. How could she have overlooked the treasures that the mountains offered? Watching the ferret clumsily munching on a wild Ganoderma, her mind sparked with quickening thoughts, and she soon realized that she could repay 300 taels of debt. Aware that the ferret could understand her to some extent, she instructed it to lead her to the Ganoderma. After wandering for over an hour, they finally spotted some Ganoderma at the foot of a tree. The largest one had been nibbled by the ferret, leaving only a few palm-sized pieces, indicating their considerable age. When Xin transferred the Ganoderma into the space, uncertain if it could be cultivated there, but kept the largest one in hand and retraced her steps with the white ferret. Upon reaching the hot spring, she found Wen Xin and Wen Shu anxiously pacing. Upon seeing Wen Xin, both Wen Xin and Wen Shu nearly collapsed with relief. "Third sister, where have you been? We thought you were lost and might be in danger. We were about to go look for you. Thankfully, you are back." Wen Xin my CP scene, no ma li. She returned around 4 in the afternoon, but today she had not returned until 5, which explained their distress. "I'm fine. This mountain feels like home to me. I would never lose my way. I got caught up looking for more treasures, which delay my return. If you encounter such a situation again, please do not wander off. Just wait for me to come back. Otherwise, I would have to search for you, leading to more complications. Let's hurry home. I wonder if our family is worried." Wen Xin and Wen Shu, unfamiliar with Ganoderma, had no idea what it was, but believing Wen Xion's words that it was a valuable item, they accepted it as such. Despite Wen Xion's hurried pace towards home, they spotted their anxious second uncle, maternal uncle, and 3 cousins at the foot of the mountain, clearly prepared to search for her. Witnessing this scene, Wen Xion felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Heart, why did you return so late? We were nearly frantic with worry." Seeing the 3 siblings safe, Wen Shifu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle, don't worry. I know this mountain well and would never stray off course. I was delayed because I found something valuable, but I assure you it won't happen again. I apologize for causing you concern." When Xin, filled with emotion, revealed the Ganoderma to them. Having visited the medicine shop a few times, Wen Shifu immediately recognized the precious item. "This is Ganoderma. A small piece in the apothecary costs several taels of silver. Where did you find such a large one?" Although Wen Shifu could not determine its age, he understood that the older the Ganoderma, the more precious it became. And the one in Wen Xion's possession was certainly not of recent vintage. On their way home, Wen Xion shared her experience of finding the Ganoderma. "I discovered it in the mountains, but I was curious to see if there were more around, which is why I returned late." Zhang Li and the others rejoiced for Wen Xion's fortune. During their stay at the Chun family, they had learned about the family's debts amounting to several hundred taels of silver. Initially, upon learning of the Wen family's substantial debts, Zhang Huairan and Tan Jing were reluctant to stay any longer, but it took the persistent urging of Wendy Sheng and Wen Xion to convince them to remain. Upon returning home, Wendy Sheng examined the Ganoderma Wen Xion had collected and resolved to visit the apothecary the following morning to inquire about its value. Concerned that she, being just a child, might encounter difficulties selling the Ganoderma, Wen Xion worried about her grandfather facing coercive buyers. To ensure his protection, she requested that her second uncle and maternal uncle accompany him, so that any unscrupulous buyers would think twice. That evening, Wen Yisheng asked Chun Tao to prepare a chicken for dinner. During the meal, Zhang Xiao could not resist reaching for a piece of chicken, prompting Wen Di to let out a cold snort. "You lounge about all day and do nothing, yet you have the audacity to take meat. How shameless of you." After saying this, Wen Di shot a scornful glance at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, caught in a dilemma over the meat in her bowl, felt tears welling up. Qian Wang, witnessing his daughter's distress, felt equally pained, yet they were merely guests in someone else's home. "Xiao, have some more chicken soup. You have been diligent at home, keeping the courtyard spotless." It is unfortunate that someone here does nothing but cause trouble. You should ignore her. This wild chicken was prepared for eating. So eat as much as you like. That is a blessing. Wen Xin could not abide Wendy's petty and mean-spirited behavior. Clearly, Zhang Xiao was eager to help with chores and was a remarkably sensible 11-year-old, far superior to Wendy in character. Wen Xin placed several pieces of chicken into Zhang Xiao's bowl, noticing Wendy staring at her with wide eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Did you cook this chicken? Did you catch it? If you have the ability, go catch your own game in the mountains. If you have any pride, don't eat what I hunt in the future. Wen Xin discerned that Wendy's stinginess was not merely a personal flaw, but rather a reflection of her excessively petty nature. Regardless of her age, she could never be magnanimous enough to overlook Wendy's behavior. Infuriated by Wen Xin's words, Wendy contemplated throwing her bowl down in defiance and never eating Wen Xin's game again, but the enticing aroma of the meat held her back. So you can catch chickens. What's the big deal? I can embroider too, she retorted, lacking any real confidence in her claim. For her skills in embroidery amounted to little more than basic sewing. In family disputes among the younger generation, the elders typically refrained from interference unless things escalated too far. Thank you, Xing, Zhang Xiao murmured shyly, her voice barely audible. If not for Wen Xin's keen hearing, she might have missed it entirely. After dinner, Wendy concocted an excuse to pull Wen Lu into her room. Luer, I truly feel for you. My harshness towards Zhang Xiao today was all for your sake. Yet you seem completely oblivious to my intentions. After expressing her grievances, Wendy wore a look of feigned innocence, leaving Wen Lu utterly confused. Cousin, why are you doing this for me? I have a good relationship with cousin Zhang Xiao. Wen Lu thought to herself that Zhang Xiao was usually kind-hearted, and they had never quarreled. Wendy looked at Wen Lu with a face full of frustration, as if she couldn't bear to see such foolishness. How can you be so naive? Let me ask you, who does Wen Xin care about the most? Before Zhang Xiao and the others arrived, your sister would give you anything, but now she has to share everything with them. Can you really swallow this bitterness? Listening to Wendy's words, Wen Lu felt some truth in them, yet she recalled what Wen Xin had told her. Cousin, my sister said that Grandma's family is our kin, and kin should help and care for each other. We shouldn't be so calculative. While Wen Lu internally agreed with Wendy's assertion, she hesitated to express her thoughts. Typically, her sister and cousin had a tumultuous relationship, and she found it hard to believe that Wendy had her best interests at heart. Seeing Wen Li's expression, Wendy felt a surge of anger but managed to suppress it. You foolish child, do you think I have nothing better to do than to trouble your sister? It's all for you. Upon hearing this, Wen Lu was filled with confusion. Cousin, how is your trouble with my sister for my sake? Last time, I even helped brother Shang Ming deliver something to you. Have you forgotten? He is a good man, handsome and well-off. He clearly has feelings for you. But your sister meddled, and that is why he slowly distanced himself. I can't stand your sister's behavior, which is why I confront her. After hearing Wendy's words, Wen Lu wore a shocked expression, unable to believe the anger coursing through her. You have no idea. Your sister goes out every day, constantly thinking of ways to find Shang Ming. She knows he initially liked you, yet she still stole him away. Wendy grew increasingly furious, even going so far as to berate Wen Xin for her shamelessness. Wen Lu felt her face flush. She had never contemplated marriage at her young age. However, Wendy's words made sense to her. What is most important for a woman if not to marry? Brother Shang Ming had treated her well in the past, giving her gifts. If she could marry him, she would surely live a good life, at least with meat on the table every day. Yet, her sister wanted to send her to school, and how could an ordinary hunter like Shang Ming be worthy of her? Wen Lu began to feel troubled, hardly paying attention to Wendy's words. After contemplating for a long time, Wen Lu formed a plan. She could choose not to be betrothed to Shang Ming. So in the future, if she couldn't find a better match, she could still return to him. Lu, go back to your room and rest. Wen Xin called out as she emerged from the kitchen, noticing Wen Lu was missing. Upon hearing from Zhang Xiao that Wendy had taken Wen Lu inside, she hurried to Wendy's door, anxious that Wendy might influence her sister. Cousin, I must leave. My sister's not that kind of person. Wen Lu intentionally raised her voice, hoping to make her point clear. Wendy, realizing that her words had no effect, felt an urge to physically reprimand Wen Lu. Chapter 66. Selling Lingji Lu, or what are you doing here? It's getting late. Hurry back to sleep. Wen Xin urged Wen Lu to return to her room. After Wen Lu left, she turned to Wendy and said, You can stir discord, but you've disappointed me. Lu is my dear sister, and she will never side with you. I see you're just idling and looking for trouble with us. If you continue, I'll have Grandpa teach you a lesson, or perhaps arrange a marriage for you to get you out of the house and spare you from being so discontent." Without waiting for a response, Wen Xin turned and went back to her room, ignoring the visibly angry Wen Di. Once in her room, Wen Lu obediently climbed into bed. Noticing Wen Xin's displeased expression, she quickly explained, "Sister, Wen Di was speaking ill of you, and I told her to stop, but she insisted." Wen Xin was not angry that when Lu visited Wen Di. She was concerned that Wen Di had targeted her sister and feared the influence it might have on her. "Lu, be good. Your sister understands. If Wen Di calls you again, don't go. Ignore what she says. Now, quickly go to sleep." Seeing Wen Lu's anxious, as if worried that she would be upset, Wen Xin felt a pang of guilt. Lu was still so young. She shouldn't be wearing such a troubled expression. "Sister, you're not mad at me? You'll still send me to school?" Wen Xin was momentarily taken aback by this question before breaking into a smile. "Silly girl. How could I be angry? Of course, I will send you to school. I've already found a way to earn the money." After saying this, Wen Xin gave Wen Lu a mysterious smile and gently coaxed her to sleep. The following morning, Wen Sheng hurriedly finished breakfast and set off with Wen Shifu, Zhang Li, and Zhang Yi to the capital, heading straight to the largest apothecary in the city. The apothecary's owner examined the lingji and said, "This is a century-old lingji. I'll offer you 20 taels of silver. That's quite a generous price. If you don't believe me, you can take this lingji to other shops for confirmation." After the owner spoke, he returned the lingji to Wen Sheng, his demeanor respectful and devoid of any condescension. After some consideration, Wen Sheng left with the lingji and visited several other apothecaries, but their offers were all considerably lower. None exceeded 10 taels. One even offered 3 taels and was reluctant to return the lingji, only doing so because of the number of people Wen Sheng had brought along. Ultimately, Wen Sheng returned to the largest apothecary, Hui Chuntang. Upon seeing him, the owner smiled and said, "I told you so. We at Hui Chuntang never engage in deceitful dealings. Next time you find good herbs, bring them here, and I assure you of a fair price." Wen Sheng had initially worried that the owner might be displeased and attempt to lower the price, but his concerns were unfounded. "Indeed, I will bring any good herbs here next time," Wen Sheng replied. The owner weighed the lingji and handed Wen Sheng 21 taels of silver. Holding the 21 taels felt like carrying a fortune, causing him to become tense. The group quickly returned to the village without stopping anywhere. When Wen Xin returned after selling vegetables, she learned that Grandpa had repaid the Shang family 30 taels of silver, 20 from the sale of the lingji and 10 as disaster relief. With the 30 taels gone, the family was once again out of funds. Hearing that a single lingji could fetch 20 taels made Wen Xin ecstatic. She had many friends in the mountains. If she asked them to help find lingji, they could repay Shang Ming's debt in one night and still have some left over. However, Wen Xin did not wish to draw too much attention, so she decided to store the herbs and take them out gradually. After lunch, Wen Xin intentionally sought out Wen Sheng to discuss her desire to send Wen Lu to school. Upon hearing this, Wen Sheng immediately scolded Wen Xin for her foolishness. "What does a girl need with school? Our family can't afford the tuition." Wen Sheng's disapproval was something Wen Xin had anticipated, but she was undeterred. "Grandpa, I must send Lu to school. You need not worry about the tuition. I will handle it." Wen Xin had resolved to ensure Wen Lu receive an education. She was merely informing Wen Sheng, fully aware he might not agree. Over time, Wen Sheng had come to understand Wen Xin's character. She was resolute and determined, rarely changing her mind once a decision was made. Letting Wen Lu attend school is acceptable, but you must first repay the Shang family's debt, and you will be responsible for her tuition entirely. It cannot be alone. If Wen Lu does not apply herself at school, she will not be allowed to squander silver, Wen Sheng stipulated, considering that repaying the Shang family's debt would take at least 4 or 5 years. By then, Wen Lu would be of marrying age, making school attendance unlikely. Wen Xin realized that Wen Sheng was deliberately making things difficult for her, but this challenge was precisely what she desired. That afternoon, while collecting vegetables by the hot spring, Wen Xin summoned a Hui and released by Li to assist her in searching for lingji. De Hui comprehended the meaning conveyed by Wen Xin, casting a disdainful glance at the lingji mushroom in her hand. This particular item was something he frequently encountered, and its pungent aroma was far less appealing to him than a piece of roasted meat from Wen Xin, making him somewhat reluctant to search for it. Sensing De Hui's reluctance, Wen Xin spoke again. If you manage to find 10 lingji, I shall reward you with a roasted rabbit. The mention of roasted rabbit ignited excitement in both De Hui and the white raccoon, who promptly dashed off, disappearing from sight. De Hui even summoned his subordinates, while the white raccoon, with a single call, gathered 100 raccoons. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, when Xin spotted the white raccoon returning with lingji in tow, and it skillfully concocted an excuse to evade Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. The white raccoon presented the lingji to Wen Xin, and with another call, a multitude of raccoons descended from the trees, each carrying their own lingji. This spectacle profoundly astonished Wen Xin. Indeed, nature's prowess was formidable, especially in her ability to communicate with animals. Each raccoon deposited the lingji at her feet, quickly forming a mound, from which Wen Xin even spotted several fiery red mushrooms. The white raccoon expressed a desire to rest in the space, prompting Wen Xin to swiftly gather it and the lingji into her realm, awaiting De Hui's return with more mushrooms. True to his nature, De Hui did not disappoint Wen Xin. Upon witnessing the impressive collection of lingji before her, Wen Xin's smile nearly froze in disbelief. Goodness, there must be hundreds here. De Hui, your contribution is invaluable, and from now on, every time we ascend the mountain, I shall reward you with roasted meat. Understanding her sentiment, De Hui let out a triumphant howl, startling Wen Sheng and Wen Shu by the hot spring. Wen Xin, anticipating their arrival, swiftly concealed the lingji, leaving only 20 visible. When Wen Sheng and Wen Shu arrived and beheld the scene, they initially thought they were dreaming. Brother, look at how much lingji De Hui has brought me. I merely mentioned in passing that finding this would be beneficial, and before long, he gathered so many. Wen Xin et gleam joyfully. It took them a moment to grasp that this was indeed reality, not a dream. Sister, how has De Hui become so clever? Surely he hasn't transformed into a spirit. Wen Sheng pondered anxiously. After all, De Hui was a wolf, a wild beast, and while he displayed intelligence, it did not eliminate potential danger. What if one day De Hui lost control and harmed our sister? Wen Shu nodded vigorously in agreement, sharing his brother's concerns. Fear not. De Hui is no spirit. He is exceptionally clever and would never harm me. We are good friends, are we not, De Hui? Wen Xin said, affectionately ruffling de Hui's fur. Observing De Hui nod in response, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were left unsettled. Once De Hui departed, they gradually regained their composure, only to be left in awe once more by the sight of the 20 lingji. With so many lingji, we can settle our debts and send Lu'er to school. But what if grandfather disagrees? Wen Sheng worried, knowing that Lu'er's education would require their grandfather's approval. Do not worry, grandfather will agree. He merely said that the money for Lu'er's schooling must be earned by me. I believe selling the lingji will not only clear our debts, but also leave us with enough to send Wen Yuan to school as well. What do you think? Wen Xin had initially considered sending Wen Yuan to school, but had hesitated, fearing it might be in vain. Recently, as Wen Sheng and Wen Shu learned to read alongside Wen Xin, they recognized the importance of education and readily agreed to send Wen Yuan as well. In fact, they believed it even more crucial than sending Lu'er, for Wen Yuan was a boy, while Lu'er was a girl. The former had more opportunities for education, whereas the latter would eventually marry, leaving the Wen family name behind. The trio organized the lingji and, laden with vegetables, made their way home, attracting curious glances from several villagers along the way. The villagers were largely aware that the Wen family cultivated vegetables in the mountains for profit, yet none knew their precise location. Every time they attempted to follow, they ended up going in circles and often returned empty-handed, sometimes even encountering wolves. Those wolves, of course, were merely De Hui scaring them off under Wen Xin's direction, with strict orders not to harm anyone. Upon returning home, the family was taken aback by the lingji Wen Xin had gathered, taking a while to accept the reality of the situation. Wonderful! With these lingji, we can repay our debts. Wen Sheng quickly gathered the lingji into his room, preparing to venture into town the following day. Grandfather, I wish to accompany you to town tomorrow to settle the fees for Lu'er and Yuaner's schooling, Wen Xin stated. Not out of fear that Wen Sheng would deny Lu'er an education, but because she believed it was best to finalize such matters promptly. Meanwhile, Wen Shifu and Chun Tao were overjoyed to hear that Wen Yuan might attend school, feeling at a loss for words. Fully aware that this opportunity was due to Wen Xian's efforts, Wen Desheng pondered for a moment, recognizing that having someone in the family pursue education would be beneficial, despite his reluctance to send Luer to school. Just then, Wen Di voiced her discontent. "Grandfather, I wish to attend school as well. Why can Luer go, but not me? I want to go too." The thought of Luer entering school, while she remained at home performing chores, filled Wen Di with resentment. The mere idea of such a scenario made her grit her teeth in frustration. Wen Xian was taken aback by Wen Di's audacity in making such a demand. What purpose would a girl have in pursuing so much education? Wen Desheng felt that allowing Wen Yuan to attend school was already generous and suspected that Wen Di's insistence was instigated by Chun Tao. "I refuse to accept this. Why can Luer attend school? She's just a girl too. Grandfather is biased." Wen Di shouted in the yard, unwilling to accept being placed below Luer. Wen Shifu and Chun Tao attempted to silence her, urging her to reconsider, as Wen Desheng's approval for Wen Yuan's education was a monumental triumph. Furthermore, Wen Xian had no intention of sending Wen Di to school. The school had regulations prohibiting children over the age of 10 from enrolling, requiring private tutoring at home instead. "Mother, you only protect Wen Xian. Am I not your daughter too? You always aid her and never support me. Now that Luer is going to school, why can't I? Are you sure I am your real daughter?" Wen Di erupted in a fit of rage, leaving Chun Tao stunned. In a moment of fury, Chun Tao struck Wen Di across the face, then stared at her own hand in disbelief, unable to fathom that she had just hit her daughter. Normally, no matter how unreasonable Wen Di was, she would only scold her, for she felt compassion for her daughter who had endured hardship from a young age. In their home, both Wen Di and Wen Xian had suffered from hunger until life began to improve after fleeing from disaster. "Mother, you hit me. You actually hit me. Am I not your biological daughter? Is Wen Xian or Luer your real child?" Wen Di covered her reddened cheek, tears streaming down her face, never having imagined her mother would strike her. "Dear, I didn't mean to," Chun Tao said, her heart sinking as she witnessed the disbelief on Wen Di's face. Wen Desheng, uninterested in whether they were genuinely fighting or merely putting on a show, concluded that Wen Di and Chun Tao were colluding to create discord between him and Wen Shifu. In a fit of anger, he denied both Chun Tao and Wen Di dinner. Seeing Wen Desheng's anger, no one dared to speak in defense of Wen Di, fearing it would provoke him further, especially since the doctor had warned that Wen Desheng could no longer withstand stress. After dinner, Wen Shifu specifically sought out Wen Di, who lay under the covers, silently weeping. Her heart ached at the sight of her daughter in distress. "It is not that your grandfather does not wish to send you to school, but the school has limitations on enrollment. They do not accept children over the age of 10. Wen Di, filled with rage, could no longer contain herself upon hearing those words. She threw off her blanket and shouted at Wen Shifu. "Wen Xian is so capable. She can find so many Ganoderma in just one night. Why won't you send me to school if I offer more money to the teacher? Clearly, you don't want me to pursue an education because I'm a girl. You despise me and prefer to see Wen Lu succeed over me." After her outburst, Wen Di pulled the blanket back over herself and sobbed even louder within its folds. Wen Shifu, at a loss for words, felt that his daughter had been spoiled. With a deep sigh, he thought she would come to her senses once her anger subsided and quietly left the room. Chapter 68. Repaying debts. Seeing her father leave without a word, Wen Di seethed under the covers, directing her fury towards Wen Xian and Wen Lu. In her heart, she believed that if it weren't for Wen Xian's interference, she would not have fallen to such an undesired state. All of this was Wen Xian's fault. The next day, Wen Xian rose early, dressed, and left with her grandfather. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu continued their routine of selling vegetables, as Wen Xian gradually entrusted the business to them. They returned to the Hua Chun Tang, where the shopkeeper remembered Wen Desheng from his previous visit to sell Ganoderma. "Are you here to sell more Ganoderma?" the shopkeeper exclaimed. "You are truly fortunate. It is rare to come across such mushrooms. Finding one is considered excellent luck, and you have found two in just a few days." After the shopkeeper gestured for Wen Desheng to present the Ganoderma, he happily handed over the basket. Upon noticing some weeds mixed in with the mushrooms, the shopkeeper thought to himself that these mushrooms weren't treasures. These country folk simply had not seen the world. However, when he cleared the weeds away to reveal the basket's bottom, he was astounded, realizing he was not dreaming. After recovering from his shock, he sighed repeatedly, Your luck is truly beyond words. Typically, encountering 4 or 5 Ganoderma is considered extraordinary, yet you have found 20. This is nothing short of miraculous. Seeing that the Ganoderma was fresh, the shopkeeper reflected that Wen Xin must have sold the previous batch to gauge prices, and he was fortunate not to have lowered the price. Otherwise, he would have lost this business opportunity. Ganoderma is a highly sought-after medicinal herb, and receiving such a bounty would surely earn him the respect of his employer, securing his position as shopkeeper. Although these mushrooms could fetch over 400 taels, the shopkeeper harbored no greed. He had dealt with thousands of taels worth of herbs and would not tarnish Hua Chuntang's reputation for a few hundred taels. After inquiring whether Wen Xin preferred silver or silver notes, he instructed the counter staff to settle the account. With 400 taels in silver notes and several taels in loose change, Wen Xin felt almost dizzy with joy. It was the largest sum he had ever held. Fearing someone might take notice of his wealth, he gave 10 taels in change to Wen Xin, instructing her to use it for Wen Lu and Wen Yuan's schooling, while he rented a bullock cart to hurry home. After Wen Xin departed, Wen Xin found an opportunity to return to Hua Chuntang. Upon seeing her, the shopkeeper approached her hastily, questioning, "Is there an issue with the money I gave you?" He felt a flicker of suspicion. This family appeared quite honest. Yet he had encountered similar situations before where individuals claimed they had been shortchanged in order to swindle more money. Wen Xin quickly waved her hands. No, I merely wanted to inquire whether you still accept Ganoderma. A twinge of fear gripped her that the shopkeeper might inform her grandfather of her selling Ganoderma. Yet she preferred not to sell elsewhere, uncertain of other shops' integrity. She was not overly concerned about Wen Xin discovering her actions. She had found the mushrooms, and keeping some private funds was not wrong. "Do you happen to have more Ganoderma?" The shopkeeper suddenly questioned loudly, incredulity flooding his voice. "How is your family so extraordinarily fortunate? It feels like you're making me lose my livelihood. I toil for a month to earn just a few taels, yet you manage to earn hundreds in mere days without any investment." "Yes, I have 2 more Ganoderma, but I do not wish for others to know I sold them here. If you agree to keep it secret, I will sell them to you." The implication was clear. Refusal would result in her selling to someone else. The shopkeeper nodded, promising not to disclose her dealings, while advising her, "The mountains are fraught with dangers. Do not compromise your health for these mushrooms. No amount of silver is worth your life." Wen Xin obediently acknowledged his advice, pondering that while the mountains might be perilous for others, they were a treasure trove for her. Ultimately, she sold the 2 Ganoderma for 42 taels, and for the first time, she felt the thrill of being affluent. With her newfound wealth, Wen Xin resolved to purchase some spiritually potent seeds. She no longer relied on her spatial abilities to grow food. Instead, she envisioned cultivating her space into a grand estate, her secret haven. Her plan included constructing a house, establishing bamboo groves, fruit orchards, and vegetable gardens, all enclosed by a floral wall. Yet, as she contemplated this, she lamented that her current space was too small to realize her ambitions. Mere dozens of square meters could hardly accommodate an orchard or a house, let alone a vegetable garden. With a resigned sigh, she decided to focus on finding spiritually potent seeds for now, postponing the creation of her estate until her space underwent transformation. Her abilities could evolve with her physical prowess, and the spatial realm would develop in tandem with her powers. However, upgrading her space proved exceedingly difficult. The last time she gained the ability to comprehend animal brainwaves, her spatial environment remained unchanged. Upon returning home, Wen Xin felt uneasy carrying so much money. Having barely had a sip of water, he hurried to the Shang family. Upon arrival, Shangming opened the door, and Wen Xin quickly produced the silver notes to repay his debts. And he had been monitoring the Wen family's activities and was aware that Wen Xin had returned with a considerable amount of Ganoderma. He had even gone to Wen Xing's residence to take a look. He could recognize that the soil clinging to the roots of the Ganoderma came from various locations, surmising that Wen Xin must have searched far and wide to gather them. Finding it inconceivable that one could discover 20 Ganoderma in a single day, and he mused that even with relentless effort, it would be impossible. Ganoderma naturally grew in obscure locations, unlike a cabbage that could be spotted with ease. Astonished by Wen Xin's capabilities, he recalled the young prince's words, and most of his curiosity dissipated. His task was merely to keep a watchful eye on the Wen family and serve as a messenger, leaving him unburdened by other concerns. "Old man, You've come with the money so soon. There is no need to rush. I still have some funds that are not immediately needed. If your family is in haste, you may take it now. Money can be returned at any time, Shang Qing said, referring to the engagement between his daughter Huai Fu and Wen Lu. We are family now, so there is no need for such formality. And he was aware that the Wen family had surplus funds after selling the Ganoderma, but he merely spoke out of courtesy. He needed to deliver the hundreds of taels to the young prince, hoping for a favorable outcome that might result in a reward for himself. When Xin sought out Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, who had just finished selling vegetables, the three of them set off together to inquire about schools. There were numerous academies in the capital, but since Wen Yuan could not attend the same school as Wen Lu, they needed to find two separate institutions. When Xin focused on commoner academies, dismissing those for the elite, as she understood the vast disparity in backgrounds. Even if she could gain admission, she would be looked down upon. Her intent in sending Wen Lu and Wen Yuan to school was to ensure they learned to read and understand propriety, not to expose them to disdain and scorn. Chapter 69. Wen Di desires to attend school after a whole afternoon of searching. When Xin finally identified two academies, Qingwei Academy for Wen Yuan and Si Lut Academy for Wen Lu. Both were highly regarded institutions, where the teachers employed diverse teaching methods and emphasized the importance of character development. In truth, Wen Xin sought to find a less privileged academy, as the girls at the Siyue Academy were mostly daughters of merchants with modest means or daughters of landlords. She looked down upon the teaching methods employed by the tutors of less affluent academies and harbored concerns that Wen Lu might be bullied. Wen Xin spent 7 taels of silver to secure spots at 2 academies, and upon spending that money, she realized that pursuing an education truly drained one's finances. There were also custom-made garments to order, as well as paper, pens, and book boxes to purchase, with the books themselves needing to be bought. Without some financial backing, studying could indeed impoverish a family. Upon returning home, Wen Xin informed Wen Lu about the situation at the academies. Why don't you wait a few more days before starting school? I can look for other suitable academies. For impoverished families, education was a rarity, let alone for girls, which made finding a suitable academy quite challenging. Wen Lu felt a mix of joy and excitement upon hearing that many of the girls at the academy were from landlord families. If she too were to attend, wouldn't she then also be a young lady of wealth? Sister, I like the CUA Academy. Please let me go, with a tutor overseeing us. No one will bully me, and I'm going to study. I want to start learning as soon as possible. After expressing her desire, Wen Lu worried that Wen Xin might disagree. Upon seeing Wen Xin contemplate for a moment before nodding, her heart blossomed with joy. Wen Deshing observed how much Wen Xin had spent on new clothes and books in recent days, and he could only sigh repeatedly, hoping that their ancestors would bless them with a scholar. Meanwhile, Wang Sifa noticed Wen Xin bustling about to make new clothes, but had not made a set for herself, which caused her some heartache. She reflected that Winnie and Wen Xin were of similar age, yet Wen Xin thought of the family's needs, while Winnie incessantly pestered him to take her to school. Sighing, she thought this situation could not continue. If Winnie did not change her temperament, finding a suitable match in the future would be difficult. That afternoon, Wen Xin ventured into the mountains, while Winnie again begged Chen Tao to take her to school. Mother, please let me attend school. Do you only wish to see Wen Lu succeed and not care about my future? Please take me. I promise to study diligently and ensure you live a good life and honor you well. In recent days, Winnie had realized that her parents were not swayed by her tantrums, yet her desire to attend school drove her to seek alternative methods. Chen Tao, feeling conflicted, set down her cooking spatula and earnestly said to Winnie, "My dear, it is not that I do not wish to send you. But your father has said that once you turn 10, you cannot enter school, and schooling costs a great deal of money. How can I afford to send you? You are my beloved daughter. How could I not wish for your success? I dream of your bright future." Hearing her mother's tone soften, Winnie quickly replied, "Mother, I'm only slightly taller than Wen Lu. Can't we say I'm 9? You can ask Wen Xin for help, and if she agrees to assist me, grandfather will surely consent to send me to school. Or perhaps Wen Xin could find some more ginseng to sell, and that would cover my school fees." After receiving too many reprimands recently, Winnie hadn't absorbed any of them. Chen Tao, not wanting to hear more of Winnie's nagging, told her, "I have many things to attend to. When Wen Xin returns, I will ask her. You should go back to your room for now." Upon hearing that Chen Tao was willing to consult Wen Xin, Winnie felt immense joy, almost bursting with excitement in the kitchen. "Mother, I'm leaving now. You must remember to ask. My future depends entirely on you." Before departing, Winnie reminded Chun Tao, fearing she might forget amid her busy tasks. After Winnie left, Chun Tao reflected on Wen Xin's foresight. Since she was sending Wenla to school, it showed that educating girls was indeed beneficial. Winnie was her daughter, and how could she not wish for her to succeed? In the evening, when Wen Xin returned from the mountains, Chun Tao called out to her, "Second aunt, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate." After wiping the sweat from her brow, Wen Xin felt much lighter since their family had repaid their debts. She had been busy experimenting with the roses in her space and had even made some rose perfume. Chun Tao hesitated for a long moment, her face turning red as she finally expressed her thoughts. "Sheener, do you think you could also send Winnie to school? Your second uncle and I have not accomplished much in our lives, and now that Yuan has entered school, we have no regrets. However, Winnie has always wanted to attend school, and I hope you can help us find a way." After speaking, Chun Tao felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that it was unreasonable to expect Wen Xin, who had not attended school herself, to assist in sending Winnie. "It's all right. I understand the difficulties of this matter. You should return to your duties. I will speak to Winnie." Observing Chun Tao's distressed expression, Wen Xin felt a pang of sympathy for her second aunt's kindness towards her and her original self. "Second aunt, I will inquire with the tutor tomorrow." Wen Xin contemplated the idea of sending Winnie to school, believing that broader horizons would prevent her from being overly fixated on herself, and learning to read and understand etiquette would be beneficial. Initially, Wen Xin planned to search for another academy, but none matched the standards of CUA Academy. After some thought, she realized that regardless of Winnie's behavior at home, she would likely behave differently outside, and having both Wenla and Winnie at the academy would provide mutual support. After discussing this idea with Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, they both agreed that it would be better for Winnie and Wenla to be in the same school, as family bonds would help during difficult times. Wen Xin brought fresh vegetables to visit the tutor and sincerely presented Winnie's situation. "Esteemed tutor, I hope you can offer Winnie an opportunity. I implore you." The tutor at CUA Academy, moved by Wen Xin's earnest demeanor and unwilling to neglect a yearning for knowledge, pondered for a moment before responding, "Bring her to me tomorrow, and I will assess her." Upon hearing this, Wen Xin quickly rose to express her gratitude to the tutor, fully aware that Winnie's chances of attending school had significantly increased. Upon returning home, Wen Xin observed a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the Wu family, and there were many items piled up. As she scrutinized the gifts, she recognized them as pastries and other delicacies. Spotting Huai Fu at the door, she hurried over. "What is happening? Our family has little interaction with the Wu family. Why the sudden lavish gifts?" Several members of the Wu family were conversing with Wen Deshing in the main room, their laughter echoing, leaving Wen Xin perplexed. "I quietly asked my mother. It seems they are here to propose marriage," when Huai Fu said, glancing towards the main room, his demeanor serious as if he could hear the conversations within. Wen Xin pondered this revelation. The Wu family had only one eligible son, Wu Shan, the sole scholar in the village. Why would a promising scholar come to propose to their family? The only eligible daughter in their household was Wen Yu. Initially, Wen Xin considered the possibility of it being her cousin from her maternal family, but the sight of her grandfather's jubilant laughter made her dismiss that thought. Moments later, Wen Deshing and Wang Sifu emerged from the main room, politely escorting the Wu family out while discussing wedding dates. After overhearing a few sentences, Wen Xin fully comprehended that Wu Shan was indeed there to propose to Wen Yu. Chapter 70. The Zhang family receives their share of the house inside the house. Wen Yu had been quietly observing the arrival of the Wu family, instructing Wen Yi to gather information and learning about Wu Shan's proposal. At first, she could hardly believe it. Wu Shan, being the only scholar in the village with good looks, was sought after by many families for their daughters. It was truly unexpected that he would come to propose to her family. Even after the Wu family departed, Wen Yu remained incredulous until her mother confirmed it. "I think Wu Shan is quite good. He is ambitious and of good character. Many in the village say he might become a jinshi, and then you would be the wife of an official, living a good life. Even if he doesn't become a jinshi, at least he is a scholar and will receive a stipend each month." Chun Tao was overjoyed, having been worried about how to handle Wen Yu's marriage. Now, unexpectedly, someone had come to propose, and it was a highly regarded match. Wen Yu had never envisioned marrying a scholar. Previously, her interest in Shang Yi stemmed from the belief that marrying him would ensure basic needs were met. However, the prospect of marrying Wu Shan filled her with delight. and she shyly nodded in agreement to her mother. Chen Tao initially worried that Wen Yu would be stubborn, insisting on a match with Shang Yi. Fortunately, her daughter was able to come to a sensible conclusion. Your grandfather has already consented to this union. In truth, your mother feared that you might disagree. But it appears you have reached an understanding. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu pondered internally that choosing to be the wife of a hunter rather than a scholar would be a decision only a fool would make. Thus, the engagement between Wen Yu and Wu Shan was firmly established, with the wedding date set for March of this year, creating a palpable sense of pressure for both Chen Tao and Wen Shifu. Wu Shan, a scholar, would not have the typical dowry that a common family might provide. Days passed. It was only then that when Xian noticed the box left neglected in a corner, recalling that it was a New Year's gift from Shang Wanming. She had been so preoccupied that she had overlooked it. Upon opening the box, she discovered a wooden bracelet adorned with peculiar engravings that, upon closer inspection, resembled a phoenix. It was truly remarkable that Shang Ming had the skill to carve such intricate designs. While when Xian had no expertise in wood, the fragrant would intrigue her, and she adored the patterns. Unfamiliar with the symbolism of the design, which denoted the status of a side consort, she assumed the bracelet was not of great value. Even if it broke, she could always ask Shang Wanming to carve another. Wearing the bracelet, she admired how it fit her wrist perfectly. Not too large, not too small. Engaged in her daily tasks, she was surprised on several occasions by an Yi, who was taken aback by her adornment. Meanwhile, the Zhang family residing at the one household felt increasingly uncomfortable. Although Wen Desheng treated them kindly and refrained from any cutting remarks, they still felt out of place. Zhang Huairun had visited the city gate multiple times, hoping to be allocated a house, even if it were merely a thatched dwelling. Fortune smiled upon the Zhang family, as a house indeed became available in Zhouan village. When the village chief received the official document, he was astonished to see that a newly built house, funded through the Wang family's connections, had been assigned to the Zhang family. After reviewing the document, the chief sighed, realizing that the Wang family would harbor resentment toward the Wen family. In his mind, he believed that the Zhang family's allocation of a house was due to the backing of the Wen family. Yet, this incident revealed to him that the Wang family's influence was not as formidable as that of the Wen family. It seemed he would have to make a choice regarding his affiliations. Without delay, the chief hurried to convey this auspicious news to the Wen household. Zhang Huairun, however, had little hope of receiving a house, given his previous unsuccessful applications. He understood that his lack of gifts was the reason for his failures. When he heard the village chief's words, he could scarcely believe his ears. Is this true, chief? Have we really been allocated a house? The chief, noticing Zhang Huairun's incredulous expression, took the Zhang family to their new residence. As they beheld a house that rivaled the Wen family's, they felt as if they were dreaming, repeatedly confirming with the chief, "Is this really ours?" Tianjing could not resist asking again, "This house is truly allocated to us? It's even larger than the Wen's kitchen." Observing the astonishment on the faces of both the Wen and Zhang families, the chief found it curious that they appeared oblivious to the truth behind the allocation. He wondered if the Wen family deliberately wished to spare the Zhang family any burden by concealing the matter. Once the deed was transferred to Zhang Huairun's name, the Zhang family finally believed that the house was genuinely theirs. "Chief, please allow me to treat you to a meal one day. I am truly grateful." Zhang Huairun expressed his thanks fervently before the chief departed. The chief, seeing the Wen family's intentional concealment, refrained from mentioning the influence they had exerted. After the chief left, the Zhang family eagerly examined their new home, eager to move in at once. That evening, Wen Desheng instructed Chen Tao to prepare 2 chickens for a celebration in honor of the Zhang family's new dwelling. During dinner, when Xian announced, "Today, I went to the academy, and the teacher said that classes will commence in a few days, urging you all to prepare." Wen Lu and Wen Di were thrilled at the prospect of starting school. Since Wen Di learned that she could also attend, her relationship with Wen Lu improved significantly, and she no longer spoke ill of Wen Xian in front of him. Instead, she occasionally exhibited courteous behavior towards Wen Xian. Wen Xian genuinely believed that Wen Di had turned a new leaf, and, as someone who had lived 2 lives, felt it inappropriate to hold grudges against a 10-year-old girl, thus easing tensions between them. To ensure Wen Di did not feel neglected, she made sure that Wen Di received the same educational materials as Wen Lu. The next day, the Zhang family arose early, expressing their gratitude to Wen Desheng before moving into their new home with everyone's assistance. When Xin sees the opportunity to discreetly give Tan Jing 20 taels of silver. "Grandmother, please use this to buy furniture. Do not refuse it." "It is my duty to help," she insisted, placing the silver into Tan Jing's hands. Seeing her grandmother about to return it, Wen Xin quickly interjected, "This is for my sale of Lingji. You must accept it, for I do not wish to hurt your feelings." Tan Jing, holding the silver close, felt tears of gratitude welling up within her. Her daughter was lost, but she was blessed with a remarkably understanding granddaughter. "You must take care when foraging in the mountains. Do not risk your health for Lingji. I shall accept this money, for you have shown great capability." Tan Jing finally acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of the funds for household needs. After settling in, Zhang Huairan was troubled by the cost of furniture and bedding and contemplated borrowing a few taels from Wen Disheng. "What borrowing? This is the money heart gave me. It is more than enough for beds and bedding. I cannot believe our family, capable as we are, needs Heart's help. How embarrassing." Tan Jing lamented, feeling guilty for accepting money from a younger generation. In Chapter 71, the changes after entering school become apparent. The discovery of the 20 taels of silver astounded everyone. "Mother, will it be inappropriate to use Heart's money? She is still young and will need funds in the future. Perhaps we should save it for her," they worried. However, the family was in urgent need of money, and if they stored this sum away for Wen Xin, they would have to sleep on the ground that night. After some consideration, Zhang Huairan decided to spend the money and took his 2 sons to the city to purchase necessary items. "Heart is a good girl. You two must help her whenever possible," he instructed on their way. Zhang Li and Zhang Yi kept this sentiment in their hearts, intending to assist Wen Xin when the opportunity arose, fulfilling their responsibilities as older relatives. After spring arrived, Wen Xin had only seen Shangguan Ming a few times, with each encounter brief and filled with conversation before they parted ways. Understanding that Shangguan Ming was busy, Wen Xin avoided hindering his time, fearing he might face reprimands upon his return. Since noticing Wen Xin wearing the bracelet he had gifted her, Shangguan Ming felt a surge of happiness. Despite the many affairs at court, he still carved out precious moments to see her. The house allocated to the Zhang family had been arranged at his behest through an E. Yet Shangguan Ming found himself in a quandary regarding how to disclose his true identity to Wen Xin, as well as how to convey his desire to marry her. He understood that Wen Xin was no ordinary girl. She would not abandon her principles simply because he was a prince. Deep down, he sensed that if she were to learn of his true identity, their relationship might deteriorate even further. With the Zhang family moved out, the courtyard fell silent as Wen Lu and Wen Di resumed their studies at the academy. As spring gradually warms the air, the market becomes abundant with fresh produce. Consequently, Wen Xin has ceased planting in the mountains, choosing instead to indulge occasionally in the hot springs or catch fish in her space. During the day, while Wenla is away, she often ventures into her space to organize her belongings. The roses within bloom more profusely, and the fragrance that envelopes Wen Xin grows increasingly intoxicating. So much so that even her perspiration carries a scent reminiscent of modern rose perfumes. At times, Wen Xin feels troubled, particularly when she sweats excessively, fearing the peculiar gazes of others upon her. Thus, she tends to keep her distance while working and avoid situations that might lead to excessive perspiration. In recent days, Wendy has been occupied with the cultivation and distribution of the uncultivated land, even venturing into the city to procure seeds for planting. The bond between Wenla and Wendy has deepened, as they now often study together in the same room upon returning home. Wen Xin assumes they are diligently reviewing or discussing academic material, unaware that their conversations diverge significantly from her expectations. "Did you see that young lady from Yuan family? She has the most unfortunate cross-eyed gaze. It's truly unattractive, not even half as pleasing as either of us," Wendy remarks, feigning interest as she opens a book on the table to engage in gossip with Wenla. After all, what is she but the daughter of a mere merchant? Flaunting her gold and silver like a commoner? Wenla and Wendy revel in their light-hearted exchanges, while only Wen Xin remains oblivious, believing them to be engrossed in their studies. Initially, both Wendy and Wenla entered the school with fervor, eager to excel and lead prosperous lives. However, they soon discovered that the daughters of landlords and affluent families attended merely to acquire the status of a talented woman, rarely pursuing genuine education. As they often say, a woman's ultimate reliance is still on a man. No matter how accomplished she may be, marrying well holds far more significance. Gaining the title of a talented woman, coupled with some grace, could lead them to wed into wealthy families, perhaps even securing a position as a favored concubine. Wendy and Wenla's perspectives have been thoroughly influenced during their time at school. They now view marrying into a wealthy family as a desirable goal, believing that being a favored concubine, enjoying luxury, and having servants to attend to them is far superior to being a wife to a peasant laborer. Did you notice the bracelet that Xin wore today? It's pure silver adorned with gold. You should ask your sister to get you one, so you can flaunt it at school and make them all envious, Wendy suggests, contemplating how to persuade Wenla to have Wen Xin buy her a silver bracelet. She realizes that if she waits until Wen Xin purchases one for Wenla, her chances of success will significantly increase. Since Wendy has made some friends at school, she feels her mind has become much sharper, especially when she hears about the lives of the wealthy. She dreams of marrying into affluence, even if it means becoming a concubine. Wendy holds great confidence in her appearance, believing that even as a concubine, she would surely be cherished. She would never consider marrying a rural laborer. Will my sister help me? She muses, recalling her sister's insistence on focusing on her studies rather than comparing herself to others, and thus decides against asking. Wenla feels a tug of desire, yet lacks the courage to approach Wen Xin, fearing it might provoke her to withdraw from school. Seeing Wenla's fearful demeanor, Wendy hastily reassures her, "You are truly foolish. Your sister is quite capable and wouldn't mind spending a few taels on you. A single Lingji mushroom costs over 20 taels. She surely has some savings and simply doesn't wish to share. Don't take my words harshly. Despite being sisters, your sister often thinks only of herself. Look at her lately. Her skin has improved and her complexion is radiant. She must be feasting on roasted meat in the mountains. Did she bring you back anything? I doubt it. Wenla, I'm not criticizing you, but you should be cautious. You can't blindly follow your sister's wishes. If she ever suggests marrying a peasant, will you obediently comply?" Upon hearing this, Wenla quickly retorts, "Of course, I would never marry a peasant." She secretly vows to marry into a wealthy family in the future. Though Wenla does not directly respond to Wendy, she finds her arguments compelling. As a student, she realizes she and her sister will soon be worlds apart. Her sister's previous advantages stemmed from her own sacrifices, and she cannot help but wonder if her sister harbors resentment towards her. It seems she must indeed be more cautious moving forward. During dinner, Wen Xin reminds Wenla to take care of herself and not to overexert while studying. "Sister, I wish to have my own room. Could you speak to grandfather about it?" Since entering school, Wenla has cultivated her own secrets, leading her to desire independence from Wen Xin. Wen Xin believes that having her own room would foster Wenla's self-reliance and allow her to freely access her space at night. After discussing it with Wendy, who agrees there is an extra room available, he suggests Wenla move into her parents' room, seeing Wenla settle into her own space. Wendy also expresses a desire for her own room, but is scolded by Wendy and quickly silenced. Though Wendy feels slighted, she does not react as impulsively as before, merely casting a reproachful glance at her father. "It's all right. When I have the time, I'll separate the rooms, which will effectively give us 2 rooms. Wang Sifeng reassures her. He notices that Wendy has matured considerably, and he wishes to avoid disappointing her. Although there aren't any extra rooms, partitioning one is still feasible. Despite her dissatisfaction, Wendy remains silent, vowing to achieve success and earn her family's pride, ensuring that her voice will be the one that matters. That evening, Wen Xin diligently gathers Wenla's belongings and relocates them. "Remember not to kick off the blanket at night, and don't stay up too late reading. You must rest well," she advises, worried that Wenla may not take care of herself. Reflecting on her own independence since the age of 5, Wen Xin believes it is time for Wenla to learn to stand on her own. Wenla obediently nods, her gaze drawn to the bracelet on Wen Xin's wrist. "Sister, your bracelet is so beautiful. May I wear it?" Wen Xin glances at the bracelet and then at Wenla's eager expression, thinking it merely a wooden bracelet gifted by Shangming. And since it was given to her, it is hers to share. She removes the bracelet and hands it to Wenla. "If you like it, this is from Shangming. You may wear it." Wen Xin does not explicitly state that she is gifting it, feeling that since it was given to her, it would not be proper to pass it on. Wenla, thrilled by the bracelet's beauty, thinks that no one at the academy wears such a wooden bracelet, and perhaps it will lend her a distinctive charm. The following morning, Wen Xin sets off early for the city, intending to procure some items for her space in case of future needs. "Your Highness, look, Miss Wen Xin is down below. Ing'er remarks to Prince Shangwan Ming as they conduct business at the tea house. Shangwan Ming follows Ing'er's gaze and sees Wen Xin looking up at him. Noticing her presence, Wen Xin feels a strange sense of unfamiliarity, realizing the transformation in Shangwan Ming's attire, which contrasts greatly with his previous appearance, igniting a sense of uncertainty in her. Shangwan Ming, oblivious to her thoughts, prepares to descend the stairs. Your Highness, the garments we wear, Ing'er quietly reminds him, noting his delighted expression. The embroidery of gold thread is unmistakable, making it clear that the attire is extraordinary. Although Shangwan Ming feels a twinge of hesitation, he descends nonetheless, his mind racing to concoct an explanation for his splendid attire. Is it truly you? I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, Wen Xin exclaims, stepping forward, her curiosity piqued by Shangwan Ming's clothes. Just as Shangwan Ming grapples with his predicament, another figure emerges from the tea house, flamboyantly fanning himself with a golden fan. Coming from the countryside, what do you think of these clothes? They were bestowed upon me by my esteemed self. Take this opportunity to admire them thoroughly. Perhaps in the future, you can boast about having seen the garments worn by the son of the Prime Minister. Zhou Yunxian noticed the predicament on Shangwan Ming's face as he descended the stairs. At that moment, Zhou Yunxian winked at Shangwan Ming, signaling him to return the favor. Meanwhile, Ing'er rolled his eyes internally, questioning how these clothes could be deemed leftovers. Shangwan Ming understood that Zhou Yunxian was being deliberately provocative, as he perpetually sought to embarrass him. When Xian circled around Shangwan Ming, then let out an unrestrained laugh. These garments are utterly gaudy. Your taste pales in comparison to mine, a humble villager. The gold thread is simply overdone, while the fabric is somewhat acceptable. The addition of gold thread diminishes its elegance. Only you, the son of the Prime Minister, would find them appealing. Upon hearing Wen Xian's remarks, the others scrutinized the garments anew, now perceiving the gold thread as somewhat ostentatious, rendering the entire outfit rather peculiar. From their previous interactions, Wen Xian deduced that Zhou Yunxian was like a water tiger, incapable of igniting any real fire, regardless of the provocation. You, a mere country bumpkin, know nothing of this. The gold thread is made of real gold, sufficient for years of sustenance. Zhou Yunxian felt a surge of indignation. Throughout his life, apart from Shangwan Ming, who dared to disregard his dignity. Observing Zhou Yunxian's frustration as he fanned himself, Wen Xian stifled a laugh from the sidelines. Shang Ming, what are you doing sitting there in those clothes? This tea house is quite expensive. I heard a cup of tea costs several taels of silver, Wen Xian curiously inquired. Suddenly, Zhou Yunxian burst into laughter. Such ignorance! Does my lord need a reason to treat his servants to tea? If you can't afford a single cup, you pitiful country girl. Today I am in a generous mood and will reluctantly treat you to tea. Rest assured, I possess ample wealth to spend freely. Zhou Yunxian's bravado swelled as he realized that Shangwan Ming was likely concocting a plan to dismiss him, or perhaps he wished to leave, having finally found an opportunity. He could not let Shangwan Ming depart so easily. When Xian glanced at the tea house, uncertain. Are you serious? You can spend as you wish, but I hope you have enough silver to settle the bill. I would rather not be the one embarrassed. Witnessing Zhou Yunxian's ostentatious display, Wen Xian suddenly felt irked. Zhou Yunxian pounded his chest with pride. Who am I to lack silver? Even if you spent 10 or 8 years, you could not exhaust my wealth. I could easily produce enough to bury you. As Zhou Yunxian's arrogance soared, a mysterious smile graced Wen Xian's face as she confidently entered the tea house. She quickly ascended to the second floor, taking a seat at the very spot Shangwan Ming had occupied moments earlier, prompting him and Ing'er to follow suit. The proprietor, familiar with Shangwan Ming and Zhou Yunxian, hurriedly approached to inquire about their tea preferences. Boss, as a humble villager, I'll have a few cups of 1,000-year-old ginseng tea, followed by some 100-year-old honey tea to soothe my throat, and finally, a cup of rose tea. The bill will be settled by young Master Zhou. Rest assured. He is the son of the Prime Minister and has plenty of money, right, young Master Zhou? When Xian concluded, casting a glance at Zhou Yunxian, adding, if you cannot afford it, there's no shame in it. I can treat everyone to noodles instead. In this day and age, even the son of the Prime Minister is not necessarily wealthy. Upon hearing her words and seeing her condescending expression, Zhou Yunxian slammed the table and bellowed. Who said I couldn't pay? It's just a few cups of tea. Proprietor, bring the tea. At Zhou Yunxian's declaration, Wen Xin promptly sat back down, feigning ignorance of his scowling face, and continued chatting with Shang Wanming and Ying Er. Shang Wanming understood that Zhou Yunxuan's invitation for Wen Xin to tea was merely to witness his embarrassment. Now, the tables had turned, and he found the swift change in dynamics amusing. After a prolonged moment of silence, the proprietor finally asked Wen Xin, "May I inquire, Miss, what exactly is flower tea?" Flower tea is quite a common beverage in modern times, and Wen Xin sighed softly. "You mean to say you run such a large tea house, yet you are unaware of flower tea? Very well, let me enlighten you. Just follow my instructions. Select half-bloomed roses, ensuring to take the 5 innermost petals. Let them dry under the sun gradually, or you could hasten the process by drying them. The water should be sourced from mountain springs. Ideally, use the morning dew from blooming flowers. Boil the water first, then allow it to cool. Not entirely, just halfway. Steep the roses for a while, discard the water, and then add boiling water quickly. Do not pour slowly." Upon hearing Wen Xin's detailed instructions, Zhou Yunxian and the others were left in stunned silence. Chapter 73. A benefactor in destiny, this is clearly a challenge. Zhou Yunxian protested, realizing that the cost of such elaborate rose tea would be exorbitant. This was not merely an inconvenience. It was a matter of life and death for his finances. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin pulled Shang Wanming to his feet. "Let us go. I have witnessed the son of the prime minister fail to keep his word. What a disgrace. Come, I will treat you to a bowl of noodles. You, who cannot even afford a cup of tea, have never encountered such a miserly host." Wen Xin feigned a desire to leave, and Shang Wanming and Ying Er naturally played along. The proprietor, watching Wen Xin grasp Shang Wanming's hand, felt his heart nearly stop. He had never witnessed a young lady so close to the young prince, as those within a meter of him were few and far between. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yunxian slammed his hand on the table once more, gritting his teeth. "Who says I can't pay? It's just a few cups of tea. Proprietor, bring the tea." At Zhou Yunxuan's insistence, Wen Xin sat back down, pretending to ignore his furious expression, engaging in conversation with Shang Wanming and Ying Er. Shang Wanming understood that Zhou Yunxian's intent to invite Wen Xin for tea was merely a ploy to see him humiliated. Now, it was his turn to witness Zhou Yunxuan's predicament, and he found the swift turn of events quite enjoyable. Once the proprietor had left, Zhou Yunxian finally managed to calm himself, only to be suddenly enveloped by an alluring fragrance. As he inhaled deeply, he realized the scent originated from Wen Xin. In that moment, a revelation struck him like a thunderclap, echoing the words of the national master in his mind. "You possess a deadly calamity, and the one who can help you evade this disaster is your benefactor. She is a woman of rare essence." Zhou Yunxian had never doubted the national master's abilities and had always been on the lookout for his benefactor. To his astonishment, he had encountered her today. He had never confided in Shang Wanming about his impending calamity, believing that sharing such burdens would only create more trouble. Fearing he had made a mistake, he cautiously asked Wen Xin, "Do you carry fragrance?" "It is quite enchanting." Wen Xin, startled, quickly adjusted her clothing. "Is there? I cannot smell anything." Observing her peculiar response, Zhou Yunxian became certain that Wen Xin's aroma was indeed a natural fragrance, one he had never encountered before, a truly unique scent. "What business is it of yours if I smell good? A grown man paying attention to a woman's scent. Are you not ashamed?" Wen Xin suddenly found her confidence and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Yunxian. "What does it matter to you if I smell good or not? You concern yourself with the trivialities of others' fragrances?" This time, Zhou Yunxian surprisingly opted for silence, leaving Wen Xin unaccustomed to the abrupt absence of conflict, as she had prepared for a heated argument that never materialized. "Let me ask you, village girl, what do you think of me? I suddenly find you quite agreeable. Why not accompany me? In the future, you could wear fine garments and be attended to by others. What say you?" Zhou Yunxian concluded, looking at Wen Xin with hopeful anticipation, his instincts telling him that she was indeed his benefactor. It would be best to keep such a person close. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin nearly choked on her words, while Shang Wanming and Ying Er shot Zhou Yunxian incredulous looks. "Have you lost your mind? You haven't been drinking, have you? Why are you speaking such nonsense?" After Wen Xin finished speaking, she awkwardly sipped her tea. No man had ever addressed her so openly in her previous life, which made her feel a bit bashful. Although she hailed from a modern era, she was indeed a shy girl. "Master, You are the son of the prime minister, with a multitude of concubines at home. Do not entertain any notions regarding Wen Xin. Shang Wanming could no longer restrain himself and interjected. His words were ostensibly meant to inform Wen Xin about the many concubines in Zhou Yinchuan's household, but they subtly threatened Zhou Yinxian, warning him not to speak in such a manner again, lest he face consequences. Zhou Yinxian paid no heed to Shang Wanming. In his view, while he bore no feelings for Wen Xin, she could potentially be advantageous to him. Marrying her would not be a burden. She would not add to the chatter in his household. If you were willing, I would send them all home and keep only you in a mansion. Zhou Yinxian suddenly gazed at Wen Xin with deep affection. Wen Xin felt like a statue, utterly astounded. What on earth was happening? She could not believe Zhou Yinxian had fallen for her at first sight. Just moments ago, they had been at odds. And now, he spoke of marriage. It was clearly a ploy to toy with her. What is your household to me? I have no possibility of being with you in this lifetime. You are merely a used item. Even if offered to me, I would disdain to accept it. If I find it tainted, Zhou Yinxian had initially thought Wen Xin would acquiesce to his advances. After all, he was the son of the prime minister, in which young lady did not blush upon seeing him. Hearing Wen Xin's words nearly drove him to fury. Why am I regarded as an old item? Zhou Yinxian thought to himself that he wished he could delve into Wen Xin's mind to uncover such peculiar thoughts. Suddenly, Ing Er worried for his young prince. According to Wen Xin's logic, their young prince was also considered an old item. After a brief conversation, the innkeeper brought out ginseng tea. Watching Wen Xin gulp down a cup, the others were momentarily stunned, realizing what it meant to drink like a cow. Though the tea was delightful, it was insufficient in quantity. A cup was finished in mere sips. Innkeeper, please bring me a larger bowl. This teacup is simply not satisfying, Wen Xin requested after finishing 2 cups of ginseng tea. Drinking in such small sips was a torment for her. The innkeeper discreetly glanced at Shang Wanming, who nodded in approval before he dared to fetch a bowl. After some time, Shang Wanming suddenly asked Wen Xin, "Why are you not wearing the bracelet I gifted you?" He had felt something was off since he first saw Wen Xin, and now he realized it was because she was not adorned with the bracelet he had given her. Wen Xin, feeling a bit embarrassed after finishing her tea, replied, "My sister adored that bracelet, so I gave it to her. Brother Shangming, since you can carve bracelets, could you make me another one when you have the time?" Wen Xin genuinely cherished that wooden bracelet. She loved its fragrance, which seemed to invigorate her. Upon hearing that Wen Xin had given the bracelet to Wenla, Shang Wanming's expression darkened immediately, and the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Ing Er, standing by, broke into a cold sweat. The identification of a side concubine could not be casually given away. According to the current laws, a side concubine who could not properly safeguard a bracelet would be guilty of a serious crime. Zhou Yinxian, unaware of the significance of the bracelet Shang Wanming had given Wen Xin, quickly interjected, "Is it just a bracelet? Wen Xin, I will accompany you to buy a few more. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Zhou Yinchuan's generosity astonished both Shang Wanming and Ing Er. Throughout their acquaintance, he had never bought anything for a girl. It was always the other way around. When she noticed Shang Wanming's displeasure and felt a surge of frustration. "I understand it was wrong of me to give the bracelet you bestowed upon me to Wenla, but since it was a gift, it is mine. I can choose to keep it or discard it as I please. If you are truly upset, I can return it to you." Wen Xin thought, "Isn't it just a wooden bracelet? Must he scowl at me for this?" Her good mood dissipated, and feeling no desire to continue drinking tea, she bid farewell and left, with Zhou Yinxian trailing behind her. Once Wen Xin departed with Zhou Yinxian, Shang Wanming's anger erupted, and he swept everything off the table, causing the innkeeper to tremble in fear. "Master, please do not be angry. Wen Xin is unaware of the bracelet's importance, which is why she gave it to Wenla. In her eyes, the bracelet you gifted her may not hold more value than a bowl of noodles from the street. Why should you sulk alone? Wen Xin is oblivious to your anger." Ing Er hastily advised as he noticed Shang Wanming's face darkening. After sitting in silence for a moment, Shang Wanming sighed. He was at a loss regarding how to handle Wen Xin. Today's encounter with Zhou Yinxian had left him perplexed. He felt Zhou Yinchuan's attitude towards Wen Xin was markedly different from before. Ordinarily, Zhou Yinxian approached Wen Xin merely to mock him, yet now he walked alone with her, hinting at something unusual. Shang Wanming suspected Zhou Yinxian might have devised a scheme to torment him, perhaps even speaking ill of him to Wen Xin at this very moment. Indeed, Zhou Yinxian was currently discussing Shang Wanming unfavorably with Wen Xin. "Look how petty Shang Wanming is. He gets angry even after gifting you a bracelet. If it were me, I would not behave that way." I am far more magnanimous than he is. Being my friend guarantees you will not suffer losses. Zhou Yunxian, following closely behind Wen Xin, dared to speak only when he saw she was no longer upset, fearing that angering her would result in her abandoning him. Zhou Yunxian had concluded that regardless of whether Wen Xin was his benefactor, a person of genuine character who did not seek power was worth befriending. After all, Wen Xin was likely to be his benefactor. Are you out of your mind? What kind of person am I? And what kind of person are you? How could we possibly be friends? Are you not afraid I will take advantage of you? Wen Xin turned to gaze at the serious Zhou Yunxian, wondering what had spurred this odd behavior. Throughout history, friendships between the wealthy and the poor were rare, and genuine friendships were even scarcer. Wen Xin found it hard not to suspect Zhou Yunxian had ulterior motives. However, upon reflection, she was merely a poor village girl who had come to escape disaster. With nothing to offer, could it be that Zhou Yunxian desired her for her person? Upon further thought, this seemed impossible. The Prime Minister's household had no shortage of desirable individuals. She was merely 10 years old. What use could she possibly serve? After contemplating this, she could not decipher Zhou Yunxian's intentions, suspecting he might simply be indulging a whim, finding her novel and wishing to befriend her. Once this phase passed, Zhou Yunxian would undoubtedly redirect his attention elsewhere. Zhou Yunxian once again sought to assure Wen Xin of his genuine desire for friendship, ultimately leading her to a jewelry store. To solidify our friendship, I have decided to gift you several bracelets, fulfilling my earlier promise. You cannot refuse, otherwise. It would imply you do not wish to be my friend, which would be a blatant insult. Upon hearing this, Wen Xin was at a loss for how to decline. She understood that a few bracelets meant little to Zhou Yunxian. It was merely a matter of a meal's worth. However, she did not want to take advantage of him, yet feared displeasing him. In truth, Zhou Yunxian was quite amiable, a second-generation official without any airs of superiority. Although he often referred to her as a country bumpkin, she sensed he held no disdain for her in his heart. Ultimately, she decided to accept his friendship but insisted, "There is no need for you to purchase any bracelets for me. As a girl from the countryside, toiling in the fields daily, I have no need for adornments. I would not want them to become soiled." After saying this, she prepared to leave with Zhou Yunxian. The jewelry before her was indeed beautiful, but alas, it was not suited for her. What she truly desired was a life of freedom, not to be confined within a modest estate, awaiting fate. Zhou Yunxian, however, grasped her hand and summoned the innkeeper. "Bring forth your finest bracelets. I shall select a few." Then, addressing Wen Xin, he said, "Do you look down upon me? I can still afford a few bracelets, and besides, this is a gift for our first meeting. There is no need for you to be overly polite. If you feel uncomfortable, just bring me some fresh food. I have heard from Shangming that you grow vegetables by the hot springs in the mountains, and your roasted meat is nothing short of exceptional. I would love to indulge in your culinary delights sometime. We are friends, after all, and you mustn't forget me when you have something delicious to share." Zhou Yunxian rambled on, causing Wen Xin to chuckle. "So, you're only befriending me for the food? I always wondered how I caught the fortune to be your friend. However, your calculation is quite astute. While I may lack other skills, I excel in cooking. I shall let you taste my roasted meat as a token of our acquaintance." Wen Xin's mind was racing with thoughts of how preparing roasted meat for Zhou Yunxian could offset the value of his bracelets. It was well known that her roasted meat, even in modern times, would be exquisitely flavorful, and selling it would undoubtedly be lucrative. In truth, it was Zhou Yunxian who was at an advantage. For one must remember that food is paramount to life. Ultimately, Wen Xin selected 2 exquisitely crafted silver bracelets, though their craftsmanship was somewhat inferior to modern pieces. They possessed a unique charm. Observing Wen Xin's fondness for silver, Zhou Yunxian chose 5 more, totaling 7 bracelets. "You can gift them or sell them, but you cannot refuse them," he insisted as Wen Xin prepared to decline once more. In the end, unable to refuse, Wen Xin accepted the 7 bracelets, genuinely considering Zhou Yunxian as a good friend, not merely because of the bracelets, but for his amiable nature. Were it someone she disliked, no amount of gifts would sway her to consider them friend. To her, wealth held little significance. She possessed extraordinary abilities and a plethora of spiritual herbs in her space. Money was a trifling matter for her. Seeing Wen Xin accept the bracelets, Zhou Yunxian felt elated. She was his first female friend, and he found that spending money felt rather pleasant. Why had he never realized this before? Wen Xin also took Zhou Yunxian along to purchase fabrics. as well as some rare seeds imbued with spiritual energy. These seeds were scarce, and after much searching, she managed to acquire only a small quantity, totaling 3 taels in weight. Are you buying so much fabric to make clothes? Why not have them made at the fabric shop? Zhou Yinxian inquired, having never strolled through the market in such a manner before. What would be convenient to have them made at the shop? I have someone at home who can sew. Why should I leave the fabric there? Wen Xin explained, I have several cousins who are exceptional seamstresses. I truly enjoy the clothes they make. They're both beautiful and practical for working in the fields. In truth, Wen Xin aimed to provide her cousins with some additional income by having them sew clothes, but she genuinely cherished the garments they crafted. Zhou Yinxian glanced at the ready-made clothes hanging in the fabric store. While they were indeed attractive, they were not suitable for labor. Chapter 75. Fire Lingji. Once Wen Xin finished her shopping, Zhou Yinxian personally escorted her back. Upon reaching Zhouan village, Wen Xin did not allow him into the courtyard, instead asking him to wait outside while she retrieved some barbecue spices from her space. These seasonings make for delightful roasted meat. Try them at home. And if you like them, I'll prepare more next time. Just remember not to indulge too much, as it can be heating. Zhou Yinxian inhaled the fragrance of the spices, which were indeed delicious, and he found himself salivating even before the meat was cooked. As soon as he left, he immediately relayed the information to Shangwan Ming, who was curious about the spices Wen Xin had given Zhou Yinxian. Who was that man just now? Is he in some sort of trouble? Chen Tao had just emerged from the courtyard and noticed Wen Xin conversing with Zhou Yinxian. Seeing Zhou Yinxuan's attire, she felt a pang of concern, wondering if Wen Xin had stirred up any trouble. Hearing her aunt's voice, Wen Xin quickly approached. It's nothing. He is my friend. We happened to meet on the street, and he kindly offered to walk me home. Don't worry, Aunt. I'm not a naive little girl who can get into trouble easily. As long as I don't cause trouble for others, I'll be fine. Wen Xin reassured her in her heart. Chen Tao noted that Zhou Yinxian appeared normal and somewhat cheerful, unlike someone who would cause trouble. Considering Wen Xin was out selling vegetables and had many acquaintances, it was not surprising that she had friends from better-off families. Nonetheless, Chen Tao cautioned Wen Xin to be wary of the friends she made, especially male ones. Unfamiliar with the value of Zhou Yunxuan's garments, Chen Tao remained calm, oblivious to the fact that a single piece of clothing could sustain their family for several years. In the afternoon, Wenla returned home in high spirits, as many at the academy had inquired about her bracelet, expressing their admiration and offering to buy it for 10 taels. Due to the high demand, Wenla chose not to sell it, planning to see who offered the highest price the following day. Upon her return, Wen Xin called out to her and presented one of the bracelets Zhou Yunxian had given her. Lure, here's a bracelet for you. Now, please give me my wooden bracelet. Wen Xin had deliberately chosen a delicate silver bracelet for Wenla. Delighted, Wenla accepted the silver bracelet. Sister, I also really like that wooden bracelet. Why not just give it to me? Wenla thought to herself that she would sell the bracelet the next day and then tell her sister that it had been lost. Wen Xin frowned and replied, No, I need the wooden bracelet. I cannot give it to you. I promise I will buy you a more beautiful one in the future. Despite her reluctance, Wenla ultimately relinquished the wooden bracelet to Wen Xin and donned a silver one. Wenla understood that her ability to study was thanks to her sister, and if she upset her, she would likely lose her allowance. For the past few days, her sister had been giving her a few coins daily, while Wen Di had not. Wen Xin placed the wooden bracelet into her space, intending to return it to Shangwan Ming at an opportune moment. Several days passed, and Wen Xin accompanied Wen Dasheng and the others to the field for land reclamation without entering the city. Finally, she found some free time and decided to return to the city to purchase more fabric. The last time she and Zhou Yunxian had bought fabric, each family member had made themselves a set of clothes, and this time, Wen Xin planned to buy more to make outfits for her grandparents. Upon entering the city, Wen Xin noticed that many people were discussing a particular matter. The Prime Minister's wife had fallen gravely ill, and traditional medicine had proven ineffective. It was feared that her days were numbered. Indeed, the Prime Minister had issued a statement that whoever could cure his wife would receive any reward they desired, and would also earn his gratitude. What a pity I lack medical skills. Otherwise, I would certainly give it a try, one could hear throughout the city. As the topic circulated, Wen Xin gathered all the details and began to grow concerned. The Prime Minister's wife was none other than Zhou Yunxian's mother. Imagining how heartbroken Zhou Yunxian must be, Wen Xin felt compelled to act as his friend, even though she lacked medical expertise. While pondering her dilemma, She recalled the fire-red lingji that De Hui had gathered for her. It was unmistakably a spiritual herb. She wondered if it could assist Zhou Yunxian. Regardless of whether it would be effective, it was the thought that counted, and she felt compelled to try. If it proved useful, it could save a life. Wen Xin murmured to herself, and then hurried to a small alley, retrieving a piece of black cloth to wrap the fire-red lingji. Unsure of the location of the Prime Minister's residence, she inquired along the way and eventually found it. However, the guards at the entrance refused her entry. I truly have business with Zhou Yunxian. Please send someone to notify him. You will see whether my claim is true or false. I will wait right here. If it is false, you may deal with me as you wish. Despite her persistent explanations, the guards remained unconvinced, adamantly refusing to report her presence, insisting that their young master could not possibly know such a country girl. Eventually, after much insistence from Wen Xin, the guards reluctantly entered to inform Zhou Yunxian, all the while making sarcastic remarks about her. Zhou Yunxian, feeling distressed in the mansion after 3 sleepless nights, was in no condition to entertain visitors. When he heard that someone was asking for him, he almost waved the servant away without a second thought. Fortunately, his curiosity prompted him to inquire who it was. Otherwise, he might have missed Wen Xin. Wen Xin is my benefactor. Perhaps there is still a chance for my mother. Zhou Yunxian thought of this and hurriedly dashed out of the room. The guards at the door trembled in fear upon seeing Zhou Yunxian emerge, terrified that Wen Xin would expose their earlier disparaging remarks. Initially, Wen Xin felt a flicker of anger, but upon reflection, she recognized these individuals as mere unfortunate subordinates. Every dynasty has its share of snobs, and to engage in a quarrel with them would only degrade her own dignity. Observing Zhou Yunxuan's weary visage, she realized that in such a short span of time, he appeared to have aged a decade. What brings you here? I am occupied with matters at the estate and cannot attend to you. Perhaps I could have a servant show you around? Zhou Yunxian was uncertain of Wen Xin's purpose and held on to a glimmer of hope. Yet he dared not inquire if she possessed a solution, fearing that further disappointment awaited him. Wen Xin, unaware of Zhou Yunxuan's internal struggle, recognized him as a dutiful son. I heard your mother is ill. A few days ago, I discovered something extraordinary in the mountains. I wonder if it might be of assistance to you. After saying this, Wen Xin produced the fire Ganoderma from her bosom and handed it to Zhou Yunxian. Upon seeing the precious item in her hands, Zhou Yunxian felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. The imperial physician had diagnosed his mother with a chronic ailment that could only be alleviated with fire Ganoderma. A rare find indeed. Its last appearance had been 300 years prior. Regardless of the efficacy of Wen Xin's gift, Zhou Yunxian resolved to cherish this kindness. As he unveiled the cloth, revealing the vibrant crimson hue, words eluded him in his excitement. Noble benefactor, you truly are my savior. Heaven has not forsaken me. Why the silence? I believed it would be of use, so I brought it to you. Do not squander time. Hurry to seek out another physician, Wen Xin urged, observing Zhou Yunxian's prolonged silence with growing concern. She feared that he might unleash his frustration upon her, due to the perceived ineffectiveness of her offering. Zhou Yunxian, startled by her voice, stepped forward and enveloped Wen Xin in a tight embrace. Thank you, truly thank you. You are a great benefactor to my family. Though Wen Xin could not fully comprehend his fervent words, she realized that if he did not release her soon, she might suffocate in his grasp. Chapter 76. Expressing affections after much struggle, Wen Xin finally managed to break free when Zhou Yunxian loosened his hold, immediately collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. How could someone possess such strength that it nearly cost her life? From his actions and words, Wen Xin understood that her gift was indeed valuable. You fool! Since it is of use, why do you not rush to save your mother? Every moment wasted increases her peril. Seeing Zhou Yunxian still standing in a daze, she felt a mix of amusement and irritation. He was typically so astute, yet now he seemed utterly foolish. No one had dared call him foolish before. Yet Zhou Yunxian felt no anger, only joy. I shall go in now. Once I have attended to matters, I will seek you out and express my gratitude properly. Zhou Yunxian was eager to be at his mother's side. Wen Xin urged him to enter, and before he left, he instructed the guards at the gate to admit Wen Xin directly should she return. After Zhou Yunxian departed, Wen Xin acquired some fabric before heading home. It was not long before the news of Wen Xin's gift of fire Ganoderma reached Shangguan Ming, and Dark One, upon learning of it, did not cease his chatter. Your Highness, What does this Wen Xin girl mean by gifting fire Ganoderma to Zhou Yunxian? Such a precious item ought to be bestowed upon you. Miss Wen Xin must not comprehend the rarity of fire Ganoderma, hence her casual gift to Zhou Yunxian. Miss Wen Xin is truly fortunate to have discovered such a miraculous herb. She is undoubtedly extraordinary. Shang Wanming, already somewhat vexed, snapped at Dark One to silence him. Be quiet. Upon witnessing Dark One being reprimanded, Shadow 2 internally relished the moment, thinking Dark One deserved it for his lack of perception regarding their master's foul mood. Both of you, leave me be. I require some solitude. Once Dark One and Shadow 2 had exited, Shang Wanming furrowed his brow deeply. He understood Wen Xin's capabilities. Acquiring fire Ganoderma was trivial. The real concern lay in her choice to gift it to Zhou Yunxian, and the rapport they shared was decidedly cordial. Contemplating why Wen Xin treated Zhou Yunxian with greater kindness than him, Shang Wanming found himself puzzled. Was it a matter of status? Zhou Yunxian's sentiments were also difficult to decipher. He had inquired previously, and Zhou Yunxian had claimed to regard Wen Xin as a good friend, a confidant, even stating that if she were willing to marry him, he would oblige. At that time, Shang Wanming had assumed Zhou Yunxian was jesting, yet now he was uncertain. That afternoon, unable to endure his vexation any longer, Shang Wanming sought out Wen Xin. He stood by the riverside for nearly half an hour before she finally emerged. Upon seeing Shang Wanming, Wen Xin approached and returned the bracelet he had gifted her. This is the bracelet you gave me. I am returning it now. Without regard for Shang Wanming's displeasure, she forcefully placed the bracelet into his hands. The already irate Shang Wanming found her actions akin to a spark igniting his fury. Do you so readily disdain my gifts? Is it because Zhou Yunxian is the son of a prime minister, wealthy and influential, that you have chosen him over me? Shang Wanming grasped Wen Xin's hand tightly, indifferent to the pain he inflicted upon her wrist. Wen Xin struggled to comprehend his words, but the pain in her wrist made it clear that he was indeed angry, and it was all due to her returning the bracelet. I do not understand what you are saying. Release my hand. As the pain intensified, Wen Xin's anger flared. Upon noticing the mark on Wen Xin's wrist, Shang Wanming's body stiffened, and he reluctantly loosened his grip, though he did not entirely release her. Speak plainly to me. Is it true that you chose Zhou Yunxian because he is the son of a prime minister? Do my gifts pale in comparison to his silver bracelets? Each thought of Wen Xin accepting Zhou Yunxian's gift while returning his own felt like a stab to his heart. This time, Wen Xin began to grasp his meaning, interpreting it as Zhou Yunxian informing Shang Wanming of the bracelet he had given her. What I receive from him has nothing to do with you. I will accept gifts from whomever I please. You are no one to dictate my choices. What do you mean by saying I have betrayed you? I truly do not understand your nonsensical claims. Wen Xin perceived Shang Wanming as being utterly irrational, spouting nonsensical accusations. Seeing that Wen Xin failed to recognize his true feelings, Shang Wanming suddenly erupted. I like you. From the very beginning, I have liked you. Have you forsaken me for Zhou Yunxian? Have you abandoned me? Wen Xin was taken aback by his declaration. She was merely 10 years old. Was it too early for her to grasp the concept of romantic feelings? What are you saying? I'm only 10. Do you even understand what you're talking about? In truth, Wen Xin had suspected Shang Wanming had feelings for her since the beginning, but each time she remembered her age, she dismissed it as mere fantasy. Now, hearing his words and witnessing the intensity in his crimson gaze, a sense of panic gripped her heart, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Shang Wanming, who had been furious moments before, found his anger dissipating upon seeing Wen Xin's blush, leaving him bewildered. Many girls marry at 13. You are already 10 and understand what I mean. Wen Xin, I must tell you, regardless of your feelings towards me, I have always liked you, and I wish for you to marry me. Shang Wanming spoke with great sincerity. Then, seizing an opportunity while Wen Xin was distracted, he took her hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, activating its hidden mechanism. As Wen Xin regained her composure, she attempted to remove the bracelet, but found it impossible to take off, regardless of the effort she exerted. This bracelet is a token of my affection, a promise I made to you. Keep it, and when you grow up, I shall surely marry you, said Shang Wanming. Observing the increasingly agitated expression on Wen Xin's face, he felt a twinge of apprehension. He was unafraid of her reprimands or any physical retaliation. However, the thought of being rejected filled him with dread. Before Wen Xin could respond, Shang Wanming dashed away. Frustrated by her inability to remove the bracelet, Wen Xin began to curse vehemently at the direction in which he had disappeared. Who would even want to marry you? What nonsense is this? If you have the courage, don't ever show your face in front of me again. Or I'll make sure even your parents won't recognize you. What is this madness? Is it merely a confession? Must it cause me such pain? And why on earth present me with a bracelet that I cannot even remove? Damn you, Shangming, you are utterly shameless, preying on the youth and harming the nation's flowers. After venting her frustrations by the riverside, Wen Xin finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, her gaze fell upon her swollen wrist, and she cursed Shangming internally several more times. Neither in her past life, nor this one, had she anticipated the pain that accepting a confession would bring her. Wasn't it supposed to be a moment of joy? That wretched Shangming couldn't even confess properly. Unbeknownst to her, Shang Wanming had not strayed far. Upon hearing her outburst, he could not suppress a chuckle. Suddenly filled with guilt over the injury to Wen Xin's wrist, he chastised himself for being foolish enough to hurt her. Surely, she would come to despise him. Which explained her spirited curses. After listening for a considerable time, he realized she hadn't uttered any words of dislike or rejection towards him, which brightened his spirits, suggesting that she did not harbor any ill feelings towards him. Chapter 77. The Betrothal. Fuming, Wen Xin returned to the courtyard, and upon entering, she spotted her three relatives feigning an interest in sweeping, their eyes lingering on her. Aunt, older brother, second brother, you three are something else. Hiding behind the door to watch the spectacle. I just witnessed that scoundrel Shangming bully me, and none of you came to my aid. I foolishly thought you were my closest kin. How naive of me. Wen Xin scolded them harshly until they repeatedly promised to confront Shangming next time they saw him. Three, sister. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but Shangming possesses quite good qualities. If you were to marry him, you wouldn't have to endure hardship, Wen Sheng remarked. Feeling quite pleased with Shangming, believing that Wen Xin would not suffer if wed to him. However, Wen Huaifu, aware of Wen Xin's betrothal to El Qing, interjected, that simply cannot be. Wen Xin is already bound by a promise to El Qing. How could she marry Shangming? That would be tantamount to breaking her engagement. Everyone in the courtyard, apart from Wen Huaifu, was taken aback. Aunt, what engagement are you speaking of? Wen Xin was startled. She had no knowledge of any such engagement, particularly not with El Qing. Little did she know that their relationship was merely platonic, devoid of any romantic implications. You truly don't know? The engagement with El Qing was established last year. I assumed your elder sister had informed you, Wen Huaifu said, shocked to learn that Wen Xin was oblivious to this significant matter. To him, it was never too late to inform her, as he believed El Qing had the potential to excel in the future, making him a better match for Wen Xin than Shangming. Wen Xin felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her. The notion that at the tender age of 10, she was already engaged was utterly absurd. What vile tradition this ancient society upheld. Rushing to inquire further, she learned that she and El Qing had even exchanged formal betrothal letters, which, in modern terms, meant their engagement was legally binding. In essence, she was already half committed to the El family. In ancient times, marriage was no trivial matter. Once a betrothal was established, it could only be dissolved under extraordinary circumstances. A woman who broke her engagement would find it exceedingly difficult to remarry. Wen Xin could not help but curse Wen Dushing and El Qing for meddling in her affairs. She had no intention of marrying anyone in this lifetime, let alone adhering to some archaic notion of virtue by marrying El Qing. She would rather perish than submit to such a fate. Refusing to accept her destiny, Wen Xin, armed with memories from the modern world, resolved that she would not be transformed into an ancient woman. Given her youth, she would seek opportunities to dissolve the engagement gradually. Even if that proved impossible, she could always assume a different identity and live elsewhere. She would not marry someone she did not love, nor would she allow herself to be bound by parental arrangements. Her life was hers to govern. While someone might take her life, they could never extinguish her love for freedom. With a newfound resolve, Wen Xin's heart began to settle. Meanwhile, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were far from calm. One was bound to El Qing by betrothal, while the other, Shangming, made a living through hunting. Why did they so desperately wish for Wen Xin to marry Shangming instead of the scholarly El Qing, who could not even perform basic agricultural tasks? Shang Wanming quietly returned to the courtyard. Shortly after sitting down, he was taken aback by Wen Huaifu's voice, realizing with shock that Wen Xin was actually engaged, a fact he had been completely unaware of. He resolved to return and properly reprimand the intelligence he had received was woefully inadequate and nearly jeopardized his plans. Listening to Wen Xin express her dissatisfaction with the engagement, Shang Wanming felt a sense of joy. Although she had not declared her affection for him, she had also not expressed any interest in anyone else. Sun Ilio began to recover after consuming the fire spirit mushroom Wen Xin had sent. Zhou Tong, several times, expressed a desire to thank Wen Xin, but Zhou Yunxian consistently dissuaded him. Grandfather, Wen Xin seeks a peaceful life. We should not disturb her. In the future, I will find an opportunity to repay her kindness. Zhou Yunxian had indeed gone to express his gratitude to Wen Xin in secret, but she had insisted that he keep it discreet and never let her family know, as she wished to preserve the tranquility of her life. Upon hearing Zhou Yunxuan's reasoning, Zhou Tong abandoned his intention to thank Wen Xin, yet he cautioned Zhou Yunxian never to forget her kindness. I heard that Wen Xin has 2 older brothers. Find an opportunity to secure a good position for them. Although she claims she does not want her life disturbed, we cannot simply do nothing. Zhou Tong pondered and concluded that taking some action would provide him with a sense of peace. Following Zhou Tong's advice, Zhou Yunxian observed his mother's health improving daily. With his spirits lifted, he purposefully chose a clear day to visit Wen Xin. This time, he donned a simple cloth shirt instead of his usual lavish attire. Yet he still exuded an air of elegance. When Zhou Yunxian arrived at Wen Xin's home, he found a family bustling with preparations for a joyous occasion. As Wen Yu and Wu Shan's wedding date had been set for March, the entire Wen household was consumed with the wedding arrangements. In Wen Dexing's view, marrying off a granddaughter should not require such extensive preparations. He decided to host a grand banquet, primarily to honor Wu Shan, as he did not wish to alienate his scholarly son-in-law. As the wedding date drew closer, however, Wen Yu's mood soured. The dowry her parents prepared was utterly meager. She was to marry a scholar. How could she present herself with such a paltry dowry in the face of a promising future? Mother, could you speak to father once more? Typically, families provide far more for their daughters' dowries, especially since I am marrying a scholar. With this meager offering, I will surely be humiliated. Wen Yu was deeply anxious, fearing the Wu family would look down upon her. Whenever she discussed this with Chun Tao, her mother would merely sigh, wishing her daughter could have a respectable marriage. However, their family was not esteemed enough, and even hosting a banquet was an extraordinary concession. If she were to request a more substantial dowry, she would undoubtedly be scolded. Desiring to provide a better dowry for Wen Yu, Chun Tao found herself in a difficult position, as her funds had long been depleted. Seeing her mother sigh repeatedly, Wen Yu grew increasingly impatient and began to harbor resentment, feeling that her mother lacked the ability or love to advocate for her. Otherwise, how could she allow her to suffer such indignity? Zhou Yunxian noticed the Wen family's flurry of activity and discreetly spoke a few words to Wen Xin before handing her the pastries he had brought. He then suggested that Wen Sheng and Wen Shu consider positions in the government before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yunxian, Wen Xin pondered deeply. Her elder and second brothers would eventually establish their own families. Thus, it was imperative for them to acquire skills. Over the past few months, they had learned to recognize a considerable number of characters, yet their writing remained lacking. Concerned that Wen Sheng and Wen Shu would not take care of themselves while working in the manor, she resolved to consult her 2 brothers for their opinions. She recounted the matter of Zhou Yunxian to Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, also seeking their thoughts. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were astonished that Wen Xin knew the son of the prime minister, and even more so that he had invited them to work in the manor. This was a blessing from their ancestors. You should have accepted such a wonderful opportunity on the spot, lest Zhou Yunxian have a change of heart. Losing such a good position would be a disgrace to our forebears. Both brothers were initially excited, but soon worry crept in, fearing that Wen Xin's hesitation might lead Zhou Yunxian to withdraw his offer. Chapter 78. The matter of the dowry. When Wen Xin decided to consult Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, she resolved to let them experience life in the prime minister's residence, for maturity came early in ancient times. Had their family not faced calamity and famine, Wen Sheng would already be of marriageable age, as it was common for young men to become fathers by the age of 15 or 16. Rest assured, Zhou Yunxian said he would wait for your decision. I'm not concerned about the job being lost. Rather, I worry that you may struggle to adapt to the life of a noble family. The prime minister's residence is not like an ordinary household. Intrigue abounds, and lives are often disregarded. If you encounter difficulties, seek out Zhou Yunxian. He is my friend, and you can approach him without hesitation. If you find the work unpleasing, you are welcome to return home. Wen Xin's greatest concern remained that Wen Sheng and Wen Shu would face persecution. However, in ancient times, unless one lived perpetually in the countryside, one would inevitably encounter treachery. Adapting to such realities sooner rather than later would be beneficial for them. Hearing Wen Xin frequently mention Zhou Yunxian, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu felt a mix of anxiety and joy. Their sister had befriended the prime minister's son, a testament to the blessings accrued by their ancestors. Do not worry. We are not fools. We are merely working at the prime minister's residence, not selling ourselves. Surely they would not harm us. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu consoled themselves, believing that as long as they conducted themselves with propriety, trouble would not find them. After all, would the inhabitants of the prime minister's residence trouble them without reason? Unbeknownst to Wen Xin, had she been aware of their thoughts, she would have taken the opportunity to educate them on the most unreasonable creatures, the women of high-born families, who act solely on whim without any rational justification. Although Wen Xin harbored concerns for her brothers, she trusted Zhou Yunxian, confident that he would protect them. She would ensure that he swiftly acquainted them with the realities of the world, teaching them that righteousness alone would not pave their path. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu shared the news of their prospective employment at the prime minister's residence with Wendy Sheng, who was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he immediately knelt and bowed to the heavens, fervently muttering prayers for divine protection over their ancestors. Since Wen Qingfu had left home, Wendy Sheng had felt guilty towards his eldest son. Now, seeing his two grandsons on the brink of great success, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that they had not followed in their father's footsteps of gambling. After Wen Qingfu lost money gambling, Wendy Sheng established a rule forbidding gambling within the Wen family. Anyone caught would be expelled from the family. Listen closely, you two. May our ancestors bless you in your endeavors at the prime minister's residence. Work diligently, and when you achieve success, bring your parents back home. It is said that while it is easy to be at home for 1,000 days, it is hard to leave for just one. Who knows how much suffering your father has endured out there? As Wendy Sheng spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Whenever he thought of Wen Qingfu, he could not help but harbor resentment towards Wen Sifu, even though he knew deep down that she had done nothing wrong. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu exchanged glances, understanding that their lives would become difficult if their parents returned, and that Wen Xin did not harbor fondness for them. They feigned agreement with Wendy Sheng, nodding repeatedly, promising that once they had money, they would seek to bring their parents back home. Wen Xin was also aware that as long as Wen Qingfu and Zhang Hong were alive, their return was inevitable. She wondered how long this tranquil and beautiful life could last, hoping it would endure a little longer. That evening, Wendy Sheng, in high spirits, instructed Lu Ying to purchase pork, preparing a special dish of braised meat. Observing the favoritism shown by their grandfather towards Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, Wenla felt discontent, believing that she too, having attended school, would achieve success and be able to bring back their parents. Why did her grandfather only pay attention to her brothers? The longer she stayed in the academy, the more knowledge she acquired. For instance, she had learned to conceal her displeasure, maintaining a neutral expression even when internally troubled. Zhou Qin had advised her to master the art of masking emotions, for if she wished to marry into a wealthy family, she must learn to play her cards right, lest she be outmaneuvered by others. Wenla grew increasingly close to Zhou Qin, the daughter of a landlord, who was rumored to be connected to a prominent figure in the court. Knowing this, Wenla endeavored to curry favor with Zhou Qin, even gifting her the silver bracelet Wen Xin had given her. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan felt increasingly troubled at the dining table, lamenting her future. Grandfather, you cannot solely focus on my cousin. I too share your blood. Soon, I will marry Wu Shan, who is a scholar. Yet, my dowry is so meager, such a paltry offering will surely invite scorn. It matters little if they look down on me, but if the Wu family looks down on us, how shall we endure? As Wen Xuan spoke, Wen Xin deliberately glanced up, surprised at her cousin's newfound cunning. Conversations within the family seemed to require a labyrinthine approach. Nevertheless, Wen Xin had to admit that Wen Xuan's method was effective, as she could see the wheels turning in her grandfather's mind. Noticing Wendy Sheng deep in thought, Wen Xuan grasped that one must strive for what one desires. Nothing is guaranteed, not even from parents. Wenla and Wendy exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that they had learned something new. Old man, Wen Xuan raises a valid point. The Wu family has high standards, and with Wu Shan being a scholar, if our dowry is lacking, outsiders will surely gossip, and we could lose face both inside and out. Lu Ying felt a sense of guilt towards Wang Sifu. Usually, Wendy Sheng made all the decisions, and with no money at her disposal, she found herself powerless to help Wang Sifu. She believed that a meager dowry would not only diminish Wen Xuan's reputation, but also tarnish the one family standing. At that moment, Chen Tao's heart raced as she prepared herself for a scolding from her father. To her surprise, the situation took an unexpected turn, causing her heart to soar and sweat to bead on her forehead. After much contemplation, Wendy Sheng finally spoke. "Tomorrow, we shall go to the city and select some substantial jewelry for the dowry, along with several sets of bedding." Wendy Sheng valued reputation greatly. The villagers often spoke of his connections. He suspected that Wu Shan's interest in Wen Xuan stemmed from this, yet only heaven knew what connections they truly had. If the Wu family discovered that the one family had no backing, they might harbor resentment towards them. Thus, providing a more generous dowry would facilitate future negotiations. Wendy Sheng held Wu Shan's scholarly status in high regard. Should Wu Shan one day achieve the rank of Jinshi, he would embark on a political career. Even if he did not succeed, being a scholar and a teacher was still a valuable position. The money he spent now was an investment in their future. And with this thought, Wendy Sheng felt a weight lift from his heart. "Dear girl, have you not found any Ganoderma lately?" Whenever he thought of the last time they sold Ganoderma, Wendy Sheng eagerly anticipated Wen Xin bringing back more. He would inquire about it almost daily. Wen Xin, once troubled by this, now felt a sense of resignation. "Grandfather, Ganoderma is not so easily found. Last time, I was fortunate to stumble upon a patch. Now, I have not seen a single mushroom. As the weather warms, many hibernating animals have emerged, and the mountains are overrun with wild grass, making the search for Ganoderma all the more challenging." Wen Xin calmly remarked once more, fearing that she might inadvertently point an accusatory finger at Wendy Sheng and berate him. Why not simply wait in the open field for silver to fall from the sky? What use is it to seek out that elusive Ganoderma when you would still need to bend down to pick it up? Chapter 79. Entering the Prime Minister's residence upon hearing that Wen Xin had not found the Ganoderma, Wendy Sheng felt a pang of disappointment. At times, he suspected that Wen Xin had pocketed the precious herb to sell it for herself. However, he had searched her room multiple times without discovering a single coin or the elusive Ganoderma. The room was small, with stone walls that made it exceedingly difficult to conceal anything. Even if Wen Xin had found the herb and chosen not to share it with him, he felt powerless. As the weather improved and the barren land flourished, all the grass, roots, and stones had been cleared away. Wendy Sheng began to worry about fertilizer. With such a vast expanse of land and no pigs to feed, where would they find sufficient fertilizer to enrich their fields? The mere thought of fertilizer consumed him with anxiety for days. The last time he had purchased jewelry for 1 yuan, it had cost him several taels of silver, nearly breaking his heart in the process. To Wendy Sheng, the land was the foundation of their family. Only by nurturing it could they hope to live a life free of worry. Though he had not received much formal education and feared taking risks, Wen Xin had broached the subject several times about starting a small business in the city, suggesting that they need not toil in the fields and could enjoy a less arduous life. Yet, each time Wen Xin mentioned the need for capital, for acquiring tables and chairs or renting a shop, Wendy Sheng would reject the idea without a moment's thought. Business is not so easily pursued. If it were that simple, there would be no poor in the world, he would insist. Whenever Wen Xin heard this, she would silently ponder that such timidity before undertaking a venture would only lead to perpetual stagnation. One cannot expect to gain without putting forth effort. Although their finances were somewhat tight, they managed to have enough to eat, and Wen Xin ceased to fret over trivial matters, accompanying Wendy Sheng to the fields daily. During her spare time, she would organize her space. The seed she had purchased with Zhou Yunxian turned out to be predominantly medicinal herbs. Over these days, Wen Xin reached a conclusion. The longer a seed could grow, the more spiritual essence it contained. Furthermore, wild herbs from the outside world held very little spiritual energy, while those cultivated in her space were infused with several times more. However, this could not be discerned by mere appearance. Wen Xin could sense the spiritual energy, which was how she came to know. Otherwise, she would have needed to experiment to uncover such truths. After several days of preparation, Wendy Sheng and Wen Shu finally commenced work at the Prime Minister's residence. Upon entering, their eyes were wide with astonishment, scarcely daring to blink. The surreal beauty of the artificial hills and the flowers in the back garden were entirely unfamiliar to them, and even the maids were breathtakingly lovely. Zhou Yunxian had been keeping a close watch on Wen Xin and Wen Shu, even taking them to the garden where numerous invaluable treasures were displayed in the pavilion. Although Wen Xin and Wen Shu were awestruck, they displayed no hint of greed. Zhou Yunxian mused that Wen Xin's elder brother must possess a nature of great integrity. "Young master, can we truly reside here?" Wen Xin inquired, pointing to a quaint little courtyard, utterly astonished. He had assumed Wen Xin and Zhou Yunxian were merely casual acquaintances, unaware of the latter's deep regard for his sister, which extended to them as well. Initially, Wen Xin and Wen Shu were meant to serve as laborers, but upon realizing their identity, Zhou Yunxian immediately appointed them as junior overseers and specifically instructed the old steward to mentor them. "Young Master Zhou, you are too kind. We cannot possibly occupy a courtyard on our own. We are content to stay in the outer courtyard," Wen Xin replied, aware that all laborers resided in the outer courtyard. Although this courtyard belonged to the outer area, the treatment was simply exceptional. "You need not be so formal. I am friends with Wen Xin, and her elder brother is as good as my own," Zhou Yunxian said, which nearly startled Wen Xin and Wen Shu into a state of panic. They hastily responded, "Young Master Zhou, you are too gracious. We do not dare to presume." Noticing their discomfort, Zhou Yunxian took a step back. "While you are here, I expect you to adhere to the rules of the residence. But outside, please refrain from addressing me as young master. Let's call each other by our names. It will feel more friendly." Zhou Yunxian endeavored to lower his status, fearing that he might intimidate Wen Xin and Wen Shu. He had received word from his associates that Wen Xin had a close relationship with her two brothers, and recalling the national teacher's words, he knew he would need to rely on Wen Xin for his own well-being. He could not afford to offend her, especially considering she had saved his mother. For these reasons, he felt compelled to treat Wen Xin and Wen Shu with utmost respect. Ultimately, Wen Xin and Wen Shu settled into the charming little courtyard. As they beheld the well-appointed rooms, they realized they had never encountered such exquisite accommodations in their lives. Noticing their lingering unease, Zhou Yunxian decided it was time to take his leave. "How forgetful of me. This morning, my sister specifically instructed me to deliver this letter to you," Wen Xin remarked, scratching his head in embarrassment as he recalled the stunning scenery that had completely distracted him from his task. Zhou Yunxian, initially disappointed at not seeing Wen Xin that day, was instantly elated to learn she had sent him a letter. "I knew Wen Xin would not be so careless as to leave her brothers unattended. She must have had something important to convey." Zhou Yunxian took the letter to the academy, eagerly opening it. As he read the contents, he could not suppress his laughter at the sight of the childlike scrawl. How could one produce such a dog-like script? This is truly a test of one's patience. He chuckled. Each time he resumed reading, the chaotic characters provoked fresh bouts of laughter. He recalled that when he was 3 years old, his own handwriting had been far more legible. At least one could decipher the words he wrote, but Wen Xin's script was a dark smudge, challenging to decipher. After studying the letter for nearly half an hour, he discovered numerous typographical errors. After guessing and deducing, he managed to decipher only a few characters. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If one were to use such a script to convey messages, it would not matter if it were to be leaked. The more he scrutinized Wen Xin's handwriting, the more he felt it resembled a unique font, albeit with unusually formed strokes. Were Wen Xin present, she would undoubtedly scold Zhou Yunxian for his lack of discernment, for not recognizing cursive script. She had wasted much ink at home, and this was her most satisfactory attempt. With Wen Xin's letter in hand, Zhou Yunxian exited and made his way to the residence of Prince Qing, seeking Shang Wanming. The arrival of Wen Xin and Wen Shu created quite a stir at the Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Yunxian informed only his grandfather that they were Wen Xin's brothers. The rest of the household was left in the dark about their background, speculating on the newcomers' origins, particularly as they had immediately been appointed as junior overseers under the direct tutelage of the old steward. It was known that the old steward had spent the better part of his life in the Prime Minister's residence, and his words carried considerable weight, even with Zhou Yunxian. Many individuals in the residence were adept at navigating social dynamics. Once Zhou Yunxian departed, several approached Wen Xin and Wen Shu in an attempt to curry favor. Unaccustomed to such flattery, Wen Xin and Wen Shu blushed, remaining silent, only managing awkward smiles in response. Numerous inquiries were made about their origins, and various roundabout questions were posed. Before departing, Wen Xin had expressly instructed them not to disclose her relationship with Zhou Yunxian, which left Wen Xin and Wen Shu feeling displeased. Why must they pry so deeply into their affairs, as if interrogating a criminal? To be continued. Chapter 80. Shang Wanming's frustration, noticing Wen Xin and Wen Xu's displeasure. The others grew wary, fearing they might provoke the brothers and suffer repercussions. Thus, they hastily dispersed, albeit with excellent excuses, while still attempting to win favor with small gifts. The people in the Prime Minister's residence are remarkably warm. This is our first meeting, and they have already bestowed gifts upon us. My sister mentioned that working for a prominent family is no easy task, and one should tread lightly. However, I do not quite agree. The atmosphere here seems so pleasant. How could it be as perilous as she described? Wen Shu remarked as he organized his belongings while conversing with Wen Xin. In recent days, whenever Wen Xin found a moment's respite, she would regale them with tales of intrigue from the households of the affluent. Before entering the residence, they had worried that Wen Xin's tales might hold some truth, compelling them to exercise caution in their future interactions. However, it now seemed her concerns were unfounded, as these stories, likely embellished by storytellers, bore an air of exaggeration. After finishing the tidying up in the room, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu set out with the gifts prepared by Wen Xin. Wen Xin had crafted dozens of rose teas for them, intended to foster goodwill. The roses grown in that space were imbued with spiritual energy. Daily consumption would significantly enhance one's skin and improve sleep quality. Unaware of the wondrous properties of the rose tea, Wen Sheng visited the old steward and presented him with 5 packets, subsequently distributing a packet to each of the various managers within the estate. The old steward, Gao Chuan, sighed and shook his head after seeing Wen Sheng off, having never encountered someone so innocent and straightforward. He pondered how the young master could be so simple-minded, leaving matters in his hands, which he considered a potential burden. Despite his dissatisfaction, Gao Chuan instructed the household to treat Wen Sheng with kindness. Confident in his own abilities to mold the young master, even if he was like a blank canvas, into something vibrant, he casually handed over the rose tea to a little maid, directing her to deliver it to his granddaughter, Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, who served beside Zhou Yunxian, typically resided in his courtyard as the chief maid. With Zhou Yunxian away, she received the rose tea and, having not seen her grandfather for several days, decided to bring him some fruits as a gift from Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian had gone to the Prince of Qing's residence, initially concerned about the absence of Shang Wanming, but his worries proved unnecessary. In recent days, Shang Wanming had been irritable, often losing his temper, causing the servants to tremble in fear, dreading his displeasure that might lead to punishment. Dark One had been in the secret chamber for several days. Perhaps it was time to summon him. Yesterday, Shadow 2 had visited Dark One and was taken aback by his condition, barely recognizing him due to the swelling and bloodstains that marred his face. Though their relationship appeared strained, it was merely their unique way of communicating, forged through shared experiences of life and death. Shadow 2 spoke on behalf of Dark One, fully aware of the risks involved. For the secret chamber was Shang Wanming's training ground for his shadow guards, a power he could not openly display. This time, Shang Wanming was frustrated with Dark One for neglecting his duties, specifically his failure to monitor Wen Xin's actions. Oblivious even to her engagement with Lu Qing, a serious dereliction of duty. Upon hearing about the engagement, Dark One was momentarily stunned, having thought there was little of note regarding the Wen family, primarily due to his own overconfidence in underestimating their capabilities. Shang Wanming, quietly sipping his tea as he listened to Shadow 2, did not express any intention to release Dark One, nor did he display anger toward Shadow 2. Meanwhile, Shadow 2 was anxious, feeling that the oppressive atmosphere was more suffocating than simply sending him back to the secret chamber. "You do not understand," he said. "Dark One can be impulsive. A little hardship will teach him to be more cautious in the future. I will handle it." After finishing his tea, Shang Wanming finally spoke, acknowledging Dark One's loyalty but recognizing the need to temper his recklessness through this experience. He had already given orders regarding the secret chamber. Dark One's life was not in jeopardy, merely facing some physical discomfort. Shadow 2's greatest fear was that Shang Wanming might abandon Dark One, but hearing his words alleviated those concerns. It was best to refine Dark One through such trials, as his impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences if left unchecked. When Zhou Yunxian arrived at Shang Wanming's courtyard, he found him sulking while drinking alone, with Shadow 2 dutifully refilling his cup. Shang Wanming's thoughts were troubled. reflecting on Wen Xin's lack of affection towards him, which only intensified his agitation. He had not the slightest worry regarding Wen Xin's engagement. With his power, dissolving the betrothal, or even eliminating Lu Qing would be effortless. His real concern lay in Wen Xin's feelings towards him. What has brought you to such a state of despair, drinking alone? Zhou Yunxian entered, feeling cheerful at the sight of Shangwan Ming's rare despondence, reminiscent of the last time he had seen him in such a way after a quarrel with the Prince of Qing. How is your aunt's health? Though Shangwan Ming knew the answer, he could deduce that Zhou Yunxian would not be at ease if his aunt were still ailing. Much improved. The fire spirit mushroom has been beneficial, and the physician has assured us there is no threat to her life. But what troubles you? Have you quarreled with your father again? While you are the legitimate son of the household, do not forget you have an elder half-brother, whose mother, concubine Bai, has your father's favor. If you continue to clash with your father, you only drive him closer to Shangwan Qing. I trust you can grasp the implications of this. Zhou Yunxian began his counsel, recalling how Shangwan Ming's previous disputes over his mother had drawn their grandfather to the Prince of Qing's residence, ultimately benefiting concubine Bai and Shangwan Qing. Zhou Yunxian was acutely aware of concubine Bai's cunning nature. She had attempted to undermine the matriarch several times by exploiting her husband's affections. Had Shangwan Ming not been vigilant, his aunt would have long since perished. The previous conflict had arisen due to this treachery. Upon hearing about the fire spirit mushroom, Shangwan Ming was overwhelmed with discontent at the thought of Wen Xin gifting such a precious item to Zhou Yunxian. Concubine Bai's schemes are insidious. Do you truly believe her son is simple-minded? You must remain vigilant. Observing Shangwan Ming's lack of response, Zhou Yunxian continued to advise him. After several glances at Zhou Yunxian, Shangwan Ming grew weary of his well-intentioned counsel and interrupted. What brings you here? You are not one to visit without purpose. Finally, he felt less troubled, contemplating the secret chamber and regaining confidence. If he could not win Wen Xin's heart, he would find a way to keep her by his side. The one he desired would remain with him, unless she chose to leave of her own accord. To be continued. Chapter 81. Jealousy. At that moment, Zhou Yunxian produced a letter from Wen Xin, waving it before Shangwan Ming. Do you know? Today, I have brought you a treasure. The last time concubine Bai intercepted your letter, simply write like this from now on, and I dare say no one will comprehend it. Zhou Yunxian finally revealed the purpose of his visit, secretly hoping to witness Shangwan Ming's reaction to jealousy, curious whether the young prince's jealousy mirrored that of others. Shangwan Ming snatched the letter from Zhou Yunxian's grasp, glancing at it, perplexed by the indecipherable scrawl. What on earth is this? It resembles the scribbles of a fool. Zhou Yunxian's curiosity piqued as he noted Shangwan Ming's frozen expression, stifling laughter within. What has Wen Xin composed for me? This lengthy piece has rendered me unable to recognize more than the initial few characters. Zhou Yunxian, and even the character Xian has been inscribed incorrectly, missing a horizontal stroke. Zhou Yunxian gazes at Shangwan Ming's rather displeased expression and pretentiously discusses Wen Xin's letter. Shangwan Ming repeatedly scrutinizes the missive penned by Wen Xin, confirming that indeed, the character Xian is missing a stroke. Fortunately, Wen Xin is not present. Otherwise, she would certainly be irked. Her cursive script, that stroke should connect to the bottom line. So how could it be omitted? Both Zhou Yunxian and Shangwan Ming lack knowledge of cursive writing, and despite their guesses, they fail to decipher much of it. Wen Xin's handwriting is flawless. It is merely Zhou Yunxian and Shangwan Ming who cannot comprehend it, yet they insist that Wen Xin has made an error. Observing Shangwan Ming's earnest examination of the letter, Zhou Yunxian is suddenly struck with a thought. Alas, could this missive be a love letter directed at me? I must safeguard it diligently. Hand me the letter. Why do you persist in holding on to it? After Zhou Yunxian's demand, he attempts to snatch back the letter, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Shangwan Ming, sensing an undercurrent of danger. Beside them, Ing Er witnesses his master's anger and quickly interjects, "Young Master Zhou, this letter from Miss Wen Xin was entrusted to Wen Sheng for you. How could it possibly be a love letter? It is likely a note of gratitude for permitting Wen Sheng to work at the estate." Ing Er, speaking cautiously, observe his master's fury gradually dissipate, sighing in relief. Shangwan Ming, regaining his composure, is somewhat astonished. Wen Xin's significance in his heart has unexpectedly deepened. If you dare to speak nonsense, I shall retaliate tenfold, Shangwan Ming warns. Casting a glance at Ing Er and until I return, you are not to allow him to leave the estate. With that, he casually tucks the letter into his bosom, prompting Zhou Yunxian to erupt like a cat with its fur bristled, demanding Shangguan Ming return the letter. Ing Er, wearing a pained expression, realizes that he is no match for Zhou Yunxuan's prowess, pondering that perhaps with the aid of an E, they might stand a chance. Return the letter to me. This is a missive from Wen Xin. What right have you to keep it hidden in your bosom? Shangguan Ming, do not act unreasonably, or else. Zhou Yunxuan's protest is abruptly interrupted by Shangguan Ming's impatience. Or else what? Shangguan Ming inquires, fixating his gaze intently on Zhou Yunxian, who has long been a target for his frustrations, a situation he has eagerly awaited. The moment he sees Shangguan Ming's enigmatic smile, Zhou Yunxian's resolve falters. He recalls the last time he was punished, and Shangguan Ming wore a similar expression. With frequent beatings, he has discerned a pattern. The more charming Shangguan Ming's smile, the harsher the repercussions. How could I dare? Haha, take it if you wish. I was just about to seek out Wen Xin to inquire about the contents of her letter. You may continue your revelry. Zhou Yunxian realizes that lingering any longer would surely lead to a severe beating, so he resolves to make a swift exit. However, as he takes a step forward, Ing Er blocks his path. Young master, please do not trouble yourself. Aware of his own limitations against Zhou Yunxian, Ing Er refrains from immediate confrontation. Zhou Yunxian, contemplating his options, concludes that while he cannot overpower Shangguan Ming, he might just be able to intimidate Ing Er. Just as he prepares to act, Shangguan Ming interjects coldly, should Ing Er bear any injuries upon my return, I shall ensure you repay them in kind. Consider your actions carefully. With that, Shangguan Ming departs, leaving Zhou Yunxian in a state of disbelief, while Ing Er feels a sense of elation. What a dreadful disposition your master possesses. How could any maiden find him appealing? I curse him to wed a fierce woman. Zhou Yunxian fumes, seated in the courtyard, venting his frustrations about Shangguan Ming, while also lamenting about an E and Ing Er. You have all become corrupted by his influence. Zhou Yunxian, at this moment, can only resent his own inadequacies, unable to match Shangguan Ming's strength, and feels frustration over his aversion to pain. Ing Er observed Zhou Yunxuan's lengthy tirade with admiration, noting that not a single phrase was repeated throughout. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ming, having changed attire, departs the Wang residence. The letter nestled in his embrace, feeling as scorching as boiling oil, gradually seeping into his heart. Though he understands it is not a love letter, he cannot shake the discontent with Wen Xin for writing to Zhou Yunxian. At this time, Wen Xin remains oblivious to any disturbances, diligently working in the fields. The Wen family's land is nearly organized, and Wen Xin is currently assisting the Zhang family with their agricultural tasks. Cinny, take a break. You've been at it for so long. Come and drink some water. I heard that Wen Sheng has started working at the Prime Minister's estate today. I wonder how well they are adjusting. I have heard that the daughter of the Wu family, Wu Qing, was tragically killed by the employer, Tanjing observes. Concerned for Wen Xin, who has toiled tirelessly under the scorching sun. Despite several pleas for Wen Xin to return home, she remains steadfast. Wen Xin wipes the sweat from her forehead. Ever since cultivating medicinal herbs in her spatial realm, her natural fragrance has taken on an intriguing blend, reminiscent of the plants within. Grateful that the scent, although complex, is not overwhelming, she would otherwise be compelled to purge her spatial realm of its contents. To mask the aroma, Wen Xin has deliberately adorned herself with a sachet. Should anyone inquire about the fragrance, she would attribute it to the sachet, and none would suspect otherwise. Grandmother, do not fret. My elder brother and second brother will certainly adapt. The accommodations at the Prime Minister's estate, even for servants, are far superior to ours. They can return home once a month, and I have asked my brothers to seek out Shangming. He works there. After all, we are from the same village, and I trust he will look after my brothers. Wen Xin indeed instructed Wen Sheng and Wen Shu to seek out Shangming, encouraging them to learn from him. To be continued. Chapter 82. The unwed bride Tanjing, recognizing Wen Xin's resourcefulness, ceases to worry excessively and reiterates her advice for Wen Xin to return home, cautioning her about the harsh sun. Wen Xin, embodying the spirit of a true adult, cannot bear to see her elderly grandmother laboring in the fields while she idles indoors. Her conscience would not allow it. Your sachet's fragrance is delightful. I felt faint from the heat earlier, but this scent has invigorated my mind, Tanjing remarks. Noticing that no matter how she urges Wen Xin to leave, her resolve remains unshaken. Wen Xin secretly chuckles at this. as the medicinal herbs cultivated in her spatial realm are of esteemed varieties, their fragrance imbued with spiritual energy, undeniably refreshing and clarifying. If you like it, I shall make you a larger one. Wen Xin muses, considering how easy it is to craft a sachet by drying some of the flowers blooming in her spatial realm. The scent would harmonize perfectly with her natural fragrance. After finishing her water, Wen Xin returns to work in the fields, determined to alleviate some of her grandmother's burdens. Although she is not her biological granddaughter, the meticulous care and concern she has received would soften even the hardest of hearts. Hers is certainly not made of stone. Just then, as Wen Xin busies herself, Shangguan Ming storms over, his demeanor radiating anger, intent on confronting her about whether she harbors feelings for Zhou Yinxian. As Wen Xin diligently removes weeds, she suddenly feels herself yanked upward, only to find a furious Shangguan Ming before her. His previous abrupt confession had left her feeling uncomfortable, and now, seeing his anger, she feels a tinge of annoyance. Reflecting on how she has not encountered him at all these past days, she cannot fathom why he is upset, nor could she comprehend the reason behind his grasping her so tightly. "What are you doing? Does it look appealing to pull me like this?" Wen Xin remarks, noticing her grandparents and uncles displaying concern, while her two cousins approach with sleeves rolled up, ready for confrontation. The sight of Shangguan Ming's fearsome expression only exacerbates their anger. "You seem to care about appearances, yet you find it acceptable for me to correspond with Zhou Yinxian?" Shangguan Ming retorts, though his discomfort lingers. He managed to control his strength this time. Last time, he had accidentally injured Wen Xin, which left him feeling guilty for quite some time. In the evening, while Wen Xin was sound asleep, he stealthily applied medicine to her injury. Wen Xin, having tried to shake off Shangguan Ming several times without success, eventually surrendered to her fate. "Whom I write to is none of your concern. Don't you have anything better to do all day? It's my freedom to write to whomever I choose. Do you understand personal freedom? Clearly you do not." As she spoke, Wen Xin waved her hands, signaling her two cousins not to approach. She had come to realize that this man before her regarded her as his possession, and she found his arrogance intolerable. It was a habit she felt compelled to correct. The Zhang family members, overhearing their conversation, were left bewildered. "What letters? Who is Zhou Yinxian?" They were utterly confused by the exchange. "How can I not understand? You seek freedom, yet have I not granted you that? However, why must you write letters to Zhou Yinxian behind my back?" Shangguan Ming gazed at Wen Xin, harboring a thought. Even if they were arguing, he preferred not to drink in solitude at home. The Zhang family was astonished by his words. What did it mean for Wen Xin to write behind his back? Wen Xin couldn't help but chuckle, tapping Shangguan Ming's chest with her pinky. "Brother, Shang Ming, please choose your words more carefully. What do you mean by behind your back? If I don't inform you, does that mean I'm being secretive? If I had breakfast and used the restroom without telling you, would that also count as behind your back?" Initially, Wen Xin felt annoyed. After all, she and Shangguan Ming were not a couple, and his controlling demeanor felt excessive. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress a smile, realizing for the first time that this man could be humorously foolish. Shangguan Ming felt a tingle in his chest. Observing the two small finger marks on his chest, his mood brightened, but he still intended to pursue the matter further. "Regardless, you should not be writing to Zhou Yinxian. You can only write to me." His domineering words began to resonate with the Zhang family. "Xiaoming, what are you saying? Cousin is not yours to command. Her actions are her own." Zhang Han could no longer tolerate the situation. It was evident that Shangguan Ming was trying to dominate Wen Xin, wishing to claim her as his own. Such a wonderful person should not be subjected to the whims of a tyrant. At this moment, Wen Xin was at a loss for words. She realized that in Shangguan Ming's eyes, she was already his possession, and nothing she said could penetrate his stubbornness. Reason held no sway with him. "What do you mean there is no connection? Wen Xin is my betrothed." His declaration left everyone present thunderstruck. Wen Xin was so shocked she nearly leaped to her feet. How could she be his betrothed without her knowledge? "Have you been possessed by a ghost at night? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm unaware of any engagement between us. Do you believe I want to give you a good thrashing for this?" "Listen, Xiaoming, while one can eat recklessly, one must not speak recklessly. Have you any idea of the damage you're inflicting on my reputation?" The room was filled with shock from Shangguan Ming's earlier statement, and now Wen Xin's fiery retort sent tremors of disbelief through everyone present. Shangguan Ming couldn't help but delight in Wen Xin's fiery spirit. The last time she scolded him, she too had called herself I in a similar manner. You can't deny it. You accepted my token, and we have long since sealed our bond. The bracelet still adorns your wrist. Can you refute that? After revealing the bracelet on her wrist for all to see, he thought this ploy was worth the risk. If the conventional path was obstructed, he would seek an alternate route. With time, Wen Xin would surely come to cherish him. As for Qing, the man Wen Xin was betrothed to, Shang Wanming dismissed him entirely, as if he were non-existent. The Zhang family members, seeing the bracelet on Wen Xin's wrist, recalled how she had worn it constantly in recent days, indicating her fondness for it. Yet they had not realized it was a gift from Shang Wanming. They began to believe his claims because Wen Xin did not offer any explanation. It was not that she didn't wish to clarify, but rather she was at a loss for words. After much contemplation, she couldn't figure out how to remove the bracelet, and now found herself trapped in a web of confusion. How dare you, Shangming, dig such a deep pit for me to fall into? This matter will not end here. We shall see who retreats first. Wen Xin gritted her teeth, resolving to stand her ground against Shang Wanming. If worst came to worst, she would make his life difficult, ensuring he understood she was not easily intimidated. It's not me. Read aloud what you wrote to Zhou Yinxian. If you don't read it, I want to let go. Shang Wanming realized that typical methods were ineffective with Wen Xin. She was unlike ordinary women. At this moment, employing a bit of stubbornness seemed the most effective approach. Upon hearing his words, Wen Xin could no longer contain herself, kicking Shang Wanming's calf in frustration, then hopping in place while clutching her foot. In the subsequent chapter, Wu Yurong, she wondered if she had indeed kicked his calf or if it felt like striking a stone. Observing the pain etched on Wen Xin's face, Shang Wanming quickly crouched down to help her regain her circulation. Are you all right? With such a petite frame, you thought you could kick me? This is the consequence of overestimating your strength. Now, quickly read me that letter. With an expression of indignation, Wen Xin snatched the letter from him, cast a fierce glare at Shang Wanming, and began to read aloud. To Zhou Yinxian, today, my 2 brothers will be entering the government office, and I hope you can look after them in your spare time, helping them understand the difficulties of life and the complexities of human nature. Thank you for this invaluable opportunity for my brothers. Sincerely, Wen Xin. Can you not read? It's just a few sentences. Must I read them aloud for your amusement? Wen Xin felt her foot was no longer sore thanks to Shang Wanming's gentle touch. Yet she remained irked, refusing to express gratitude. Do you truly consider those squiggly lines to be writing? I have never seen anyone write in such a fashion. Seeing Wen Xin comply and read the letter, Shang Wanming felt she was beginning to relent. He no longer held on to her, but instead helped her with the wild grasses on the ground. Qing had only taught her the basics of reading and writing, unaware of the different styles of writing in this era. Thus, Wen Xin was oblivious to the existence of cursive script. Once the matter of the letter was settled, Wen Xin felt a sense of satisfaction watching Shang Wanming assist her in the fields. She huffed in annoyance, grabbing a farming tool and distancing herself from him, feeling too upset to inquire about her brother's situation in the Prime Minister's residence. For the entire afternoon, she avoided conversation with Shang Wanming and, upon returning home, was so infuriated that she took a chisel and gradually chipped away at the bracelet, deeming it a useless token of affection. She carelessly stored the broken pieces away and, after dinner, Wenla quietly complained to Wen Xin, "Sister, we have chickens at home. Why do we keep eating these wild greens? It's been days since we've had meat." Wenla felt embarrassed discussing their family's situation at the academy, believing her family lacked sophistication and were merely farmers, which left her feeling quite dissatisfied. Chickens need to lay eggs. If you want meat, I'll go to the city tomorrow and buy you some pork chops. Wen Xin thought of her younger sister, who was only 8 and at an age when cravings ran high. Wenla opened her mouth several times, wanting to ask Wen Xin about their older brother's situation in the Prime Minister's residence, hoping that Wen Sheng and Wen Shu could pave the way for her future, allowing her to marry into the Prime Minister's family once she reached an appropriate age. After bidding farewell to Wenla, when she noticed her sister had matured significantly in recent days, her demeanor and speech markedly different from before, prompting her to reflect on how true it was that women change dramatically as they grow older, especially after attending school. The prospect of Wen Yu's marriage was drawing closer. Due to the famine, there were not many guests to invite, and for a time, the Wen family found themselves with little to occupy their time. The next morning, Wen Xin rose early, dressed, and, skipping breakfast, ventured into the city. "Child, you've grown up. You can't just roam around recklessly. Qing values reputation above all. What would he think if he knew you were out exposing yourself? Although they do not express it verbally, it is inevitable that they harbor feelings of discontent. As when you observed when Xin joyfully leave the house, her heart was tumultuous. Why must she remain at home, embroidering her dowry, while when Xin could leisurely roam the city? Ever since her engagement to Wu Shan, when you felt increasingly self-assured in her speech and actions. After all, her future husband was a scholar who, upon passing the imperial examinations, could secure a government position. Lu Ying, upon hearing Wen Yu's words, set aside her tasks to ponder seriously. In recent days, she had heard numerous rumors circulating outside, claiming that Lu Qing's mother was spreading malicious gossip about Wen Xin, alleging that at such a tender age, she frequently stayed out at night and showed blatant disrespect towards her elders. The remarks were undeniably harsh. As a mother-in-law, Lu Ying understood the complexities of the daughter-in-law relationship. It was normal for Yang Hong to disapprove of Wen Xin, and she had intended to discuss this matter with Yang Hong soon, no matter the level of dislike. It was unacceptable to malign Wen Xin publicly. The relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law required gradual nurturing. My dear, have you finished your dowry embroidery? What else do you need? Let your parents purchase it for you. In Lu Ying's eyes, despite Wen Yu's impending marriage, she was still a young girl, and such matters should remain undisclosed to her. Lu Ying noticed Wen Yu's concern for Wen Xin and felt pleased by the strong bond between the sisters. It appeared that Wu Shan had a high likelihood of success in the imperial examinations, as long as he guided Lu Qing. Their mutual support would surely lead to a prosperous career in government. After returning to her room, Wen Yu sulked on the edge of her bed, feeling that her grandmother was indeed biased. What was so remarkable about it? The man I am to marry is already a scholar, while Lu Qing, with her foolish demeanor, might squander her life without succeeding in the examinations. Surely, I would lead a better life than Wen Xin. Why should I be angry with her? Wen Yu muttered to herself for quite some time before her mood finally calmed. The mere thought of Wen Xin's future difficulties brought her joy. Before the calamity, Wen Yu and Wen Xin had a relatively good relationship. Although Wen Yu was treated unfairly at home, she had the support of her parents, while Wen Xin undoubtedly endured the harshest circumstances. Now, Wen Xin lived freely and comfortably, no longer the girl who suffered in silence at night. Wen Yu found it unbearable to comprehend the stark contrast between them. How had Wen Xin suddenly become so capable, able to read and engage in business? How could she accept this? Gradually, Wen Yu began to resent Wen Xin, which led to the current state of affairs. As Wen Xin was returning from the market with pork, she was intercepted by a beautifully dressed, charming young woman accompanied by 2 maids and 4 young servants. Recognizing the spectacle, Wen Xin realized she had encountered the legendary young lady. "Excuse me, may I inquire why you have obstructed my path?" Wen Xin genuinely wished to circumvent this encounter, but each step she took was met with the young servants blocking her way. It became clear to her that this young lady was likely seeking trouble. Wu Yurong had indeed intended to confront Wen Xin, but upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from her, her mind quickly shifted. "I caught a whiff of your enchanting scent from afar and felt compelled to approach you. If I have intruded, I sincerely apologize, dear lady." Wu Yurong smiled sweetly at Wen Xin. "Might I inquire if your fragrance pouch is for sale? I'm quite taken by it." Wu Yurong genuinely coveted Wen Xin's fragrance pouch. Upon hearing her elder brother Ming's laughter with a village girl, she had become furious. Tossing everything she could find in her room, she had stationed someone at the city gate, eager to discover the identity of the girl with whom her brother was associating. Now, upon seeing Wen Xin, Wu Yurong thought her to be overly cautious. With such a slender frame, lacking any notable features, how could Ming be interested in her? Surely, it was merely a fleeting whim. Otherwise, why would he be seen in common attire alongside Wen Xin? To be continued. Chapter 84. The young lady, Wu Yurong thought. Since Ming had this playful inclination, it would be unwise to disrupt it. Affecting her image in his eyes would not be beneficial. Observing that Wen Xin posed no threat to her beauty, Wu Yurong conceived a brilliant plan. Since Ming had chosen to associate with the village girl, it indicated a favorable relationship. If she could befriend Wen Xin, not only would she glean insights about Ming, but she could also have Wen Xin speak positively of her in his presence. Wu Yurong was aware that Ming had been seen with Wen Xin, but was oblivious to the fact that Ming, under the guise of Shang Ming, resided next door to Wen Xin. Had she known of Ming's domineering words a few days prior, she would not have remained so composed. Seeing that the person before her was not seeking trouble, but rather offering an opportunity, Wen Xin, though reluctant to sell her fragrance pouch, realized that refusing might lead to further complications. I apologize, but the pouch I possess is rather worn. If you wish to purchase one, I would need to return home to create a new one, and unfortunately, I lack the materials. Crafting a new pouch would take quite some time. In her space, the herbs had yet to bloom, and what she had saved was intended for her grandmother, leaving her with no surplus. Wu Yurong examined the pouch hanging from Wen Xion's side. It was rather coarse, lacking an aesthetic appeal apart from its fragrance. She signaled to a maid, who stepped forward to address Wen Xian. "My lady adores your fragrance pouch. You need only sell us the contents." Wu Yurong was pleased with the maid's words. In her view, her noble status made it a privilege for Wen Xian to offer her fragrance. Confused, Wen Xian asked the maid, "Are you suggesting I sell the contents of my pouch?" The maid's expression soured at this question. How could her esteemed mistress use something that had been touched by another? "Dear lady, you have misunderstood my intent. I only wish to purchase the fragrance, and you may set any price you desire, but the quality must be exceptional." After speaking, the maid retreated behind Wu Yurong. When Xian pondered before replying, fragrance ingredients are rare and sourced from the mountains. It is quite challenging to find the right one, and each locale produces a distinct scent, resulting in uniquely flavored pouches. I cannot guarantee how long it would take to procure them. When Xian contemplated the implications, if she easily sold her ingredients, Wu Yurong might distribute them to others. The herbs in her space did not bloom on command and without raw materials. She could not fulfill Wu Yurong's requests in the future, which would surely offend her. Thus, she concluded that outright refusal was the best course of action. When Xian had a substantial stock of spiritual mushrooms and never worried about money, she did not wish to invite trouble over a mere pouch. Wu Yurong noted that when Xian was not swayed by monetary incentives, unlike typical village girls, and recognized that her demeanor set her apart. No wonder Ming regarded her with such distinction. Growing up in the general's residence, Wu Yurong learned that conversations often required intricate maneuvering, and she understood that when Xian was unwilling to sell her fragrance. Stepping closer, she grasped Wen Xian's hand. "You seem so familiar to me. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Rome." Internally repulsed, Wu Yurong feigned warmth towards Wen Xian. Feeling uneasy, Wen Xian withdrew her hand. "Miss, you flatter me. I am merely a naive village girl, unworthy of such familiarity. I do possess a sense of self-awareness." For reasons unknown, Wen Xian felt a sense of oppression from Wu Yurong. Initially, she had perceived Wu Yurong's disdainful anger as a threat, and the rapid change in demeanor left a profoundly negative impression on her. Upon noticing Wen Xian retract her hand and disregard her overtures, Wu Yurong's expression soured instantly. "You're quite ungrateful. My lady has graciously taken an interest in you, and yet you respond with such disdain. It is a testament to your ancestors' good fortune that you even have the opportunity to speak with her." Wu Yurong's maid, Qiu Xiang, watched Wen Xian's haughty demeanor with deep dissatisfaction. "Step back. This is truly outrageous." Wu Yurong reproached Qiu Xiang and then smiled apologetically at Wen Xin, saying, "Sister, please do not take offense. This maid has been spoiled by me. I shall certainly discipline her when we return to relieve your grievances." Observing the two, one playing the villain and the other the victim, Wen Xin's patience was wearing thin. "I must say, this elder sister speaks truthfully. I am but a simple country girl, without the fortune to be sisters with a legitimate young lady of the general's residence. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Wen Xin disregarded Wu Yurong's expression, gathered her belongings, and walked past. At a glance from Wu Yurong, several young servants stepped forward to block Wen Xin's path. "What a wretched girl! How dare she disregard me? Seize her and bring her back to the residence. Let me teach her a lesson." Wu Yurong, having exhausted her patience, was infuriated by Wen Xin's apparent indifference. As a legitimate young lady of the general's house, she had graciously chosen to associate with Wen Xin, who should be grateful for such an honor. Upon hearing Wu Yurong's words, Wen Xin could not help but laugh in anger. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Pray tell, by what authority do you intend to detain me? I am not your servant. I am a free individual. Do you assume that your status as a lady of the general's house grants you the right to disregard the law? I recall the emperor has declared that officials must not oppress the common people. Do you believe the power of the general's residence can supersede the emperor's words?" As they were in a bustling marketplace, Many nearby had overheard the exchange, and whispers began to circulate among the crowd, with some pointing at Wu Yurong and her entourage. In the past, numerous children of high-ranking officials had acted with impunity in the market, injuring many, only to leave after parting with a few coins, treating the matter with utter disdain. Is 100 taels enough to purchase a maid? Xiao Xiang chimed in, with 100 taels I could buy her. And then we shall see what you have to say about my disciplining my servant. As the crowd thickened, Wu Yurong noted Wen Xin's unwavering composure, which further diminished her sense of authority and pride. How unreasonable! Do you think being a lady of the general's house gives you the right to act without restraint? You wish to purchase a maid as if you can buy anything with wealth? Why should this young lady sell herself to you? Before Wen Xin could respond, voices arose from the crowd, growing increasingly discontented. We are all born of parents. If you wish to buy, it must depend on whether she is willing to sell. As the murmurs intensified, Wu Yurong began to feel apprehensive. It was not the common folk she feared, but rather her grandfather. If she caused a scene under the name of the general's residence, her grandfather would surely be displeased, and she might lose his favor. The general's residence was not solely dependent on her. Her status relied on her grandfather's affection. If she lost that favor, her position would be jeopardized. With thoughts of her siblings waiting to see her disgrace and her half-sisters eyeing her position, she realized that escalating the matter would bring her no benefit. Chapter 85. Wu Yurong's reprimand. Wu Yurong quickly grasped the situation and understood how to act in her best interest. Just as she was preparing to apologize to quell the crowd's anger, a figure emerged from within, smiling, adorned in satin and gold thread, twirling a golden fan with great enthusiasm. Miss Wu certainly enjoys a splendid reputation, he remarked. But whether your father's or your grandfather's approval grants you the authority to oppress the common folk, I doubt a mere young lady could wield such power alone. I shall report this matter truthfully to the emperor, and justice will be served. The wise and mighty emperor has long decreed that officials must not exploit the common people. Yet, Miss Wu, relying on the power of the general's residence, seeks to purchase a person with 100 taels, disregarding her autonomy. Why should a healthy individual, well-clothed and well-fed, be compelled to sell themselves? 100 taels cannot equate to a human life. Miss Wu, you exhibit a complete lack of regard for the common man. Rest assured, with me, Zhou Yunxian, no one will dare abuse their power. Those in the crowd had long harbored resentment towards individuals like Wu Yurong, and Zhou Yunxuan's incitement led many to step forward, demanding he report the incident to the emperor. Young Master Zhou, this marketplace often welcomes many young ladies and gentlemen who misbehave, assaulting others with impunity. My little cousin, merely 7 years old, had his leg broken by a kick, and all they offered was a single tael as compensation. Even now, he lies at home, unable to move. At least your cousin is alive. My cousin was beaten to death. The son of the Minister of Revenue threatened us, claiming if this escalates, he would endanger our family. Indeed, these high officials do not regard us at all. Injuries and fatalities occur without consequence. Zhou Yunxian sought only to provoke Wu Yurong. His grandfather was an adversary of Wu Yurong's grandfather, and their families had clashed for decades, so Zhou Yunxuan's relations with the Wu family were fraught with tension. He never anticipated so many would openly disregard the emperor. Observing the crowd's fervor, he raised his hand and declared, "Everyone, do not be hasty. I shall certainly report this matter to the emperor, and justice will be restored." At that moment, Zhou Yunxian could hardly contain his laughter. He had listened intently and realized that most of the troublemakers were subordinates of the elder Wu, given that they hailed from a family of generals, known for their impulsive actions. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Finally, a voice of justice has emerged. The crowd echoed sentiments of approval, their discontent towards Wu Yurong growing louder. Zhou Yunxian seized the opportunity to cast aspersions on the general's residence without allowing Wu Yurong a chance to speak. "Zhou Yunxian, what are you up to?" Wen Xin observed Zhou Yunxuan's enthusiasm and speculated whether there was a personal vendetta against Wu Yurong. Otherwise, why would he deny her a chance to defend herself? Noting Wen Xin's familiarity with Zhou Yunxian, Wu Yurong was left speechless, her anger boiling over before she finally managed to retort. "You two conspired to bully me, thinking me an easy target. Zhou Yunxian, you shall pay for this. This matter is far from over." With that, she stormed off in a huff, intent on returning home to inform her grandfather that Zhou Yunxian had deliberately sought to create trouble, absolving her of any wrongdoing. Upon returning home, Wu Yurong wore a face of feigned innocence, ready to complain. Grandfather, you cannot fathom how excessive Zhou Yunxian has been. He showed no respect for the general's residence in the marketplace. I merely inquired whether that country girl, who seemed to struggle, would like to be my maid. Yet, Zhou Yunxian accused me of coercively purchasing a person, stirring the crowd to escalate the situation, and claiming he would report me to the emperor. Grandfather, his actions are truly intolerable. As Wu Yurong recounted her grievances to her grandfather, she shifted all blame onto Zhou Yunxian, portraying herself as a benevolent soul merely trying to help. Wu Yu listened thoughtfully, knowing that he had long-standing grievances with the chancellor. Yet he would not resort to such treachery. He understood Zhou Yunxuan's character well enough to know he would not fabricate such claims. As Wu Yu remained silent in contemplation, Wu Yurong's heart raced with anxiety. Grandfather, did I err and cause you displeasure? Today's incident was not my fault. It was Zhou Yunxian. Wu Yurong rushed to explain, only to be interrupted by Wu Yu. You need not elaborate further on today's events. I will send someone to investigate. If it is as you claim, and Zhou Yunxian has indeed sought to frame you, I shall ensure you receive justice. If not, the family law will be enforced. Wu Yu, a general born from the hardships of battle, had fought valiantly to earn his title. He would not allow his children to tarnish his legacy. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yurong broke into a cold sweat and fell to her knees. Grandfather, it was my fault. Please forgive me, grandfather. Wu Yurong knelt on the ground, filled with sorrow and trepidation. If her grandfather ceased to favor her, her position within the household would be jeopardized. The estate was rife with sycophants, and although she was the legitimate daughter, without her grandfather's affection, her existence there would undoubtedly become unbearable. Furthermore, if she wished to marry the esteemed Shang Wanming, she would require her grandfather's endorsement and assistance, for many sisters in the household sought his hand, not just her alone. Child, her grandfather had often advised, mistakes are acceptable, but one must recognize their errors and confront them courageously. I may forgive your transgressions, but I cannot overlook your willingness to distort the truth for personal gain. Had I not known Zhou Yunxian well, your words today might have led me to defend you before the emperor. Should the truth come to light, you would imperil the general's household. Depart now and reflect on your missteps. After imparting this wisdom, Wu Yu dismissed her. Among his many granddaughters, he held the highest hopes for Wu Yurong. As a military man, he could not compete with those whose families had held official positions for generations. While outsiders admired the general's estate, he alone understood the hardships within. With no wars to fight, the emperor had stripped him of his military command, and only a few of his sons were skilled in battle. Should calamity strike, the general's household would be left without a successor, destined to decline. Unlike the prime minister's residence, which secured alliances through marriage with the Prince of Qing, he had secretly nurtured Wu Yurong, hoping she might would ennoble from the imperial family and bolster the general's standing. Prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace, Wu Yu declared. Aware of the unfolding situation, he could not wait for the emperor's summons. Although Wu Yurong had erred, the matter had not escalated to a crisis, and she would likely only face a reprimand from the emperor. Chapter 86. I will not marry at this moment. Zhou Yunxian was dining with Wen Xin. Their conversation filled with laughter. So that young lady was Wu Yurong, he mused. She is indeed beautiful, but her demeanor feels rather disingenuous. I wonder what I did to offend her. Do I possess a countenance that incites disdain? Wen Xin, unabashedly munching on her food, relished the authentic flavors of the dishes laid before them, still eager for more. Slow down. No one is competing with you for the food. If it's insufficient, we can order more, Zhou Yunxian advised, observing Wen Xin's unrefined eating habits. He found her carefree spirit refreshing, especially in such an opulent establishment where even the wealthiest patrons would put on airs. Wen Xin rolled her eyes at his remark. Do you take me for a glutton? I could devour several buckets in one sitting. As for Wu Yurong, what grievance does she harbor against me? Is she simply the type to dislike others without reason? Zhou Yunxian chuckled at Wen Xin's bewilderment. He understood Wu Yurong's affections for Shang Wanming and surmised she was aware of Wen Xin's connection to him, thus causing her to seek trouble with Wen Xin. However, it was unfortunate that Shang Wanming's mother hailed from the prime minister's family, making it impossible for the Wu family to marry into the Prince of Qing's household unless old grievances were resolved, a highly improbable scenario. She is simply a troublemaker, disliking others without justification. Our families are not on good terms, and I know little of her, save that she is quite willful. In any case, I'm not fond of her, Zhou Yunxian recounted to Wen Xin over tea. After listening for a while, Wen Xin finally understood. Ah, so that Wu lady has a crush on a young Prince Shangwanming. I heard while selling vegetables that the Prince of Qing is the Emperor's brother, and his ascendance was greatly aided by the prince. Thus, his son must hold a noble status. Wu Yurong certainly has an eye for high matches. As soon as Wen Xin finished speaking, Zhou Yunxian glanced around nervously and whispered, "My dear benefactor, you mustn't speak so carelessly. The prince merely aligns himself with the emperor. His rise to power is the result of collective support." Wen Xin, noticing Zhou Yunxuan's unease, smiled nonchalantly. What collective support? It takes cunning to seize the throne. Mere popularity is insufficient. Without guile, one cannot enjoy life, regardless of public favor. Very well, I shall be cautious and refrain from discussing it. Have you met Shangwanming? Do you believe you would take a liking to Wu Yurong? She is indeed quite lovely, but as a prince, he must have encountered countless beauties. Perhaps he would not find her appealing. Wen Xin's unfavorable impression of Wu Yurong led her to believe that if Shangwanming were discerning, he would not choose to marry her. Hearing her thoughts, Zhou Yunxian conceived a clever plan. Shangwanming is my cousin, so I know him well. I cannot ascertain his feelings for Wu Yurong. He neither rejects nor expresses interest. It is as if he is intrigued but remains noncommittal. Zhou Yunxian found himself stifling laughter at the thought of finally having an opportunity to retaliate against Shangwanming for the years of annoyance he had endured. He marveled at his own cleverness and how it both entertained and frightened him. Ah, those of wealth often possess such irritating habits. If they dislike someone, they should state it plainly instead of keeping them dangling. Were I to have known you were such a person, we would never have become friends. Wen Xin, influenced by dramatic portrayals, voiced her disdain for the concept of polygamy and the idea of sharing a man with multiple women. I am not that sort of person. Your worries are unfounded. What young lady in the capital does not wish to marry into a royal family? Shangwanming is handsome and wields power, destined to become the successor of the Prince of Qing. What chance would I have to attract such attention? Wen Xin, who dreamed of marrying into nobility, found herself pondering what she would do if given the opportunity. Zhou Yunxian, appearing calm, felt a surge of excitement within. If Wen Xin were unwilling to marry, the situation would become quite amusing, as Shangwanming would have to serve him tea and water, lest he receive no favorable words from Zhou Yunxian, who now enjoyed a good rapport with Wen Xin. Wen Xin shot Zhou Yunxian a skeptical glance. Do I appear foolish to you? Why would I abandon my carefree life to wait in a small corner, sharing a man with other women? Have you not heard the saying, marrying into a wealthy family is like sinking into the sea? I am capable and resolute. Mark my words, I shall not marry. I will strive to earn my own living, and, should I find a partner, I will ensure he treats me well, or I shall cast him aside without hesitation. I will not accept a life of polygamy. As Wen Xin expressed her thoughts, she noticed Zhou Yunxuan's astonished expression and felt a bit embarrassed, having shared her innermost feelings after so long. Just as she worried that her words might frighten him, Zhou Yunxian suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacups to bounce. Well said. A person has but one heart. How could they divide their affections between two? And living freely is far more delightful. Why endure suffering? Thank goodness you have such awareness. Otherwise, I would be concerned for you. If you were married into a wealthy family, given your background, you would have no support, and they would not regard you. Just look at my aunt. To outsiders, she appears to lead a glamorous life as the wife of the prince. But the hardships she endures are known only to her. Before she even entered the family, she bore a son, and the prince favors the white concubine, neglecting her for months. Had she with a man of equal standing who truly loved her, her fate would not have been so dismal. Zhou Yunxian, in the course of conversation, divulged his heartfelt thoughts. He harbored reservations regarding his aunt's marriage to Prince Qing, believing that she was not truly happy and failing to comprehend why she had chosen to wed him in the first place. How could someone from royalty genuinely treat a woman with sincerity? He cherished Wen Xin as a friend and wished for her future happiness. He found himself hoping that she would not marry Guanming, for he feared that the carefree Wen Xin would become a mere memory in his heart. Alas, everyone's aspirations differ. One cannot simply declare his aunt's life as unhappy. Some value freedom, others cherish love, some prioritize kinship, while others seek fame and fortune. As long as one understands what is most precious to them, there is no need for concern about his aunt's choices. After all, he was not yet born at that time. This was a decision made by his aunt, and her interpretation of happiness was beyond his grasp. In the realm of freedom's worth, Wen Xin had observed countless depictions of women sacrificing everything for status in television dramas. She pondered whether Zhou Yunxuan's aunt was among those. Yet surviving in the royal residence and giving birth to a son must have been no small feat, you are right, Zhou Yunxian asked, fixing his gaze upon Wen Xin. Do you value love or freedom more? The unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating. However, in his eyes, Guanming's feelings for Wen Xin were merely peculiar. He was not yet at the point of being unable to marry anyone but her. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that Guanming would abandon his royal status to wed Wen Xin. Yet, he found himself eagerly anticipating the day Guanming would marry. Life is indeed precious. Love holds greater value, but for the sake of freedom, one may forsake both. To me, nothing compares to freedom. What is love but a transient feeling, easily dulled by time? Without freedom, what meaning does life hold? Would you not agree? Zhou Yunxian was taken aback to discover that Wen Xin could compose poetry. Though simple, her verses conveyed profound meaning, and he nodded in acknowledgement. You speak truthfully. Freedom is indeed invaluable. However, as a woman, attaining freedom is no simple task. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that if Guanming truly intended to take Wen Xin as his concubine, she, being a mere girl without wealth or power, would have no means to contend with him. All he could do was hope that Guanming would harbor genuine feelings for Wen Xin and refrain from causing her harm. Otherwise, he felt utterly powerless, feeling inferior to Guanming in both status and martial prowess. The thought struck him. He was indeed far from Guanming's caliber. Contemplating her position as a woman, Wen Xin prepared to ask Zhou Yunxian for a favor. Could you assist me in obtaining a personal household registration? I do not wish to entrust my fate to another. Today, you witnessed Wu Yurong's intention to purchase me. It is not beyond reason that my grandfather might sell me for money. It is better to grasp my own destiny. The idea of securing her own household registration had long been on her mind, yet previously, she lacked both funds and connections. Wu Yurong's words serve as a stark reminder that this world, unlike the modern one, offered no autonomy, especially for women. Securing her own registration was not an insurmountable challenge. I will help you with that, Zhou Yunxian assured her, knowing that with the right amount of silver, acquiring a household registration was entirely feasible, especially with his guarantee. Wen Xin also requested that Zhou Yunxian include Wen Lu, Wen Sheng, and Wen Shu under her registration without informing her grandfather, thereby rendering his registration irrelevant. Her fate would remain beyond his control. The matter of her household registration was kept between them, and after conversing for a while at the tavern, Wen Xin prepared to return home. Wen Lu, is that your older sister Wen Xin up ahead? But who is that young man by her side? His attire is quite exquisite. Could he be a distinguished acquaintance introduced by your older brother? Wen Di, who had been shopping with Wen Lu and Zhou Qin, suddenly recognized a familiar figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Wen Xin. Zhou Qin stared intently at Zhou Yunxian for a long moment, becoming increasingly agitated. Yet, when she regained her composure, both Wen Xin and Zhou Yunxian had vanished from sight. Zhou Qin, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Wen Lu and Wen Di exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Zhou Qin's fluctuating emotions. One moment excited, the next anxious. In recent days, Wen Di and Wen Lu had made concerted efforts to please Zhou Qin. Every shopping excursion was financed by her, and today they had feigned illness to sneak out. Did you just say that Wen Xin was walking with Zhou Dage? If someone had told her previously that Zhou Yunxian was leisurely conversing with a village girl, she would have dismissed it as folly, yet now she found it hard to believe. Wen Di and Wen Lu had instantly recognized Wen Xin, oblivious to the identity of the young man accompanying her, Zhou Yunxian, the Prime Minister's grandson. She had caught a glimpse of him when accompanying her father to the Prime Minister's residence earlier that year, and that fleeting glance had left an indelible mark on her memory. At times, she loathed her own identity, questioning why she bore the surname Zhou. Had she not been a Zhou, perhaps she could have married Zhou Yunxian, but why was she destined to be a Zhou? Indeed, that is my sister, Zhou Qin. What is troubling you? Wen Di observed Zhou Yunxian closely and wondered how her sister had befriended such a wealthy companion. I cannot believe your sister is such a seductress, daring to entice the grandson of the Prime Minister. It is nothing short of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. In my view, your family is not deserving of any good. Zhou Qin replayed the scene of Zhou Yunxian and Wen Xin's laughter in her mind. and her ire extended to Wen Lu and Wen Di as well. With a cold snort, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind two bewildered figures. Had they truly heard correctly? The young man accompanying Wen Xin was indeed the grandson of the prime minister. Wen, you must now believe that your sister does not truly care for you. She only brought your brothers into the prime minister's residence to pave her own path. Look at her now, flirting with Zhou Gongzi. She is bound to have a chance to marry into the prime minister's household. Just wait and see if Wen Xin still recognizes you as her sister then. Wen Di simmered with resentment over Wen Xin's good fortune, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. She questioned how she fell short of Wen Xin. After all, Wen Xin merely recognized a few characters while she had attended school. Had it not been for Wen Xin's dubious tactics, how could Zhou Yunxian have taken a liking to her? Wen Di was the sort who, unable to attain something herself, wished to see others deprived of it. She sought to create discord between Wen Lu and Wen Xin, to sour their relationship with Zhou Yunxian, hoping for a sliver of opportunity for herself. Glunting at Wen Di, Wen Lu chose silence and departed. After parting ways with Zhou Yunxian, Wen Xin soon returned home, finding the household empty as everyone had gone to the fields. Bored and seeking solace, she retreated to her room. Wen Lu and Wen Di hurriedly made their way home, with Wen Lu heading straight to Wen Xin's chamber. Discovering that Wen Xin was not there and had gone to the fields, she was stopped by Wen Dexin. Shouldn't you be at school now? What brings you back? He inquired, puzzled. Wen Di and Wen Lu, intent on finding Wen Xin to clarify matters, had not considered that it was indeed school hours. If their grandfather learned of their absence, they would surely face his wrath. Grandfather, the teacher fell ill, so we were granted half a day off, Wen Di swiftly replied, maintaining a calm demeanor that managed to deceive Wen Dexin. Since you have the day off, you should help in the fields. You usually return home without contributing anything, merely consuming our provisions. I truly wonder what use it is to raise you, Wen Dexin chided. Hearing this, Wen Di and Wen Li's eyes widened in dismay. As students, how could they be expected to toil in the fields? What would become of their delicate hands? Wen Di cast a pleading glance at Chen Tao, but she was too engrossed in her work to notice. Faced with Wen Dexin's stern expression, Wen Di and Wen Lu reluctantly acquiesced to working in the fields. Having not labored in a long while, they soon found themselves sore, lamenting the state of their soiled garments. Regret washed over them. Had they known, they would have simply lingered in the city until school was over. Chapter 88. Barbecue. That evening, Wen Xin observed Wen Di, Wen Lu, and their grandfather returning home. Their faces glistening with sweat and their bodies covered in dirt, indicating they had been working in the fields. Luer, why were you working in the fields? Are you tired? Have some water, Wen Xin said, her heart aching for 9-year-old Wen Lu, who was already toiling away. In modern times, such a child would be regarded as a precious treasure, delicately cared for. However, Wen Lu silently retreated to her room, ignoring the tea Wen Xin poured for her. Wen Xin assumed her sister was simply exhausted and did not dwell on it, heading to the kitchen to assist her aunt with dinner. Due to an earlier error by the author, Chen Tao was mistakenly referred to as the second aunt. Apologies for the confusion. The term will be corrected to aunt moving forward. During dinner, Wen Xin hurried to organize the medicinal herbs and various flowers she had planted in her space, hastily finishing her meal before preparing to enter her room. Just before she left, Wen Lu unexpectedly asked, "Sister, did you visit brother today? How are they at the prime minister's residence? Are they adjusting well?" Wen Li's tone held a hint of resentment, as she felt that since her sister had taken away the affection of the beloved Shangming, she should now relinquish Zhou Yunxian to her. "I didn't visit the elder brother today. I got delayed by some matters on the road. However, I know they're doing well, so you need not worry," Wen Xin replied. Typically, Wen Li's relationship with Wen Sheng and Wen Shu was rather distant, resembling that of mere acquaintances rather than siblings. Yet, Wen Li's initiative to inquire about them made Wen Xin perceive it as a positive sign of improving sibling bonds. Both Wen Di and Wen Lu refrained from mentioning the events they had witnessed that day, aware that if their grandfather learned of Wen Xin's connection with the prime minister's grandson, he would not only be pleased, but also encourage the relationship between Wen Xin and Zhou Yunxian, a prospect they were unwilling to entertain. "Oh, you'll get used to it," Wen Lu thought to herself, feeling a pang of heartache. The sister who once doted on her and considered her feelings had seemingly vanished, replaced by a sister who only thought of herself, leaving Wen Lu feeling neglected, unaware of Wen Lu's disappointment. Wen Xin finished washing the dishes with Chen Tao and returned to her room. In a swift motion, she entered her space, where the plump white raccoon leapt into her arms. Embracing the fluffy creature, Wen Xin chuckled. Next time, take it slow. If you hurt yourself, what will we do? You should really try to eat less. If you ever overindulge and suffer the consequences, please don't associate with me. That would be utterly embarrassing. Each day, Wen Xin would prepare nourishing meals in her space, and the white raccoon had grown quite plump. However, what astonished Wen Xin was not the raccoon's size, but its speed. Despite its rotund form, it moved with remarkable swiftness, outpacing even the agile gray wolf. The raccoon nudged Wen Xin with its head, chirping a few times, indicating it had eaten nothing but water that day, eagerly awaiting the barbecue. You little glutton. However, we want to have meat today. We'll enjoy fish soup instead. Tomorrow, we will ascend the mountain to barbecue and invite cousin and cousin sisters along. Not long ago, Wen Xin had invited them to a barbecue on the mountain, and everyone had been amazed by her culinary skills. However, the aftermath was a feast of indulgence. The previous barbecue had yielded insufficient meat, leaving her uncles and aunts wanting more. This time, she resolved to prepare a greater quantity and ensure that her cousins could take some back home to nourish their parents. Upon hearing about the fish soup, the white raccoon busily gathered firewood. Since it had begun eating Wen Xin's cooked meals, it refused to consume raw food, preferred to go hungry rather than eat raw meat. The following morning, Wen Xin set out, inviting her aunt and candidly informing her grandfather that she would not be home for lunch as she planned to barbecue on the mountain. Wen Xin, are we barbecuing again today? I didn't eat enough last time. We must hunt more this time. It would be great if Shang-Qing could join us. He is skilled at hunting. Wen Fu exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. How could I forget? Wait for me. I'll go fetch Shang-Qing to help us hunt. At that moment, Wen Fu disregarded any semblance of modesty, prioritizing the allure of a delicious meal above all else. Bang, bang. Wen Fu knocked on the door loudly. Yet Shang-Qing simply turned over and continued sleeping. He had returned from the dark pavilion at 4 in the morning and was now enjoying a deep slumber. Shang-Qing, are you awake? We're going to barbecue on the mountain. Do you want to join us? Wen Fu shouted, but the courtyard remained silent for a considerable time. Forget it. Let's go. Shang-Qing may not be home. Wen Xin had frequently seen Shang-Ming and Shang-Qing near Zhou Yunxian, naturally assuming that the 3 Shang brothers had gone to serve at the prime minister's residence, explaining their absence. Shang-Qing, still in the depths of his slumber, perked up at the mention of barbecue, his eyes widening in excitement. Realizing he was still in his clothes from the prince's residence, he hastily changed, washed his face, and combed his hair. Just as Wen Xin and Wen Fu were about to leave, Shang-Qing suddenly opened the door. Sorry, I overslept. Are you all going to barbecue? That sounds wonderful. I haven't had breakfast yet. Seeing Shang-Qing just getting out of bed, Wen Fu eagerly grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, It's not just you who missed breakfast. I haven't eaten either. You must catch plenty of game today, so we can eat our fill and bring some back for our parents. You need to hunt even more. As time passed, Wen Fu had gradually accepted Shang-Qing, treating him more like a close friend. Meanwhile, Ing'er was experiencing his first encounter with a woman's touch as Wen Fu's soft hand gripped him, and a smile graced his face. Don't worry. When we get there, you can eat to your heart's content. I promise you'll have enough. Wen Xin also visited her grandmother to clarify her intention to barbecue on the mountain, inviting everyone along. Eventually, only her cousins decided to join, as Tan Jing noticed Shang-Qing was also present, leading to the decision that Zhang Ling and the others would not attend. Make sure to keep a close watch on Wen Xin while on the mountain. Remember, don't venture into dangerous areas. We can only barbecue at the foot of the mountain. You must be careful. There are many hazards in the mountains. Tan Jing and Zhang Huiran cautioned for a while before allowing Wen Xin and the others to depart. Having previously barbecued, everyone was well organized without Wen Xin's direction. Those gathering firewood did so efficiently, while others prepared the stone stove, leaving Wen Xin with little to do. To avoid attracting too much attention, Shang-Qing lingered by the river with a few wild chickens and rabbits before heading back. Wen Xin was initially concerned that Shang-Qing might not catch enough game, but upon seeing what he had brought back, she realized her worries were unfounded. To be continued. Chapter 89. Coral Wen Xin returned to the spot where they had barbecued the previous year and, true to her words, found a riverbank adorned with a green carpet and trees providing shade. As she admired the serene and beautiful surroundings, she suddenly yearned to build a house by the river and cultivate a patch of land, living a simple life in the mountains, waking at dawn and resting at dusk, waiting for the end of her life to see if she could return to the modern world. Zhang Han and the others awaited Ing Er's return with the game, forbidding Wen Xin from assisting. They quickly set to work cleaning the animal entrails by the river, as they were unfamiliar with the cooking process, opting to help Wen Xin instead. The group bustled around the riverbank, and Wen Xin specifically instructed the gray wolf to remain hidden, fearing it might frighten Wen Huaifu and her cousins. As Ing savored the meat Wen Xin had grilled, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing for a drink to complement the meal. Hearing from his subordinates that Wen Xin had gone to barbecue on the mountain, Shang Guanming could no longer sit still and soon changed his clothes to head to Zhouan village. Following the tracks through the forest, he easily located the group. Upon seeing Shang Guanming arrive, everyone greeted him warmly, yet Wen Xin remained indifferent, acting as though he did not exist. Wen Xin, are you still upset? Shang Guanming pondered the unsustainable nature of his relationship with Wen Xin, realizing he must make amends. After voicing his thoughts, he cast a glance at Wen Xin's hand, only to be struck by an unsettling realization. She was missing something. His expression darkened immediately. Beside him, Ing followed Shang Guanming's gaze and nearly lost his composure. The bracelet on Wen Xin's wrist was gone. He was acutely aware that the bracelet had been personally gifted to Wen Xin by the young prince, bearing profound significance. Ordinarily, the bracelet housed a mechanism that required considerable inner strength to unlock, and he could scarcely believe that Wen Xin had managed to open it. What am I angry about? What could possibly warrant my anger? Have you done anything wrong to provoke me? Wen Xin had not once lifted her gaze to meet Shang Guanming's, remaining oblivious to his brooding demeanor. Sensing the tension in the air, Ing quickly exchanged glances with Wen Huaifu and, grasping the bewildered Wen Huaifu's hand, they departed, taking the grilled meat with them. Zhang Han and Zhang Yun had witnessed Shang Guanming's interaction with Wen Xin that day, and it seemed prudent for them to leave as well. Cousin, we shall take our leave. Your grilled meat is simply exquisite. I will bring some back for grandfather and grandmother. As Zhang Han and Zhang Yun prepared to depart, Wen Xin sliced more grilled meat for them to take, also noting Shang Guanming's sullen expression. Once they exited, only Wen Xin and Shang Guanming remained. Unfazed by his dark countenance, Wen Xin continued to indulge in her meal. Where's the bracelet I gave you? Shang Guanming could no longer contain his frustration. Wen Xin, harboring resentment towards Shang Guanming for his words in the field, which had led to lengthy lectures from her grandparents, felt an unjust burden. She had come to believe that he regarded her as someone who disregarded propriety and reputation. In truth, Wen Xin was not inherently petty. Rather, she found it unacceptable that at the tender age of 11, Shang Guanming entertained notions about her. To her, such behavior was reprehensible. Wen Xin's anger was not rooted in Shang Guanming's affection for her, but rather in the unsettling notion that he could harbor feelings for a child of 11. Were she in her original form, Shang Guanming's actions would have invited a torrent of trouble. If not for her grandparents' indulgence, she would have faced consequences that could have led to confinement, a fate unbearable for someone who cherished freedom. You speak of the bracelet? I have daily tasks to attend to. Wearing it is rather inconvenient. I attempted to remove it, but could not, so I broke it and discarded it, Wen Xin declared, lifting her head to glare at Shang Guanming with her bright, defiant eyes. She had indeed thrown away the bracelet. What could he possibly do about it? What did you say? You discarded the bracelet? Do you comprehend its significance? Do you so despise me? Can you not tolerate me, even to the extent of discarding a gift I bestowed upon you? Shang Guanming's ire ignited upon witnessing Wen Xin's disregard for his offering. Wen Xin felt an unnerving pressure, akin to the ominous stillness before a thunderstorm. I am but a country girl, unworthy of the bracelet you gifted me. I have returned it to you, for you insisted on placing it on me against my will, and it has affected my life. Is it so wrong for me to find a way to rid myself of it? Wen Xin's bold demeanor only fueled Shang Guanming's frustration. It is not the bracelet that affects your life. It is I who disrupts your relationship with Zhou Yunxian. How do you regard my sincerity? Have you ever considered my feelings? What is so admirable about Zhou Yunxian? He is merely the grandson of the Prime Minister. Do you even know who I am? Shang Guanming suddenly erupted, startling Wen Xin, who was initially taken aback, but soon filled with indignation. I am plainly stating that you cannot compare to Zhou Yunxian. He is the grandson of the Prime Minister, while you are merely a hunter. Do you think I have lost my senses? Wen Xin retorted, her anger boiling over, though she soon regretted her words, pride preventing her from apologizing. De Hui, lurking nearby, heard the commotion and emerged from the woods with a pack of wolves, baring their teeth at Shang Wanming. A coward would surely have been terrified. Upon seeing the wolves, Shang Wanming assumed they were under Wen Xin's command. Disbelief etched on his face as he questioned her intentions. Did you summon them to kill me, so you could be with Zhou Yunxian in bliss? Wen Xin, mark my words. One day you will regret this. Then I shall demand your apology. Shang Wanming felt a piercing pain in his heart, believing that only such harsh words could alleviate his distress. Wen Xin had never contemplated any future with Shang Wanming, and she thought severing his ambitions toward her would be prudent. I will not regret it. You now know my true nature. Do not seek me out again. I will remember your kindness in lending me money the last time, and I thank you for your affection. For reasons unknown, witnessing Shang Wanming's pained expression stirred a sense of discomfort within Wen Xin, making her feel as if she were repaying kindness with ingratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, Shang Wanming was, after all, her benefactor. Yet, to eradicate his lingering feelings, she felt no other recourse was available. Shang Wanming cast one last indifferent glance at Wen Xin before vanishing from her sight with remarkable agility. As Wen Xin stared in the direction of his departure, she realized that even in this era, lightness of foot existed. She had worried that if martial arts were unique to her, it would be quite embarrassing. It seemed that martial prowess was indeed formidable in this age. Even a mere hunter like Shang Wanming possessed such skill. One could only imagine the abilities of those who train professionally. I must diligently strengthen my body, so that when I turn 13 and begin my martial training, I shall progress smoothly, Wen Xin mused to herself, her thoughts consumed by visions of mastering martial arts and soaring through the skies, momentarily forgetting Shang Wanming altogether. To be continued. Chapter 90. A fight in Wen Xin's view. Love in this era was far less tangible than a bowl of hearty noodles. Perhaps Shang Wanming would feel some discomfort now, but as time passed, his pain would surely diminish until it vanished entirely. However, if she were to marry Shang Wanming, not only would her engagement to Elqing pose a complication, but her modern identity would also preclude her from embodying the role of a virtuous wife. Rather than subjecting Shang Wanming to prolonged anguish, it was better to experience a brief heartache now. After Shang Wanming's departure, Wen Xin grilled a substantial amount of meat for De Hui before returning home. Upon her arrival, Wen Fu eagerly pulled her inside, his face alight with curiosity. Wen Xin, confess honestly. Do you have something going on with Shang Wanming? What of Elqing? If you were to pursue Shang Wanming and Elqing were to succeed in the examination, would you regret it? Upon posing his question, Wen Fu appeared torn, which only amused Wen Xin, as if she were the one facing a decision. You are far too idle. Otherwise, why would you meddle in my affairs? What Shang Wanming does or does not do is of no concern to me. We are merely ordinary friends. You're overthinking things. Wen Xin internally added that she and Elqing would not have any future together. Upon hearing Wen Xin's words, Wen Fu concluded that her lack of interest in Shang Wanming meant she was opting for Elqing. In truth, Elqing was also a promising candidate. He could potentially excel in the examinations and even secure a position in the government, bringing comfort to Wen Xin. After chatting with Wen Fu for a while, she took her leave. Once he was gone, Wen Xin contemplated devising a solution that would amicably dissolve her engagement with Elqing. She wished to avoid running away and living in a foreign place unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Shang Wanming returned home without even changing his clothes, seizing a sword and storming off to confront Zhou Yunxian. The guards at the Prime Minister's residence recognized Zhou Yunxian and, seeing Shang Wanming's fierce approach, stepped aside in silence. Shang Wanming marched directly to Zhou Yunchuan's courtyard, prompting the staff to alert the steward, which even reached the Prime Minister himself. Zhou Yunxian, come out! Shang Wanming bellowed as he entered the courtyard, drawing his sword upon sighting Zhou Yunxian. The latter, noticing the blade aimed at him, instinctively retreated bewildered. Have you lost your mind, Shang Wanming? Are you out of your wits? Zhou Yunxian narrowly evaded the thrust of Shang Wanming's sword. The cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would likely have sustained severe injuries by now. Shang Wanming pressed forward relentlessly, and Zhou Yunxian, unable to match his martial prowess, soon found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly assailed by Shang Wanming. After enduring several blows, Zhou Yunxian finally seized an opportunity to catch his breath and hastily inquired, "What on earth is going on? If you wish to strike me?" Surely you must have a reason. A reason? Shangguan Ming retorted, his voice seething with anger. You, of all people, dare to ask for a reason? You know perfectly well what you have done. You are my brother. Yet what have you done to Wen Xin? Do you believe you have any right to stand before me? The more he spoke, the more furious he became, realizing that his own brother had stolen the affections of the woman he cherished. As Zhou Yunxian struggled to fend off Shangguan Ming's relentless attacks, he secretly pondered whether his disparaging remarks about Shangguan Ming to Wen Xin had been discovered, prompting this confrontation. Listen to me. It was unintentional. Must you go to such lengths over something so trivial? Zhou Yunxian felt the sting of pain at the places he had been struck, perceiving Shangguan Ming's reaction as somewhat exaggerated. They often jested about each other, and he could not comprehend why this occasion was treated with such gravity. To you, this may seem trivial, but to me, it is anything but. We are brothers. How would you treat me this way? Do you not understand what Wen Xin means to me? Do you still consider me your brother? Shangguan Ming, seeing Zhou Yunxian utterly devoid of defense, aimed his sword directly at Zhou Yunxuan's throat. The chill against his skin made Zhou Yunxian realize that he no longer recognized the boyhood companion before him, the one now emanating an aura of lethal intent. Are you truly willing to harm me, even to the point of death, over a woman? After all these years of camaraderie, does our bond mean so little to you in comparison to her? Zhou Yunxuan's voice trembled with agitation, the consequence being that his neck grazed the tip of Shangguan Ming's sword, and blood immediately flowed forth like a stream. Feeling no pain, he fixed his gaze on Shangguan Ming with unwavering intensity. Zhou Tong learned from the servants that Shangguan Ming had arrived, sword in hand and with a grim countenance. Rushing to Zhou Yunxuan's courtyard, he was horrified to witness Shangguan Ming wounding Zhou Yunxian. He nearly fainted from shock. Two attendants steadied him, allowing him to approach and wrest the sword from Shangguan Ming's grasp. Minna, what are you doing? What has Yunxian done to deserve this? Speak to your grandfather. He shall seek justice for you. Fighting will not resolve this. Zhou Tong, who despised brutes that resorted to violence for every issue, had always had a contentious relationship with General Wu Yu. Observing the injured Zhou Yunxian, Shangguan Ming felt a twinge of regret but could not bring himself to utter an apology. Instead, he turned and exited hastily. Yunxian, tell me, what have you done to provoke Minna to such fury? He is not one to lose his temper easily. What on earth is happening? You two were brothers. How did it come to this? Zhou Tong gazed at the injured yet smiling Zhou Yunxian, nearly driven to exasperation, while he fretted over their troubles. The two brothers seemed to revel in creating chaos. Zhou Yunxian reflected on the intensity of Shangguan Ming's anger due to his comments about Wen Xin, realizing how deeply Shangguan Ming cared for her. Contemplating the notion that Wen Xin would marry someone like him, Zhou Yunxian could not help but chuckle, confident that once Shangguan Ming wedded Wen Xin, he would lose all bravado in front of him. Grandfather, how could I know what has driven him mad? I haven't seen him in days. Perhaps he has been practicing new moves and is using me as a sparring partner. Please, do not worry. I will handle this. Steward, come help grandfather back to his room to rest. Zhou Yunxian casually touched his neck, and the bleeding ceased immediately. Zhou Tong, infuriated, felt his beard bristle with indignation. To think that Zhou Yunxian would engage in such reckless behavior under the pretense of training. Though he was aging, he was not foolish. Very well, do as you wish. I am too old to manage the two of you. Noticing that Zhou Yunxuan's injuries were superficial, and seeing that he was unwilling to disclose anything, Zhou Tong shook his sleeves and departed. Upon returning to the royal residence, Shangguan Ming summoned a multitude of wines, dismissing all attendants, and drank alone, bowl after bowl, in solitude. Why? Why must you favor Zhou Yunxian? Do you not realize I am the little prince, possessing greater wealth and power than he? What draws you to him? Are you truly so enamored with superficial status? After consuming 2 jars of wine, Shangguan Ming succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table, cursing both Wen Xin and Zhou Yunxian, before finally surrendering to a deep slumber, his furrowed brow capable of crushing a fly. To be continued. Chapter 91, Forming Alliances Outside. And he witnessed Shangguan Ming in a state of profound sorrow for the first time, having just emerged from the shadow pavilion. He understood that all of the little prince's actions were motivated by concern for him, and he contemplated seeking out Wen Xin, but feared that the inebriated Shangguan Ming might put himself in danger. So he remained outside, anxiously awaiting the return of Ing Er. When he finally arrived, and he rushed toward him as if he were a savior. Old two, you have finally returned. The little prince is drunk. Yingye, upon hearing this, was taken aback, unable to believe it. He had never seen the little prince intoxicated since the day he had begun serving him. Confronted with Yingye's insistence, he followed him to the door of Shangwan Ming's room, where they could hear him still cursing Zhou Yunxian and Wen Xin. Yingye's mouth fell open in disbelief. Was that truly his little prince speaking such drunken nonsense? Observing Yingye's astonished expression, Yi felt a swell of satisfaction, relishing in the fact that he had indeed spoken the truth. What on earth has happened? Yingye mused, furrowing his brow. It was alarming that his master had become this way over a woman. Was it truly a positive development? Yi recounted how Shangwan Ming had stormed out earlier and returned in a rage, intent on confronting Zhou Yunxian. So you do not know what has caused the little prince's sorrow? What sort of shadow guard are you? Yingye chided, before noticing Yi's lingering injuries. Realizing that Shangwan Ming must not have permitted Yi to accompany him. Today, the little prince had sought out Wen Xin. It was evident she had said something to upset him, but why he then sought out Zhou Yunxian remained a mystery to Yingye. Take good care of your master. I shall think of a solution. With that, Yingye swiftly exited the prince's residence. Wen Fu returned home with roasted meat prepared by Wen Xin. The family sat in silence at noon, engrossed in their meal. Yingye arrived at Zhouan village, carrying some pork he had purchased from the street, and knocked on the door of the Wen family. Shangqing, what brings you here? Lu Ying's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Shangqing, especially when she noticed the items he carried. Come in, no need for formalities. Though she feigned nonchalance, she accepted the meat, her heart swelling with sweetness at the thought of her future son-in-law bringing gifts. Mother, it is nothing. The wild game from the mountains has a strong odor. Pork is far more palatable. Upon entering, Yingye feigned looking around. Observing this, Lu Ying hurried to summon Wen Fu. Upon hearing that Shangqing had arrived, Wen Fu dashed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ying clapped her hands in exasperation, muttering, not a shred of decorum. How can I trust her to marry into our family? Seeing her grandmother's anxious demeanor, Wen Xin interjected, Grandmother, I believe my aunt is quite well suited. Shangqing's family lacks elders to impose constraints. As long as they are happy together, we need not concern ourselves with others' opinions. Lu Ying, well aware of her daughter's temperament, felt a wave of relief wash over her at Wen Xin's words. When she finally emerged to host Shangqing, she discovered that Wen Fu had already escorted him inside, leading to yet another round of exasperation. Although Yingye had secretly visited Wen Fu's room before, it was his first time entering openly. Observing Wen Fu's unperturbed expression, he sighed internally, realizing he must keep a close watch on his wife. Otherwise, she could be taken advantage of without her even knowing. You called for me. Is there something you need? There is no meat left. It was all consumed at noon, with only a little remaining for Wen Lu and Wen Di. I cannot offer you that. Seeing Wen Fu's wary demeanor, Yingye grasped his hand firmly, gazing intently into his eyes. Do you perceive me merely as someone who indulges in earthly pleasures? For a fleeting moment, Wen Fu was taken aback. But then he recalled Wen Xian's words, which sent him into a panic. He began to pace the room frantically. What should I do? Wen Xian said that holding hands could lead to pregnancy. What if I become pregnant before marriage? I could end up in dire straits. In a flurry of anxiety and regret, Wen Fu noticed Shangqing's bewildered expression and rushed over to him, pointing an accusatory finger. What are you thinking? Holding my hand? Don't you realize that could lead to pregnancy? We aren't even married yet. What am I supposed to do if I end up with a child? Although Wen Fu could be quite naive, he understood the gravity of premarital pregnancy, especially since his mother had frequently warned him about the severe consequences of such indiscretions. Yingye, observing Wen Fu's distress, found himself at a loss for words. What would he possibly say? Should he explain that merely holding hands wouldn't lead to pregnancy, and that it required intimacy? He knew that, given Wen Fu's nature, he would inevitably inquire about what intimacy entailed, and he certainly did not wish to demonstrate that to him. Calm down, just calm down. We are to be married in June, in just over 3 months. A child takes 10 months to be born, and if we keep this to ourselves, no one will know. At that moment, Shangqing felt akin to a wolf deceiving an unsuspecting rabbit. Upon hearing Shangqing's reassurances, Wen Fu finally exhaled, though resentment still lingered in his gaze directed at Yingye. Immediately, Yingye felt uncomfortable sitting on the soft bed, recalling the purpose of his visit. He quickly pulled Wen Fu beside him. I came here today, seeking your assistance. Ing Er gazed at the Navi Wen Fu, whose occasional fragrance wafted towards him, silently thinking, "Little prince, my patience is all for you. If you win the heart of your beloved." Do not forget that Ing Er maintained his composure. Upon hearing that Shang-Qing needed her help, Wen Fu confidently thumped her chest, causing Ing Er to worry about her potentially flattening her bosom. "Whatever it is, just tell me. My mother said you are my husband, so I must heed your wishes. But if it involves taking a concubine, that I cannot abide. When Xin has warned me that a woman cannot share her man with another, lest she suffer dire consequences." She fervently hoped Shang-Qing was not considering taking a concubine. If that were the case, she would refuse to marry, raising the child alone or perhaps fleeing to another land if necessary. Unaware of Wen Fu's turbulent thoughts, Ing Er would have been alarmed had he known. "I'm here regarding my cousin. He has long admired Wen Xin. Could you assist him?" As he observed Wen Fu furrow her brow, he hastily added, "Consider this. If Wen Xin marries Shang Ming and you marry me, you both will become family. Aren't you close to her? Surely, you wouldn't want her to marry far away, only to see her once a year?" Wen Fu nodded, though she quickly shook her head. "No. Wen Xin is betrothed to Qing. How could we allow her to marry Shang Ming? My parents would be furious." Upon hearing this, Ing Er promptly added, "Precisely because of Qing, we cannot let Wen Xin marry him. You have no idea. I secretly saw Qing go into the city, indulging in the pleasures of the brothel under the guise of studying. He is squandering his family's fortune. If Wen Xin marries him, she will surely suffer." As Ing Er spoke, he silently apologized to Qing, having become the villain for the noble cause of the little prince, hoping that in the future, he would be rewarded for his efforts. Wen Fu had initially wished for Wen Xin to marry Qing, believing he could provide her a good life. However, after hearing Ing Er's words, her expression darkened. "That detestable Qing. I must make sure to warn Wen Xin about him. A person like that must not be allowed to marry her, or her future will be doomed." Wen Fu's impulsiveness made Ing Er nervous, prompting him to pull her back. "You can't approach her like that. Wen Xin is fond of Qing and won't change her mind based on your few words." As he watched Wen Fu slowly regain her composure, he contemplated how lively his future life would be. Wen Fu reflected on her choice of Qing and began to worry, realizing Shang-Qing's words held truth. In her heart, she regarded Shang-Qing as her ally, believing he would not deceive her, especially since he had her best interests at heart. Yet, how could they persuade Wen Xin to abandon her affection for Qing in favor of Shang Ming? In fact, she thought Shang Ming was far more handsome than Qing. Inwardly. His little prince was renowned as the most eligible bachelor in the capital, captivating countless young ladies. It was only Wen Fu who remained oblivious, and, even more absurdly, Wen Xin seemed to overlook the prince's charm. In reality, Wen Xin found Shang Ming attractive, but as someone from a modern world. She would not fall in love or marry simply based on looks, especially in a historical context devoid of personal agency. Do not breathe a word of today as conversation to Wen Xin. Imagine if she learned of Qing's true nature. She would undoubtedly confront him, and he would spin a web of lies. In that case, she might believe us to be fabricating stories, and ultimately, she would end up marrying Qing. Thus, for her future happiness, you must keep this matter to yourself. In that moment, Ing Er gained a deeper understanding of himself. He was not only a killer on a mission, but also quite adept at weaving tales. In the confines of the room, he shared myriad scenarios with Wen Fu regarding the severe consequences of her revealing this information to Wen Xin. Though entirely fabricated, Wen Fu listened intently, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Lu Ying was nearly beside herself with worry. To her, Shang Ming was a fiery young man who had entered Wen Fu's room and had yet to emerge, leading her to conjure all sorts of scenarios. She felt an urge to burst in and pull Wen Fu out, but feared losing face in front of Shang-Qing. With no other recourse, Lu Ying stormed into her own room, chastising herself for failing to educate Wen Fu properly and blaming Shang-Qing for his lack of discretion. Wen Fu was utterly naive regarding matters of the boudoir, and she believed it was all Shang-Qing's fault. After what felt like an eternity, Wen Fu's door finally creaked open, and she dashed out. As Ing Er stepped out, he realized his clothes were still wrinkled from sitting, and he hurriedly straightened them at the door. "Mother, Fu, I must take my leave." Shang-Qing, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed Lu Ying's concerns. In her presence, he wished to shout, "I assure you, nothing untoward occurred. We were merely conversing." If anyone had said such a thing to him in the past, he would have vehemently denied it. A man and a woman alone in a room were bound to ignite sparks. Yet today, he truly believed that the only things that transpired between them were words, devoid of any ulterior motives. When Huaifu heard that Ing Er was about to leave and hurriedly urged him to stay for dinner, Ing Er, eager to return early and share the good news with Shangwan Ming, ultimately decided to take his leave. As soon as Ing Er departed, Lu Ying immediately twisted Wen Huaifu's ear, fiercely twisting it several times. Wen Huaifu cried out in pain, and Wen Xin, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out of the room. "Child, how can you be so foolish? Is your head filled with straw? Even the pigs we raise at home are smarter than you. What sins have I committed to have given birth to such a thoughtless child?" Lu Ying scolded, her frustration unabated as she struck Wen Huaifu's back several times. Wen Huaifu's cries grew louder, and upon seeing Wen Xin, he shouted for help. "Wen Xin, come save me. Mother has gone mad. Hurry." Seeing Wen Huaifu's ear twisted red and his eyes brimming with tears, Wen Xin rushed to rescue him from Lu Ying's grip. Lu Ying, initially only wanting to chastise Wen Huaifu in her anger, had no intention of causing serious harm, and upon Wen Xion's intervention, she relented. "Mother, what are you doing? That hurts." Wen Huaifu protested, rubbing his sore ear, feeling a burning pain, and loudly questioned Lu Ying, his heart heavy with grievance. Although he had often been scolded or lightly beaten in the past, he had never experienced such severity before. Just then, Lu Ying was prepared to give Wen Huaifu a stern lesson when she noticed Wen Daxing returning from the fields. Realizing that if he learned of this incident, it could spell disaster for Wen Huaifu, she refrained from further punishment. "You deserve this. Did you finish the chores I asked you to do this morning? The yard is filthy, and you spent all day playing. You are about to be married and will soon have to manage a household of your own. My scolding now is for your own good." Wen Xin understood that Lu Ying's anger was not solely directed at Wen Huaifu for this particular incident, but she had not been present to witness the unfolding events. Wen Daxing, preparing to ask Lu Ying why she had scolded Wen Huaifu, heard her words and set down his farming tools to wash his hands, feeling quite in agreement that Wen Huaifu indeed required a proper reprimand. During dinner, Wen Daxing inquired once more about the preparations for Chun Tao's wedding, which was just half a month away. "Father, how many people should we invite?" "Chun Tao and I are unsure," Wen Huaifu asked. Wen Daxing had planned for 10 tables of food, but was concerned that if there were too many guests, they would not have enough space. "Our relatives and friends are not here. We can invite as many as we can from the village, and then the elf family as well. You are preparing for 10 tables, which should suffice." Since Wen Qingfu's departure, Wen Daxing felt a sense of embarrassment in the village, and he intended to regain his pride through Wen Yu's marriage to Wu Shan. For the sake of appearances, Wen Daxing even arranged for the family to have new clothes made. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Ing Er went to see Shangwan Ming. "Withdraw all surveillance. I do not want to hear about her any longer." Ing Er, who had been prepared to report his efforts, was taken aback by this command, feeling that his afternoon's work had been in vain. Chapter 93. Marriage. And Yi and Ing Er both understood that this was not what Shangwan Ming truly desired. He was merely overwhelmed with sorrow. "Master, what will happen to the marriage between that girl and Wen Huaifu?" At that moment, Ing Er suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, startling himself with the realization that Wen Huaifu had unknowingly crept into his heart. Shangwan Ming glanced at the visibly tense Ing Er, having previously thought that Ing Er's feelings for Wen Huaifu were mere trifles. How could someone so meticulous harbor affection for a girl as unrefined and straightforward as Wen Huaifu? And Yi, observing from the shadows, tugged at Ing Er's sleeve, urging him to remain silent about the marriage. Knowing that their master did not wish to hear about matters related to Wen Xin, usually so astute, how could Ing Er suddenly act so foolishly? "Why are you asking me about your marriage? If you wish to marry, then do so. Just do not delay your responsibilities," Shangwan Ming replied, signaling for an Yi and Ing Er to leave. Once outside the courtyard, an Yi immediately scolded Ing Er. "You were reckless just now. If the master had grown angry and punished you, what would you have done? You do not truly love that village girl, do you? You know all our secrets belong to the master. Having someone you care for only makes you vulnerable. This is not wise. Women are for amusement, not for serious attachment, or you will suffer greatly in the future. Besides, how could a woman without martial skills live alongside you? If your enemies find her, what will you do to protect her? And he urgently implored Heir, genuinely wishing to prevent him from suffering because of a woman. Heir did not respond to Yi's words and left. Though he disagreed with Yi's sentiments, he could not deny the truth in them. If he married when Huaifu and his enemies found her, how would he ensure her safety? He could not bear the thought of giving up Wen Huaifu and watching her marry another. Heir was at a loss and thought perhaps they could postpone the wedding, or at least ensure that no one knew it was he who was marrying her. What if Wen Huaifu learned of his true identity? What if she came to resent him? Since declaring his intention to sever ties with Wen Xin, Shang Wanming had shut himself away, forbidding an and Heir from leaving. The Wen family merely assumed that the Shang family brothers were out working. The date of Wen Yu's wedding drew ever closer. On the eve of the wedding, the family had hired cooks and prepared a great many items, including a live pig, which was prepared the night before. They had not slept all night. Wen Xin was busy tending the fire in the kitchen, and as dawn broke, many helpers began to arrive. Wen Yu, adorned in her newly tailored wedding attire, sat quietly in her room with Chun Tao and Wen Xin accompanying her. For Wen Yu's wedding, Wen Di and Wen Lu had specifically taken leave. In the morning, many unmarried daughters from the village came to see Wen Yu, hoping to catch some of her good fortune and secure a scholar husband for themselves. At the Prince of Qing's residence, Heir had been restless since morning, with both Shang Wanming and Yi stealing glances at him repeatedly. "What is it? Speak," Shang Wanming finally said, his patience wearing thin, having never seen Heir so fidgety. "Master, today is Wen Yu's wedding. Huaifu insisted that I must attend, or else I would face her wrath," Heir said, and after a moment's consideration, he knelt on the ground, fearing Shang Wanming's anger, and he felt as if his head had doubled in size. Realizing that the master had not heard any news from the Wen family in recent days and seemed genuinely intent on severing ties with Wen Xin. Now that Heir had mentioned the Wen family's affairs, he could only wonder how he would be punished. Shang Wanming had remained calm for several days. His anger had long dissipated, but his pride remained bruised. He had declared his intention to cut ties with Wen Xin, and if he were to contradict himself now, how would others perceive him? Go. He finally waved his hand at Heir, though he secretly wished to attend. Heir understood that Shang Wanming had not truly forgotten Wen Xin. They were merely in a spat, and this rift would eventually mend, though the duration remained uncertain. Grateful, Heir thanked him and returned to change into coarse clothing, taking the purchased wedding gift to the Wen family. At that moment, Yi realized how fortunate Heir was to be leaving, unlike himself, who felt stifled and dared not breathe in the master's intimidating presence. The bridal sedan chair sent by the Wu family arrived amidst music and celebration, and since it was a short distance from the same village, it arrived promptly. With two families holding banquets simultaneously in the village, and many attendees not knowing who belonged to which side, they had simply agreed to split their attendance, allowing them to partake in both feasts while presenting an extra gift. Given the Wen family's mysterious connections and Wu Shan's status as a scholar, no one begrudged the gifts they brought. When Heir arrived, the lunch was nearly finished, and Wen Xin and Wen Huaifu were busy clearing the dishes, preparing to wash them and return the borrowed items to various households in the village. Wen Xin, with her keen eyes, spotted Heir and nudged Wen Huaifu. "Look, Shang Qing has arrived. He must have been delayed by the master. Otherwise, he would not have missed lunch." Upon seeing Shang Qing, Wen Huaifu quickly called him over, oblivious to the fact that Shang Qing had not yet arrived for lunch. Noticing the sweat glistening on Shang Qing's brow from his hurried journey, Wen Huaifu uncharacteristically poured him a cup of tea. Heir had never tasted tea so inexpensive, bitter and astringent, but it brought a sweetness to his heart. Arriving a bit late, he offered to help with their tasks, although Wen Xin initially intended to dissuade him, considering that Shang Qing was merely Wen Huaifu's fiancé and had not yet married. She hesitated to let a guest partake in such labor. Before she could voice her thoughts, Wen Huaifu took Shang Qing to several other tables, earnestly instructing him on how to dispose of leftover dishes and arrange the bowls and plates. Watching Shang Qing work without a hint of concern, Wen Xin could not help but smile from the heart. Having no parents, it was truly wonderful for Shang Qing to learn from someone like Wen Huaifu. In Wen Xion's eyes, Heir was the epitome of an ideal man in modern times, honorable, hardworking, and obedient to his wife. Unfortunately, this was an ancient era, and though Shang Qing exhibited commendable traits now, She could not guarantee he would continue to do so, as men of this time often believed that the more women one had, the greater their status. Meanwhile, Shang Wanming felt restless in the estate, ultimately concocting an excuse to send Dark One away before stealthily making his way to the One household. From a distance, he spotted Wen Xin bustling about, her lustrous black hair shimmering in the sunlight, appearing particularly enchanting. Just as he was captivated by the sight, the arrival of someone before Wen Xin ignited his irritation. Zhou Yinxian had learned from Wen Sheng and Wen Shu that it was Wen Xin's cousin's wedding day and, eager to avoid any perceived rudeness, instructed Wen Sheng and Wen Shu not to reveal his identity. He donned the attire of a servant, blending in with them while carrying some pastries. Upon seeing Zhou Yinxian, Wen Xin could not contain her laughter. "What on earth are you doing? Why are you dressed like this? Can't you find something that fits better? This outfit is a bit short," she chuckled. The formerly dashing and sunny Zhou Yinxian now resembled a comical figure. Chapter 94. Refusing Lu Qing. Having only just learned of the day's events, Zhou Yinxian had hastily gathered a mismatched outfit and failed to notice its ill fit. Upon hearing Wen Xin's comments, he felt embarrassed. He had never worn ill-fitting clothes before. From the rooftop, Shang Wanming observed Wen Xin and Zhou Yinxian laughing together, his fury simmering as he yearned to confront Zhou Yinxian. The Wu family had returned Wen Yu, and the act of splashing water symbolized that a married daughter was akin to spilled water. Wen Xin then asked Wen Sheng to find a suitable outfit for Zhou Yinxian, which, though not of the finest material, fit him well enough to appear less outlandish. After finishing his tasks, Wen Dusheng came out and was introduced to Zhou Yinxian. "Grandfather, this is a friend who often helps me with shopping. He works alongside Wen Sheng and Wen Shu at the Prime Minister's residence. Hearing about Wen Yu's marriage today, he came with them." Wen Sheng and Wen Shu were aware of Zhou Yunxuan's true identity, making their demeanor somewhat awkward, prompting Zhou Yinxian to suggest they continue their work elsewhere. Upon learning that Zhou Yinxian worked at the Prime Minister's residence, Wen Dusheng's expression softened, and after a brief conversation, he welcomed Zhou Yunxian to consider the place as his home. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yunxian, he spotted Ying Er assisting Wen Huaifu, his surprise evident as he inquired about their situation. What is going on between them? Wen Xin assumed Zhou Yunxian was unaware of Shang Qing and Wen Huaifu's engagement. "Isn't Shang Qing working at your estate? He's betrothed to my aunt. Although you are his employer, you cannot dictate his marriage, can you? Is it forbidden for someone working at the Prime Minister's residence to marry?" Wen Xin genuinely worried about this matter, recalling instances on television where employers forbade their servants from marrying. Once, she thought such practices were inhumane, and now she held the same belief. If the Prime Minister's residence indeed had such regulations, she would need to reconsider her stance on Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. Zhou Yinxian, aware of the ominous aura emanating from Shang Wanming not far away, nodded absent-mindedly at Wen Xin, acknowledging that Ying Er worked in his household. He sensed they were accustomed to using him and the Prime Minister's residence as a shield. Stealing glances at Ying Er, he remained skeptical, unable to fathom that a capable shadow guard would marry an illiterate village girl. Soon, a sweaty Lu Qing arrived, carrying a basket with some eggs. Upon seeing him, Lu Ying rushed over. "Why are you so late? We've already eaten lunch. Come inside, and I'll heat some food for you." Seeing Wen Xin conversing with Zhou Yinxian, Lu Qing felt a pang of discomfort but followed Lu Ying into the house, hastily consuming a meal before quickly exiting. Realizing the need for clarity, Wen Xin Lu Qing, "Are you busy? I need to speak with you." Lu Qing, observing Zhou Yunxuan's handsome appearance and distinguished demeanor, felt a surge of jealousy. Zhou Yinxian, unaware of Wen Xin's engagement, grew displeased at Lu Qing's interruption. "Who are you to take Wen Xin away? If you have something to say it here." Lu Qing, emboldened by Zhou Yunxuan's proximity to Wen Xin, replied confidently, "I am her fiancé, so why shouldn't I?" Wen Xin, observing the two men before her, could not help but rub her temples. Ignoring Zhou Yunxuan's surprise, she addressed Lu Qing earnestly. "Initially, my grandfather arranged our engagement without my consent. I cannot fathom why you would come to my home to propose. Why not consider my feelings? Lu Qing, let me be honest. I appreciate you teaching me to read, and your companionship during my childhood brought me joy, but I only see you as an older brother. Have you ever seen a sister marry her brother?" When Xin expressed her concerns, considering Lu Qing's feelings, knowing that he was the one she had once wished to marry, Hearing her words, Lu Qing felt as if a piece of his heart was missing, and he gazed at her in disbelief. Are you saying this because of him? You're lying. You used to like me and wanted to marry me. How could you change like this? Lu Qing pointed at Zhou Yunxian, believing he was the cause of Wen Xian's transformation. Just as Zhou Yunxian intended to clarify the misunderstanding, Wen Xian raised her hand to stop him. Lu Qing, you have no right to talk about the past. I did have feelings for you, but how did you respond back then? You avoided me and even ignored me. Did you think I would wait for you forever? Once you rejected me, I regarded you as an older brother. I will not accept this marriage. Here is the 5 taels of silver as my return gift. Without regard for Lu Qing's reaction, she pressed the silver into his hands. When Xian understood that Lu Qing's affection for the original owner stemmed from sympathy, yet he did not refuse her advances. Such men were particularly detestable to her in modern times. Love should be straightforward. Lu Qing slammed the silver onto the table. What do you take me for? What does my family mean to you? You think you could just call off the engagement? This marriage was agreed upon by your grandfather. I assure you, I will never back down. Lu Qing's loud outburst drew the attention of many, who began to whisper and point at Wen Xian. I am resolutely determined to withdraw from this marriage, even if my family insists that I marry you. I assure you that I shall not wed you unless I breathe my last. If you wish to annul this engagement, so be it. If not, it matters little, for I will not become your bride. Wen Xin is aware that her words may wound Lu Qing, yet she feels compelled to express her disdain. She must be unequivocal, providing him no glimmer of hope. At that moment, Wen Daxing and Lu Ying happened upon this scene. Overhearing Wen Xin's declarations and noticing the crowd that had gathered, all eyes fixed upon her, nearly causing him to choke with anger. Child, return inside at once. Wen Daxing bellowed at Wen Xin, his face darkened with fury. Had she been the old Wen Xin, he would have acted long ago. Witnessing Wen Daxing's ire, Wen Xin could no longer contain herself. All the grievances of her former self seemed to surge forth. Why should I go inside? I have done nothing wrong. Grandfather decided my marriage without my consent. Although I am raised by you, my will must be acknowledged. Why must I marry Lu Qing? You believe it is for my benefit. But how can you presume to know what is good for me? I have never held affection for Lu Qing. Throughout my childhood, I was often left hungry and cold. The old Wen Xin perished long ago during the famine. Now my life belongs to me. I have repaid the family's gambling debts of several hundred taels. I owe them nothing. Should my surname dictate my entire existence, leaving me subject to your unreasonable dictates, then I would rather relinquish the Wen name. Wen Xin, having come from a modern perspective, believes that even elders can be contested when they are in the wrong. She feels justified in her stance. If not for the 2 individuals in this household who genuinely care for her former self, she would have departed long ago. Chapter 95. The dispute Zhou Yunxian had long since prepared the household registration, which now lay in the space. Upon witnessing Wen Xin engaged in a quarrel with her elders, Lu Qing, although aware of her significant transformation, was utterly astonished by her current demeanor. The villagers had always been curious about how the Wen family managed to repay their debts, and now, upon learning that it was Wen Xin who did so, they were left in disbelief, quickly succumbing to various ulterior motives. A woman capable of repaying several hundred taels would be desired by many, even if she were disabled, who would not wish to welcome a fortune into their home. Unbeknownst to Lu Qing, the revelation of Wen Xin's repayment of debts was difficult for him to process. Nearby, Shangguan Ming, observing Wen Xin's outburst, felt uncertain about whether Wen Xin truly had affections for Zhou Yunxian, which could explain her rejection of Lu Qing. He had dispatched individuals to investigate her, discovering that the former Wen Xin was much like any other person, but she had transformed drastically since the time of the famine. He was unaware of the reasons for her change, yet he was certain that she was no longer the submissive Wen Xin of old. Otherwise, he would not have developed feelings for her. Wen Daxing had been in high spirits that day, having indulged Wen Xin over recent days. He never anticipated that she would defy him, especially before so many witnesses. If you do not wish to bear the Wen name, then cast it aside. From now on, your life or death is of no concern to the Wen family. Leave. Wen Daxing roared at Wen Xin. Wen Huaifu, having listened to Shanqing's words, had long believed that Lu Qing was not worthy. Now, seeing his father intent on expelling Wen Xin due to Lu Qing, he confronted Lu Qing, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You are a scourge. You think you can marry Wen Xin? Abandon your filthy intentions. After reprimanding Lu Qing, he turned to Wen Daxing, saying, Father, do you not realize that Lu Qing is no good? Why should such a fine girl as Wen Xin be wed to this man? Lu Qing had initially intended to counsel Wen Dushing against his anger and the expulsion of Wen Xin, but upon hearing Wen Huaifu's words, he was rendered speechless. Wen Huaifu, what do you mean by that? What kind of person do you think I am? What have I done to provoke you? Lu Qing was bewildered. Having never committed any offense against Wen Huaifu, with whom he had previously enjoyed a good rapport, Wen Huaifu, seeing Lu Qing's apparent ignorance, assumed he was feigning innocence. He rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront Lu Qing, only to be stopped by Ying Er. Aunt, you need not speak further, regardless of what Lu Qing is like. I shall not marry him. If it were someone I cherished, even if he were a beggar or disabled, I would not mind. But for someone I do not like, not even if he were a prince, would I ever develop affection. Hearing Wen Xin's resolute declaration provided Wen Huaifu with reassurance. As long as Wen Xin refused to marry that scoundrel, all will be well. Lu Qing, gazing at Wen Xin's unwavering determination, asked in disbelief, "Are you truly so heartless?" Wen Xin cast a cold glance at Lu Qing and replied, "What is heartlessness if not a lack of sentiment? Enough, you ungrateful girl, the Wen family can no longer accommodate you. Do not let me see your face again." Wen Dusheng, intending to frighten Wen Xin into submission so that she would obediently await her marriage to Lu Qing, was instead incensed by her obstinacy. As Wen Xin moved forward, she turned to Wen Sheng, Wen Shu, and Wen Lu, asking, "I am leaving now. I will no longer be a part of the Wen family. Will you come with me?" Wen Lu, having entered the academy, had gained some understanding of the world. Only her sister truly cared for her, and her education was entirely due to Wen Xin's support. In their home, she was always cold and hungry, working tirelessly. "Sister, I will go with you," she declared without hesitation. Running to Wen Xin's side, "Sister, wherever you go, I shall follow. You are my dearest sister, and I do not wish to be apart from you. Third sister, I will accompany you as well." Wen Sheng, having been saved by Wen Xin, had resolved that she was his only kin in this life. "Second brother will come with you too. This family is no longer worth keeping." Wen Shu had suffered greatly at the hands of their father, never forgetting that it was his own flesh and blood who had bestowed upon him suffering. It was Wen Xin who had appeared like an angel to rescue him, teach him to read, and enable him to work in the Prime Minister's manner. You all drive me to madness. If you wish to leave, then go. You will never return." Wen Dusheng shouted in fury, then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as Lu Ying rushed to support him inside. "You cannot leave in such a manner. Eldest brother will summon the village chief. We must leave with nothing but our lives and have the village write it down." Wen Xin resolved firmly to depart. Nearby, Zhou Yunchuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Not only did Wen Xin save his mother, but Shang Wanming also harbored feelings for her. He was determined to ensure Wen Xin settled in the Prime Minister's manner, and if he could recognize her as a sister, it would be even better. Lu Qing observed Wen Sheng rushing off to fetch the village chief and anxiously implored Wen Xin, "Wen Xin, do not act so rashly. How will you live after leaving the Wen family? Are you truly willing to abandon your relatives?" Before Wen Xin could respond, Wen Lu interjected, "Relatives? Aside from our second uncle, aunt, and grandmother, who has shown us any compassion in this family, had it not been for my sister and me being fortunate, we would have perished long ago. Now that our parents are gone, and our grandfather no longer accepts us, is there anything wrong with our desire to leave with nothing? We never claimed we would sever ties with our relatives. We are human beings, capable of discernment. We remember who has treated us kindly. We will repay that kindness. You only wish to keep my sister here for your own selfish desires, ignoring the suffering she endures in this household." Wen Lu intentionally raised her voice, ensuring that all nearby could hear, wishing to make clear that their departure was justified and that they were leaving with purpose. The village chief arrived, perspiration beading on his forehead. Having heard a brief account from Wen Sheng, he approached Wen Xin, advising Wen Xin, "Dear girl, you are acting too impulsively. Listen to the village chief. Go inside and apologize to your grandfather. Let this matter rest. How will you children survive if you leave with nothing?" The village chief had never anticipated that such a joyous occasion would devolve into chaos, and he genuinely worried for the siblings' future, urging them earnestly, "Grandfather village chief, please draft the document. When Xin has made up her mind and will not change it, and I am not in the wrong. Her life belongs to her alone. She will not marry Lu Qing." The village chief, infuriated by Wen Xin, retreated into the house to persuade Wen Dusheng. "If she wishes to establish the document, let her do so. Our Wen family does not have such rebellious descendants. Seeing Wen Dushing so enraged, the village chief sighed and said, "Well, you must think this through. Once the document is established, Wen Xin and her siblings will leave with nothing. How will they live afterward?" Lu Ying, standing by, also joined in the persuasion. "Old man, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu will follow Wen Xin. How can they survive outside? What will we say to Qingfu when he returns?" Chapter 96. Leaving with nothing, Lu Ying was genuinely concerned about Wen Xin and their future, feeling that Wen Dushing was too overwhelmed by anger and would surely regret allowing Wen Sheng and Wen Shu to leave with nothing once he calmed down. "Do you think I am unaware? If they wish to leave, let them go. They are so young and naive, thinking life outside is easy. Without the care of home, they will lose their positions at the Prime Minister's residence. When they struggle to survive, they will naturally return. At that time, I will teach Wen Xin a lesson. She's been spoiled by you. It was one thing to speak back before, but now she actually encourages Wen Sheng and Wen Shu to leave home. Such an unfilial child." Wen Dushing's words revealed to the village chief and Lu Ying the true intent of his thoughts. "Since Wen Xin is determined, I shall draft the document." Aware of Wen Dushing's intentions, the village chief took up his writing materials and exited the room. In the courtyard, Wen Xin and her companions awaited. Upon seeing the village chief with paper and brush, Wen Xin urged him to draft the document. "Wen Xin, you must think this through. Once the document is established, you will all leave with nothing. Make sure you are certain." After a few kind words from the village chief, he observed Wen Xion's resolve and shook his head, proceeding to write down the terms for leaving with nothing. He then took it inside for Wen Dushing to affix his handprint. Wen Xian had Wen Sheng place his handprint as well, marking that the four siblings would live independently from then on. Just as the prints were completed, Tan Xin and Zhang Huairan rushed over, inquiring, "Xin, what on earth happened? Everything was fine during dinner, and now such a significant issue arises right after Grandma returns. You really are leaving with nothing?" Upon Tan Xin's arrival, she grasped Wen Xion's hands, her face filled with anxiety. In her mind, the siblings were too young to bear the responsibilities of a household. Wen Xion tucked away the division document and informed Tan Xin that they had indeed left with nothing. "How could you allow such nonsense? Since the Wen family will not keep you, our Zhang family will take you in." Zhang Huairan spoke with evident frustration, reflecting his grievances against Wen Dushing. At that moment, Wen Xion's two uncles also arrived, insisting that Wen Xion return with them, expressing their concern. "Grandparents, Xin is capable of living independently. You need not worry. Your home is not large, and my two brothers work at the Prime Minister's residence while Lu Er studies in the city. I plan to rent a courtyard in the city and start a small business to support Lu Er's education." After much persuasion from Wen Xion, Zhang Huairan and Tan Xin finally relented in their insistence that the siblings return home. They recalled how it was Wen Xion's support that had enabled them to survive thus far, and with faith in Wen Xion's abilities, they felt reassured about her plans. "Given this, let us head into the city to find a residence. While the daylight remains, we can also procure some furniture. Otherwise, how will you live?" Zhang Huairan remarked, to which Tan Xin immediately agreed. "Your grandfather is right. You are all too young and lack the strength. It is better for your uncles to accompany you in acquiring the furniture." Tan Xin, concerned that Wen Xion might struggle with the heavy lifting, suggested bringing Zhang Li and Zhang Yi along to save on hiring help. When Xion's grandparents chimed in, "I see the day is waning. Searching for a residence will not be accomplished in a day or two. My home is spacious. Let them stay with us for a while. It is better to take the time to find a suitable place in the city. You must know that the city is rife with fraud. The more urgent you appear to find a residence, the more they will inflate the prices," said Zhou Yunxian, eager to seize the opportunity. Tan Xin and Zhang Huairan were unfamiliar with Zhou Yunxian, but upon Wen Xion's introduction, recognizing him as a colleague of Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, they instantly felt at ease. After considering Zhou Yunchuan's suggestion, they still hesitated to trouble him. "How about this? Wen Xion and her siblings come with us. Once the residence is arranged in the city, we can move in. After all, it is not courteous to impose on others." Zhang Huairan observed Zhou Yunchuan's refined demeanor and, noting his affluent background, wished to avoid any embarrassment for Wen Xion. Hearing Zhang Huairan's words, Zhou Yunxian quickly added, "Please do not say that. My grandfather holds a fondness for Wen Sheng and Wen Shu, as they often look after me at the Prime Minister's residence. He has urged me several times to invite them to our home. If my grandfather learns of today's events and that I failed to bring them over, he will surely be furious with me. Moreover, the Prime Minister's residence only granted a day off. Staying at your home would hinder their work tomorrow. Zhou Yunxian noticed Zhang Huairan's wavering resolve and continued to provide numerous reasons for Wen Xin to stay at his home. Meanwhile, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu broke into a cold sweat. It was their first encounter with Zhou Yunxuan's blatant deceit. Had they not known his true identity beforehand, they would have been entirely convinced. Nearby, Sheng Wanming watched Zhou Yunxuan's antics with disdain, wishing to confront him directly for his shamelessness. Nevertheless, Zhou Yunxian spoke a truth. His grandfather had indeed invited Wen Xin to their home multiple times, although Wen Xin preferred not to reside at the Prime Minister's residence. Zhou Yunxuan's warm demeanor made her feel that forming a genuine friendship was a rare opportunity, considering this visit as a chance to meet an elder. Grandfather, why not heed his advice? Tomorrow, he and my two brothers can accompany me to the Prime Minister's residence. With me around, you need not worry about any mistreatment. I'm not a soft target that can easily be pushed around. When Xin observed that if they continued to argue, night would soon fall. Lu Qing at that moment felt like an outsider, watching as Wen Xin left with nothing. He was engulfed in guilt, believing that Wen Xion's refusal to marry him was the reason for her plight. Ultimately, he felt responsible for her current situation, now left without a place to stay. Overwhelmed with remorse, Lu Qing quietly slipped away while Wen Xin was distracted, realizing that persuading her to comply with Wen Daxing's wishes was now impossible. His only hope rested in passing the scholar's examination, demonstrating his dedication, thus equipping him with the confidence to pursue Wen Xin. Finally, Tan Qing and Zhang Huairan agreed to Wen Xin staying at Zhou Yunxuan's home. Before they departed, Tan Qing tearfully handed over all the money she had, saying, Xin, they say it is easy to be at home for 1,000 days, but difficult to venture outside for a single day. No matter what happens, you will need money when you are out. Take this. If it runs out, return to your grandmother. With thoughts of Wen Xion's hardships ahead, Tan Qing could not hold back her tears. Seeing Tan Qing distressed, Wen Xin pulled her aside. Grandmother, do not worry. I have enough money to purchase a residence in the capital and start a small business. My siblings and I will manage our lives, and you need not fret. Any difficulties we encounter, we will surely seek your help. Wen Xin concluded by revealing a silver ingot from her pocket. Chapter 97. Wen Di suspends her studies. Tan Qing, upon seeing such a substantial amount of silver, was taken aback and quickly urged Wen Xin to put it away. Understanding that Wen Xin possessed both financial means and the ability to earn, her worries began to dissipate. She envisioned frequently visiting Wen Xin once she established a home in the city. On the other side, Zhang Huairan engaged in polite conversation with Zhou Yunxian, who repeatedly assured him that he would take good care of Wen Xin. Rest assured, sir, Wen Sheng and Wen Shu are like brothers to me. Their sister is my sister too. I am somewhat familiar with the connections in the city and will soon secure a courtyard. You could trust me. Should anything happen to Wen Xin, feel free to come to me. Nearby, Ying Er and Wen Sheng were taken aback by Zhou Yunxuan's words, especially Wen Sheng, who felt both touched and excited to hear Zhou Yunxian refer to them as brothers. How could they, mere mortals, be considered siblings to the grandson of the Prime Minister? Seeing that Wen Xin and the others were about to leave, Wen Huaifu's eyes brimmed with tears. He wished to confront her father for fairness, but feared upsetting him, as the doctor had warned that her father could not bear any further distress. Throughout the commotion, Wen Di remained a bystander, thinking it foolish for Wen Xin to leave with nothing. As the sun slowly set, Zhang Huairan, concerned for their safety on the night road, interrupted Tan Jing's chatter and urged Wen Xin and the others to depart. Since Wen Xin was leaving empty-handed, she took only their clothing. Noticing Wen Wai fuese sorrowful demeanor, Ying Er comforted him until he regained his composure. You are right. Although Wen Xin has left, I can still visit her in the city. You must promise me to buy a house there so that I can keep her company. Ying Er nodded in agreement, relieved that Wen Huaifu was no longer despondent. After Wen Xin and the others departed, Wen Huaifu sent Ying Er away as well. The news of Wen Xin's departure spread rapidly through the village, with various opinions emerging. Some criticized Wen Xin and her siblings for being unfilial and defying their elders, while others understood that they had no choice. With their parents gone, life had become arduous, compelling them to leave everything behind. During dinner, Wen Di felt a sense of triumph, pondering that perhaps Wen Xin and her siblings were now experiencing hunger. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Wen Duxing's unexpected remark startled her. With Wen Xin's departure, Wen Yu is also married, and there is no one left to manage the household. From now on, Wen Di will stay home to assist our grandmother, and we shall cease her schooling. I will inquire if we can get a refund for the tuition. Wen Di was taken aback by Wen Duxing's words, as were Wen Shifu and Chun Tao. Father, Deer has been studying for quite some time. Why suddenly prevent her from continuing? Wen Shifu, observing Wen Di's incredulous expression, felt a pang of sorrow. Recently, this daughter had become quite sensible, and he attributed it to the excellent instruction she received at the academy. He hoped that with continued guidance, Wen Di could secure a good marriage, which was the ultimate aspiration of parents. With Wen Yu wed to Wu Shan, he felt relieved, and since Wen Yuan was still young, he had no worries there. However, Wen Di would soon reach the age for marriage, which troubled him greatly. When Wen Duxing noticed Wen Shifu's defiance, he angrily threw his chopsticks to the ground. You ungrateful child, do you not see me as your father? There is no one left to manage the household. Am I to do it myself? I know you've grown wings, but you might as well follow Wen Xin's example and leave everything behind. No one will keep you here. Wen Duxing berated Wen Shifu. Hearing the threat of being forced to leave everything behind, Wen Shifu fell silent, not out of fear of hardship, but because he realized that with his elder brother gone, he would have to care for their parents alone. If he left as well, who would look after the elderly? Wen Di, under the table, tugged at Chun Tao's sleeve, signaling her that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Once they separated, life would become easier and no one would trouble them again. Lu Ying, concerned, worried that her second son might truly wish to leave everything behind. Wen Shifu ignored Chun Tao and Wen Di's hints, hastily apologizing to Wen Duxing and refraining from mentioning Wen Di's studies again. Wen Di, unable to finish her dinner, rushed back to her room and collapsed onto her bed, weeping. Why can't I attend the academy? Why does grandfather obstruct my path to a better life? Why does my own father not advocate for me? Why? As her voice became hoarse from crying, no one came to comfort her. Chun Tao initially intended to enter, but was stopped by Wen Shifu. Let her calm down for a few days. Yuer has never attended school and cannot read, yet she married scholar. Is it not said that a woman's virtue lies in her domestic skills? Henceforth, she should focus on learning household duties, and we will find her a suitable match later. While Chun Tao had some grievances against Wen Shifu, she found his reasoning compelling. How many daughters of peasant families had received an education? Moreover, the family's financial control did not rest with them, making it exceedingly difficult to support Wen Di's studies. It would be wiser to save money for Wen Yuan's education instead. Chun Tao still harbored some worries. If the family's finances tightened, Wen Yuan's schooling might also be jeopardized, prompting her to plan ahead. Wen Di, with a hoarse voice, longed for her parents to come and comfort her, so she could express her grievances and hope for a return to school. Sister, do not cry. When Yuan returns, he will teach you to read. Everything I learned from the teacher will be shared with you. Wen Yuan, aware that Wen Di could not attend the academy, felt a pang of sadness during dinner and secretly came in to comfort her. Seeing her tear-filled eyes, he wiped his own tears away. Yuan, could you do me a favor and ask grandfather to allow me to continue my studies? Wen Yuan, unable to bear his sister's hopeful gaze, reluctantly nodded. Sister, wait for me. I will speak to grandfather. Although he felt trepidation, fearing his grandfather's reprimand, he could not bear to see his sister so heartbroken. He stood outside the door of Wen Duxing's room for long, while before timidly knocking. Lu Ying answered and inquired about his purpose. Grandmother, Yuan wishes to see grandfather and requests that he permit my sister to continue her studies. Summoning his courage, Wen Yuan felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he spoke those words. Lu Ying had yet to respond when Wen Duxing's angry voice boomed from within. If you want her to study, then you must give your opportunity to her. Only then will I allow it. Upon hearing his father's furious tone, Wen Yuan hesitated outside, while Lu Ying offered a few words of comfort, reiterating the notion that a woman's virtue lay in her domesticity and urging him not to worry about Wen Di. Once away from Wen Di, he lingered behind the door, listening intently. If he were willing to relinquish his chance to her, she could attend school, and joy surged within him. Returning to Wen Di's room, he found her eyes brimming with tears. He stammered, Sister, I also want to study. The teacher says I have great potential and will surely succeed. Our parents believe I should study diligently to achieve this. Upon hearing these words, Wen Di stared at him with wide eyes and exclaimed, What do you mean? You do not wish to give your opportunity to your sister? Have you forgotten who shared their meager meals with you when you were hungry? Who stood by you when you were scolded? How can you be so ungrateful? Wen Yuan, faced with her words, bowed his head in shame. He genuinely wanted to attend school. To be continued. Chapter 98. The Prime Minister's Residence. Observing Wen Yuan's demeanor, Wen Di pressed on, recalling all the times she had helped him in the past. Finally, she declared, "If you do not give your chance to study to me, I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother." Hearing this, Wen Yuan grew anxious and quickly replied, "I will give it to you, sister. You can go to school. I will not attend. Please do not reject me as your brother." Upon hearing this, Wen Di's expression softened, and she affectionately pulled Wen Yuan closer. "This is my good brother. Do not worry. Once I succeed, I will never forget you." Just as Wen Di was reveling in her happiness, when Shifu entered with a dark expression, he had been contemplating his concerns for Wen Di and intended to offer her counsel, only to overhear such foolishness. Seeing Wen Shifu, Wen Di eagerly exclaimed, "Father, grandfather has agreed to let me continue my studies." As Wen Yuan observed Wen Di's joyful demeanor, his heart ached with longing for the opportunity to study. Witnessing his sister's exuberance prompted Wen Shifu to strike her across the face. Stunned, Wen Di stood frozen while Wen Shifu turned to Wen Yuan. "Yuaner, return to your room and rest. Ensure you attend school on time tomorrow, and remember what your father has told you. You must strive to excel and bring honor to our family." Hearing that he could continue his studies brought a flicker of joy to Wen Yuan's heart, yet he could not help but glance back at his sister, who had just been struck. He opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, retreating to his room, turning back 3 times, having never witnessed his father so furious before. "Dad, why did you hit me?" It was Wen Yuan's own choice to sacrifice his chance to study for me. Why should I be denied my opportunity? Once she regained her composure, Wen Di confronted Wen Shifu with incredulity, unable to believe that her father had actually struck her. Her urgency stemmed from an impending event at their academy in half a month, where she might meet the offspring of affluent families. Confident in her beauty, she believed she could capture the heart of a wealthy young gentleman. "Why did I strike you?" "You know the answer in your heart," Wen Shifu replied, his expression darkening. The assertive Wen Di before him was not the understanding daughter he had raised. He had overheard the entire conversation outside. Wen Di had forced Wen Yuan to forego his studies for her own selfish desires. Each day, Wen Yuan returned home, diligently reviewing the knowledge imparted by his teacher. Wen Shifu understood well that Wen Yuan yearned to learn and cherish this opportunity. In contrast, he had observed Wen Di over the past days, during which she had spent her time idly, increasingly fixated on her appearance, and speaking and acting in ways that suggested a disdain for their humble origins. He had thought her to be more mature, but today's revelation of her selfishness shocked him. "Dad, you are biased. Why does Wen Yuan get to study while I cannot? You are clearly favoring him." Wen Shifu found himself at a loss for words in the face of Wen Di's accusations. In previous years, when Chun Tao had not borne him a son, villagers had whispered about his lineage ending. He had buried his dissatisfaction deep within, treating Wen Yu and Wen Di even better. But that did not mean he did not desire a son. Lu Ying entered with a stern expression. "You are a girl, destined to marry one day. Wen Yuan is a boy. How can you compare yourself to him?" Though Lu Ying typically did not hold girls in high regard, she firmly believed that daughters were meant to be married off, akin to water poured out. Wen Di had enjoyed a life of ease, almost forgetting her status as a girl and the lack of recognition at home. Now, with her dreams shattered, she was left speechless, at a loss for words. "You will focus on household chores from now on. Look at your sister. She excels in domestic tasks and has married a scholar, Wu Shan. As a girl, knowing a few characters is sufficient. Do not waste your thoughts on studying." Wen Shifu lectured Wen Di as he departed, leaving her feeling wounded. Wen Yu had not eaten since entering the Wu household, and that night, Wu Shan was excessively drunk, failing to enter the bridal chamber for fear of making a mess. Regardless of her hunger, she kept her desires to herself, expressing a wish to care for the inebriated Wu Shan, but her in-laws dismissed her, insisting she rest while they would tend to him. Wen Yu lay awake, feeling that her in-laws harbored discontent towards her, reflecting on the inherent difficulties of the mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationship. She resolved to be content as long as Wu Shan remained devoted to her. Imagining a future filled with happiness, she drifted off to sleep, unaware that the entire Wu family was secretly discussing matters concerning her. After departing from the Wen household, Zhou Yinxian led Wen Xian and the others directly to the Prime Minister's residence. Upon seeing the grand estate, Wen Lu regained her composure. Sister, shall we enter? She never anticipated such sudden happiness, especially when the guards referred to Zhou Yunxian as young master. Her heart raced with excitement. As Zhou Yunxian escorted them into the estate, Wen Lu gazed around in awe, her eyes reflecting shock and envy. Along the way, she learned that Zhou Yunxian was the prime minister's legitimate grandson, the illustrious young master Zhou. When Xian, wait for me to change my clothes, and then I will take you to meet my grandfather. He has mentioned you several times to my mother. Zhou Yunxian personally led Wen Xian and Wen Lu to the courtyard of Wen Sheng and Wen Shu. Observing Zhou Yunxian's remarkable treatment of Wen Xian, Wen Lu felt a strange expression cross her face, only to regain her composure in an instant. We should pay our respects to the Prime Minister. When Wen Lu heard Zhou Yunxian mention taking Wen Xian to meet the Prime Minister, she quickly interjected, Sister, I wish to accompany you. I also wish to pay my respects to the Prime Minister. It would be rather disruptive for us to stay in their household. Upon learning of Zhou Yunxian's status, Wen Li's tone shifted to one of obsequiousness and flattery. Wen Xian, however, did not wish to bring Wen Lu along, believing that individuals of such high standing were best avoided by commoners. She envisioned a tranquil life for Wen Lu, free from the intrigues of the elite. Sister, you are visiting the Prime Minister for matters of importance. Please wait here for my return. Wen Sheng and Wen Shu also agreed it was best not to take Wen Lu, knowing the Prime Minister's imposing presence would likely intimidate her. They feared that if she were to lose her composure, it would not bode well. Unaware of Wen Xian and her parents' concerns, Wen Lu only felt that Wen Xian's refusal to allow her to meet the Prime Minister stemmed from a desire to prevent her from making a good impression. To be continued.